Chapter 53 Visitors from the Zuo Family. Chapter 53 Visitors from the Zuo Family. ED Note: the notation for martial skills has been changed from single quotes to square brackets. The previous chapters will be updated to reflect this. In the gravity room. Shi Yin leaned against the gravity pillar, standing upside down while balanced on the middle finger of his left hand, all of his veins popping out. A quarter of an hour later he switched to his ring finger. Every 15 minutes he would shift to the next finger and repeat the process all over again. After one complete cycle, Shi Yin sat on the green stone ground covered in sweat. He stretched out his left hand and released some of the negative energy from the meridians in his arm. Wisps of white smoke sprawled over his arm and stealthily flew in front of him according to his will. Profound chi was being operated in his fingers, then it quivered and was injected into the white smoke which was floating in front of Shi Yin. The profound chi then wriggled like a snake in the white smoke. The white smoke and the profound chi slowly combined, forming into one after some small swirls, in which a magical attraction suddenly erupted. As the attraction occurred, that space seemed to collapse and contract at once. The nearby air was sucked in and the surrounding space seemed to decrease sharply, feeling rather heavy. His eyes shining brightly, Shi Yin focused on the small field and tried to feel the magical power, injecting more profound chi into it. Strangely, the field didn't get any stronger. On the contrary, the magical power in it became weaker. Shi Yin was stunned and confused. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to figure out the trick. He stopped injecting profound chi and pushed some of the negative white smoke surrounding his arm into the field. The field, which was previously getting weaker, suddenly began to strengthen as soon as the white smoke was added. Gazing at the field for 10 seconds, Shi Yin was thinking on the details. Eventually he withdrew the two types of power out of the field. The field disappeared at once. Through this training, he drew the conclusion that in order to strengthen the field, the two types of power should be balanced. Only by doing this could the field remain powerful. If one of the powers surpassed the other one, it wouldn't strengthen the field but break the balance and decrease its power. There needed to be an accurate balance between the two powers, or the power of the field could not be released to the fullest extent. During these days, Shi Yin devoted himself to his two martial skills, and, apart from having 3 meals a day, he spent almost all of his time on his training. After a month's torment, Shi Yin had made significant progress in the. Now he could stand on each of his fingers for 15 minutes. His 10 fingers became harder and harder, and would even make the sound of metal when struck after petrification. Every time he finished training he would delve into the spirit-level martial skill book. He didn't exhaust his negative energy in his meridians every time he trained. Instead, he just released a little part of it from his arms and combined it with his profound chi to explore the effects of. Though the field he formed was small, it had the same mechanism as the big ones. After endless repeated use, he gained a deeper understanding about and knew more about it after a period of time. The deeper he probed the skill, the more profound he found this spirit-level martial skill to be. There were many more truths hidden in it. While training in this spirit-level martial skill, Shi Yin was also in the process of trying to understand the truth of this universe. Sitting there upright covered in perspiration, Shi Yin sank deep into thought. Creak. The door of the gravity room opened as Han Zhong walked in and yelled, "Brother Yin, the family head has asked for you to come to the living room." Living room? Shi Yin glanced at him and frowned. Didn't he forbid me from leaving the gravity room? Are there important visitors? Zuo Shi came with that little girl Zuo Shi. Han Zhong explained while standing at the door. Zuo Shi just brought Zuo Shi back from her teacher, Qi Xiao, in the Cloud Mountain. So they came to visit us on the way and discussed the martial competition with the family head. The Zuo family was one of the 5 big families in the Merchant Union, and was quite close to the Shi family. The Zuo family possessed the shadow martial spirit. During fights there would be clones beside them. Many skilled Zuo family warriors could even create 7 or 8 clones during a fight. These clones could move and make different actions in order to confuse the enemy. As the Zuo family members possessed the shadow martial spirit, they would be in a beneficial position from the very beginning. The opponents would mistakenly attack the clones so the Zuo warriors could kill them easily. The shadow martial spirit was not only beneficial for fights, but also made a big difference when one needed to escape. Once the Zuo warriors were threatened, they would create several clones of themselves and run in different directions. If they had only one enemy, that person could only choose one direction to chase them in. After he caught up, he would find out that it was just a clone, and their real body had already ran off somewhere else. If the real body was chased, they could create more clones and make the enemy guess again. One would break down if he came across a Zuo family warrior and had to find the real body to chase. Okay, got it. Shi Yin nodded and casually picked up a green warrior uniform from the ground and put it on. He strode out of the gravity room. Let's go. Brother Yin, aren't you going to take a shower first? Han Zhong covered his nose with one hand and waved with the other. You stink like sweat. Nope. I will be back soon anyway. You don't want to leave a good impression on Zuo Shi? Han Zhong looked weird. Zuo Shi is well known for her talent in the Merchant Union. Tian Xiao, Tian Luo, and some other young masters are all around her these days. Aren't you going to try and impress her? Zuo Shi. Shi Yin was stunned when a bright flash crossed his mind. Unexpectedly, he felt a slight sorrow in his heart and he shook his head. Well, there is something between this girl and me. Exactly. Han Zhong smirked. You were born on the same day. What a coincidence. So your grandpa and Zuo Shi nearly got you two engaged. But on the third day after her birth, she turned out to possess the shadow martial spirit, while you didn't. Then no one brought your engagement up, when the two sides both chose to be silent about it. Han Zhong paused and sighed. It's natural. Zuo Shi inherited a martial spirit, but you didn't show yours at the beginning, which to the Shi family and the Zuo family, meant that you wouldn't be successful. The Zuo family wouldn't marry a real warrior like Zuo Shi to some commoner. And the Shi family can't take advantage of it. So that is it. Memories hidden deep within Shi Yan's mind were awoken by Han Zhong's speech. Standing there stunned, Shi Yan slowly sorted out these memory fragments and mumbled after a long time, that guy was really sentimental. Zuo Shi is incredibly talented and intelligent, but it is also said that she is rather lazy and not into martial arts. Her accomplishment was the result of her family pushing her. Even so, she trains much faster than average warriors. 17 in the second sky of the human level. Another miracle in the Merchant Union. Han Zhong shook his head and sighed. That bastard Bai Mingsu has also reached the second sky of human level at 17, but he kept training so hard. While Zuo Shi kept sleeping and fooling around. I guess Zuo Shi is more talented than Bai Mingsu. Shi Yin didn't reply but frowned. He could feel that slight sorrow in his heart which was triggered by Zuo Shi. As he focused on the memory, Shi Yin realized that the previous master of his body was deeply in love with Zuo Shi, while she never felt anything for him. Zuo Shi was very lazy. She didn't like hard training but was into art, nature, tea ceremony, astrology and so on. Her hobbies varied. Though she didn't train hard, she could easily break the levels, and managed to reach the second sky of human level with the help of her incredible talent. Apart from her incredible talent, she also had an extraordinarily delicate face. The previous master of this body fell for Zuo Shi at the first sight. But he wasn't good with words and knew he was at a disadvantage, so he never expressed his admiration for her. Typical unrequited love. Well, after his mind wandered for a while, Shi Yan smiled. So, that girl is a genius. Absolutely. Han Zhong nodded and affirmed. Otherwise, Qi Xiao in the Cloud Mountain wouldn't have insisted on teaching Zuo Shi and taken her to the Cloud Mountain after seeing her for the first time 3 years ago. Qi Xiao is an expert of the sky level, which is very rare in the Merchant Union, Fire Empire and the God-Blessed Empire. It is said that even Bai Mingshang has been beaten by him. Okay. Shi Yan looked indifferent. Shall we go now? You are not moved by what I said? You are not going to clean yourself and suit up? Han Zhong smiled bitterly. Now that this girl is so popular and she is protected by Qi Xiao and Zuo Shi, I don't think I will have a chance with her. So why waste my time? Chapter 54, Zuo Shi. Chapter 54 is Zuo Shi. In front of the living room, there was a mid-sized garden which contained all sorts of rare plants. There were flowers that bloomed during every season, sending out intoxicating fragrances. Shi Yan walked to the front of the garden and saw Zuo Shi at once, who was crowded by several boys. Among the fresh flowers, Zuo Shi was standing in a beautiful position. Her long straight legs looked sexy. In the sunlight, her porcelain-like skin was shining elegantly. On her small, delicate face, her two big eyes were as clear as crystals. Although Shi Yan knew Zuo Shi was pretty, he was still amazed after seeing her in person. Zuo Shi was as beautiful as Mu Dai, and she was even taller, with longer and more delicious legs. These youths crowded around Zuo Shi like stars that circled the moon. Zuo Shi was holding a watering can and was leisurely watering the flowers, though there was some helplessness in her eyes. It seemed that she didn't like to be treated like she was special. Shi Yin took a glance at her from afar and turned away. He entered the garden and directly headed towards the living room behind the garden. Shi Yin. A young man's loud shout came, and many youths around Zuo Shi turned their eyes to Shi Yin. Yes, brother? Shi Yin paused, turned and asked. Where have you been these days? I heard you came back months ago, but why didn't I see you? Shi Tianxiao yelled and waved at Shi Yin. Come, Shi Yin, little Shi has a piece of turtle shell with her and there are some odd characters on it. Aren't you an expert on these things? Come and help us check. Zuo Shi, who was among these youths, was interested after hearing that. Her lake-like eyes crossed over the 10 meters and settled upon Shi Yin. I'm busy now. Big Grandpa is asking for me. Talk to you later. Shi Yin looked indifferent and refused at once, then walked towards the living room without any hesitation. Shi Tianxiao felt weird and was stunned. He smiled and explained embarrassingly, Shi Yin is bad-tempered, wordless and not into martial arts at all. All these years he has been running around all over the place. Even I don't know what he was doing. Don't worry, I will get him to read it for you. There was suspicion in Zuo Shi's eyes. She gazed at Shi Yan's disappearing back and asked, He is not interested in martial arts? Then why is his cultivation level even higher than yours? What? Shi Tianxiao was shocked as he hurried to ask, Little Shi, are you serious? I have never seen him train martial arts for 1 second in the last 17 years. Cultivation? Zuo Shi's pretty face showed some surprise too. She asked earnestly after some thought, He has reached the 3rd sky of the nascent level, how couldn't he have trained in martial arts? That old man taught me his, through which I can tell anyone's cultivation. His cultivation is not higher than mine, so my estimation must be correct. The 3rd sky of nascent level. Shi Tianluo, who was standing beside them, shook his head and shouted, No way! It's impossible. For the past 17 years, Shi Yin literally hasn't trained martial arts for even 1 second. How could he reach the 3rd sky of the nascent level in 1 night? Don't be ridiculous. Seeing them unconvinced, Zuo Shi shook her head slightly without further explanation, and went to the other side with the watering can. Big Grandpa, what can I do for you? Shi Yin walked into the living room, bowed to Shi Jian, Han Feng, and Zuo Shi one by one and asked Shi Jian. Shi Jian nodded, stepped up, grabbed Shi Yan's arm and dragged him to the front of Zuo Shi. Brother Zuo, look at him carefully, and check how on earth he has his martial spirit. Your Zuo family has collected so many classic books on martial spirits, you must know more about it than me. I can't figure it out. I believe you can. Zuo Shi was around 60 years old with white hair along the 2 sides of his forehead. He didn't look arrogant or proud at all, but was extremely learned and refined. He didn't look like a family head from a big family, but rather a teacher at the school. Shi Jian and Zuo Shi had been close friends for many years, and the Shi family and the Zuo family were solid allies. Therefore, Shi Yan's latest news might be still a secret to most Shi family members, but it wouldn't be a secret to Zuo Shi. Zuo Shi frowned slightly as he stretched out one of his skinny dry hands and put it on Shi Yan's wrist. Petrify your body first. Shi Yan did as Zuo Shi asked. Suddenly, thousands of wisps of energy seemed to come out from his wrist like silk. The wisps felt alive as it nimbly floated to every corner of Shi Yan's body, but didn't cause him any pain despite some itchiness. The wisps passed through his veins, probed his bones, entered his entrails and moved over every corner of his body, and finally it went back and disappeared at his wrist. Zuo Shi released his hand and frowned deeply. After a long silence he said, Nothing strange. Shi Jian was so joyful that he said in haste, You mean this boy has a normal martial spirit? And it will also improve in the future? Should be. Zuo Shi was in deep thought while his face showed a weird expression. Brother, is there another martial spirit in his body? How do you know? Shi Jian was too happy to contain himself and he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zuo, you are really something. Yes, there is another martial spirit in his body which can provide self-recovery. I intended to tell you later, but you detected it so soon. A light flashed Zuo Shi's eyes as his mouth trembled. After a long while, he nodded heavily and greeted happily, Congratulations, brother. Haha, you too. Shi Jian was delighted as he laughed. Your little girl is so talented that she has already reached the 2nd sky of the human level. Even that old Qi Xiao insisted on teaching her. I bet her accomplishments will be much greater than that boy in the Biming family. Zuo Shi shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed with fondness. That girl is really talented, but she is too lazy. She won't train until I force her to. Her cultivation would be much higher if she was as diligent as Bai Mingsu. Zuo Shi looked a little proud as he mentioned Zuo Shi's talent. Your girl advances really fast. But Shi Yan advanced to the third sky of the nascent level in a very short time too. He never trained in the past 17 years. To mention this speed, I have never seen anyone who advances faster than him. Shi Jian replied with a smile, raising his head. Another light crossed Zuo Shi's eyes. He looked at Shi Jian and nodded with a smile. Twin martial spirits are really amazing. The Shi family will definitely win the martial competition this time. Sure. Shi Jian wasn't modest at all as he said loudly, I kept this guy in the gravity room for so long so that he could teach a lesson to the Mo family. Brother, since Shi Yan possesses twin martial spirits, it's understandable that his petrification could directly advance to the second stage. Zuo Shi thought for a while and said, as far as I know, there is a small possibility that the two martial spirits in one body could change after coming into contact with each other. And that variation is harmful in most cases. The two martial spirits may influence each other in a negative way and decrease their power. But there is a small chance that some twin martial spirits could nourish each other. Shi Yan is lucky, apparently his twin martial spirits are compatible, therefore his petrification could directly advance to the second stage when he is still at the nascent level. Yeah, this guy is really blessed. Or he wouldn't have given me such a surprise at the age of 17. Shi Jian nodded with a broad smile. Then the two old men started to talk about other trivial things, seeming to forget that Shi Yan was still beside them. May I go back to the gravity room if there is nothing else I can do? Being ignored, Shi Yan suggested helplessly. Well, go. Hurry up. Don't be lazy. Shi Jian urged seriously. Oh, by the way, you are an expert on ancient characters, right? Zuo Shi remembered something and added, Little Shi got a piece of turtle shell which has some ancient characters on it. She wants to know what it says, please help her read it when you pass by her. Okay. Chapter 55, The Weirdo. Chapter 55, The Weirdo. In the garden in front of the living room. Some Shi family boys were fawning over Zuo Shi passionately with modest smiles. Every time Zuo Shi asked about something, they would answer quickly in order to create a good impression of themselves. Some of them were from the branches of the Shi family and some, such as Shi Tianxiao and Shi Tianluo, were from the direct line. Walking slowly among the fresh flowers, Zuo Shi looked a little absent-minded, though her steps didn't falter. She shook the watering can in her hand, bored and detached, like a spirit among the flowers. Shi Yan walked out of the living room, thought for a while, and directly went into the flower garden towards Zuo Shi. He then stretched out his hand and said, Please show me the turtle shell. You stupid guy. Now you come to make up to little Shi. Where have you been just now? Shi Tianxiao grunted in discontent. Big Grandpa wanted to have a word with me. Shi Yan explained casually, I promised Grandpa's would to help Zuo Shi read the shell. We have different intentions. Intentions? What's the difference? Shi Tianxiao was a little embarrassed. Suddenly he covered his nose with his hand and cried, Shi Yan, what is that smell coming from you? A sour smell was wafting out from him. The crowd didn't notice it in the beginning as they were busy fawning over Zuo Shi. As they heard Shi Tianxiao's cry, they finally noticed and quickly covered their noses, complaining that Shi Yan was too shameful. Unexpectedly, the only girl there didn't even take a step back, but stood there carrying the watering can, seemingly not caring about the smell at all. Zuo Shi stared at Shi Yan in surprise, while confusion overtook her mind. Every man, including Shi Tianxiao and Shi Tianluo, would suit up and put some perfume on before they saw Zuo Shi, using flower essence to ensure they didn't leave a bad impression on her. But this boy was too different. His warrior gown was wrinkled and dusty. Apparently he had been wearing it for a very long time. There was the strong smell coming from him indicating that he had just finished training his martial arts. This guy obviously doesn't take me seriously. Zuo Shi was stunned and soon drew this conclusion, which triggered her interest in Shi Yan. Seeing the crowd turned off but Zuo Shi still standing there, Shi Yan was a little happy as he asked softly, Where is the turtle shell? It's at the living room, I will get it right away. Zuo Shi replied in a very melodious voice. She then moved her beautiful legs and thin body and disappeared in an instant. The girl moved as fast as lightning. Even Shi Yan could only see her shadow pass by, unable to follow her movement. The crowd, including Shi Tianxiao, were astounded. They realized that not only was Zuo Shi pretty, but also a warrior one realm higher than them. By the time Zuo Shi had returned, the crowd were still drowning in amazement as only 6 seconds had passed. Zuo Shi appeared in front of Shi Yan with a basin-sized turtle shell in her hand and handed it to him. "Here you are." Shi Yan nodded and took the shell, only to find his body dragged down by a massive weight and he almost fell to the ground by the heavy turtle shell. He operated his profound qi and was barely able to stabilize his body. He exclaimed, "So heavy." He looked to Zuo Shi in discontent and assumed she was deliberately trying to make a fool out of him. However, he found that Zuo Shi's eyes were crystal clear and devoid of any malicious intentions. "Yes, I don't know what this shell is made out of. It's about 400 kilograms. Zuo Shi didn't notice that Shi Yan had secretly cursed her. Instead she fingered the short hair beside her ears and added, "I was surprised when I first got it." 400 kilograms. Shi Tianxiao rubbed his temples and felt his head go numb. Zuo Shi held the turtle shell with one hand and could still move that fast. This made him realize the distance between him and Zuo Shi and he was a little disappointed. Shi Yan was holding the turtle shell firmly after he recovered, which also improved his understanding of Shi Yan, and he now believed what Zuo Shi had previously said. "Shi Yan, you bastard." Though Shi Tianxiao was not a gifted boy, he was clever enough. He realized that Shi Jian had kept this a secret, so he stopped himself before he announced Shi Yan's latest shocking news. Shi Yan remained indifferent. Without replying to Shi Tianxiao, he examined the turtle shell carefully and nodded to Zuo Shi. "This is one of the oldest languages, so I need to read it with the help of some books. Follow me to my room." At once, Shi Yan headed to his own house with the turtle shell in his hand. "Okay." Zuo Shi nodded and stepped up leisurely. "Big brother, are we following them?" Shi Tianluo showed a strange face, and asked quietly after the two had moved far away. Good idea." Shi Tianxiao couldn't suppress his curiosity. Seeing no one was walking out of the living room, he also followed to Shi Yan's house. Shi Yan lived in a 3-story stone house. The first floor held various trivial stuff, the second floor was for resting, and the third floor was filled with huge bookshelves where Shi Yan kept all sorts of ancient books. After leading Zuo Shi to the house, Shi Yan saw that the crowd had also followed them. He shouted at them from the door, "I need quiet. Don't come into my house." Then he closed the door and said to Zuo Shi, "Let's go upstairs." Zuo Shi nodded obediently and followed him to the second floor. "Well, you go up and rest on the third floor for a while. I need to take a shower and change my clothes. I will catch up with you shortly." He handed the turtle shell back to Zuo Shi and pointed at the stairs leading to the third floor. "This way." "Why shower now?" Zuo Shi rolled her eyes at him and grunted with her delicate nose. "I want to feel comfortable. It's not out of consideration for you. Don't think too much of yourself, little girl." "You think too much. Don't waste my time. Go to the third floor. I'm taking off my clothes." Not bothering to care, Shi Yan took off his warrior's gown and threw it onto the hanger. He was only in his underwear and almost naked. He glanced at Zuo Shi indifferently. "Why are you still here?" After a long period of intense training, Shi Yan had become much stronger. Every muscle looked shiny and hard, as if molded by iron, emitting a strong sense of masculinity. As Zuo Shi saw him take off his clothes without any shame, she panicked. She cursed, "Bastard," and quickly took the turtle shell up to the third floor with her face blushing. This guy had some figure. Zuo Shi thought to herself as she was walking upstairs. The third floor covered 200 square meters. Apart from the bookshelves, there were many bizarre jars, bottles, pots and wine glasses on the expanded third floor. Zuo Shi took out an ancient book randomly, flipped it open and realized she couldn't read it. Zuo Shi shook her head and thought to herself, "What a weirdo." Zuo Shi had various hobbies as well. She studied plants, tea ceremony, astrology, medicine and weapons, each for a short time. But she was too lazy, so she couldn't focus on one thing for too long. She would switch to a new thing shortly after. These ancient books on the third floor were mostly about ancient history and ancient. Zuo Shi was not interested in them at all, so she found them all boring and difficult to understand. Now she was sure Shi Yan was officially a weirdo. "Why are you interested in ancient life? What does it have to do with you? What can you do with it?" Zuo Shi curled her lips, and thought that Shi Yan was more ignorant and incompetent than her. Chapter 56, Basalt Scriptures and the Dragon Turtle Armor. Chapter 56, Basalt Scriptures and the Dragon Turtle Armor. Zuo Shi strolled around on the third floor, feeling very bored, so she went and stood next to the turtle shell on the ground, waiting for Shi Yan to get back. After half an hour, Shi Yin slowly walked up the stairs. Wearing a light green long garment, he looked fairly handsome. But Zuo Shi only glanced over him once, then retracted her gaze and continued staring at the turtle shell. She spoke, "If you're done, then let us take a look at it quickly, I've been waiting for so long." Zuo Shi had seen too many attractive men, and the men of the Zuo family were all good-looking. So Zuo Shi was nearly immune to all the different types of handsome men. "Girl, you're used to making people wait for you, aren't you? If you don't try waiting for someone else, how would you know how hard it is?" Shi Yin sneered. He didn't rush to approach her, but first he went around the bookshelves and, using the memories deeply rooted in his head, took out a heavy ancient book that was covered with dust, then moved to Zuo Shi's side. Zuo Shi stared in a daze as she had unexpectedly blanked out due to Shi Yan's words. She nodded lightly and spoke in agreement. "You're right, it has always been others waiting for me. I've never waited for anyone. So this is how it feels to wait for someone. Why is it that those people waited so long for me, yet they never made a fuss and still talked to me with a face full of smiles?" "That's because they're low," Shi Yin commented bluntly. "Ha." Zuo Shi chuckled, her bright eyes scanning Shi Yin, and she spoke while smiling, "You're so wicked. So how are they low?" "I think you shouldn't be named Zuo Shi, you should instead be called Zuo Xan. Why? From where I come from, they name children based on what they lack. Like how the name Zhao Xian means lacking wealth and Wang Miao means lacking water, so you should be called Zuo Xian. You lack wits, asshole. So you're not stupid?" Shi Yin said indifferently. "If you weren't so slow-witted, how could you not know what they were thinking? They wanted to flatter you, so of course they wouldn't show any discontent. All men, before they obtain a wonderful thing, act incredibly low. After they obtain it, they become even lower." "Are you talking about yourself?" Zuo Shi's eyes brightened, and she smilingly as she looked at him. "Cough cough, I said normal men are like that, but I'm an exception," Shi Yin shamelessly stated, then crouched down, moving closer to the piece of turtle shell on the ground. With one hand he quickly flipped through the pages of the thick ancient book. Whenever he flipped to a certain page he would pause, his finger pointing to a specific ancient character. On the back of the basin-sized turtle shell, aside from the complex old Moor pattern, was actually 8 lip-sized ancient characters. Those 8 ancient characters didn't seem to look like they were forcefully carved on. Instead they looked like they were naturally formed by the Moor patterns on the turtle shell. It was extraordinarily magical. The 8 ancient characters were arranged in 2 lines, and each character was about the same size, and gave off a cold feeling when touched. Shi Yin felt the surface of each character with his left hand, his right hand constantly flipping through the ancient book in his hand. Sometimes he wrinkled his eyebrows in thought, other times, his eyes would brighten and a smile would appear at the corner of his lips, as if he came to an understanding. He engrossed himself in deciphering the ancient characters on the turtle shell. As focused as he was, it seemed as if he didn't notice there was a beautiful young girl nearby. Zuo Shi's dainty figure knelt down, her delicate face pointed towards him, constantly paying attention to the changes in expression on Shi Yan's face. It was to say, when Shi Yan was deeply concentrating on something, he displayed the unique charms of a man. Zuo Shi somewhat admired this kind of concentrated dedication, and she nodded silently in her mind, thinking, although he has a big attitude and rants a lot, when working on things he's pretty serious about it. Rustle. Rustle. In the silent room, there was only the sound of Shi Yan rapidly flipping through his book. Zuo Shi had quietly kneeled down next to him, not interrupting. After a long while, Shi Yan suddenly shut the book in his hand and with a serious face he said, "Done. What do these 8 characters mean?" Zuo Shi's eyes brightened and she asked delightedly. "Dragon turtle armor. Basalt scriptures." Shi Yan shouted with a deep voice. "Hey!" Zuo Shi whispered, pointing at the turtle shell, and spoke in surprise, "The turtle shell is glowing because of your voice." Shi Yan was surprised and hurriedly looked down. The meticulous moire pattern on the turtle shell was indeed releasing a faint green glow. It was as if the 8 ancient characters were brought to life, slowly shifting on the turtle shell, reforming altogether. Staring, both Zuo Shi and Shi Yan were stunned. The 8 ancient characters, after shifting for a while, formed a hand-shaped indent. On the turtle shell, there was a light green glow that was swirling, and strange continuous pulses escaped from the turtle shell. The air in the room seemed to be attracted to the turtle shell, as it quickly flowed into the shell, making it hard for Shi Yan and Zuo Shi to breathe. "Zuo Shi, I'll stay right here, You go into the living room right now and call both of our grandpas over. Now. Shi Yin was dazed for a moment, then shouted. Okay. Zuo Shi was also stunned by the change to the turtle shell, so she didn't dare to hesitate. Her tall figure shook for a second and she disappeared from Shi Yan's view. Shi Yan's expression was serious, his eyes steadily fixed upon the turtle shell. After staring at the turtle shell for a while, Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing the strange conditions of the turtle shell was as if it wanted someone to put their hand in. As soon as the thought surfaced in his mind, Shi Yan could not resist, and wanted to place his hand onto the turtle shell. Yet, right after his hand reached out, he realized what he was doing. No, this turtle shell belongs to Zuo Shi, I shouldn't be the one to do it. Thinking this, Shi Yan stopped, took a deep breath, and he made himself take a few steps away from the turtle shell, waiting patiently. After a short moment, Zuo Shi, Zuo Su and Shi Jian rushed to the room, and the three surrounded the turtle shell, watching the continuously shifting turtle shell. So this is what happened. Shi Yan explained the situation briefly and then said, the handprint that's shown on the turtle shell should be the key to opening it. Just place your hand onto it and you should be able to find out the secret of the turtle shell. Since it was little Shi who brought it, I'm not going to mess with it. Could it be dangerous? Zuo Su wondered aloud. At this moment he was a little unsure of what to do. I don't know. Shi Yan shook his head and he hesitated for a second, then stated his thoughts. The reason why I called you guys over was because I don't know whether it's dangerous or not. Since you're all here, even if the turtle shell turns out to be dangerous, you'll be able to stop it. So you're saying that we can give it a try? Zuo Su's eyes brightened. Dragon turtle armor and basalt scriptures were obviously connected to secret treasures and martial skills, so no wonder they grabbed Zuo Su's interest. Of course we can give it a try. Shi Yan smirked and said lightly, Grandpa Zuo, if you're worried about Xiao Shi, I can do it for her, how's that? I'll do it. Zuo Shi heard what Shi Yan said, and without asking for Zuo Su's opinion, held out her glistening hand and pressed it into the deep indent on the turtle shell. Boom. A low, exploding sound came from the inside of the turtle shell. 5 thin needles shot out and embedded themselves into Zuo Shi's 5 fingers that were placed into the indent. Bright red blood immediately dripped out of Zuo Shi's fingers. Like rubies, the blood rolled around in the indent as if it was solid, and was finally absorbed by the turtle shell. Bright green light suddenly burst out from the turtle shell, and the blazing green light was blinding to everyone's eyes. Strange ancient symbols formed by the green light suddenly flew out, went along Zuo Shi's arm, and it flew straight into her head. Chapter 57, In My Hands. Chapter 57, In My Hands. In the stone tower. Zuo Su and Shi Jian looked serious, their eyes glistened in the light, as they stared intensely at Zuo Shi, who was pressing one hand on the turtle shell. As the head of the Zuo family, Zuo Su actually felt excited, his fingers kept clenching together, and the corner of his lips occasionally twitched. Zuo Shi was the future hope for the Zuo family. Whether the Zuo family could rise to power in the future, and whether they could hold their status in the business league, was directly connected to how strong Zuo Shi became. If Zuo Shi were to become strong, the Zuo family would keep their powerful influence. If she was weak, the Zuo family might decline. There were countless families whose rise and falls were tied to an important figure. A family had to have a powerful central figure in order to keep their remarkable position. The reason why Baiming Shang put Yin Kuei and Jiao Shan close to Baiming Su's side was to prevent any mishaps that may happen to Baiming Su before he became powerful. Their main objective was the future prosperity of the family. Shi Yan looked indifferent, and at this moment he was secretly observing Zuo Su's reaction. Through the slight change in Zuo Su's expression, he realized that Zuo Su really did see Zuo Shi as the most important treasure of the Zuo family. He also realized just how much importance a future strong figure holds to these elders. A strange green symbol flew out of the turtle shell, and disappeared into Zuo Shi's body. Zuo Shi's eyes were now closed, and there was a thin layer of green light covering her delicate face. Tiny little spots of light jumped across Zuo Shi's face, like lively fireflies, passing their thoughts to Zuo Shi. Zuo Su's expression changed and nearly exclaimed out loud. He instinctively wanted to step forward and protect Zuo Shi, afraid that she might be in danger. Stop. Shi Yan stepped forward suddenly and held back Zuo Su and spoke lightly, It's okay Grandpa Zuo, you shouldn't be too tense. Zuo Su stared for a second, then looked at Shi Yan in surprise, Are you sure it's okay? Yes, nothing will happen to her. Shi Yan nodded with certainty, The little strange lights in the turtle shell should be a type of memory communication. If I guessed correctly, it could be the way to cultivate the Basalt scriptures, so you don't need to worry, this is just a memory transfer. When Shi Yin obtained from the blood vein ring, the scenery was quite similar. At that time, there was also many memory lights flowing out of the blood vein ring, drilling into his mind, forming the memory imprint in his head. After having that experience and looking at Zuo Shi now, his heart settled down. "Brat, don't speak nonsense, this is very serious," Shi Jian shouted with a straight face. Shi Jian was also unsure. He was scared that Shi Yan's careless plans might cause harm to Zuo Shi. If that happens, the Shi family and the Zuo family could turn against each other. Ever since the Zuo family was connected to Qi Shao because of Zuo Shi, they secretly began to have what it takes to compete with the Baiming family. To the Shi family, having such a strong ally could only be to their benefit, no matter if it's against the Baiming family or the Mo family. Shi Jian doesn't want to become enemies with the Zuo family. "It's okay, little Shi will definitely be fine, you can relax," Shi Yin said and comforted Zuo Su. "Congratulations Grandpa Zuo, this time Zuo Shi will surely gain a great benefit, you can get ready to giggle." "You brat." After hearing his words, Zuo Su actually loosened up and he laughed. "If it really turns out to be like what you said, I'll owe you a big favor, little brat." "Grandpa, you really do owe him a big favor." Zuo Shi suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. Joyfully she said, "Those strange lights are the cultivation info of the... Now in my mind, I've obtained the complete cultivation method of the... What level of martial skill?" Zuo Su impatiently asked. He was so excited he could jump. Shaking her head, Zuo Shi said, "I don't know. All I got was the cultivation method of the... and it didn't say which level of martial skill it is. The writings on the turtle shell are very ancient. This should be a martial skill cultivated by prehistoric warriors. At that same time, their skills were not as meticulously ranked as ours are." Shi Yin smiled and casually explained, "But the martial skills of that time are much more mysterious than the ones we have now. This time Xiao Shi really got lucky." "Haha." Zuo Su laughed, delightfully patted Shi Yan's shoulder and said, "You little brat, I can't help but like you. The Shi family has such a clever boy as you. Why worry about rising to power in the future?" Shi Jian's eyes brightened. He glanced over at Zuo Shi. Thinking of something, his face brightened up into a smile. Crack crack crack. Once Zuo Shi removed her hand from the turtle shell, it cracked open, separating into pieces of turtle armor. These turtle armor pieces turned very thin, and shone with a strange green light. One of the pieces showed the shape of a dragon head, and another piece had the shape of a dragon tail. They looked like a pair of shoulder armor and were very strange. In the middle of the armor, there were 3 walnut-sized medicinal pills, shining with green light. These pills had a silly dragon turtle shape, with a dragon's head and turtle's body as if it was alive. A refreshing medicinal aroma spread from the 3 pills. The scent was very strong. Just by breathing in a little bit, everyone suddenly felt alert. These 3 are the dragon turtle pill, especially made to go with the cultivation of the... This set of armor is the dragon turtle armor. Supposedly it has very strong defense abilities. Zuo Shi reached to pick up the 3 dragon turtle pills and pocketed all of them and said, "When cultivating the, I will need the dragon turtle pills. 3 of these are just enough to help me cultivate this skill." Zuo Su's expression brightened even more, and he clapped and laughed in excitement. It was Shi Jian who actually felt slightly low-spirited. He saw Zuo Shi taking all of the dragon turtle pills, pressing his lips into a line. He finally couldn't help but murmur, "Shi Yin helped too. He can have the dragon turtle armor." Zuo Shi lightly kicked the set of armor on the ground. Adorably she furrowed her brows and chuckled, "I don't want to wear this heavy-ass turtle shell. Take it as you please." Shi Jian jolted and impatiently stared at Shi Yin, urging him to take the dragon turtle armor. "Is it okay to do that? Everything is a full set." Zuo Su clenched his teeth, looking reluctant. Although he liked Shi Yin, he still didn't want to give away the dragon turtle armor. Shi Yin stood still and shook his head. "I don't want it, the Shi family's martial spirit specializes in defense. I don't need to suffer with this heavy set of turtle armor." "You!" Shi Jian was upset. He stomped and shouted, "Ungrateful! You don't want it, but can't you give it to someone else? Stupid!" Shi Jian cursed in his mind. "Boy, I like you." Zuo Su laughed and wiggled his eyebrows at Shi Jian. "It's not that I'm unwilling to give it up, but Shi Yin himself rejected the offer. Now you can't blame me for this," he said, and immediately picked up the pieces of turtle shell, his smile becoming even wider. Grandpa, if you were to wear this dragon turtle armor, I bet you would look like a big old turtle. Do you want to try it on? Zuo Shi chuckled. Yes, the girl is right, Brother Zuo, why not try it on? Shi Jian said with great pleasure, and secretly felt delighted. Disrespectful. You brat, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Zuo Shi's face turned dark, he glared at Zuo Shi. If you keep bullshitting like that, next time I'm not going to pick you up from Cloud Mountain, and you can die from boredom at Qi Zhao's place. I won't do it again. Zuo Shi stuck out her tongue and chickened out. Cough cough, brother, alright then we should get going. Zuo Shi smilingly looked at Shi Jian and said, don't worry, people from our family are going to keep watch by the dark forest. If there's any news on Karu, I'll send people to tell you. Same thing with you guys, communicate with us once something comes up. Of course, Sai, I can't believe a figure as little as Master Karu can steal the treasure map of Musun. Now Misty Pavilion has another piece. Whoever is able to get both pieces of the map would be able to open the gate of heaven with no difficulty. It's really unfortunate. Shi Jian's expression was full of lament. Master Karu? Shi Yin furrowed his brows and whispered. He thought for a second, then asked, that Karu guy, was he a level 5 mortality alchemist? You know about Master Karu? Zuo Shi was curious. Is he important? Shi Yin didn't answer the question and asked in response. He's not important. However, the treasure map indicating the gate of heaven, that's on him, is extremely important. Zuo Shi said. I killed him a long time ago and that treasure map, just happens to be in my hands. What? Zuo Shi, Shi Jian, and Zuo Shi all opened their eyes wide. Simultaneously they exclaimed out loud. Chapter 58, The Plot. Chapter 58, The Plot. In the gravity room. From the bag at the corner, Shi Yin took out a yellowish broken picture and handed it to Shi Jian. Here, this is it. Shi Jian, Zuo Shi and Zuo Shi all looked at him with faces full of suspicion. Shi Jian took that broken picture and started to scan it carefully when his eyes gradually lightened up. Good, this picture doesn't look fake. It is quite old as some of the patterns on it have already blurred. Let me have a look. Zuo Shi was a little hasty as he quickly took the broken picture. After touching it he cried, it can't be fake. We have the same paper in the Zuo family which is made of the soft skin from the belly of a demon beast from remote ages. It's fire, water and wear-proof, basically indestructible. Tell me in detail about what happened between you and Karu. And how many people know about this? Shi Jian looked rigid as he took a deep breath, but he couldn't hide the happiness in his eyes. You weirdo are really strange. Zuo Shi's beautiful eyes were also focused on Shi Yin. She was becoming more interested in him. Well, this is the thing. Shi Yin noticed the seriousness of it after seeing Shi Jian and Zuo Shi's reaction, therefore he quickly explained how he got that picture and how he escaped from the ancient cave. So the Mo family knows about it too. Zuo Shi's face changed. After a pause he sneered, no wonder the people from the Mo family are still lingering in Silent Town. They must be searching for you. The Mo family. Shi Jian grunted and said angrily, thank goodness Shi Yin is fine. If he was hurt by them I would destroy Mo too, even by sacrificing myself. The Mo family has done too many evil things. They are going to look down upon the Shi family if we don't teach them a lesson soon. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan were taken away by Baiming Su, and they don't know who you are? Deliberating for a while, Zuo Shi asked again. No matter if it is Muyu Dai, Di Yalan, or the people from the Mo family, no one knows who I am. I told the two girls that my name was Ding Yen. Good boy. Cautious enough. Or it would be very tough. Zuo Shi complimented. Now that we got this half of the picture we should get the other half. Shi Jian said firmly to Zuo Shi, Brother Zuo, we can take the risk. Once we got the other half of the picture from the Misty Pavilion, we two families can open the Sky Gate and enter the God area to search for treasures. Narrowing his eyes, which were blinking brightly, Zuo Shi sank deep into thought. He then said, there are many experts in the Misty Pavilion. We have to make a good plan if we want to grab the picture from them. He added after a pause, I will write a letter right away to Qi Zhao and let an eagle take it to Cloud Mountain. Qi Zhao is at the Sky Realm. We will be safer if he is here with us. After all, that old man Baiming Shang is eager for the picture too, and was already planning on getting it. Great. We have larger chance of winning if Qi Zhao attends too. Shi Jian was joyful. Qi Zhao was Zuo Shi's teacher, and close to the Zuo family. As a Sky Realm warrior he could help a lot once he came to Tianyun City and allied with the two families. Zuo Shi didn't fear that Qi Xiao would keep the secret of the Sky Gate to himself. Though there were many treasures in the God area, this was also accompanied with incredible dangers. The journey would be much more secure if a Sky Realm warrior was with them. The most important thing was, Qi Xiao was an individual. However greedy he was, he couldn't possess everything in the God area. On the contrary, a big family like the Baiming family would take all the advantages. Kid, you'd better not attend this year's martial competition. Zuo Shi said after some deliberation. If the Mo family recognizes your face, they would know that we already have half of the picture. Once the other half in the Misty Pavilion is stolen, they will know it was us. Then our two families would be assaulted by everybody. Well, this, Shi Jian hesitated, but at last he nodded helplessly. For the Sky Gate's sake we have to do this. Not exactly. He can attend the martial competition once he changes his appearance. No one from the Mo family has seen him before. Just change his face. Who would know that he was the boy who killed Karu? Zuo Shi suggested with a big smile, blinking her eyes. Hey, good idea. Shi Jian's eyes blinked. After examining Shi Yan for a while, he said, his appearance has changed a lot in the past few months, and the people from the Mo family won't identify him if we put a little makeup to him. And you better take action during the martial competition. Han Zhong said the Misty Pavilion will also send some people to the competition. During the competition, if you send some experts with Qi Xiao to the Misty Pavilion to steal the picture, you may not be suspected. Shi Yan thought for a while and also uttered his opinion. We can take action in the middle of the martial competition. Zuo Shi mumbled something and then replied loudly, sounds great. Let's do it during the martial competition. We will also be present then and no one will know it was us who robbed the Misty Pavilion. Once Qi Xiao helps us, we will have an 80% possibility of getting the other half of that picture. Will Qi Xiao help us? Shi Jian was not sure. Don't worry. He definitely will. That old guy is very interested in the Sky Gate, thus he will come right away from Cloud Mountain as soon as he gets the news. Zuo Shi didn't worry at all. I know him too well. He is more curious than anyone about unknown things. Then it's fixed. Shi Jian was assured. He then took the picture back from Zuo Shi and put it into his own pocket happily. Brother Zuo, it's time for you to go back and make preparations. I'll be waiting for Qi Xiao to get the other half and come to complete mine. Ah. Great. Zuo Shi nodded with satisfaction. He pulled Zuo Shi, let's go, we should plan on it. Let me keep the picture. You should do nothing but training. I will find someone tomorrow to come and change your appearance. You should beat the Mo descendants hard. Shi Jian yelled. Okay. In the Mo family. Mo Tua was strolling around the Thunder Palace with a rigid face. Beside him stood Mo Chaoga and Mo Yinyu. Mo Yinyu's pretty face was full of bitterness, so was Mo Chaoga as he lowered his head. Why can't we find him? Are you so useless? You can't even find a boy who has no background. We have so many people in every city. Do they only know how to waste our resources? Mo Tua berated loudly. He pointed at Mo Chaoga and Mo Yinyu and yelled furiously, you too. You have made so much trouble over such a small task. You are more like 2 rice buckets. Father, I've sent people to search and our people in Silent Town never took a single day off. But the merchant union is too vast. Who knows where that boy has gone? I did my best. Useless. All useless. Mo Tua cursed loudly for about 10 minutes before finally tiring, and he sighed helplessly, seems I have to pay a visit to the Baiming family in person. Father, will we not receive anything if Baiming Shang knows about it? Do you have any better ideas? Mo Tua looked so gloomy that he could swallow a monster. Do you think I want to? If you hadn't let that guy escape, I wouldn't need to visit Baiming Shang. Only Muyu Dai knows who that young boy who killed Karu is. Only her. And only she may know where that boy is now. Do you think I would need to do this if you weren't so useless? Crap. Father, sorry I was wrong. Mo Chaoga pleaded miserably. Then he turned and stared at Mo Yinyu hard. If you can't win the martial competition, your father can't help you either. Mo Yinyu nodded hastily with her face full of fear. In the Baiming family. At the center of an artificial lake, there was a medium-sized island covered with bamboo houses. In the garden of one of the bamboo houses, Muyu Dai was sitting, feeling soft breeze on her skin and focusing her nimble fingers on the zither. The melodious zither melody rippled out slowly, attracting the birds on the clear lake, which gathered in the garden and forgot to leave. Di Yalan was in the training field of another garden. With a long sword in her hand which was splashing fire, she was training with a certain martial skill. Her hot figure was sending out intoxicating charisma in the sunlight. At the bank of the lake, every passing warrior would stop and stare, gazing at the island with eager eyes and a captured face. Sister Lan, how is this fire cloud sword? After a piece of music, Muyu Dai approached Di Yalan with a big smile. The Baiming family is known for its expertise in making weapons. Even in our fire empire, no one is better at it than the Baiming family. The fire cloud sword is a mystery-level weapon, which can really help me release all of my strength when accompanied with the fire cloud formula. More specifically, it can bear the fire from my blue magic flame. It's really good. Di Yalan nodded. Apparently she was very satisfied with her new weapon. So, are you still regretting coming with me? Alas. Di Yalan shook her head and an image appeared in her mind again. She barely smiled. It's useless to say these things now. I'm afraid I won't see him again in this life. For revenge for our family's prosperity, I have to do this. It's just can't. Can't let it go? Yeah. Sometimes I miss him too. Muyu Dai let out a rare sigh as well. I feel that I owe him. But what could we do? We are only two girls who have lost their family and are saddled with a heavy mission. We have to be realistic and choose a powerful party. Or we will spend our whole life as a commoner and live a boring life. He is not common at all. Sometimes I feel he is more horrifying than Baiming Su. He won't be any worse off than others if he has the opportunity. Unluckily, God didn't give him an opportunity. If he wants to succeed, he needs to advance step by step since he doesn't have a big family supporting him. We can't wait for too long. I know. That's why I'm here with you and not with him. Miss Mu, the family head, has invited you and Miss Di Yalan to the ice pavilion. It is an important talk. At the center of lake, a warrior was standing on a boat and shouting at the island. Okay. Muyu Dai replied as she frowned in puzzlement. Why does he ask for us? We never made an appearance since we arrived at the Baiming family. This unexpected invitation is very strange. He is going to talk about your marriage with Baiming Su? Di Yalan assumed. I won't marry Baiming Su if they don't help me get my revenge. Muyu Dai humphed coldly. I came to the Baiming family for their ability to help in my revenge. I feel nothing for Baiming Su at all. Even if I fall in love with him in the future, I will leave sooner or later. Chapter 59, The Situation Surges. Chapter 59, The Situation Surges. Baiming Family Ice Pavilion. The ice pavilion was made of snow ice stones which were naturally gelid stones. Even on a hot summer day, it would still be radiating freezing cold energy. The ice pavilion was made up of 9 levels, each as tall as 10 zhang. Overflowing with freezing air, it looked like a frigid ice mountain. This was where Baiming Shang usually trained at. The Baiming family's polar ice flame martial spirit was cold in nature. Cultivating in an ice pavilion made of snow ice stones was incredibly beneficial to the Baiming family's polar ice flame martial spirit. Usually, unless tempering himself with a secret treasure, Baiming Shang would never leave the ice pavilion. Everyone who wished to meet the Baiming family head had to endure the cold energy of the ice pavilion in order to see him. Baiming Shang would never take into account the feelings of others, he would only make others accommodate him. As you go up levels in the ice pavilion, the cold energy gets worse. Even when the ordinary sons of the Baiming family come to visit, they would only wait at the 3rd or 4th level. If they kept going up, it would be too much for their body to handle. Level 6 of the ice pavilion. In the middle of the erect ice pillars, sat the hulking Baiming Shang. His body was shrouded by lingering cold energy. On the ice pillars of the 6th level, strange ice flames were burning bright, making the freezing energy even more chilling to the bones. Mo Tuo furrowed his eyebrows and stood across from Baiming Shang. Next to him was the handsome Baiming Su. Yin Kuei and Jiao San were like 2 ghastly shadows, sitting behind 2 ice pillars. They lowered their heads as if already asleep. Led by one of the warriors in the ice pavilion, Muyu Dai and Di Yalan entered the 6th level of the ice pavilion. The cold energy of this level had twice the strength of the 5th level. The 2 girls took 1 step into the 6th level, and their delicate bodies shook as if stepping into an ice pit, while their limbs began to slowly stiffen. You're here. Baiming Su stepped forward and shot a meaningful glance at Muyu Dai. This is my grandpa and this is the head of the Mo family. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan's faces simultaneously changed. The 2 of them looked at Mo Tuo, as their expressions became stiff as stone. The death of Luo Hao and Hu Long was described very clearly. Aside from the intervention of Bernard and the Crescent emissaries of the Dark World, there were also strikes of lightning from the sky. Afterwards the two girls had seen Immortality. They knew that Immortality definitely had something to do with Luo Hao's death. Unfortunately the Mo family held a great amount of power in the Merchant Union, and they also had connections with the Baiming family. When Baiming Su simply shouted at Immortality to go away, he clearly didn't want to get into a difficult situation with the Mo family, and he had no intention of speaking out for the girls. Now they suddenly encountered the head of the Mo family with the Baiming family. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan felt displeased. However, in front of Baiming Shang, there was nothing they could really do, so they only sulked in secrecy. Nice to see you, Grandpa Shang. Together Muyu Dai and Di Yalan bowed to Baiming Shang, purposely ignoring Mo Tua. Mo Tua looked as usual, with a slight smile on his lips, as if he didn't mind the disregard at all. I heard the two of you were in the dark forest. You stayed with some boy for a while? I want to discuss certain things about this boy. Would you happen to know his background? Baiming Shang lightly nodded, his long thin eyes expressionless, and asked straight to the point. Muyu Dai's heart shuddered. She hesitated, then said, only an insignificant little warrior. How did Grandpa Shang come to know about such a person? He has something I want. Baiming Shang furrowed his eyebrows and said, do you know where he comes from? Shaking her head, Muyu Dai responded, I don't know, we met him along the road. We only traveled together because we were afraid of the beasts killing people. As for this person's background, I have no idea. All I know is that his name is Ding Yen. I think he's some ordinary warrior from the Merchant Union. Ding Yen? Baiming Shang nodded, then paused for a moment and said, do you know which city he is from or which region he goes around? I don't know. Muyu Dai shook her head again. Baiming Shang suddenly became silent. After a moment he spoke faintly, okay, there's nothing else. In some time, the martial competition is going to be held. You two and Su should go and watch. If you stay here all the time, I think you all will get bored. Your grandpa and I had some friendship back in the day, and now that he's gone, of course I will take care of you. Don't worry, the people of the Dark World can't touch you here in the Merchant Union. Thank you, Grandpa Shang. Muyu Dai's eyes moistened, her voice sobbing lightly. Whenever I think of what happened to our family, I want to burn those people alive. Hundreds of people in the Mu family, all slaughtered in one night. Grandpa Shang, you have to help me. You can't rush such things, we'll talk about it later. Baiming Shang nodded, waving his hand as he said, you can go rest, this level is too cold, with your capability it will be too hard to bear. Yes. Without further ado, Muyu Dai bowed and lightly pulled on Di Yalan's clothes. The two exited together. Could that girl have hidden the truth? After the girls left, Mo Tua spoke with furrowed brows. With only a name, it would be very difficult to search. So what do you think? Baiming Shang looked at Baiming Su. Doesn't look like she's lying, I can keep asking her some other time. Since the other fragment is still at Misty Pavilion, we don't need to rush, Baiming Su responded. Baiming Shang nodded and said, okay, you keep an eye on those two girls, remember don't get manipulated, I don't want you to become someone else's weapon. Do you understand? I know, Grandpa. Baiming Su smiled. Brother Mo, you don't need to be so anxious, I'll notify the Shi and Zuo families, and let them both look for Ding Yen. Don't worry, I'll use my name to search for him, you won't get involved. Baiming Shang said unyieldingly, together with the 5 great families of the Merchant Union, I do not believe that we can't find a mere commoner. Remember, send someone to bring that brat's portrait. As long as he still lives, there's no way he can hide. Okay, then I will leave now. Mo Tua nodded and left without any further ado. Su, keep an eye on Zuo Shi from the Zuo family. Now that she has connections with Qi Xiao, if you can take Zuo Shi as your wife, it will be much less troublesome for us. After Mo Tua left, Baiming Shang glanced over at Baiming Su and said, that girl's natural gifts are quite extraordinary, and she's also Zuo Su's little sweetheart, quite a capricious one. If you can rein her in, that old man Zuo Su won't be able to do a thing, they'll be bound to the Baiming family. No need to worry, one at a time. Baiming Su said with confidence. Nodding, Baiming Su continued, that Muyu Dai girl is also quite talented, but although her musical martial spirit is strong, it's not of much assistance to the polar ice flame martial spirit of our Baiming family. However, that Di Yalan has the blue martial flame martial spirit, it could be complementary to our family's martial spirit, so you have to keep a close watch on that girl, and if you can bond with her, she might be able to give birth to an outstanding offspring of our Baiming family. Don't worry, Grandpa, the things I have my eye on can never escape from me. Alright, since they entered into our Baiming family, they can't even think about leaving. The Zuo family. Zuo Shi was in his room leisurely drinking tea. Behind him, a dark shadow suddenly knelt down and reported, Baiming Shang sent a messenger. He requested us to find a boy named Ding Yen, saying that he stole something from the Baiming family, and they will give us 5 mystery-level weapons for the boy. 5 mystery-level weapons. Zuo Shi took a sip of tea and smiled. Baiming Shang is as stingy as usual, using 5 mystery-level weapons. He wants to get the other half of the map to the Gate of Heaven. He's sure playing it well. Master, what should we do? Search for him, of course. Let our people spread the word in some cities, but don't put too much effort into it. Just finding some random dude named Ding Yen will do, just so that guy doesn't get suspicious. Understood. The Shi family. Shi Jian received the same message. He held the envelope and sneered, So Mo Tua has found Baiming Shang. Luckily that little brat Shi Yan told me the truth, or else I'd be in the dark about this too. Baiming Shang, oh Baiming Shang, you would never believe that Ding Yen is Shi Yan. Asking me to search him out, then I'll sure help him look. How? Han Feng said faintly. Find a few people connected to the Mo family, make them mute, just say that they're all called Ding Yen and send them to the Baiming family. Yes. The Baiming, Zuo, Mo, Shi, and Ling families, as the Merchant Union's 5 great families, started to both openly and secretly search for a guy named Ding Yen in the nearby cities. In a short time the name Ding Yen quickly became widespread. Many of those named Ding Yen were doomed, all taken by the 5 families. And many who were not named Ding Yen, but were related to the Mo family, also encountered unexpected calamities. They were beaten and crippled, forcibly muted, and escorted to the Baiming family. Since the martial competition was about to start, the warriors in the Merchant Union had been grinding their fists, and those warriors from far away were traveling thousands of miles to come to the martial competition. What was funny was that a lot of these warriors who came because their name was Ding Yen were immediately taken by the 5 families. After one night, Ding Yen became the street villain, and everyone wanted to beat him up. And the person who started all of this, Shi Yan, had been staying in the Shi family's heavy weight room, jabbing his hand into a metal sandbag tens of thousands of times a day. Puchi. Shi Yan jabbed his 5 fingers straight in, arm deep, into the center of the metal sandbag. He pulled out his arm, and those 5 fingers actually glinted with strange chilly light, as if they were blades made of steel, which was very frightening. The martial competition is about to start, and the storm from the misty pavilion is coming. Mai is finally having some success. Chapter 60, The Endless Sea. Chapter 60, The Endless Sea. At the Misty Pavilion. The Misty Pavilion was a mysterious power which primarily held auctions, selling all sorts of rare training materials for warriors. It had opened its only shop in Tianyun City in the Merchant Union. It was rumored that the Misty Pavilion was supported by warriors from the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea, a vast ocean, was located to the east of the Merchant Union. There were thousands of islands in the Endless Sea, which were scattered like stars. Some large islands were even vaster than the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire combined. Warriors from the Endless Sea rarely came to the Grace mainland, for they looked for higher things. There were numerous experts there, and they all had a powerful family or power behind them. It was said that there were even expert warriors who were above the spirit realm. On that day, at the entrance of the Misty Pavilion, stood the manager. Ku Luo was a warrior of the first sky of the Nirvana realm, and had been in charge of the Misty Pavilion for many years. For many people, Ku Luo was the master of the Misty Pavilion. But today Ku Luo was standing with several important members of the Misty Pavilion, seeming to wait for someone important. Time passed. It was dusk. Though Ku Luo had waited for a whole day, he didn't show any impatience on his face. Father, how long do we have to wait? What are we waiting for? Ku Luo's only son Ku Ban grunted in discontent. This guy is too pretentious. He is making us wait for so long. Kid, you were born in the Merchant Union, so you have no idea how big the world is. Don't think that the Baiming family is the biggest family on the mainland. Compared to the prominent families in the Endless Sea, the Baiming family is nothing. Ku Luo stared at his son and said coldly, I am from the Endless Sea. And it was the Xia family who sent me here to take charge of the Misty Pavilion. The person we are waiting for is Xia Xinyan of the Xia family. She is my master. If it weren't for the fragmented map of the Sky Gate, she wouldn't even spend her precious time visiting us from thousands of miles away. Father, aren't we at the center of the Grace mainland? Kuban was stunned. After a long while he asked in surprise. Here? The center of the Grace mainland? Ku Luo sneered as he shook his head. The Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union are on the outskirts of the Grace mainland. How would they be at the center of it? Remember, the Grace mainland is far more vast than what you imagined. Well, the so-called experts here are merely considered low-level warriors outside this country. What? Kuban couldn't believe what he heard. As the sun faded gradually, the moon climbed up the dark sky. Under the bright moonlight, Kuban was still waiting patiently. At midnight, 3 shadows appeared from the long street. Under the red lanterns on the roadside, the 3 shadows looked like hideous ghosts swaying spookily. Here they are. Listen, don't utter a single word. Ku Luo announced in a low voice. The person in the lead was a slim woman wrapped up by a black gown and a broad bamboo hat, so her face could not be seen. Beside that woman were 2 giant men who were about 2 meters tall, and looked exactly the same. They were twins. The 2 huge tower-like men had dark skin and a masculine aura, but they moved really fast, giving the impression that they weighed nothing. Miss, you have finally arrived. Ku Luo bowed and said respectfully, Ku Luo has been waiting for you for a long time. Let's get inside first. A melodious voice came from under the bamboo hat. That woman didn't waste one more word as her slim body passed Ku Luo, and directly headed inside the misty pavilion. It looked like she could be the master wherever she was. Yes, miss. Ku Luo nodded with a smile, then he followed her at her pace, feeling relieved. In the inner garden of the misty pavilion, in a quiet room. The women in the black gowns sat down on the seat at the center of the room, which was prepared for the master. After the 2 huge men found their positions to stand behind her, she waved her hands. Ku Luo stays here. Everyone else is dismissed. Leave us alone. Ku Luo announced to those men loudly, and specially stared at his son, Kuban. Ku Luo was the manager of the Misty Pavilion, so after his announcement, they quickly left the room. Ku Luo entered and gave a salute to the woman, then quickly took out an account book from his chest pocket, handing it to the woman with 2 hands. This is the accounts for the past 10-some years. Miss, please check. Well, put it away. I haven't come for the accounts. Then she leisurely waved her hand and took off the bamboo hat. An extremely beautiful face appeared. She frowned with her pretty eyebrows and said softly, Show me the fragmented map. Yes. Ku Luo immediately took out the fragmented map of the sky gate from underneath his clothes and handed it to her respectfully. Xia Xinyan picked the map with her jade-like fingers, glanced at it once and nodded softly. Good, from its old look it seems to be authentic. Miss, there are also 3 nutrition pills and 1 blood magical crystal, which were sent by the immortal Yang family through empty strategy. They said it's for you. Ku Luo took out those things mentioned before and handed them respectfully to Xia Xinyan. Miss, it's enough for you to handle the situation here with the 3 nutrition pills. You will be heavily hurt every time you operate the incarnation martial spirit, but with these you will be fine. Well, the Yang family is literally generous and pretentious. Xia grunted. The Misty Pavilion doesn't belong to the Xia family exclusively. The Yang family is also a heavy stockholder. They don't even send a man here but 3 nutrition pills? Ah, they trust me so much. As she spoke, Xia Xinyan put away the 3 red longan-sized nutrition pills. Stroking the blood magical crystal, she asked, And what about this blood magical crystal? The Yang family has requested you to look for a person. The family head of the Yang family, Yang Qingdi, said his grandson Yang Hai is still alive in this place as he perceived through the skill. So he has asked you to find him. The 3 nutrition pills are payment. Ku Luo lowered his head as he answered in a low voice, not daring to look at her. What? Xia Xinyan exclaimed in indignation and she said coldly, I wondered why they were so generous. They want me to do this difficult thing for them for 3 nutrition pills? Too bossy. Ku Luo kept his head lowered, not daring to say anything. Miss, 50 years ago Yang Qingdi and his experts entered the 4th demon area, where his son Yang Xiao died in a battle. Moreover, Yang Xiao's wife gave birth to an infant there. After Yang Qingdi killed a demon king in the 4th demon area, the other 3 demon kings allied to chase him out, and his daughter-in-law died soon after. Yang Qingdi assumed he was about to die, so he broke the space with skill and threw that infant out of the 4th demon area. One of the huge men explained with his rusty voice. And then? Xia Xinyan frowned slightly and asked nonchalantly. That huge man paused, thought for a while and continued, After he threw out that infant, Yang Qingdi stayed in the fourth demon area for another 20 years, encircled by the other 3 demon kings. But luckily he escaped and came out of the fourth demon area alive, though he was badly hurt. Recently, Yang Qingdi finished his secret training and came out as a spirit realm warrior. He had saved 1 drop of blood from the infant when he threw him out of the fourth demon area, so he perceived through skill that his grandson is in the merchant union. That's why he sent the 3 nutrition pills as the payment. He cares about the Yang descendant. The 3 demon kings in the fourth demon area seem to have a big plan recently, so I guess Yang Qingdi has been too busy to search for the infant in person. The other huge man added. Yes, they sent a message that one of the 3 Shura kings, Xiaohani, had already set off from the Immortal Island with 50 Shura escorts. They will arrive in at most 1 month, and hope that you could find the infant before they arrive. Ku Luo said slowly with deference. Shura King Xiaohani. 50 Shura escorts. Xia Xinyan sneered, seems like Yang Qingdi really cares about that infant. The Yang family is so domineering in the Endless Sea, thus they offended a lot of people. For the past few years, they were busy fighting with the fourth demon area and lost a lot of descendants who possessed the immortal martial spirit. That infant is Yang Qingdi's direct grandson left by Yang Xiao. Sure enough, he takes it to heart. One of the huge men responded. Ku Luo, from now on, I will take charge of the Misty Pavilion, and you will go look for his grandson discreetly. The Shura King Xiaohani is coming. I can't take the 3 nutrition pills if we can't find Yang Hai before he arrives. You understand? Xia Xinyan looked at Ku Luo indifferently. Yes, I got it. Ku Luo nodded. I will keep the blood magical crystal. After you find all those men called Yang Hai, bring them to the Misty Pavilion, and then with Yang Qingdi's blood magical crystal, we will know who is the Yang Hai we want. Xia Xinyan said with an indifferent face as she stroked the blood magical crystal. Okay, I will go right away. Ku Luo bowed and left while sighing to himself bitterly. The 5 big families are looking for Ding Yen, and I have to go look for Yang Hai. It's so boisterous in the Merchant Union. Chapter 61, Leaders of the Third Generation. Chapter 61, Leaders of the Third Generation. The Merchant Union was becoming quite lively. The 5 families were still trying to find a guy named Ding Yen, when the Misty Pavilion also stepped in, searching everywhere for someone named Yang Hai. But the Misty Pavilion was not as outrageous in their search. They adopted the bribing method. As long as you can prove that your name is Yang Hai, you can come to the Misty Pavilion to receive 1,000 purple crystal coins. Since the martial competition was about to be held, there was an endless stream of people in the Merchant Union. Although the actions of the 5 families and the Misty Pavilion confused many, most people still came for the martial competition. Quickly, the restaurants and inns of Tianyun City were packed. The warriors and mercenaries that come from the Dark Forest, Dead Swamp and Cloud Mountain were all hardened fighters. Even in Tianyun City they were restless, often causing conflicts and killing each other. Be it day or night, there were more than enough fighting warriors in Tianyun City. Every morning the cleaning staff would often find new corpses in the ditches. 3 more days remained until the martial competition. Early in the morning, Zuo Shi was resting with his eyes closed, when he heard Zuo Shi speaking outside. Ha, old man, you came. How many times did I tell you, don't call me old man in front of others? From outside came Qi Zhao's frustrated voice. You are just a little old man, it's an old habit, I can't change it. Zuo Shi wasn't afraid of him as she laughed outside the doors. Zuo Shi was suddenly excited as he suddenly stood up and rushed out to greet the guest. You're finally here, he thought. The Shi family. In the heavyweights room stood a wrinkled old crone. She held a paintbrush and was putting a few heavy marks on Shi Yan's brows. Shi Yan stood in silence, carefully watching the old crone's actions. After a long while, the crone took back her hand. She stared closely at Shi Yan for a while, and then nodded in satisfaction. During my visit every day, I have been changing his appearance slightly each time. Even those who are close to him wouldn't notice such slow changes. His appearance now is much different from how it was a month ago, and nobody would be able to recognize him. Shi Yan's skin was a lot darker now, his brows thick, and his figure looked quite a bit sturdier. From how he had looked before, he now looked less fierce and more rugged. Whether it be appearance or temperament, there was a significant change. Especially after coming back from the Dark Forest, he had grown taller and became more robust. Plus he got fixed up by the disguise artist. Compared with the time when he was in the Dark Forest, he truly looked like another person. Shi Jian stared at Shi Yan for a moment, then nodded and said, Good, there should be no problem. Shi Yan observed himself in the mirror, and was also quite satisfied. Alright, isn't the martial competition starting? 3 more days, so you don't need to train hard these 3 days, just relax a little bit. Shi Yan finally let go, but suddenly he thought of something and then rebuked with a straight face. Relaxing does not mean fooling around. Don't think for a moment that I don't know what you and Han Zhong did together. If you waste your energy on women, I'll skin you alive. Stop nagging. Shi Yan looked annoyed and said, I'll go take a shower, then go drink a little with Han Zhong. Is that okay with you? Okay. Spring Pavilion. This was a very well-known restaurant in Tianyun City. Here not only was the food delicious, but they had the famous flame wine that was popular throughout the Merchant Union. Aside from that, the Spring Pavilion was also close to the Moon Lake. Sitting in the open 3rd floor of the Spring Pavilion, eating delicacies, drinking fine wine, and enjoying the beautiful view, was a great pleasure in life. If you could hold a beauty in your arms at the same time, then that would be called perfection. However, not just anyone can get to the 3rd floor of the Spring Pavilion. Even if you were rich enough, without status, you'd only be allowed up to the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor of the Spring Pavilion was usually reserved for guests from the 5 families. Only those from the 5 families could head straight to 3rd floor when they came in. Normal merchants would not have such an honor. Han Zhong led Shi Yan to the Spring Pavilion. After they arrived, a cute receptionist immediately came over smiling. Mr. Han, please step upstairs. Han Zhong squinted as his eyes circled the girl and complimented, Xiaofeng, your thing got a lot bigger. Then he stopped and lasciviously stared at the girl's breasts. You're the worst, Mr. Han, always staring at that place. The girl smiled shyly, having a style of her own. She pointed up and said, There are other guests up there, they are the young masters and mistresses of the Mo and Ling families. Mr. Han, you should be prepared. No worries. Han Zhong smiled and stopped teasing the girl. He grabbed Shi Yan and brought him straight up the 3rd floor. Hey! A tall lad wearing a Navy warrior outfit sat at a good seat on the 3rd floor, and squinted at Han Zhong and sneered, Here I was thinking who could it be, and it's the Shi family's dog. That seat faces right towards the Moon Lake. There sat 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, all looking quite attractive. One of the group looked aloof and arrogant, and that was Mo Yenyu, but she wasn't looking this way, her motionless eyes was only staring into the sun-blazed Moon Lake, and looked like she was in a daze. Oh, so these are the worms of the Mo family, how fucking unlucky. Han Zhong shook his head, stopped paying attention to them, and dragged Shi Yan to find a good spot. He yelled, Mr. Long. Bring 4 jugs of flame, and a nice course of dishes, hurry up. Coming right up. A hearty voice answered from the 2nd floor. At this time Mo Yenyu, who was staring at the Moon Lake, looked like she finally woke up. She turned her head around and glanced at Han Zhong and Shi Yan. She threw a look of disdain, then turned her head back and continued staring at the lake water. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Across from Mo Yenyu sat a handsome young man. The young man had an amiable smile. While talking to one young master of the Mo family, he was also secretly paying attention to Mo Yenyu, as if trying to grab her attention with his words. However, he was unsuccessful. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu was recently punished by my father, she's been in a bad mood lately, don't mind her. Mo Zhan toasted him and then said, Don't care about him, let us drink more. The martial competition is about to start, so these few days we can slack off a bit, treat yourself well. Brother Zhan, when have you mistreated yourself? Ling Yu shrewdly looked at Mo Zhan with a cunning smile on her face. I heard that Brother Zhan is great at going to those pleasure quarters. When would you enrich me a little on your experience? Cough cough cough. Mo Zhan choked on his wine and said awkwardly, You trust me, I'm innocent. I'm not familiar with those places. That was the only time I went was because I was tricked. You have to trust me. Teehee, who knows if you're lying or not. Ling Yu was still smiling, but her eyes showed some other expression. A while ago, I was praised by my sisters. They said my fiancé already has dozens of mistresses before marrying me. They said I would have so many maids to serve me in the future. Oh, just thinking of it makes me happy. Cough cough cough. Mo Zhan's expression was a little stiff, his face darkened and said, Who is talking bad about me behind my back? If I find out who it is, I will skin him alive. Alright, Yu. Ling Xiaofeng glared at his sister. Brother Zhan is a man, sometimes treating people with courtesy is inevitable. I trust Brother Zhan's conduct. Of course you trust him. Ling Yu lightly snorted and murmured quietly, Everyone knows that you guys always go there together, of course you would trust him. Upon hearing this, Mo Yinyu glanced over at Ling Xiaofeng, and her brows slightly furrowed as if she was irritated. However, she didn't say much and again turned her head towards Moon Lake, her expression growing colder. I'll deal with you when we get home. Ling Xiaofeng glared at Ling Yuyu as he anxiously changed the topic and said to Mo Zhan, Brother Zhan, that Shi Tianyun is also in the third sky of the nascent realm. He's even better than Shi Chenka, and I heard he has been training very hard lately. At the last martial competition he didn't show up, but this time he'll definitely be there. Even though you won against Shi Chenka that time, you shouldn't let down your guard this time around. Don't worry, those guys from the third generation of the Shi family can't be placed in my eyes. Mo Zhan smiled with arrogance, coldly glancing over to where Han Zhong was and said, Just watch this year's martial competition, I'll cripple whoever comes in my way. Yeah, sure enough, Brother Zhan has the heroic spirit. Ling Xiaofeng laughed. He held up his cup and said, Come on Brother Zhan, cheers. Those four over there are Ling Xiaofeng, Ling Yuyu, Mo Zhan and Mo Yinyu. They are all the leaders of the third generations of the Mo and Ling families, and they might become your opponents in the martial competition. Among them, Ling Xiaofeng and Mo Yinyu are engaged, and that Mo Zhan and Ling Yuyu are also engaged. Mo Zhan and Ling Xiaofeng are both at the third sky of the nascent realm. Mo Yinyu is slightly worse, but still has a cultivation of the second sky of the nascent realm. Han Zhong lowered his voice and explained the situation to Shi Yan. He paused and then said, But the one you should least underestimate is that Ling Yuyu. We got the news a while ago that this girl broke through to the human realm half a year ago, and now she's the strongest one in the third generation of the Ling family. This year's martial competition, the Ling family might arrange to have Ling Yuyu fight against Zuo Shi. Apparently, to make Ling Yuyu win, the Ling family have spent a hell lot on her, not only buying the most expensive medicines, but they also gave her a few secret treasures to defend herself. Zuo Shi might be in a lot of trouble this time. Not necessarily. Shi Yan smiled, casually glancing at Ling Yuyu and spoke in a low voice, Zuo Shi is much more fierce than she is, just watch, she's going to lose really badly. Zuo Shi had now obtained the Dragon Turtle pills and the Dragon Turtle armor, which Han Zhong did not know about. With all these things to rely on, Zuo Shi had a 9 out of 10 chance of winning, and besides, Zuo Shi's realm was a little higher than Ling Yuyu's. That kid, what are you talking about? At this moment, Ling Yuyu suddenly stood up and sneered, Are you saying that I'm not as good as Zuo Shi? You think I didn't hear that? I'm telling you, my hearing is clear as ever. Talking about people behind their backs, people from the Shi family, are you all this dirty? Chapter 62 Unrecognized. Chapter 62, Unrecognized. Well, Zuo Shi is superior to you. You will definitely lose in the martial competition. You are doomed. Shi Yan glanced at Ling Yuyu indifferently without getting angry. I'm doomed? Ling Yuyu was furious as she sneered, Who do you think you are? Are you a prophet? Shi Yan shook his head and didn't talk to her again, showing no care for her. With a rigid face, Mo Zhan stood up from the table and strode toward Shi Yan. As he approached him, he yelled with his head high, Kid, who are you? I haven't seen you, you are from the Shi family too? You want to be ruined before the martial competition? Shi Yan turned serious as he lowered his voice and asked Han Zhong, Can I kill him? Han Zhong was totally frightened as he quivered suddenly and asked in haste, Brother Yan, what are you trying to do? Though he had been with Shi Yan for a long time, they had just sought out entertainment together. He only knew that Shi Yan recent got profound chi and reached the third sky of the nascent realm. Yet he hadn't seen him fight with others, so he had absolutely no idea how Shi Yan would react to the provocation. The fact that Shi Yan wanted to kill for such a trivial dispute totally frightened Han Zhong. He had never thought that this young master, who was the best at entertaining, would be so brutal in front of his enemies. Shi Yan glanced at the man, suggesting that he was going to take action. No. Han Zhong hurried to stop him with a face full of terror. He thought to himself, Though you are at the nascent realm, your opponent is an expert too. If you fight bluntly, I can't help you either. But if you get hurt and can't attend the martial competition, the family head will kill me. No. Definitely no. Seeing Shi Yan not persuaded, Han Zhong quickly explained, They are the hopes of the Mo family and the Ling family. If they were killed, the two families will sacrifice everything to get revenge. Will be tough as hell then. So cool down. Then can I cripple him? Han Zhong froze, rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly, Brother Yan, please? If you really want to, Then you can vent your frustrations in the martial competition. Who knows, you might also win back a mine for the Shi family. But for now, please don't be impulsive. Fine. Shi Yin didn't talk anymore, instead he stared at Mo Zhan in front of him and shouted loudly, "What do you want? Kid, who are you?" After he approached, Mo Zhan didn't fight, instead he gazed at Shi Yin coldly. "You made my fiancé unhappy. Don't blame me for my rudeness if you don't tell me who you are." Seeing Mo Zhan there, Ling Yu sat down at the table, looking in this direction with cold eyes and felt surprised. Her hearing was superior to others, hence even though Shi Yin and Han Zhong lowered their voices, she was still able to hear the words kill and cripple. Who on earth is that arrogant guy? Ling Yu was bewildered. Since she didn't know who Shi Yin was, she decided to be cautious. As the martial competition was around the corner, she guessed that he was some expert invited by the Shi family, so she couldn't do anything now. "Young masters, please don't fight in my spring pavilion. I beg you, okay?" Just then, the stout manager Long of the spring pavilion bowed as he came up to the third floor. Behind him, several pretty young girls were holding the dishes and wine ordered by Han Zhong. "You will know who I am in the martial competition." Shi Yin didn't bother to respond to him, but waved at those shy girls and said, "Come here. Display my dishes. I want to have a good meal." The girls were frightened. They didn't dare walk up but pleadingly stared at Manager Long. After Manager Long made an eye contact to them, the girls hurried to serve the dishes on the table and dashed away immediately like frightened birds. Shi Yin looked indifferent as he opened a jar of wine by himself, filled his wine cup and drank it up at once. He began to eat, not paying any attention to Mo Zhan who was still standing beside him. "Young Master Mo, it's not the first time you've been to the spring pavilion. I'm always good to you. Please don't make a fuss, okay?" Manager Long bowed as he persuaded Mo Zhan with a miserable face. "Well, Manager Long. For you I won't fight today." Mo Zhan grunted and sneered at Shi Yin who was eating happily. "Kid, be prepared in the competition." "Okay, I can't wait." Without raising his head, Shi Yin kept drinking and filled another cup for Han Zhong. "Come on, old Han, let's drink." Mo Zhan stared at Shi Yin angrily and then left for his own table. Mo Yinyu was paying attention in this direction for quite some time. Her bright eyes wandered over Shi Yin curiously. After Mo Zhan came back, she withdrew her gaze and looked to the Green Moon Lake, forgetting the episode entirely. Dang, dang, dang. Just then heavy footsteps sounded from the stairs, which was followed by Baiming Si's voice. "Xiao Dai Yalan, the courses in the Spring Pavilion are famous in Tianyun City. You two should have a good taste this time. Well, the flame wine is strong but it's really different. You can't afford to miss it." Then Baiming Si showed up, closely followed by Muyu Dai and Di Yalan. "Well, it seems I must have a try at the flame wine. I can just drink a little." Muyu Dai was in a white dress, which made her look extraordinarily fresh. She came up slowly to the third floor. Di Yalan was behind her, looking a little gloomy, seemingly lost in her worries. Shi Yin, who was drinking, showed a panicked expression on his face as he heard that voice, but quickly went back to normal. Without taking a look at them, he kept drinking with Han Zhong with his head lowered. Han Zhong was astonished as he saw Muyu Dai and Di Yalan, for he was a little worried Shi Yin would make trouble again. "Oh, customers here?" Baiming Si glanced over the two tables and continued indifferently, "And all acquaintances." The four people including Ling Xiaofeng and Mo Zhan became perturbed as they saw Baiming Si. They barely smiled and nodded to Baiming Si as a greeting. Ling Xiaofeng and Mo Zhan also glanced over Muyu Dai and Di Yalan secretly after they nodded at Baiming Si, and showed a surprised face at the same time. Han Zhong stood up and nodded at Baiming Si as well with a smile. "You are not occupied today, young Master Si? Hee, I heard that you rarely stepped out of your home recently?" "Well, two beauties came and brightened my home, I found it hard to leave." Baiming Si smiled slightly, took a look at Shi Yin who was still drinking and turned to Muyu Dai. "Let's take a seat first." "Yes. Young Master Si, this way please." Manager Long dashed up suddenly with a fat face full of smiles as he chose a seat for Baiming Si and shouted downstairs, "Old Gua, young Master Si is here today. Prepare the best dishes and wine. Be careful." "Ah." Needless to say, loud laughing sounds came from downstairs. Smiles went up from Baiming Si's mouth as apparently, he was satisfied with Manager Long's attitude. He said softly, "Well, good enough Manager Long, mind your own business now, I can take care of myself." "Great. Well, I will cook one or two dishes for you personally. But I haven't cooked for a long time, so please forgive me if it doesn't taste good. Manager Long laughed. I'm too lucky. Bai Mingsu laughed as well. I'm so flattered to have dishes made by you. No matter how it tastes, I will eat it up gratefully. I'm too flattered. So I will go downstairs now? Manager Long bowed and asked. Sure. Manager Long then bowed to leave. I've finished. Mo Yinyu stood up suddenly. Ling Xiaofeng and Mo Zhan looked at each other and stood up as well, so did Ling Yuyu. The three followed Mo Yinyu and went toward the stairs. Before he left, Mo Zhan greeted Bai Mingsu. Brother Su, take your time. I'm afraid we have to leave first. Yeah, take care. Bai Mingsu turned to him casually and continued to chat with Mu Yu Dai. Immediately, the four people from the Mo family and the Ling family disappeared from the third floor. While drinking, Shiyan was also listening to Bai Mingsu and Mu Yu Dai chatting, and got a little annoyed. So he yelled at Han Zhong, Old Han, I'm done. You. Long ago. Han Zhong knew he was unhappy, so he stood up immediately and said to Bai Mingsu, Young Master Su, we got to go. Okay. Bai Mingsu responded indifferently without raising his head, and continued to talk with Mu Yu Dai. Let's leave. Han Zhong pulled Shiyan, then they walked toward the stairs. Before he went downstairs, Shiyan paused at the corner, glanced over at Mu Yu Dai and Dialan coldly, and then disappeared. Bai Mingsu didn't feel that glance as he sat with his back to Shiyan. Neither did Mu Yu Dai, for she was talking with Bai Mingsu. Only Dialan raised her head randomly, and happened to see Shiyan's glance. Out of it she saw some familiar coldness and scorn. Dialan was surprised and dumbstruck. After a very long time, she shook her head softly and sighed to herself. Why am I so stupid? How could that guy be him? Except the eyes, they resemble by nothing. They were two different people. What am I thinking about? What's wrong with me? Chapter 63, The Martial Competition. Chapter 63, The Martial Competition. Tianyun City, the Godstone Square. A small hill-sized, diamond-shaped meteorite stood tall in the Godstone Square. More than half of the meteorite was sunk deep into the ground, and the part that was visible was hundreds of meters tall, making it look very magnificent. Legends say that this was a piece of the meteorite that fell from the sky thousands of years ago. It crashed right here where at the time there was no Tianyun City, but merely a piece of wasteland. It was said that after the meteorite fell from the sky, in the beginning, every night under the glistening moonlight, the meteorite would emit a bright silver light. Later on, this silver light started to dim day by day, and in the last 10 years the meteorite has never shone, appearing just like a normal rock. The people of the Merchant Union treated this meteorite as a god stone, and established Tianyun City around it. It has been many years since then, and now Tianyun City has become a big city and the center of the Merchant Union. However, even though the meteorite stopped shining in silver brilliance, for the warriors of the Merchant Union, it was a blessing from God, and thus the meteorite was zealously treated as a god stone. The Godstone Square was also built from that meteorite. In the Merchant Union, many couples would come to the Godstone Square and make their vows, with the Godstone as a holy witness to their love. Every martial competition in the Merchant Union was held in the Godstone Square. On this day in the Godstone Square, there was an endless stream of crowds. Outside the square there were countless vendors, many of whom were warriors selling mostly items that were associated with cultivation. In the Godstone Square, in front of that enormous meteorite were 16 battle arenas. Each one was about 100 square meters and was made out of solid green iron. Even warriors in the human realm wouldn't be able to break it using all their strength. Around these 16 battle arenas stood 5 tall stone towers. One of the towers was 50 meters tall, while the other 4 were 40 meters tall. These 5 towers were equally spaced 100 meters apart in distance, and on those towers stood the people from the 5 families, who were able to view all 16 arenas below. On one of the stone towers, Shi Yin stood next to Shi Jian, condescendingly looking down upon all the participants around the Godstone Square who came to compete in the martial competition. This stone tower belonged to the Shi family, which was 40 meters tall. The other 4 were for the Baiming, Ling, Zuo and Mo families. The stone towers belonging to the Ling, Zuo and Mo families were also 40 meters tall, just like that of the Shi family. However, the Baiming family was an exception. Their tower was 50 meters high, a whole lot taller than the other 4 families' towers. Just from the height of the stone towers, it could be seen that the Baiming family held an absolutely strong position in the Merchant Union. This was the first day of the martial competition. The direct descendants of the Shi family, Shi Jian, Shi Tai and Shi Dang, were all on the stone tower by this time. The Han brothers, Han Feng and Han Zhong, were also in the stone tower, plus a few other strangers that Shi Yin didn't know. Through Han Zhong's introductions, Shi Yin learned that those were the loyal subordinates of the Shi family. They usually worked in the city, but were called here because of the martial competition. However, Yang Hai was not in the stone tower, and that was because Yang Hai did not practice martial arts. When the martial art masters of the other cities were called here, Yang Hai had to go and take charge in case any problems come up while the martial competition was being held. Every year's martial competition was separated into 5 categories: elementary, nascent, human, disaster, and earth. However, in the category of Earth Realm there would usually only be one figurehead. Usually, even the warriors who were unaffiliated to any power, when they managed to reach the Earth Realm, they would have certainly gained their own cultivation opportunities. It was unlikely for them to covet the prizes given by the 5 families. An Earth Realm warrior, whether in the Merchant Union, the Fire Empire, or the God-Blessed Empire, would be considered a master. Such warriors wouldn't need to compete in the martial competition to obtain a nice cultivation environment. They can just go to any powerful force to become a dedicated warrior. Even if an Earth Realm warrior didn't join any power, the major forces would still reach out their arm, hoping to recruit the warrior. Because of this, even though the martial competition set a competing category for Earth Realm warriors, but the warriors that actually came to participate were nearly non-existent. Even the warriors who reached the disaster realm would rarely come to the martial competition. Every year there would only be a few warriors that would show up. The ones who really came for the martial competition were mostly at the elementary, nascent, or human realms. These 3 kinds of warriors with lower capabilities were the majority, as they often couldn't find their own cultivation opportunities. Therefore they would have to participate in the martial competition in the hope to win some precious cultivation materials, or to obtain a nice position in one of the 5 families. The martial competition usually lasted for 5 days. The first 4 days were generally for the warriors who came for the prizes. These people would be watched by the 5 families. Throughout the 4 days of fighting, the families would choose their favorite warriors and reach out to them. The last day, however, would be the highlight of the martial competition. On this day, the 5 families would send their best dedicated warriors and descendants to go compete with the masters of the other families. The 5 families would test each other's power on the last day of the martial competition. This day was also the day when the 5 families would show their strength to others. And on this day, the fighting was often accompanied with the enormous conflicts of interests and profits, and earth-shaking gambles would often happen. Mines, commercial streets, treasures, and even bizarre martial skills could become the stakes of the 5 families. Just one martial competition could lead to one family gaining the most extravagant riches, and could also reduce a family's savings to nothing. The last day of the competition would become a topic that people would talk about for years to come. This day, the masters from the different families would expose their true capabilities, showing rare martial spirits. Also in the intense fighting, different secret treasures might also show up. Most warriors who came from the outside were also here for the last day of the martial competition. From the fights on last day of the martial competition, they could find out the difference between them and the warriors of the 5 families. Through watching the fierce battles, they could understand their own inadequacies, and find the ways to improve their standards and capabilities. And they might even be able to raise their own strength through the battles from the martial competition. This was why the martial competition attracted so many people. Shi Yin stood on the stone tower serenely, condescendingly looking down upon the arenas and the many warriors who came to participate. 200 meters away on the tower of the Baiming family, 2 beautiful figures followed Baiming Su up the high tower. On the high tower, Muyu Dai and Di Yalan stood side by side with Baiming Su. Together they were looking over all of the arenas. Muyu Dai wore a white dress, her hair flying in the wind. On the tall tower, her beautiful posture made her look like a fairy on the mainland. Di Yalan was still in that crimson armor. Her hot body was visible underneath the coverage of that armor, made her figure look very seductive. Only her eyes looked troubled. From 200 meters away, Shi Yin slightly raised his head and shot a glance at the 2 girls, secretly smiling in disdain. "Kid, these 4 days you better carefully watch. You lack experience, so you need to watch how the others fight. Don't just mess around." As Shi Jian caught him staring at the 2 girls on the Baiming family's tower, he snorted as he became displeased. "Women are everywhere, and with what you have, what woman can't you get in the future? Don't get distracted before you become strong." "Yes, I know what I'm doing. Shi Yan nodded. Brother, Crow from the Misty Pavilion has come to see you. Shi Tai, who stood near the staircase entrance of the stone tower, suddenly shouted. Crow. Surprise flashed across Shi Jian's face. He blanked out for a second but then nodded. Invite him up. Grandpa, how's the situation at the Misty Pavilion? Shi Yan lowered his voice and secretly asked. Shi Jian slightly nodded and said, You shouldn't care much about this, don't mention it next time, understand? Okay. Looking at his expression, Shi Yan knew that Zuo Shi and him must have sorted out all the details. But as Han Feng and all the dedicated warriors were on the tower, Shi Yan was confused as to whether the Shi family sent anyone to help Qi Xiao at the Misty Pavilion or not. Crow came up with a smile as he calmly walked next to Shi Jian and said, Head of the Shi family, I have come to request help from you. I'm wondering where your son Yanghai is right now. I want to invite him to the Misty Pavilion. Is that all right? Yanghai. Shi Jian's expression darkened as he snorted, but said in confusion, The Misty Pavilion has been trying to find people named Yanghai everywhere. What are you trying to do? A friend of mine has come from the Endless Sea. Her older relative lost an infant a very long time ago. The infant is called Yanghai, and so they requested me to look around for him. Thus I ask for your help, Master Shi. Shi Jian's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flashed with a strange unknown expression. After quite a while he finally shook his head and responded, Yanghai is not in Tianyun City right now because I called many people back for the martial competition. Yanghai has been taking charge in another city. We'll talk about this some other time. Sure, as long as you'd remember, Master Shi. Crow didn't urge deliberately and smiled. When he comes back, please allow him to come to the Misty Pavilion, Master Shi. Don't worry, I won't let him run all this way for nothing. Okay. Shi Jian indifferently nodded. Then I will take my leave. Crow didn't stay for long and after the issues were negotiated, he left straight away. Melodious and soothing music came from the tower of the Baiming family. The heartwarming sound of nature immediately rang throughout every corner of Godstone Square. Muyu Dai sat crossed-legged on the stone tower of the Baiming family, absorbed in playing the zither. Many warriors who came to the martial competition were attracted by this ethereal music, and their expression was full of fascination as they looked up at the Baiming family's stone tower. Next to Muyu Dai was Baiming Su, his expression full of pride, and the corner of his lips showed a trace disdain for all living things. He stood there and accepted the admiring and envious gazes from the many warriors. Muyu Dai's music was like a mountain stream, flowing into the hearts of the warriors as if cleansing their souls. Just with one song, the warriors were mesmerized, their faces stunned. Then at this moment, Baiming Shang suddenly flew from the tall tower, his magnificent figure magically floated on the sky above the Godstone Square, like a god looking down on all human beings. He shouted, The martial competition officially starts. Walking in midair. Sky Realm Warrior. Many warriors screamed out one by one, their expression in awe, shocked by the capabilities shown by Baiming Shang. Chapter 64, The Medicine King Mu Sun. Chapter 64, The Medicine King Mu Sun. In the martial competition field. Dozens of warriors of various realms were competing vigorously in different areas. Streams of bizarre light exploded on the field one after another, as if magical snakes were shuttling above the competition field. The participants were performing all sorts of rare martial skills, and some even startled those people from the 5 big families. In the high building of the Shi family. Standing next to Shi Jian, Shi Yan's eyes were glistening, as he cast his eyes upon those fighting warriors one by one. As the head of the family, Shi Jian was standing beside him and explaining for him. As long as Shi Yan showed some interest in one competition area, Shi Jian would soon elaborate on the strength of the two parties, their martial skill levels, their competing strategies, and also teaching him the best way to win the fight. In the stone building, Shi Tai was also illustrating the situation on the competition field, explaining the various martial skills, their advantages and disadvantages, the opponent's weaknesses and how to beat them. As the leaders of the Shi family, Shi Jian and Shi Tai rarely talked on a normal day, but today they almost never stopped talking. Shi Yang and Shi Tianxiao were also standing in a corner, while Shi Yang was pointing the warriors in the competition field to Shi Tianxiao, the latter nodding and asking accordingly. Some ministers who came back from other cities, and those experts from their family branches, were all observing the stone building quietly. As they saw Shi Jian explaining to Shi Yan wholeheartedly, they were very confused. Old Feng, who is that kid? Why does family head treat him so specially? Standing beside Han Feng, Kulong observed them for a long while, and finally couldn't help but ask him about Shi Yan. Kulong was one of the ministers of the Shi family who was at the first sky of the Nirvana realm. Since he was garrisoned in another city, he didn't know much about the latest news on Shi Yan. Seeing Shi Yan lay so much stress on Shi Yan, he was quite confused. That is young Master Yan. Han Feng looked indifferent as he glanced at Kulong and said, the one who used to be always absent from home and busy studying those historic relics. Ye Yanghai and Miss Qing's son. That's impossible. Kulong was totally shocked as he asked in surprise, that young master never trained in martial arts, did he? As far as I know, he was more attracted to those odd things and never set his eyes upon martial arts. Why would the family head pay attention to him? Young Master Yen is no longer the person he used to be. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said casually, you'd better try your best if young Master Yen asks you to do something. It would in your best interest. Though Han Feng knew a lot, he talked little. He wouldn't have said anything if Kulong wasn't his good friend. Kulong knew Han Feng's personality. He was surprised at Han Feng's speech, and after a long silence he nodded softly. He was still confused, but realizing that Shi Yan was favored by the family head, he decided to try and get close to Shi Yan. Apart from Kulong, many other ministers and Shi branch families were also secretly discussing about Shi Yan, as they were all confused why the family head paid so much attention to that unknown boy. Soon Shi Yan was known to all. This boy, who hadn't been treated specially for 17 years, was now at the center of the Shi family. Grandpa, did Xiao Yan become a warrior for real? And has he reached the third sky of the nascent realm? Seeing Shi Jin favor Shi Yan so much, Shi Chenka, who was standing next to Shi Tai, finally asked. Shi Tai took a glimpse at them and nodded, it is great, Shi Yan is amazing. He has reached the third sky of the nascent realm now. He may participate in the martial competition this year. Shi Tai had been focusing on his 3 grandsons recently, so he didn't pay much attention to Shi Yan. He merely knew that Shi Yan had gained the family martial spirit and reached the third sky of the nascent realm. However, he didn't know that Shi Yan had also gained the immortal martial spirit, so he still considered that Shi Jian was putting way too much energy into him. But he didn't place any further thought into it. After all, Shi Yan was his brother's direct grandson, and Shi Tianxiao was useless. Now that Shi Yan reached the third sky of the nascent realm, he thought it was reasonable for Shi Jian to be overexcited. He was not aware that Shi Yan possessed twin martial spirits, and that his petrification martial spirit had advanced to the second stage. Tianyun, you should fight against Emojan this year. Last time Tianke lost to him, so your fight will be crucial this time. Or they would assume that we don't have any talented descendants among the third generation. Shi Tai said to Shi Tianyun, who was standing beside him. Yes, I will beat Emojan for sure, Shi Tianyun said with certainty. Shi Tianyun was only 19 years old, but he had reached the third sky of the nascent realm. He was just like a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of a tiger. Before Shi Yan was noticed, he was the pride of the Shi family, and Shi Jian would guide him in person now and then. But ever since Shi Yan came back, Shi Jian seldom visited him. Shi Yan spent 17 years discovering ancient languages, and seldom stayed at home. He didn't train in martial arts, so there was no conflict between him and other people, thus Shi Tianyun never cared about him. However, Shi Yan stood out now, and Shi Jian's attitude had shifted too much, which made Shi Tianyun a little uncomfortable. Yet, the Shi family had the formidable outside opponents such as the Mo family and the Ling family, so the Shi family members, including Shi Jian and Shi Tai, stuck together and got along well. The second generation also allied to defend against the Mo family. Shi Tianyun and Shi Tianxiao often played around. Thus, although Shi Tianyun was a little uncomfortable, he didn't show a strong reaction. But he had made up his mind to have a perfect performance in the competition, and secure his position as the hope of the Shi family. Shi Jian suddenly cried as he was talking to Shi Yan, and his eyes brightened and quickly looked over to someone. Something had suddenly occurred beside the competition field. Who came? Shi Yan frowned, walked up and looked in the direction of Shi Jian. A troop of 7 people were walking in slowly from outside the Godstone Square. The man in lead looked around 50, with a hawk nose, gloomy face, delicate cap, and a silver gown, on the left shoulder of which was embroidered 5 types of herbs. Level 5 Soul Alchemist. Shi Yan identified him only by a quick glimpse. Just like martial skills, alchemists were divided into 5 levels: mortality, mystery, soul, royalty, and divinity. Karu, who was killed by Shi Yan in the dark forest, was a mere mortality level alchemist, but was treasured by the Mo family. Now that a soul-level alchemist had appeared, he must be an influential one. This is Karu's teacher, the Medicine King Mu Sun. Shi Jian glanced over Shi Yan. He is not only an alchemist of the soul level, he is also a warrior of the second sky of the Nirvana realm, and the Medicine Valley is a special institution too. Though it doesn't get involved in fights between various parties, it is closely connected to them. The fact that Karu was killed by Shi Yan was known to only a few people. And now that Shi Yan had faked his appearance, fewer people knew his real identity. Shi Jian didn't worry that Mu Sun would recognize Shi Yan, so he sneered and gloated, "Well, I guess Mu Sun came to look for his stolen fragmented map, and Karu entered the dark forest with people from the Mo family. Mu Sun will definitely ask Tua about that. This should be an interesting show." The Medicine King Mu Sun. The warriors in the competition field soon recognized this foreign visitor, as they cried out in surprise, and cleared the way for him. Many other warriors squeezed their way forward and shouted crazily, "Medicine King, I collected lots of herbs, please refine me a pill. Please." As soon as the flock heard that, the competition field boiled with excitement. More and more people shouted, asking for Mu Sun's help. People's attention were drawn to Mu Sun at once, and no one set their eyes on the competition field anymore. On the buildings of the Baiming family, the Zuo family, the Ling family, and the Mo family, many couldn't sit still anymore. Lots of experts rushed down the buildings with their master's permission and ran to Mu Sun to invite him to watch the competition in their building. Without Shi Jian's permission, Shi Tai also rushed down. Suddenly, the Medicine King Mu Sun was crowded by the core members from the 5 big families, whose faces were full of smiles, hoping Mu Sun would go with them. Mu Sun will go to the Mo family. But nothing good will happen. Shi Jian gloated. Just as expected. Ignoring Mo Chowga, who was coming up to invite him, Mu Sun soon walked toward the Mo family building silently with a rigid face. Mo Chowga didn't dare be angry and followed him smiling and bowing. Chapter 65, Undercurrent. Chapter 65, Undercurrent. Mo family head, how is my despicable disciple Karu? After walking up the Mo family stone tower, Mu Sun asked directly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the Godstone Square heard him clearly. Standing on the stone tower of the Mo family, Tua was in total dismay. Being bluntly questioned in public by Mu Sun, Tua was embarrassed. He wanted to deal with him in private, but apparently Mu Sun was having different thoughts. Being pushed hard, Tua had to reply loudly, "Mr. Mu, Karu died long time ago. I also don't know who killed him." Mu Sun stood proudly against the railing of the stone tower, and thus his figure could be easily seen once the warriors at the bottom of the tower raised their heads. "Dead?" Mu Sun sneered and said sarcastically, "Mo family head really has his methods. Knowing that my despicable student stole my treasure map, you invited him to visit the Merchant Union and killed him halfway, and so you got the map. Now you pretend to know nothing. What a family head you are. Well, did you earn all the Mo family properties this way?" Haha, the whole Merchant Union knows Mo family head's methods. On the tower of the Shi family, Shi Jian laughed loudly and gloated, many of the Shi family properties were snatched under the Mo family head's tactics. Shi Jian. 200 meters away, Tua stared at Shi Jian angrily, "This is none of your Shi family's business. Stop spouting nonsense." Ignoring him, Shi Jian continued, "Of course it's none of our business. I was just stating the truth, don't be overly emotional, Mo family head." Standing aside Shi Yan smiled secretly, and for the first time, he felt this old man was interesting and knew how to strike a man when he was down. Not being able to do anything about Shi Jian or be mad at him, Tua could only smile to Mu Sun modestly and explained, "I didn't know Karu had stolen your treasure map when we invited him to our home. And considering he is your student, we sent people to pick him up. We really didn't know that. Mr. Mu, don't blame the Mo family." "Mistake." Mu Sun's face turned gloomier and he sneered, "Your Mo family would have sent people to pick him up if you hadn't known that he stole my treasure map? The Medicine Valley is thousands of miles away from the Merchant Union. Who would believe that you traveled so far just for Karu's second-rate refining skill, but not for the treasure map?" Tua was helpless as he explained, "Well, it was for his skill. Mo family head, I don't need any more excuses from you. I don't care if Karu died or not. Just return to me my treasure map and I will leave at once. I'm not interested in stirring up any trouble." Mu Sun became impatient. "The treasure map is really not in my hands. Since you, the Mo family head, don't want to return that map, I have got nothing else to say. Mu Sun grunted and walked out as he said coldly, though we, the Medicine Valley, don't get involved in the power struggles in various countries, we won't be bullied as you like. Mo family head, you'd better conduct yourself well. At once, Mu Sun walked down the tower directly with his people. Mr. Mu, you are welcome to visit the Shi family anytime. We understand everything you talked about. Shi Jian's voice came from his tower, the overtone of which could be understood by everyone. Walking down the Mo family building, Mu Sun looked over at Shi Jian and nodded, I believe we will have the opportunity to cooperate. Please don't turn me down if I ask for some help from the Shi family. I, Shi Jian, hate those who always play tricks. It would be an honor to work for Mr. Mo. Shi Jian laughed loudly and saluted with cupped hands. Thank you, Shi family head. Mu Sun nodded and glanced up coldly at Mo Tua, who had an ugly face, and left the Godstone Square with his people. On the Godstone Square, the competitions had paused for a long while. Only after Mu Sun left did they continued. The competition this day became more interesting after Mu Sun's unexpected visit. Soon after Mu Sun left, people started discussing noisily and soon learnt the whole story. As a result, a hint of scorn and loathing could be seen amongst the crowd whenever the Mo family was mentioned. Many of those who had planned to associate with the Mo family changed their mind, and thus the Mo family lost numerous potential experts. Ku Luo, the manager of the Misty Pavilion, was also in the competition arena. He saw the conflict between Mu Sun and Mo Tua. Before the competition ended, Ku Luo secretly left for the Misty Pavilion, which was not far from the Godstone Square. At dusk, in a secluded room in the Misty Pavilion, Ku Luo bowed and elaborated the whole story to Xia Xinyan. After Ku Luo finished his speech, Xia Xinyan frowned and thought for a while, then said, if it is as Mu Sun says, then the other piece of the fragmented map must be in Mo Tuo's hands. I came here for the Sky Gate, so I don't care who I have to cooperate with. Ku Luo, go to the Mo family tonight and tell them we can share the map with them and work together to explore the Sky Gate. I understand. Ku Luo nodded. Shura King Xiaohani will arrive in half a month, and you still haven't found the right guy. Hurry up. Xia Xinyan said casually. I will try my best. Ku Luo was a little astonished as he replied in awe, I've sent people to other cities to search. I believe we will find him soon. Good. Off now. Xia Xinyan waved her hand casually. Ku Luo bowed away. That night, Ku Luo visited the Mo family alone, asking to meet Mo Tua. Mo Tua was too angry, but since Ku Luo came, he had to lift his spirit to meet him. After Ku Luo revealed his purpose, Mo Tua shook his head with a bitter smile, the treasure map is truly not in my hands. I can offer you nothing even if I want to cooperate with you. Mo family head, my master wants to work with you sincerely. To open the Sky Gate we need the complete map. With our cooperation we can take action at once. Please think about it. Ku Luo apparently didn't believe him as he turned serious. He guessed that Mo Tua might already have a plan about the Misty Pavilion, so he got a little angry. It is absolutely not in my hands. Don't believe Mu Sun. Mo Tua didn't look happy either, so he talked in an unpleasant way, please leave now Mr. Ku Luo. I have to prepare for the martial competition. Please excuse me. At midnight, Ku Luo went back to the Misty Pavilion and told what Mo Tua said to Xia Xinyan. There are two halves of the treasure map, one of which is in my hand. Since the Mo family don't want to cooperate, they must want to possess it alone. I guess the Mo family will take action soon. Xia Xinyan's eyes looked cool as she added, I'm waiting for the Mo family to grab it. They would not cooperate with us honestly, therefore we must teach them a lesson. Miss, how about we grab that map from the Mo family? One of the huge men behind Xia Xinyan asked. A murderous aura came from that huge man which frightened Ku Luo a lot. Never mind, after all this isn't our own home. Follow the rules. If all the 5 big families allied, it will be much more troublesome. However, when Shura King Xiaohani arrives and the Mo family still doesn't step back, we will take action. Xia Xinyan observed indifferently. Okay. The huge man nodded, not saying any more. Well, Ku Luo, go and do your business. You can send out the message secretly that I have the other half of the map. And I will wait for them. Xia Xinyan smiled, whoever comes to grab the map must have the other half. I got it. At deep night. At the Zuo family. Zuo Su and Qi Shao were discussing in a secret room in a low voice. Shadow has brought the message that the map isn't in Kuluo's hand, but in another girl's hand in the Misty Pavilion. That girl popped up all of a sudden. No one knows who she is. Zuo Shi said. Wait till the last day. I will go to the Misty Pavilion during the competition among the 5 big families. It's just a little girl. No big deal. Qi Xiao nodded and smiled bitterly. It's so strange to fight against a little girl. Never mind, I will leave 1 or 2 pieces of treasure to her as compensation. But pay attention. Don't expose yourself. The map has been attracting so much attention that once you are exposed, it will be truly troublesome. Okay, I got it. That night, in the secret rooms of the 5 families, many were discussing about what had happened in the daytime. In a secret room of the Shi family. Holding an envelope, Shi Jian showed a weird smile as he said to Han Feng, who was beside him, Mu Sun is so quick that he sends a letter in 1 day. Now that Mu Sun is to take action against the Mo family, we need to do something to help him secretly, if not publicly. What does Mu Sun plan to do? He wants to kidnap some people of the Mo family and threaten Mo Tua. His targets are just whom we want to give a lesson to. Shi Jian was very joyful. Brother Feng, assign someone to follow them and spill their trails to Mu Sun. Haha, I'm excited to watch how Mo Tua will react. That fragmented map from Karu was right against his chest, so no matter how Mo Tua couldn't return it to Mu Sun. Those Mo family hostages would die for sure. Imagining Mo Tua's furious face, Shi Jian was very amused as he said with a big smile, also, go and get me a jar of wine. I want to have a good drink. Family head, all the delicate wine has been drunk by young Master Yen. The rest is all ordinary wine. Han Feng lowered his head as a shallow smile crossed his face. That little bastard. Shi Yen patted the armrest and cursed in laughter. That bastard is really audacious. How could he drink up my wine? I'm gonna rip his skin if he doesn't have a good performance in the martial competition. With his petrification martial spirit at the 2nd stage, no warrior of the nascent realm could beat him. It's almost fact that young Master Yen will win the competition. Definitely. Well, that's true. Shi Jian laughed loudly in delight. Chapter 66 Fearless. Chapter 66 Fearless. TL note. Sky Gate and Gate of Heaven have previously been used interchangeably. We will be sticking with Gate of Heaven from now on. It was now the 4th day of the martial competition. This day, all the warriors who came to participate were fiercely fighting for the top 3 places. Every rank's first 3 places would have a certain martial skill, secret treasure, or cultivation material as prizes. As long as you can place in the first 3, there's no way you would go home empty-handed. The 5 families were never stingy in giving prizes. They had prepared many profound-level martial skills and secret treasures as well as pills and cultivation materials that enhanced one's profound chi. On the morning of the 4th day, these lavish prizes were displayed on a round table in the middle of the arena, watched by specialized staff. The warriors were ecstatic upon seeing the prizes being displayed and were in full vigor to fight in the upcoming battles. By noontime, there were already 2 nascent realm warriors killed in the arena, and 1 at the human realm was crippled. According to the rules of the martial competition, when one side surrenders, the opposing party cannot continue the fight. Which was why as long as one wasn't too greedy, took what could be managed and give up when the situation wasn't favorable, one would definitely live. The few warriors who were heavily injured or killed were all thinking that they could still keep fighting. They tried to turn the situation around when they were obviously at a disadvantage. That was why they had such miserable outcomes. On the Shi family stone tower. There was a smile at the corner of Shi Jian's lips as he looked down on the arenas from high above, occasionally glancing at the Mo family's tower. Every time he would see Mo Tua with a dark expression, like his son died or something. In the past 3 days, many important figures in the Mo family had all mysteriously disappeared one by one. Mo Tua was full of anger, but due to the critical time of martial competition, he couldn't act arbitrarily. He knew exactly who's been doing this, but there was nothing he could do. The experts of the Mo family could only secretly try to find traces of Mu Sun's group, but unfortunately, they couldn't even find Mu Sun's shadow. And Mu Sun didn't send messengers either, so there was no way to negotiate. Kid, tomorrow is the martial competition for the 5 families. After watching for 4 days, have you gained anything? Shi Jian was in a great mood. He peered at Shi Yen, who was at his side, and spoke casually. Gains? Shi Yen looked indifferent and nodded. I definitely gained some things, but I'm only watching, so there's only a little to actually gain. Instead I would like to go on the battlefield myself and fight to the death. Only the things you comprehend on the verge of death can be considered the greatest riches. Shi Jian was dazed. He stared at Shi Yan, and after quite a while he finally asked in astonishment, "You little brat. You cultivated to the nascent realm in such a short time, shouldn't you be lacking in battle experience? Why do I feel that you're already highly experienced? The insights on the verge of death are surely precious, but if you get killed, then all those insights would have been useless." Shi Yan grinned but did not explain his words. "Oh!" Shi Jian suddenly exclaimed, his expression strange. He looked at the faraway tower of the Mo family. 200 meters away in the tower of the Mo family. Someone quietly whispered into Mo Tuo's ear. His face suddenly darkened to the extreme. Shockingly he walked down the stone tower of the Mo family and walked straight towards the Shi family. On the Baiming family stone tower, Baiming Shang also shortly received the news. He moaned, and then also walked down his stone tower and came towards the Shi family. In the arena, the warriors were still intensely battling. Many bystanders were confused by Baiming Shang and Mo Tuo, who were walking towards the stone tower of the Shi family, wondering why these two were heading over to the Shi family's tower. In a short moment, the angry-looking Mo Tuo got to the Shi family's tower first. Right after he climbed up the tower, Mo Tuo immediately sprung up and screamed, "Shi Jian! Where is Mu Sun?" Shi Jian's expression darkened and he sneered, "How would I know where Mu Sun is? Mo Tuo, you are asking the wrong person. Don't even try to pretend." Mo Tuo's expression was of resentment. "Mu Sun is an outsider. Unless you and the Shi family secretly provided help, how could it be that our Mo family is unable to track him? Mu Sun is probably hiding in some manor of the Shi family. You better tell me exactly where he's hiding." "Mo Tuo, our family's business has nothing to do with you." Shi Jian snorted rudely. "My son Chaoga disappeared last night and hasn't been seen since. It has to be Mu Sun. If it's someone else I might let it pass, but if Mu Sun dares to take Chaoga, I won't take it easy." Mo Tuo shouted in rage. After hearing that, everyone on the stone tower had a weird expression on their faces. They finally knew why Mo Tuo was so furious. Mo Chaoga was the strongest figure in the second generation of the Mo family. Not only did he have extraordinary capabilities, he was also very intelligent. Most of the machinations that the Mo family came up with were from this mastermind. The Shi family also had many people who suffered losses because of him. Mo Chaoga could be described as the most capable person in the second generation of the Mo family. Now that such an important figure had also gone missing, Mo Tuo couldn't sit still anymore. He finally came to start the fight. Mu Sun was really ruthless. Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew now that Mo Tuo was not going to let this go. "I don't know where Mu Sun is, go spend some time and find him yourself. You're not welcome here," Shi Jian said indifferently. He was secretly happy inside, but he didn't stop insisting. "Head of the Baiming family," Shi Tai exclaimed. Right at this moment, Baiming Shang slowly walked up the Shi family's stone tower. With furrowed brows he came to the side of Shi Jian and Mo Tuo. Baiming Shang glanced at the two, then casually said, "The marital competition is held by us 5 families. I hope everyone can keep calm and not make trouble during the martial competition. Others will ridicule us." "My son Chaoga is gone," Mo Tuo yelled. Baiming Shang's expression froze for a second, then he said to Shi Jian, "Master Shi, that Mu Sun is, after all, an outsider. Although we should treat him well on his visit to the Merchant Union, there is a limit. His approach of taking away Mo Chaoga is truly too extreme. Master Shi, on this matter you should restrain yourself a little, don't go overboard." Shi Jian's lips curled into a sneer, and his eyes coldly locked on Baiming Shang. He knew that the reason why Baiming Shang verbally spoke out for the Mo family was because the Mo family and Baiming Shang secretly had an agreement, with the common motive of exploring the gate of heaven. It looked like Baiming Shang stepped out to be the peacemaker, but he was actually supporting the Mo family. "It's the same as I told you before, I don't know where Mu Sun is at." Shi Jian was sure tough, he scowled and kept denying any knowledge of Mu Sun. Baiming Shang's brows slowly furrowed. He nodded and intervened no more. He said nonchalantly, "Anyway, what I wish is for you to stay kind to each other during the martial competition so you won't make the Merchant Union look bad. You two take care. Shi Jian, by tonight, if you still don't send someone to tell me where Mu Sun is in tomorrow's martial competition, don't blame us for taking offense." Mo Tuo shouted and viciously scanned across the room at all 3 generations of Shi family descendants. including Shi Chenka and Shi Tianyun, as if saying watch out for the lives of your sons and grandsons. Mo Tua, are you threatening me? Shi Jian's expression changed and he sneered, if you screw around with things at tomorrow's martial competition, you too should not blame me for being ruthless. I don't care what you think. If I can't find Mu Sun, then just wait and watch what happens tomorrow. Mu Tua took a deep breath in, stopped talking and walked downstairs. Master Shi, you need to look at the big picture here. Baiming Shang said apathetically as he shook his head and followed Mo Tua down the stairs. Boom. Shi Jian punched the balcony of the stone tower, the rigid green iron receiving a huge fist-shaped imprint from his punch. Even the whole stone tower, which was several meters tall, was shaking violently from the impact. Everyone from the Shi family who was standing on the tower clearly felt his rage. They're going too far. Shi Jian growled. No one knew if he's talking about Mo Tua or Baiming Shang. Because of this little episode, Shi Jian's face was scary the whole day. At the end of that day of the martial competition, when he had to present the gifts to the winners, his expression was still ugly. That night, in the secret room, Han Feng bowed toward Shi Jian and said, Master, Mo Tua and Baiming Shang are both giving us pressure now, what should we do? Don't worry about them. Shi Jian continued scowling. Master, we can let Mo Tua slide, but Baiming Shang, Han Feng said hesitantly. Qi Xiao is still in the city, if Baiming Shang dares to mess with us, I'd go ahead and shamelessly ask Qi Xiao to help me. I do not think Baiming Shang would launch an attack on our family for that shitty Mo family. Shi Jian snorted. Understood. Chapter 67, The Battle Among the Families. Chapter 67, The Battle Among the Families. The next day, Godstone Square. In the early morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, a number of different warriors in Tianyun City had already gathered in the arenas of the martial competition. In the center of the Godstone Square, on one side of the arena, which was 100 square meters across, were large blocks of green stone. These green stones were stacked higher as they moved away from the center of the arena, so it would be more convenient to watch the fighting in the arena. Before the five families even got here, the green stones around that one arena especially made for the battle of the five families were already filled with crowds. Just as the sun rose, the warriors the five families started to arrive from all around Tianyun City. Shi Yin followed Shi Jian. Before they even got to Godstone Square, he could already see the massive crowds. These people were nearly all warriors, mostly in the elementary, nascent, or human realms, but there were some at the disaster or earth realms as well. These disaster and earth realm warriors might not have been interested in the martial competition, but the head-on fighting among the five families was enough to grab their attention. On the blocks of green stone around the arena, you could see many warriors whispering to each other. A lot of these warriors carried sturdy-looking heavy swords and battle axes. They could have been mercenaries who came from the dark forest. None of them showed up in the previous days, but today they came bright and early. When the Shi family's people appeared in the Godstone Square, the warriors in the square started murmuring and made a path for the Shi family. The Shi family hadn't even entered the center of the arena yet, but again those warriors turned their heads to the entrance of the Godstone Square and gasped in low voices. The Mo family, led by Mo Tua, all came towards the arena with grim expressions. Shi Jian snorted. Scowling, he silently led the Shi family towards the arena. This time, the five families were not going to watch the fights from far away in their stone towers. Instead, they would stay at the nearest distance from the arena to be able to observe every single detail, as if visiting the front line. On each side of the arena, the stone balconies were already set for them. The person waiting there saw Shi Jian and immediately they came up smiling. Master Shi, please take your seat here. Shi Jian nodded and he followed him to the side of the arena and sat on one of the stone chairs. Many different delicacies and fine wine were brought up on the stone table for Shi Jian and the Shi family members to enjoy. In a short moment, Mo Tua was also lead here. His seat was arranged right across from the Shi family. After Mo Tua sat down, he shot a freezing gaze towards the other side. No one knew what he was thinking about. When the sun's beams became a little brighter, the Zuo family and the Ling family also arrived. Right when Zuo Su got here, his seat was arranged next to the Shi family. Zuo Su sat down, then lightly nodded at Shi Jian, indicating that everything's going well with the Misty Pavilion, and they communicated in silence. The Ling family was friendly with the Mo family, so naturally they were arranged to be sat together. When Ling Xiaofeng got here, he even smiled while walking over to the Mo family's side, comforting the gloomy-looking Mo Chan, and found an opportunity to talk to Mo Yenyu. Mo Chaoga, who went missing, was Mo Zhan's father. Knowing that his father was taken, Mo Zhan had been containing his anger for a while, just waiting for his bloody revenge in the martial competition. When the sun rose high above the sky, Baiming Shang finally arrived with the masters of the Baiming family. Baiming Shang's expression was cold and a freezing energy swirled around his body. Wherever he went, the warriors of the Merchant Union all respectfully made the path for him. Behind him was Baiming Su, who looked arrogant, followed by Muyu Dai and Di Yalan. The person arranging seats was a slave of the Baiming family, and upon seeing his master, he naturally gave him the best seat. Bowing, he invited Baiming Shang and Baiming Su to sit, then immediately called the servants to bring up the delicacies and fine wine. Both the quality and amount of the luxurious food was obviously better than the other four families. The superior position of the Baiming family in the Union was, as always, unobstructed. After the five families had taken their seats, Baiming Shang moaned, then said nonchalantly, "The rules are the same every year and I'm not going to say much. The martial competition is only a way to communicate and learn from each other. I hope everyone can restrain themselves as much as possible. Hopefully no one gets killed." The heads of the other four families all lightly nodded. Baiming Shang looked around, his eyes gazed deeply at both Mo Tua and Shi Jian, and said, "Like always, battle invitations are allowed, and you can also add more bets if you please. Now who's going first?" "You," Mo Tua shouted. Mo Yenyu, who was standing in the group of Mo family members, walked down first. Her eyes cold and chilling. Looking towards the direction of the Shi family, she said, "Mo family, Mo Yenyu, nascent realm, second sky. Who is willing to enlighten me?" "Snowfall City, a silver sand mine, here is the land title deed." Mo Tua scowled and snorted. A dedicated warrior of the Mo family took the deed from his hand, and put it on a round table in the arena next to the Baiming family. The round table was made for placing bets. Sunset City, the franchise of Dongguan Street. Shi Jian also snorted. He took 3 yellow sheets from his brocade pocket, and passed it to the director next to him. When the 3 pages of yellow paper was also on the round table, Shi Jian said coldly, "Tianluo, go." Shi Tianluo shook for a moment, then he also walked to the arena and said with distinction, "Shi family, Shi Tianluo, nascent realm, second sky, please enlighten me." Mo family's Mo Yenyu. Shi family, Shi Tianluo. Both are at the second sky of the nascent realm. The 2 masters, have you made the decision to fight? The skinny director stood next to the round table and shouted out. When he saw both Shi Yen and Mo Tua nodding, he then said, "All right, then the match starts." Bzz bzz bzz. Streaks of green lightning suddenly flowed out of Mo Yenyu's 10 fingers. Those lightning beams were like slithering snakes, slowing, growing thicker in front of her. At this moment, Mo Yenyu seemed to be surrounded by lightning. Strands of green lightning that were as thin as a finger grew thicker and thicker, slowly becoming a 5-meter-long whip. After the lightning whips were condensed into shape, they were as thick as arms. The electric glow was blinding people's eyes, and strong electrical currents shot laser beams off everywhere. Snap, snap. Mo Yenyu cracked her whip, and the lightning whip was like a dragon made of electricity. Under the deafening sounds of thunder, she fiercely whipped toward Shi Tianluo. Bzz bzz bzz. The lightning lasered off into the air, making strange sounds, and streams of electricity flowed out. Many warriors' expressions froze, and instinctively they condensed their profound chi to defend themselves. Shi Tianluo's skin was already in an ash-gray color. The Shi family's petrification martial spirit was ready for battle. Seeing the oncoming lightning whip, Shi Tianluo's face looked serious. All of a sudden he shouted loudly, and a fierce force as strong as a mountain suddenly burst out from his body. Shi Tianluo was as still as a mountain. His legs looked as if they were pitched deep within the earth. After petrification, his physical defense was extraordinary, such that he fearlessly reached his hand out to grab the lightning whip that came at him. Bzz bzz. Just when Shi Tianluo reached out his hand, the lightning whip wrapped around his left arm, and a shocking amount of electricity passed from the lightning whip and into Shi Tianluo's body. Arg! Shi Tianluo roared. The profound chi in his petrified body scoured around inside his body, and quickly flowed into his left arm to restrain the electricity that was intruding into his body. Using the advantage of the petrification martial spirit, although Shi Tianluo's left hand was tingling and sore, he wasn't in that much of an unfavorable situation. After grabbing at the lightning whip, he ran towards Mo Yinyu with great speed, and like a falling stone from the sky, he was filled with rapid momentum. The petrification martial spirit of the Shi family was best used for close combat. Once a Shi family member came to a close distance, that was when the opponent's nightmare starts. Unexpectedly, seeing that Shi Tianluo was fiercely approaching her, Mo Yinyu, who held the lightning whip in one hand, did not dodge. Instead, she revealed a strange expression on her pretty little face. In a mere second, Mo Yinyu's blushed face turned as pale as a sheet, like she was desperately sick, and all the blood rushed away from her face. And at this moment, the speed of her flowing profound qi within her body accelerated more than 3 times. It was as if all the potential in her body was suddenly released. This is bad. Shi Yin thought silently, his heart dropped. He knew that Shi Tianluo was most likely going to suffer this time. Mo Yinyu obviously only had a capability of a nascent realm, second sky warrior, but then her profound qi drastically changed inside her body, and now it was like she obtained some sort of power out of thin air that didn't belong to her. The profound qi in her body was much more vigorous than even that of a nascent realm, third sky warrior. This advantage meant she had no fear against Shi Tianluo's petrification martial spirit. Sure enough. Just when Shi Tianluo stormed to Mo Yinyu's side, before he could strike any vigorous attacks, Mo Yinyu unleashed waves of. Each was as big as a full circle. It was over 3 times stronger than back when she shot it towards Shi Yin. Together 7 waves of burst from her other hand, so fast that Shi Tianluo had no time to dodge at all. Boom 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 boom. 7 waves of all directly hit straight onto Shi Tianluo's chest, and blasted Shi Tianluo off into the air. The undeniable power of these 7 waves of was not something that the first stage of the petrification martial spirit could handle. When Shi Tianluo was still in midair, he was already bloody from head to toe. Thump. Shi Tianluo's body landed 3 meters in front of where Shi Jian was. Blood was gushing out his chest and his eyes were dilated, clearly he was badly hurt. Go help him. Shi Jian's eyes looked like they were going to burst into flames. After he thundered in rage, his strong figure shook lightly. A few dedicated warriors from the Shi family who were preparing on the side rushed up and carried Shi Tianluo away. They quickly gave him medicines, hastily trying to heal him. Shi Tai dug his fingers into the stone chair. He sat there still, not moving an inch, but his eyes were full of immense hatred, staring at the faraway Mo Tua. Mo Tua was also furious looking. He exchanged stares with Shi Tai. Mo Yinyu wins. The Mo family wins the bet. We may continue to the next match. At this moment, the director's emotionless voice rang from the other side of the round table. Chapter 68, A Thorough Defeat. Chapter 68, A Thorough Defeat. This pretty girl is amazing. Yeah. She won without any effort even though she is at the same realm as him. Too nasty. That guy could have died several times if he didn't possess the petrification martial spirit. The competition among the 5 big families is really awesome. It is worth my long travel here. The arena was filled with boisterous discussions. The onlookers were all surprised at Mo Yinyu's ability. With a cold expression on her face, Mo Yinyu stood in the center of the field proudly, staring at the Shi family members with her frosty eyes, like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. Those observing warriors also gazed at her hot body with sparkling eyes. They were surprised by her brutality but still couldn't stop complimenting her. On the Shi family side, everybody had a rigid face. Shi Tai was trembling with anger, but could do nothing except stare at Mo Tua in hatred. This was the martial competition. The loser couldn't say anything about a public defeat. He could only win back his prestige in another battle. Family head, young Master Tianluo is not heavily injured, but he won't be able to train his martial arts for 3 years. One minister of the Shi family came up from behind, and said to Shi Jian and Shi Tai. Shi Jian and Shi Tai suddenly quivered at his message, with grief crossing their eyes. Grandpa, that woman is strange. Her strength surged halfway through. That's too weird. Shi Yin remarked in a low voice. I know. Shi Jian took a deep breath and turned to Shi Tianku and Shi Tianyun with hesitation. He had apparently noticed that as well. At the halfway point of the battle, Mo Yinyu's face suddenly turned pale, and it was at that moment, the profound qi in Mo Yinyu's body became much more dense and circulated much faster, which was abnormal. You back. Mo qi up. Just then Mo Tua demanded, we are not going to change the wager and invite a battle with the Shi family again. Another youth about 6 feet tall replaced Mo Yenyu at the center of the arena, and said proudly, Mo Chi of the Mo family. Nascent realm, second sky. Please enlighten me. Big brother? Shi Tai yelled and looked at Shi Tianku who stood behind him with worried eyes. What should we do now? Fight. Shi Jian grit his teeth, thought for a while and announced, Tianyun, up. All Shi family members were shocked at this and turned pale, as they looked at Shi Jian in confusion. Shi Tianyun was the most talented among the third generation of Shi family, and was at the third sky of the nascent realm. Thus everybody believed he would fight last. Now that Shi Jian had sent him up so early, who would fight in the following battles? Mo Zhan was of the third generation of the Mo family, but he was not on the stage yet. No matter if Shi Tianyun won or lost this battle, he would lose the chance to fight against Mo Zhan, who will be sent to fight against Mo Zhan later. If they couldn't find anyone to compete with Mo Zhan, everybody would think there were no promising descendants in the third generation of the Shi family, which was a bigger shame than losing the competition. Big brother? Shi Tai cried, Mo Zhan hasn't been sent. It must be Tianyun. There is something strange going on, so we have to send Tianyun, who is one sky higher than him. Shi Jian stated with a frosty face, Shut up. Tianyun. Go. Yes. Tianyun replied firmly and directly stepped onto the arena. Shi Tianyun from the Shi family. Nascent realm, third sky. Please enlighten me. Shi Tianyun. Isn't he the strongest in the third generation of the Shi family? Exactly, why did he appear so early when Mo Zhan is still not on stage? The Shi family is scared now. They have no choice but to send Shi Tianyun up to fight. Now it's getting interesting. One is at the third sky of the nascent realm and the other is at the second sky. One sky different. I guess the Mo family won't accept this fight. They will definitely change their warrior. Well, the Mo family won't buy it. The onlookers were all discussing among each other in astonishment. Many from the Baiming and Ling families were looking on with doubt in their eyes, staring at the Shi family with weird expressions. Even some faces from the Zuo family were filled with surprise, not knowing what Shi Jian was thinking. Only Zuo Su and Zuo Shi knew what was going on. They stealthily looked over to Shi Yan. Beiluo City? One mine. And the commercial street in the south of Beiluo City. Shi Jian took a deep breath and pulled out all the documents from his bag and handed them to the director. Mo Chi from the Mo family, second sky of the nascent realm. Shi Tianyun from the Shi family, third sky of the nascent realm. Is it right? As the wagers put on the table, the director frowned at Shi Jian and Mo Tua. Mo Tua was a little confused as he glanced over at Shi Tianyun, not knowing why it was him who was sent. After hesitating, Mo Tua had a small talk with an old man, a mussy-haired one who was standing beside him, and nodded softly. Seeing him nodding, Mo Tua seemed to be relaxed as he nodded at the coach. No problem, our warriors of the second sky of the nascent realm can easily beat those of third sky of the nascent realm from the Shi family. We are in. Now the battle begins. Shi Tianyun immediately petrified his body, while Mo Chi yelled once and lightning intertwined his arms. Mo Chi, prove yourself as soon as possible. Don't let others look down upon you. Mo Tua reminded him indifferently. Hearing that, Mo Chi quickly understood what to do. In an instant, like Mo Yenyu, Mo Chi's face turned as pale as a zombie, which was extremely horrifying. It was exactly the same. In Mo Chi's body, the flow of his profound chi accelerated many times. A certain energy that didn't belong to him seemed to be triggered and invaded his entire body. His aura suddenly overwhelmed Shi Tianyun, who was one sky higher than him. There it goes. Shi Tai yelled in anger, they must have played a certain trick. This is not the type of power that could belong to a warrior of the second sky of the nascent realm. Shi Jian looked depressed as he nodded. Did you notice that? Mo Tua had a talk with the old man behind him before he permitted the battle. Mo Yenyu and Mo Chi's weird change must have something to do with that old man. I won't let him go peacefully. Shi Tai gritted his teeth. Bang! Shi Tianyun kicked off the ground with one foot and the solid metal stone made a thunderous sound as if it had been cracked. Shi Tianyun shot towards Mo Chi like a sharp sword at his fastest speed, intending to cripple Mo Chi as soon as possible. Mo Chi smiled coldly without fear as he directly met Shi Tianyun, emitted flashes of lightning which flew towards him rapidly. As he released the lightning flashes, green balls of light burst out from the center of Mo Chi's palm. They began to strike Shi Tianyun heavily. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. One after another, green light balls struck Shi Tianyun and slowed his attacks. Just then, the profound qi in Emochi's body surged again. He appeared in front of Shi Tianyun suddenly from behind the green balls. The lightning flashes magically formed an electric net in the sky, and wrapped up Shi Tianyun in an instant. How is that possible? The energy in that kid equals that of a human realm warrior. Shi Tai screamed in fear. Shi Tianyun was tightly entangled by the electric net. He struggled to escape it but failed. At this time, Emochi's green light balls kept striking Shi Tianyun one by one and drove him back. Emochi dashed near Shi Tianyun and kept striking him with his arms and legs. Shi Tianyun was bleeding severely from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't fight back because of the electric net that bound him tightly. What a thorough defeat. Everybody was stricken dumb in amazement as they stared at Emochi, who was merely at the second sky of the nascent realm, while he was striking Shi Tianyun who could not fight back. Woi. What the hell is that? Who knows? Why is that kid so powerful? Is weird too weird? Is he really at the second sky of the nascent realm? Or are the nascent realm warriors of the big families one level higher than us? Confusing. Too confusing. All the warriors nearby were dumbstruck and couldn't figure out what happened. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. After receiving the endless strikes, Shi Tianyun was bleeding severely and his eyes gradually began to dim. Shi Jian stood up at once and demanded, "We lose." The director from the Baiming family, who was standing next to the round table, immediately looked over to Baiming Shang after Shi Jian yelled. Baiming Shang seemed to not have noticed the scene on the battle arena, as he was still drinking his tea quietly. Seeing his attitude, the director understood what he meant. He lowered his head to check the documents, ignoring Shi Jian's announcement. Bang bang bang. Emochi continued to kick Shi Tianyun, as the latter had fallen onto the ground long ago. We admit defeat. Shi Jian stared at Baiming Shang and roared. Baiming Shang finally seemed to notice it as he raised his head and then peered at the director casually. Battle stops. The Emo family wins. The director called out listlessly. Emochi finally stopped his attacks and took a few steps back. Smirking, he laughed. Ha! Shi family descendants are all losers. He is too weak for a nascent realm third sky warrior. It was a total waste of my time. Then he swaggered back to his family and received a bunch of compliments. Han Feng rushed onto the arena silently like a ghost and carried Shi Tianyun back, who was drowning in his own blood, and asked those family ministers to check on him. Those ministers were in a muddle as they firstly put a handful of pills into Shi Tianyun's mouth, with serious faces. Not bothering to stare at Mo Tua, Shi Tai quickly pressed his hands on Shi Tianyun's chest and transmitted his profound qi into Tianyun to heal him. The battlefield turned silent at once. Those onlookers noticed this strange occurrence. They stopped gossiping but looked at the two families in confusion. Keep the wager and Jean, you go up. Mo Tua announced at a low voice again, with a cold smile climbing up his mouth. Mo Jean from the Mo family. Nascent realm third sky. Please enlighten me. Mo Jean's robust body stood in the center of the arena, and he sneered, I'm quite curious, does your Shi family still have people to fight me? Do you dare? Chapter 69, Believe in Me. Chapter 69, Believe in Me. The whole Godstone Square was silent. Mo Jean's clamoring seemed to echo in the arena. Shi Jian's face was in a grimace and he was trembling in rage. He almost wanted to go to the middle of the arena and slap Mo Jean to death. The Baiming, Ling Mo and Zuo families all looked at Shi Jian. Many warriors around the arena were looking at Shi Jian in sympathy. At this point, everyone could see the vicious heart of the Mo family, and they also knew that they had definitely used some unusual means. However, that's what the martial competition was like. Each side would use their own methods, and as long as they're not strongly against the rules of the arena, no matter how tragically the loser turned out to be, no one would say a thing. Even if the Shi family were highly displeased at that moment, there was nothing they could argue about. And the others, of course, would not step into such murky waters. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly came up from behind the people of the Shi family and passed a slip of paper to Shi Jian. He said, Master, someone told me to give this to you. Shi Jian was barely able to control his anger. As he took a glance at the note, his expression suddenly froze. The children from the Mo family have taken the blood vigor pill, made by the poison dragon valley of the God-blessed empire. The Blood Vigor pill allows one to increase their strength by twofold for a short period of time at the cost of being unable to use their martial powers for a whole year. It is best for you not to continue the following matches, or else you will still lose miserably. The old man standing next to Mo Zhan is the alchemist Xie Shou from the poisonous Dragon Valley. Sincerely, Mu Sun. Shi Jian looked at the words on the paper with a grim face. He finally knew what the Mo family had done. Just to deal with the Shi family, Mo Tua had sacrificed a year of his grandchildren's cultivation. In turn, this caused Shi Tianluo and Shi Tianyun of the Shi family to be bedridden for at least 3 to 5 years. This method was ruthless to the extreme. Shi Jian's expression was gloomy. Looking at Shi Yan, he suddenly could not decide how to proceed. If Mu Sun didn't pass on this information, Shi Jian might have actually let Shi Yan enter the arena. But since now the truth was known, Shi Jian knew that Mo Zhan must have also taken that Blood Vigor pill, and that now his abilities were enhanced for the upcoming battle. Knowing this, Shi Jian faltered. Mo Zhan was already at the third sky of the nascent realm. But after taking the Blood Vulgar pill, he would have the ability of a human realm warrior. Human realm warriors could easily break the second stage of Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit. Shi Yan had only started cultivating recently, so Shi Jian naturally thought that Shi Yan lacked real battle experience. In this situation, Shi Yan could easily be crushed by his opponent. But Shi Yan had twin martial spirits. In a long run, he would definitely become as good as Bai Mingsu. He was the true future hope of the Shi family. If this battle led to Shi Yan losing miserably and suffering heavy injuries, not only would it slow down his path to success, the strike could probably devastate him forever. The more he weighed his options, the more hesitant Shi Jian felt. He almost had the thought to protect Shi Yan even if he were to be disgraced. Then at this moment, Zuo Shi came slowly from the Zuo family's side, carrying a giant backpack. Zuo Shi's captivating figure caused unrest outside the arena. Many looked at Zuo Shi lasciviously, their eyes gazing towards her beautiful long legs. Soon, Zuo Shi arrived at the Shi family's place. She stood next to Shi Jian and put the backpack on the Shi family's table, saying quietly, "Grandpa Shi, my grandpa told me to bring the dragon turtle armor to you in the hope that you would win." Then she turned her head and looked at Shi Yan and spoke quietly, "Go for it." After that, Zuo Shi left the Shi family area and returned to the Zuo family. Even when she arrived back at the Zuo family, her beautiful eyes were still locked onto Shi Yan from across the arena. Everyone in the Shi family felt devastated. Not only those who didn't know about Shi Yan's situation, even those who were actually aware of Shi Yan's cultivation level were also pitying him. A warrior who just recently broke through to the third sky of the nascent realm, versus one who heavily trained for 20 years, and slowly came to this realm step by step. It's clear who was stronger. Besides, the Mo family obviously played dirty, so now the actual gap between the two was like a deep valley. Dragon Turtle Armor. When Shi Jian saw the armor, he was completely shocked. Even though his confidence was restored, he still hesitated a bit. Passing the paper slip to Shi Yan, he murmured, "Sai, and Grandpa doesn't know what to do either, you decide for yourself. If you think it's too hard, then just give up." When he said the words "give up," Shi Jian suddenly felt exhausted, as if he aged some years. Shi Yan still looked unconcerned with the recent surprising developments. He glanced at the paper slip, but didn't show any reaction. He was still calm as ever. He had already realized that the Mo family must have used some underhanded means. Before Shi Jian had even finished speaking, Shi Yan leapt off and appeared in the middle of the arena. He spoke lightly, "Shi Yan from the Shi family. Nascent realm, third sky. Please enlighten me." A great disturbance stirred in the crowd. The silent arena suddenly became louder than the street markets. Many were in utter shock, puzzled as they looked at Shi Yan. "Who's this kid? I've never heard of this guy in the Shi family. Right, he never showed up in any of the previous martial competitions. When did the Shi family get such a warrior?" "Shi Yan. I know. Isn't he that young master of the Shi family who loves to study ancient texts? This guy never practiced martial arts. I only know him because he always caused trouble." "No way. He has never cultivated in martial arts, but still is at the third sky of the nascent realm?" "Who knows? But even if he is at the third sky of the nascent realm, what can he do? You saw what happened when Mo Qi, who's only at the second sky of the nascent realm, went against Shi Tianyun, who was at the third sky of the nascent realm. About that Shi Yan guy, maybe it's only because Shi Jian doesn't want to be embarrassed, so he sent him out to die." "Yeah, Sai. Poor guy being sacrificed like that. Around the arena, the sounds of gossip rose everywhere. Not a single warrior felt optimistic about Shi Yan. After knowing his true identity, they all thought Shi Jian had only let him go up out of frustration. The outcome was already decided. On the Baiming family's side, Baiming Shang also furrowed his brows slightly. He turned his head to a dedicated warrior on the side. What's the deal with Shi Yan? Why was there no news about him? When did the Shi family get another nascent realm, third sky kid? Did he appear out of thin air? Master, I didn't know either. Since a young age Shi Yan didn't have the Shi family's martial spirit, so we didn't spend much effort observing him. Who knew that he suddenly... A little strange. Baiming Shang nodded, he frowned and asked no more. Baiming Su was dazed for a second as a flash of surprise gleamed in his eyes. He stared at Shi Yan for a while, then suddenly realized, hey? Isn't that the kid who was drinking with Han Zhong in the spring pavilion a few days back? Muyu Dai and Di Yalan also remembered and lightly nodded at the same time. From far away, Di Yalan stared at Shi Yan, who was talked about by many people in the arena. Her expression was a little strange and with a low voice she said, "It's him. He's definitely gonna die." Baiming Su shook his head, unconcerned. No matter how amazing his luck was before, this time against Mo Zhan, he'll be crippled if not killed. Mo Tua also dazed out for a second, then he sneered, "I don't care where this little bastard came from, but we'll never see him again. Shi Yan, take that thing." Shi Jian shouted while grimacing. He pointed at the dragon turtle armor brought by Zuo Shi and hinted at him. "Don't need it." Shi Yan glimpsed over at Shi Jian and shook his head. Then he smiled at Mo Zhan. "At the spring pavilion, I told you we'd meet again. Now do you know who I am?" "I know." Mo Zhan laughed arrogantly, "You're just someone who came here to die. Haha, the Shi family really has nobody now. Sending out a guy who researches ancient texts. Haha, I'm gonna laugh to the death." Shi Yan didn't show any anger, he looked indifferent and stood in the arena waiting. "Ahem, head of the Shi family, you can put out your bet now." The director standing at the round table shouted out. "Master! Master! Master!" At the Shi family tower, many of the dedicated warriors shouted, clearly indicating their displeasure. All of them had heard about Shi Yan. Even if he had somehow reached the third sky of the nascent realm, everyone believed that it was for naught, and that Shi Yan would lose miserably. If Shi family lost the fight again, not only would they be crushed in the competition, they would also lose their high-value bets, the repercussion of which would last forever. "Brother, you must not." Shi Tai advised Shi Tian strongly, still injecting his profound qi into Tian Yun. "Brother, it's not worth that little bit of pride. Tian Luo and Tian Yun have already lost, you can't bring Shi Yan in too. Just let it go, brother." Shi Yan could clearly hear all the chatter behind him. Groaning, he looked back at Shi Jian and said calmly, "Grandpa, believe in me." "Okay." Shi Jian, who was hesitating over his choices, looked at Shi Yan's confident expression. And for some reason he actually did choose to believe in him. He suddenly roared, "Phoenix City? Our family bets the authority to the whole city. If the Mo family wins, our family will cede the authority for Phoenix City immediately." This led to another great disturbance in the crowd. Everyone started gossiping and chatting again. Phoenix City was a big city in the Merchant Union, and the Shi family had been holding the authority to the city for decades. Now Phoenix City had been branded with the Shi family's name. It could be said that Phoenix City was where the Shi family's influence was deepest. Now Shi Jian was putting up the authority for Phoenix City as a bet. Was he going insane? "Big brother." "Master." Everyone in the Shi family were on their feet as they looked at Shi Jian in disbelief. All of them started requesting Shi Jian to take back the bet vehemently. "Stop trying to persuade me. My mind is set." Shi Jian's stubbornness was back and with a straight face he sneered, "It's either make or break. I will take the risk this time." Everyone in the Baiming family and the Ling family were also stunned. Clearly they didn't understand either. Zuo Su dazed for a moment, then sighed and said quietly, "Now there's no turning back for Brother Shi." "Okay." Mo Tua suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "You can't take this back now. Take it." Shi Jian took the deeds from his personal pocket, and passed it to the director who came towards him. Then he shouted coldly, "Mo Tua, your little bet is not enough. I will add 3 more mines." Mo Tua scowled, then sneered, "It's a sure win match, doesn't matter how much more I add, After all, it will still belong to the Mo family in the end. Soon, the director took the bet from the Mo family up to the round table, then suddenly roared, "The match starts." Chapter 70, The Focus of Attention. Chapter 70, The Focus of Attention. Let the battle begin. The referee's announcement officially started the much-anticipated battle. Mo Jean was wearing a cold and arrogant smile. In an instant, streams of electricity came out of his body, materializing into electric snakes. Those electric snakes intertwined around Mo Jean's whole body, which made him look dazzling. Mo Jean, a warrior of the third sky of the nascent realm, stood in the battle arena with pride, while electric snakes were circling all over his body. His lightning martial spirit was apparently way more powerful than Mo Yenyu's and Mo Chi's. As his face gradually turned pale, those electric snakes kept twisting around his body, looking hideous and seemingly wanting to eat people. The petrification martial spirit of the Shi family is said to be the king of close-range battle in the Merchant Union. I will give you a chance. Come near me and fight. Mo Jean stood still and burst into laughter with arrogance and pride filling his face, not caring about Shi Yan a bit. That guy is way too arrogant. Well, he is in the position to be arrogant. The lightning martial spirit of his is way stronger than that Mo Chi's. The result is quite clear now. Exactly, the Shi family will have a nasty failure for sure. Around the battle arena, the warriors standing on the high green stone building were all shaking their heads as no one anticipated that Shi Yan could beat Mo Jean. Even on the Shi family side, everybody was in bad mood, sighing with disappointment. Well? With his usual indifference, Shi Yan strode towards Mo Jean at a leisurely pace, as though he thought nothing of him. While walking, his body petrified gradually and his skin grew gray. Before he came into the battle arena, Shi Yan had wiped a certain powder all over his body. That powder did nothing but change the color of his martial spirit so that it looked gray even though his petrification martial spirit had already reached the second stage. Shi Jian did this as he wanted to avoid anyone thinking they were cheating. After all, it was a known fact that a nascent realm warrior couldn't reach the second stage of the petrification martial spirit. Kid, you were really something in the spring pavilion. I hope you can be as sharp as you were then. Mo Jean smiled coldly with his pale face, as he stood still and waited for Shi Yan to approach. Sharp or not, you will know soon enough. Shi Yan shook his head with a smile. As he replied, he was within 3 meters of Mo Jean. Humph. Suddenly, Mo Jean yelled in a low voice and the electric snakes coiling around his body came to life. Those electric snakes flew out and dashed toward Shi Yan in a second. Damn. Shi Tai cried in fear, there they go. Dodge. Shi Yang couldn't help but cry out. Hiss hiss hiss. The electric snakes were as thick as thumbs and separated at once as if they were alive, entangling Shi Yan from all directions, not leaving any gaps. Ignoring the cries of the Shi family, the electric snakes wrapped Shi Yan up tightly in an instant. Bad. Shi Tai's eyes were full of fear as he sighed with pain. How stupid is this kid? He didn't even dodge, even when he knows how Tianyun lost. Now he is repeating the same tragedy. It's done. Not surprising. Yeah, this guy studies ancient language. Stupid. There is no suspense. I guess he won't even have the slightest chance to fight back. Around the battle arena, those warriors were all feeling sorry for Shi Yan, as they shook their heads in sorrow, seeming to know the result. It turned out just as everybody assumed. Mo Jean seized this opportunity and rushed up to Shi Yan. With a in his left hand and a in his right hand, he struck his opponent who was entangled tightly by electric snakes. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The An were shooting like a hail and covered Shi Yan in an instant. Under Mo Jean's intense attacks, nobody could clearly see Shi Yan who was buried under the lightning, and they simply guessed he would lose for sure. One after another electric slashes flashed with green light, and the audience saw the arena clearly again. Shi Yan was still standing there and hadn't moved. He was not hurt in the slightest and smoke was coming from his coat. What happened? It can't be true? As the green light dissipated and the warriors saw Shi Yan clearly, they couldn't help but rub their eyes, surprised by Shi Yan who was still standing in the arena like a mountain. Bai Mingshang also raised his head from his teacup and looked at Shi Yan in astonishment. He frowned and mumbled, "Weird." Mo Tuo's expression changed, but he still kept calm and just grunted once. Shi Jian's body quivered once and a bright light crossed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he pressed one of his hands to the stone stool and became excited. Big brother. Family head. Shi Tai and the Shi family warriors looked to Shi Jian at the same time, with joy and confusion on their faces. Keep on. Shi Jian yelled as his mouth trembled a bit. Though still feeling confused after what they heard, Shi Tai and those ministers of the Shi family got a little expectation of Shi Yan. In the arena. Shi Yan was still entangled by the electric snakes, but apart from a little numbness after using his petrification ability, he felt nothing else as he still maintained an indifferent expression on his face. Wisps of thin smoke gushed out from his arms which soon covered the electricity from those snakes, thus no one could see the change in his arms. While he was being struck heavily, his negative energy had mingled with his profound chi and gushed out from his arms, turning into 5 small swirls which floated around him. These swirls created by the combined these two types of energy, which slowly floated behind Emojan. The swirls were invisible to anyone. Apart from Shi Yan in this huge battlefield, only a human realm warrior like Bai Mingxiang could sense it. Emojan, you are so weak. Under the gaze of the audience, Shi Yan broadened his mouth as he laughed and smirked. You can't even hurt me when I stood there and didn't fight back. How did the Mo family become one of the 5 big families in the Merchant Union with skills like yours? Kid, you are seeking death. Emojan's face changed suddenly and became even paler. He dashed over with a stern face toward Shi Yan, and just as Emo Chi kicked Shi Tianyun, he began to kick Shi Yan like crazy. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Emojan's hard attacks dropped upon Shi Yan, while the arena was filled with green light and strong profound chi began to spill everywhere. Still weak. Emojan, are you a girl? Under Emojan's attacks, Shi Yan was unmovable like a mountain and couldn't stop shaking his head, ridiculing him with crueler and crueler words. If you don't have a thing down there, I can help you satisfy your wife on your wedding day, in case that you make a fool of yourself. That was too wicked. Ling Yu from the Ling family suddenly stood up and cursed in a flirtatious tone. Shi Yan, you will die a miserable death. I want you to die. Emojan howled and triggered all his potential at once. He jumped towards Shi Yan and started sending out another rain of punches. Bang! However, Shi Yan simply stretched one leg and kicked Emojan in the chest. That kick, by his sole free leg, sent Emojan 5 meters away. Boring. Shi Yan grunted in disappointment as he got rid of the electric snakes. Those electric snakes, which were crawling all over him, broke away inch by inch. The shattered electric sparks dispersed all around the arena. Be careful. Damn it. The warriors nearest to the arena shouted and hurried to operate their profound chi to defend against those electric sparks. Good boy. Zuo patted the arm of his chair and praised, I like this guy. Zuo bright eyes were shining with an odd light as she nodded at Shi Yan and smiled. Well, this guy is really mean. Big brother. Family head. WH, what is going on here? On the other side, Shi Tai and the Shi family ministers all looked to Shi Jian in surprise. It's fine. It's just that the Mo family is too weak. Shi Jian responded briefly, following Shi Yan's directions. Suddenly the feeling in the air had become fresh. Mo Tua stood up with a green face. He stared at Emojan and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Those eyes, I have seen them somewhere. On the side of the Baiming family, Dialan showed a little suspicion on her face, and she murmured after a long deliberation. But at that time no one paid attention to her murmurs. Instead, everybody was setting their eyes upon Shi Yan and following his movements. After getting rid of the electric snakes, Shi Yan started strolling towards Emojan. Emojan lifted himself up from the ground and rushed towards Shi Yan in a rage. At that moment, Emojan's body began to twist strangely as willow flowers fluttered in the air. Something invisible had entangled him tightly. The harder he struggled, the stranger the way he swayed. At last he floated up into the air. There seemed to be an invisible wicked hand behind him that had grabbed his neck and lifted him up. What happened? I don't know. What's wrong with Emojan? Is he out of his mind? Who knows what's going on? Why is Emojan floating in the air? Is he at the sky realm? Do you even think it's possible? The arena burst into clamor at once. Shi Yan came near Emojan with an indifferent face and slowly stretched out his hand. His fingers stabbed into Emojan's knee like 5 sharp spears. Crack, crack. The clear sounds of bones breaking came from Emojan's knees. Crack, crack. Another 2 similar noises came from his shoulders. Pa. Emojan was totally freaking out in front of Shi Yin. He couldn't help but fall on his knees. Not a single bone in his joints were connected. Pathetically kneeling in front of Shi Yin in front of such a huge crowd made him roar insanely, "Shi Yin, I am gonna kill you. Kill you." "Oh, really?" Shi Yin looked cool as he grabbed Emojan's neck and lifted him high up in the air again. Emojan tried his electric skill on Shi Yin but it had no effect. In front of hundreds of eyes, Emojan was lifted up by Shi Yin single-handedly. It was a deliberate insult. Shi Yin intended to show Emojan's expression to everybody, for he circled the arena, so that every warrior present could see the grief and fear on Emojan's face. After one circle, Shi Yin turned his eyes towards Shi Jian and sent the message, "To kill or not." The arena quietened down suddenly and all the warriors gazed at Shi Yin. Tens of meters away, Shi Jian got Shi Yan's message and was quite delighted. Under Shi Yan's gaze, Shi Jian nodded softly with a rigid face. "We give up." Emo Tua was shocked and he cried miserably after he saw Shi Jian's cold eyes. "We lose. We lose." "Stop." The referee at the round table announced immediately. Crack. Another clear sound came from Emojan's neck, and his head flapped down in an odd way. All the warriors were horrified. They looked at Shi Yin who had just shattered Emojan's neck, in quiet astonishment. It was extremely silent in the arena. Under everybody's gaze, Shi Yin tossed away Emojan's body indifferently. Pa! Emojan's dead body landed 3 meters in front of Emo Tua, with his head strangely twisted. Sneering at the Emo family, Shi Yin returned to the Shi family tower and without any care and took his seat. Chapter 71, Take Advantage of Their Weakness. Chapter 71, Take Advantage of Their Weakness. Shi Jian. You old man. Emo Tuo's eyes were filled with endless hatred. With a raging roar he suddenly stormed towards the arena and thundered, "You killed my Jean and destroyed my family's future hope. I will bury you by his side." Emo Jean's death truly provoked him. Emo Tuo didn't even care about the rest of the martial competition. He straightaway rushed towards the Shi family. As Emo Tuo made his move, all the distraught members of the Emo family also stood up. They all rushed into the arena and sprinted towards the Shi family. "Emo Tuo, my 2 grandsons are still lying on the ground." Shi Jian was in violent rage as he also rushed forward. Staring coldly at the approaching Emo Tuo, he sneered, "You were totally calm when you were winning, but lost your temper as soon as you were defeated? If you can't afford to lose, then don't participate in the martial competition at all. Calm down all of you." Baiming Shang's expression was stern as he stood up. Suddenly the temperature around the arena dropped by considerable degree as frigid air started emitting from his body. Even though the sun was at its height, all the warriors around the arena felt chilly. "Stand down." Emo Tuo suddenly turned back his head and shouted to the grieved members of the Emo family. To this the dedicated warriors and masters of the Emo family were unwilling, but under Emo Tuo's cold gaze, everybody retreated back to their places. "Shi Jian, would you dare to fight solo with me?" When the people of the Emo family backed away, Emo Tuo suddenly roared from the middle of the arena. "Whoa, no way? Now this is gonna be quite a show. A battle between 2 family heads. I didn't come thousands of miles in vain, this time the arena is truly splendid." The crowd was totally excited as they looked at Shi Jian in expectation. "Why not?" Shi Jian sneered and also stepped into the center of the arena. He greeted Baiming Shang and said, "Baiming family head Emo Tuo and I will have a fair fight. I'm sure this is not against the rules." Frigid air was seeping from Baiming Shang's body. He groaned and furrowed his brow for a moment, and then slowly sat down. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Why bother you two? But if you really wish to fight, I wouldn't stop you. I only hope that you restrain yourselves and don't hurt others." Shi Yin was totally unfazed by the recent developments and was sitting nonchalantly at the Shi family's side. Seeing that Shi Jian had also stepped into the arena, his eyes furrowed deeply, knowing that this time it wouldn't end easily. However, just when the two were about to fight to the death, the entire Tianyun city seemed to shake for a second. In the far distance, the tall stone tower of the Misty Pavilion, which was dozens of meters high, instantly toppled down. Even from thousands of meters away, one could see the silhouette of a female above the tower, wearing a black crepe and a bamboo hat. This was clearly a very stunning woman. She was just like a goddess, with her hands above her head as if holding something. That piece of the sky looked like it was time-warped, with masses of strange air flooded the clouds. from the clouds, some mysterious power in the river of time turned into pillars of light, and all of a sudden stormed down from the heavens, shooting directly into the woman's upheld hands. An earth-shakingly strong force suddenly spread out from the woman's body. Thousands of meters away, the warriors in the arena could all feel the terrifying force coming from her. Streaks of exotic beams abruptly shot out from her body. Due to the great density of the beam, it was as if multiple rainbows were wrapping around her. Sky Realm Master. Who is this woman? So powerful? What is happening? Why is there another Sky Realm Master in the city? All the people in the arena were totally focused in her direction, completely forgetting Mo Tua and Shijian's fight. In the blazing hot sunlight, the woman with the perfect body raised her hands in mid-air. Suddenly an enormous radiant hand emerged from the sky, and violently smashed down like a mountain. Under that gigantic hand, a black dot was forming which was slowly increasing in size. Gradually, that black dot formed into the silhouette of a person. The godlike giant hand, spreading over hundreds of meters, smashed down on the ground with immense force. The silhouette of the person formed from that black dot, suddenly warped and disappeared into streams of dark light. Boom! The enormous hand completely destroyed the 3 20-meter-high Misty Pavilion towers. The rigid green iron towers became metal scraps, flying everywhere. The woman in the black crepe and bamboo hat stood in the air above the ruin of the Misty Pavilion for a moment, and then flew towards the arena. In merely a few seconds she arrived above the arena, condescendingly looking at the crowd below. With her angel-like voice she said, "Half of the map is on my hands. Mo family head, if you really want it, just come and take it up front. No need to play tricks in the dark." Our Mo family didn't do it. Mo Tua looked up at her and roared, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Mo Tua was only at the third sky of the Nirvana realm, but this woman could walk in mid-air, which was a trait of Sky Realm warriors. How could Mo Tua not be afraid? "Miss?" Two giant men pushed their way among the crowd, and immediately appeared outside the arena. In mid-air, the floating goddess-like woman pointed at Mo Tua and commanded, "Teach him a little lesson." "Yes, miss." The two giant men roared as their muscles suddenly bulged. They were already 2 meters tall, but instantly grew by some centimeters while exerting power, with dark thick hair suddenly growing on their bodies. In a flash, the two men turned into what looked like rabid beasts, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and murderous look. The two giant men suddenly dashed out, the strong green iron rubble exploding into pieces everywhere they went. "Who are you?" "This is the Merchant Union's arena. We will not allow you to cause trouble here." Baiming Shang suddenly roared into the heavens, frigid air seeping from him. Howling, Baiming Shang also flew into the air. Balls of strange blue flames flew from his body. Those flames shortly condensed into blue fire clouds. These icy clouds, along with the power to freeze the heaven and earth, shot towards the woman. "Baiming Shang, is it?" The woman's voice was still sweet as she said indifferently, "The Misty Pavilion's business has nothing to do with you. Your Baiming family can act like an overlord in the Merchant Union, but in the Endless Sea, you would not even be a third-rate family. You better know your place." Arrogant. Baiming Shang raised himself into mid-air and stood across from the woman, his face as cold as glacier. He sneered, "I would like to see exactly how capable you are, since you dare to bluster with your wild arrogance." The cloud-like surged towards the woman like tides. The woman snorted as she suddenly rose up, and disappeared into the mass of clouds. After a long moment her voice rang out, "Come and fight up here, don't harm the innocent." "All right." Baiming Shang shouted, his body also shooting high above the sky and disappeared in the clouds. Thundering roars came from the heavens as if it was the end of the world. Everyone in the arena knew that Baiming Shang had started fighting with the mysterious woman, but sadly no one could see this fight. Boom boom boom. The two towering men had by then surrounded Mo Tua, and ruthlessly started beating him. These two big men were like iron giants, their bodies extremely sturdy. They weren't afraid of the arm's thick strands of lightning, and kept bombarding Mo Tua in the midst of the lightning strikes. Strikes of lightning flew in the sky like an electrical dragon. The lightning came from Mo Tua, 15 strands in total, and they formed a closely knit electrical web, charging at the towering giant men. "Mo Tua, give up the treasure map, or else don't blame me for attacking the Mo family members." Mu Sun's voice came from a corner of the arena. He had brought a group of masters from the Medicine Valley, and walked towards Mo Tua step by step, his expression grim. Mu Sun. The treasure map isn't with the Mo family. Release Chaoga now or else you're not going to walk out of Tianyun City alive. Mo Tua was furious. Even under the joined forces of the two giant men, he could still give out threats. Alright then. You forced me to do this. Mu Sun's voice was cold and he said to the Medicine Valley masters beside him, kill everyone in the Mo family. Then Mu Sun also sprinted out, his body like a beam of light. He joined the forces of the two giant men and bombarded Mo Tua. Pop pop pop. Boom boom boom. The electrical dragon moved around in the sky. The two towering giant men were like monstrous beasts. One of them grabbed 2 millstone-sized green iron pieces, and whenever he got near Mo Tua he would throw the 1,000 piece of green iron at Mo Tua. TL note, a gene is a little more than a pound. In a short moment, the whole arena was filled with lightning and flying stones. Fire spread everywhere and silver lights scurried around. In the crowd, those that were struck by the electric dragon turned into a crisp, while those that were struck by the stones turned into a pulp. The fight among these masters had turned everything into chaos. Many of the warriors cursed, shrieked and roared as they all tried to get out of the way. Those with low capability simply escaped the Godstone Square in a panic, afraid to stay and watch the show. The masters from Medicine Valley took advantage of the situation and stormed towards the Mo family, attacking its descendants and warriors. However, the Mo family's descendants and warriors were undaunted. They weren't afraid of the Medicine Valley's attacks, and firmly suppressed those that came at them. Now Shi Jian actually seemed like an outsider. In the arena he watched the Mo family suffer in surprise, but inside he was as delighted as ever. Grandpa, do it now. Shi Jian stepped forward and said firmly. Do it now. Shi Jian froze, then furrowed his brows. You mean? Mo Zhan is dead. Mo Tua will surely seek vengeance. Rather than letting the Mo family recover and strike us, why not take advantage of their weakness? You can cooperate with Mu Sun and those two to kill Mo Tua while we will hunt down the second and third generations of the Mo family. It's best if we completely cripple the entire Mo family today so they would never have a chance of revenge. Shi Yan said cruelly. Big brother. Shi Yan is right. Mo Zhan is already dead and Mo Chaoga is probably not going to live either. At this point we should just screw it all and do it. Screw the martial competition, take out the Mo family first. Shi Tai came up and growled. Shi Tianluo and Shi Tianyun were both heavily injured, still laying on the ground. He had already suppressed his anger, but now that the perfect chance was here, Shi Tai couldn't hold himself back anymore. Han Feng was also here and he nodded at Shi Jian. Baiming Shang is kept busy right now, so the Baiming family has no one in charge. Without his permission, no one in the Baiming family would help the Mo family. This is a golden opportunity. If we miss this chance we'll never get it again. Shi Yan gave in another word of encouragement and said, Grandpa, you guys kill Mo Tua and I will take care of Mo Qi and Mo Yinyu, who severely wounded brother Tianluo and brother Tianyun. We can entirely destroy the Mo family bloodline. Kid, you sure are ruthless enough. Shi Tai smacked Shi Yan, and before Shi Jian agreed he rushed out and shouted, Mo Tua, you old dog, today you will die for sure. Once Shi Tai exited, Shi Jian stopped hesitating and said to Han Feng, Idiot, protect Shi Yan. Then he also stormed out and roared, Mo Tua, it's time to settle it between us. Chapter 72 Each with their own schemes. Chapter 72 Each with their own schemes. The whole arena was in a mess. Mo Tua was besieged by many masters. Those that Mu Sun brought from Medicine Valley also hounded people from the Mo family. In the Shi family's area, once Shi Jian and Shi Yan took action, the masters of the Shi family also sprinted up and attacked the Mo family members. In a short moment the arena broke out into a war. None of the warriors who came to watch the martial competition expected the event to go down this way. When the big fight erupted, many furious powers vented out their enmity and ruthlessly attacked their enemies, embroiling many innocents. Because of this, in just few minutes, a number of warriors were sent to their death. The bystanders could no longer sit still. Seeing the two families slaughtering each other, very few people decided to stay and continue watching. They all hurriedly retreated from the Godstone Square, afraid that they might become a target in the slaughterhouse. The retreat of the bystanders was very swift. Now the only people present in the Godstone Square were those from the 5 big families. The Beijing family was merely the observers. In the absence of Baiming Shang, the Baiming family decided to only be a spectator, not aiding either of the families. Bimingsa stood in silence in the Biming family's tower. He was closely watching the besieged Mo Tua, and occasionally gazed at the Mo family members who were attacked by the Shi family. Young master, what should we do? Keep watching? Bimingsa's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. We don't need to entangle ourselves in this dog fight. Let them chase among themselves. Whatever the outcome, it wouldn't affect us in the least. We will directly curb the one who loses in the end and take away their inheritance. With our influence in the merchant union, we will be the prime benefactors. You are wise, young master. But should we stay? There's no need. Bimingsa suddenly smiled. Let's go back. Staying and doing nothing wouldn't be that great after all. We're not joining the fight anyway, so let's go back and arrange things a little. Let's go. Upon hearing that, all the masters from the Biming family nodded in unison. Led by Bimingsu, they all retreated from the Godstone Square. Now in the arena only 4 families remained, Zuo, Ling, Mo and Shi. The Shi and Mo families were fighting, while the Zuo and Ling families were merely the spectators. Unknowingly, Shi Yang arrived at where the Zuo family was. He bowed to Zuo Su and said, Uncle Zuo, I hope you could please keep an eye on the Ling family during this fight. Zuo Su casually replied while sipping his tea, Don't worry, the Zuo and Ling families always had feud between us. If the Ling family dares to make a move, we won't be sit still either. Rest assured and do whatever your Shi family wants. The Ling family won't be problem for you. Thank you, Uncle Zuo. It's nothing whether it be business or personal affairs, the Zuo family and the Shi family have always been allies. Of course we would take some pressure for you. Zuo Su nonchalantly said. He gazed at where the Shi family was assembled and asked in confusion, Where's Shi Yan, that little brat? Why haven't I seen him? Shi Yang was surprised and also looked around, realizing that there truly was no sign of Shi Yan. He shook his head and gave a wry smile. That kid was just there, now who knows where he's gone. Watch that kid. The brat is very good, he's gonna be the future hope of your Shi family, you can't afford to lose him. Zuo Su said. Haha, Uncle Han Feng is keeping an eye on him, no need to worry, Uncle Zuo. Alright then. Zuo Su smiled, and while glancing at Zuo Shi next to him, his smile looked a little strange. Xiao Shi is also quite fond of your Shi Yan. Shi Yang's expression bloomed and he nodded, I'll be going then, Uncle Zuo. When Shi Yang was gone, Zuo Shi's face flashed in confusion and she said, Grandpa, when was I fond of that guy? What are you bullshitting about? Sending that dragon turtle armor was your idea too, it wasn't just me who wanted to help him, shish. Haha, whatever, same thing. Zuo Su seemed like he was in a good mood and he told the Zuo family members, We will stay here for now and watch the Ling family for the Shis. If the Ling family dares to get involved, we don't need to act kindly to them either. After today the situation in the Merchant Union is really going to turn upside down. We can't let the Ling family take any benefits. At the Ling family's side, the head of the family, Ling Ju, frowned silently. The masters of the Ling family were all standing behind Ling Ju. Seeing that he hadn't spoken yet, these people were all on guard, as if silently waiting for his decision. At the Mo family's place, all their members were surrounded by the people from Medicine Valley and the Shi family. Their situation was turning from bad to worse. Suddenly Mo Chaotian broke through and quickly rushed to Ling Ju's side. Kneeling down on one knee he spoke in panic, Uncle Ling, please let the Ling family step in. My father is besieged by many masters, he might not last long. We are also being chased by people from Medicine Valley and the Shi family, it's getting harder and harder to hold up. Uncle Ling, for old time's sake, please help our family, the entire Mo family will always remember your favor. Ling Ju furrowed his brows and lightly sighed. He said in frustration, Chao Tian, it's not that I don't want to help, but the Zuo family hasn't made a move yet. Once our family gives aid, the Zuo family will immediately spring up. The reason why I haven't done anything yet is because I'm watching the Zuo family for you guys. But if this continues, the Mo family might not be able to withstand it any longer. Mo Chao Tian said in fear. If the Ling family cuts in now, it would force the Zuo family to get involved too, it would be useless. Ling Ju shook his head. He hesitated for a moment and then shouted, Xiao Feng, bring some people and bring Yinyu back here. Yinyu is your future wife, she can't die. Yes. Ling Xiaofeng called out and fiercely sprinted out, accompanied by some of the warriors from the Ling family. Chao Tian, Yinyu is your daughter and the daughter-in-law of the Ling family. I will protect her for you. As for the rest, I really can't help. I can only promise you that I will make sure the Zuo family won't step in to go against the Mo family. This is all I can do. Ling Ju said in frustration. Mo Chao Tian was in a daze. He deeply gazed at Ling Ju, and after quite a while finally turned away in grief, silently returning to the Mo family's battle. Big brother, Ling Jieqing whispered hesitantly. He said, if we don't help, the Mo family will definitely lose heavily this time. Mo Tuan might develop a hatred for us. Ling Ju's expression was calm as he sat there and lightly took a sip of tea. He lowered his head and said, younger brother, at this time we cannot be reckless. Zuo Shi won't easily let us join the fight. Besides, the Misty Pavilion has a Sky Realm Master. She is going against the Mo family. If our family steps in, we won't get anything good out of this. Also, this is an opportunity. Mo Zhan is dead and Mo Qi is in danger. Yanyu will be the hope of the third generation of the Mo family. If Yanyu becomes our family's daughter-in-law, our Ling family can openly take the Mo family's properties when they get in a dangerous situation. And if one day Yanyu becomes the head of the Mo family, with her status as the daughter-in-law of the Ling family, hee. Good scheming, big brother. Ling Jie was stunned for a while, then he finally nodded. I was thoughtless, big brother. You are one that strongly considers the future. Yes, we only need to protect Yanyu, the rest we don't need to care about. Ling Ju raised his head and squinted towards the fight in midair, saying, when Yanyu gets here we can go back. This time the odds are against Mo Tua. He sighed, who would have known that the Misty Pavilion hit a Sky Realm Master, brother Mo? It's not that I don't care about our friendship, just that you're truly in back luck. Grandpa Ling. I beg you to save my grandpa. Mo Yanyu was brought back. Once she arrived at the Ling family's side, she immediately knelt down, tears marks streaked down the sides of her cheeks. If you don't help now, my grandpa might not be able to last long. Grandpa Ling, please. As long as you give in your aid, I will marry Xiao Feng right now. Yanyu, it's not that I don't want to help, I just really can't. Ling Ju shook his head. He stood up and said, in the future you will understand the painstaking decisions I am making now. Everything I am doing is for you and Xiao Feng. Brother, take away Yanyu, we are going home. Yes. Ling Jie suddenly appeared behind Mo Yanyu. He hit her once, and the breathlessly crying Mo Yanyu suddenly went limp and fainted. Head of the Zuo family, I think that this martial competition can go on no more. We are going back in advance, how about the Zuo family? Ling Ju looked at the faraway Zuo Shi and shouted loudly. Zuo Shi was surprised, then secretly cursed out at the old fox. He also smilingly stood up and said, we were also going to go, why should we go together? Sure thing, I was just going to chat a little bit with Master Zuo, then we shall go together? Ling Ju nodded and replied with a smile. In the arena, the Ling and Zuo families had been sitting still as mountains. However, at this crucial moment, as if they did not see the chaos inside the arena, the two heads of the families walked side by side, and with their subordinates behind them, headed straight out of the Godstone Square. Those remaining in the Godstone Square were only the onlookers who thought that they were strong enough to bear the aftershocks of the battle, the Mo family, the Shi family and the people from the Medicine Valley. Chapter 73, The Change in the Fallen Godstone. Chapter 73, The Change in the Fallen Godstone. Shi Yin was roaming the Godstone Square leisurely. Wherever there was a body he would appear. His presence would cause the body to completely dry up and become devoid of any profound qi in mere seconds. Because of the devastating battle, many nearby warriors felt the brunt of it. Those warriors of elementary and nascent realms were the most affected, for they couldn't block the aftershocks from the battle between the Nirvana realm warriors. Once they became entangled in their battle, there was no hope for them. In just a few minutes, Shi Yin roamed around the Godstone Square and harvested all the profound qi from 7 elementary realm and 4 nascent realm warriors. Only human realm warriors were somewhat lucky to escape, as they could withstand the aftershocks generated from the battle, not receiving any life-threatening wounds. Therefore, there wasn't any corpses of a human realm warrior, which was very disappointing to Shi Yin. Due to the mysterious power that could absorb the profound qi from the corpses into his meridians, Shi Yin hoped for more chaos. He was continually encouraging Shi Jane to fight against the Mo family in person so to increase the casualties, enabling him to enter the human realm faster. Han Feng was lingering 10 meters away from him like a ghost. Wherever he went, Han Feng would follow him like a shadow, lest he created some trouble. 10 meters away, Han Feng was staring at Shi Yin with eyes filled with confusion. During the nasty battle, Shi Yin was acting weirdly. Han Feng couldn't figure out what Shi Yin was pondering. He didn't ask as he was just there to protect his young master in case of an accident. Shuttling through the Godstone Square, Shi Yin would always stand beside the corpses for a while. Although he saw the corpses undergoing some strange changes, Han Feng didn't care about it as he thought those dead warriors must have been poisoned and it was just taking effect now. He never could have thought that such strange changes were actually caused by Shi Yin. Ah! Not far from Shi Yin, the Godstone suddenly collapsed and a painful cry was heard. Hearing the cry, Shi Yin became ecstatic and he rushed over. Under that collapsed Godstone, a nascent realm warrior was taking his last breaths. The warrior was unfortunately hit by one of Mo Tuo's lightning bolts, however he seemed to possess some sort of defensive martial skill which had sustained him till now. Shi Yin looked indifferent when standing beside the collapsed structure. Even from 10 meters away, Shi Yin could feel the highly dense nascent realm profound qi coming from the injured warrior. In just a few minutes, the warrior was sucked dry and Shi Yin harvested another batch of profound qi. Han Feng was secretly watching Shi Yin in confusion from another corner of that collapsed stone. So weird. Has anyone been using poison? Why did they all die in such a strange way? Shi Yin shook his head and looked up at Han Feng. Uncle Han, there must be someone here in the arena with his own purpose. Han Feng nodded with approval but was still perplexed. Pa! Lightning as thick as an arm flew over like a dragon and hit the structure heavily. Chi chi chi. As the lightning flashed on the collapsed structure, a layer of dim moonlight suddenly came out of that mountain-like stone. That dim moonlight had created a strange but cool atmosphere, but the moonlight quickly disappeared and everything returned to normal. Shi Yin and Han Feng, who were standing near that structure, had watched the whole process. Shi Yin let out a soft sound and walked towards that collapsed structure frowning. He stretched out a hand and pressed on this mysterious stone. Under the blazing sun, the stone was cool to the touch. It was as if the stone had been accumulating moonlight over 1,000 years and was carrying the coolness of the night. And it was as heavy as an average metal. Sensing it for a while, Shi Yin couldn't find anything out of the ordinary about the stone. He released his hand and asked Han Feng, frowning, "Uncle Han, did you see the stone shining for a few seconds just moments ago?" "Yes." Han Feng nodded softly and walked up as well. He touched the legendary stone himself and remarked, "No change, maybe it's because Mo Tuo's lightning struck it just now." "Yeah, it must have something to do with Mo Tuo's lighting martial spirit." Shi Yin agreed as he couldn't figure out anything special. There was still a bit of suspicion left in his mind, however since he couldn't come up with anything now, he didn't give it a further thought. Mo family members, disperse and go home. Suddenly from the battle arena, came Mo Tuo's angry order. Shi Yin looked in the direction from where the sound came. Under the relentless attacks, Mo Tuo looked to be in a difficult situation. His back was severely bleeding and he seemed to be heavily wounded. He didn't continue to fight after Shi Tai's severe strike and dashed towards the faraway commercial street in a hurry. Mu Sun, Shi Tai and Shi Jian immediately gave a chase without saying a word. Those two tower-like men hesitated for a second, but ultimately stood in the center of the arena, not intending to kill any more. Those Mo family members also didn't dare stay in the arena after Mo Tuo's command, running away in all directions separately. Shi Yin was calmly standing behind the Godstone and watching the surroundings. He saw the old man with unkempt hair from poisonous Dragon Valley jealously protecting Mo Chi with Li Han, running towards a block of houses to the south of the Godstone Square. "We can't let Mo Chi live." Shi Yin took a deep breath and said to Han Feng, "If the grass root isn't pulled out, it will grow when spring comes. We have to take out Mo Chi. If the grass root isn't pulled out, it will grow when spring comes." Han Feng frowned and repeated that sentence twice and finally understood. His eyes sparkled as he softly said, "Young Master Yin is indeed capable of great things." Without saying anything, Shi Yin walked away from the fallen Godstone and gave chase after Mo Chi. Shi Yin soon exited the Godstone Square. Just as he was about to enter the narrow streets between the houses, he found Shi Yang and some Shi family members chase from behind too. "Big uncle, I will take care of Mo Chi, you go after the others." Shi Yin yelled from afar. Shi Yang was stunned as he saw it was Shi Yin who was giving chase. He reprimanded, "Where have you been till now? Don't you know it's chaos in the arena? Your grandpa will peel my skin if you have an accident." "It's fine." Han Feng appeared from behind Shi Yin and responded softly. Seeing Han Feng behind Shi Yin, Shi Yang relaxed and smiled, Well, you go after Mo Chi and I will go after Mo Chao Tian. Then he nodded at Han Feng, ran up to another road and dashed away. A quarter of an hour later. On a small street in the south region, Mo Chi was in a murderous mood as he focused on running. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of him. At the corner of the street ahead, Shi Yin leaned against the stone wall with a sneering smile on his face and said casually, Mo Chi, are you tired? Yeah, you can have a rest now. Mo Chi suddenly stopped with a ferocious face. Shi Yin. You killed my brother, you must pay for it. Pay for it? Shi Yan's mouth widened and shook his head. Mo Zhan is not too far away, you may catch up to him if you are fast enough. I came to see you away. Young Master Qi. Li Han showed up from behind Mo Chi, and beside Li Han stood the Bloody Hand from Poisonous Dragon Valley of the God-Blessed Empire. Kill him. Mo Chi pointed at Shi Yin and said angrily, he has to die. Let the younger generation solve their own problem. You'd better not get involved. Han Feng suddenly popped up his head from a house, looking at Bloody Hand and Li Han coldly. Bloody Hand from Poisonous Dragon Valley? Shi Yin gazed at that old man and suddenly remarked, you refined that blood chi pill? Well, Poisonous Dragon Valley is literally the cradle of degenerate alchemists who only know how to make degenerate pills. Kid, you are seeking death. Bloody Hand frowned as his face turned rigid suddenly. He grunted, I had no qualms about getting involved in your Shi family and Mo family matter. But now that you are so arrogant, how about tasting my Poisonous Dragon Valley skill? Young Master Yin, you take care of Mo Chi, Bloody Hand and Li Han are mine. Han Feng announced softly and flew down from the roof as light as a feather and stood between Bloody Hand and Li Han. Hee hee, you think we, Poisonous Dragon Valley, are that lame? Bloody Hand smiled cunningly and immediately swallowed a strange pill, which was as big as a longan, and as crimson as blood. After having that pill, Bloody Hand's eyes suddenly turned red and his jumbled hair stood at its ends, while dense smell of blood came from his body. Han Feng's face changed suddenly, young Master Yin, go home right now. Li Han and Mo Chi, kill that arrogant kid. I will take care of the old man. Bloody Hand broadened his mouth in a smile, and licked his lips with a horrifying expression. Uncle Han, be careful. Shi Yin was on alert as he realized something strange from Bloody Hand's change. He took a glance at Han Feng and Mo Chi, and ran towards the Green Moon Lake as fast as possible. Before Han Feng could take off, Bloody Hand dashed forward and an intense bloody air suddenly enveloped him and prevented him from leaving. Li Han and Mo Chi looked at each other and chased in Shi Yan's direction without a word. 5 minutes later. On another street, Li Han and Mo Chi paused suddenly. Mo Chi said with a ferocious face, kid, you are not running away? Are you tired of living? I had said I will stop your Mo family from having descendants. I can't break my promise. Shi Yin stood at the entrance of the street, looking grim. Wisps of white smoke were suddenly emitted from his body. The negative energy gushing from him gave off a murderous impression, like he was a bloody god of slaughter from the Shura Blood Sea. Since Han Feng was not with him, he could finally use his real ability now. Chapter 74, Taken Care of. Chapter 74, Taken Care of. Standing at the end of the alley, Shi Yan's body was emitting an extremely malignant pressure, but his heart, however, was pure and his eyes serene. 3 millstone-sized appeared behind him and by his sides. They were invisible and traceless as no one else except for him could detect them. Negative energy poured out from his meridians and filled his whole body. Shi Yan's once sturdy body clearly became a lot thinner. This was the first time that Shi Yan completely displayed. The biggest change he felt was that his spiritual sense could now perceive the slightest details and his mind was absolute calm. Li Han slightly furrowed his brows. Looking at Shi Yan in front of him, he always felt a little recognition, but when he thought deeply, he couldn't remember where he recognized him from. On Mo Chi's 2 arms, strands of lightning as thick as fingers were formed, and his facial expressions became more and more ferocious. Uncle Li! Mo Chi roared. Li Han's expression froze, his body suddenly popped loudly. The sounds of his joints were like waves hitting upon the shore, gushing with momentum. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A swirl of wave-like white lights swiftly flowed out from Li Han's body. Li Han's hands constantly pulled at the void space, and those white lights were like actual tides, stirring waves in thin air, and it abruptly rolled toward Shi Yan. Li Han stood firmly and yelled with a serious face. In front of him, the waves folded in layers. Between him and Shi Yan there was suddenly a choppy river flow, the crushing waters in the river was controlled by his will, as if he wanted to drown Shi Yan right in front of him. Roar! Chi growled and the strands of lightning wrapped around his arms became tongue-flicking snakes. They slithered above the waves and charged towards Shi Yan while releasing electric flashes. Shi Yan's heart was still as clear as a mirror. He remained unmoved from the oncoming attacks. Just when the waves formed from profound chi were 5 meters away from him, Shi Yan suddenly took 3 steps back, his body submerged into the previously formed. Controlled by his will, the two on his left and right suddenly drifted a few meters forward and suddenly merged together. Thump thump. Bzz bzz bzz. The released by Li Han and the electric snakes from Chi directly clashed into the middle of the big that was formed by the two smaller ones. Weird sounds came from inside that. Those, formed by profound chi under a special martial skill, all of a sudden strangely turned into thin mists. It was as if the profound chi was dissolved in the and became natural energies, dissipating into the earth. The electrical snakes shot into the as if influenced by the strange whirlpool. These snakes actually became intertwined and continuously whirled in that area. They just weren't able to escape the restraints of the. In Li Han and Chi's eyes, it looked as if their attacks were stopped in mid-air. With their attacks unable to move forward, this appeared very strange to them. The two froze. Confused by the sudden development, they were both caught off guard. Shi Yan's murderous attempts were always clear. When noticing that there was enough to stop the attacks of the two opponents, his mind was struck with an amazing idea. He moved that stopped the attacks and slowly pushed it forward. Now the swirling electric snakes were quickly charging towards Li Han and Chi. Li Han's expression changed. He finally realized it was Shi Yan who was secretly manipulating their attacks. He quickly stopped his martial skill and pulled out a sharp silver-white sword from his waist. Once the sharp sword was in his hands, it looked as if it was tinted with a layer of color. The sword suddenly turned a strange light purple color, with purple marks appearing on the blade. Li Han flicked his wrist and all of a sudden, the sword shone with a bright purple light. A 3-meter-long fierce purple aura suddenly shot from the tip of the sword. With a straight face, Li Han shouted and raised his sword to strike down. Bzz bzz. The sword aura and the blade directly slashed onto the. But the remained unaffected. The lightning that came from Chi was still suspended from above, and all at once, dropped onto Li Han. Li Han shouted in pain and hurriedly tried to retreat. Shi Yan suddenly moved. Like a thrusted spear, Shi Yan's body stabbed straight towards Chi. Chi's expression changed, and he hurriedly backed away in fear. Chi! Shi Yan roared while coming towards Chi. Chi instinctively looked towards Shi Yan. Endless bloodlust was shown inside Shi Yan's eyes. It looked as if countless evil spirits were about to fly out of his pupils. Those evil spirits were drenched in blood. You could even clearly see their fragmented hearts in the chests as they rushed to pounce at Chi. Chi was suddenly stunned. He blanked out in this crucial moment, right where he stood. Puchi. The 5 fingers on Shi Yan's left hand were like a sharp blade, stabbing right into Chi's chest, and pierced his heart in one strike. Shi Yan's 5 fingers came straight out of Chi's back. Chi shook under the piercing pain, his eyes instantly turned back and his consciousness returned. Zhan is still waiting on the death road for you, take care. Shi Yan looked at him emotionlessly, and abruptly drew out the hand from his chest. Whoosh! Blood gushed out from Chi's chest like a river bursting at its banks. Shi Yan quickly dodged the blood flow. Thump! Chi's life force was extinguished, and he fell on his back with blood still endlessly rushing out his chest. Young Master Chi. Li Han, who was numbed by the lightning, screamed out loud, his face full of terror. It was as if he couldn't believe how Shi Yan got rid of Chi so fast. Don't yell, he'll be waiting ahead for you too. Shi Yan turned around. He suddenly raised that blood-covered left hand, and waved it at Li Han. This is the blood from Chi's heart. Do you want to know how it tastes like? Li Han's face suddenly changed and he shouted, Shi Yan, you're seeking your own demise. You're only at the nascent realm, you have no chance against me. Are you trying to add courage to yourself, with your capability that's higher than my nascent realm? It's no use. Today I will use you to break into the threshold of the human realm. Using his mind, Shi Yan silently shifted the to beside Li Han and suddenly enveloped him within it. In mere seconds, Li Han felt like he was in the deepest whirlpools in the ocean, his body uncontrollably swaying along with the whirlpool. Even his profound chi was no longer in his control. Back when we were in the stone woods I already wanted to kill you, but you released the blue smoke bomb before I could. Shi Yin walked towards him step by step, his body wrapped in white, fabric-like mist. He took a quick step and flew out into the... Once he entered the whirlpool, the white mist that was present in the whirlpool quickly entered Li Han's body under the rapid rotations. Yo, Ding Yan. You are Ding Yan. Li Han's expression changed, he suddenly screamed. It was the Mo family that took action first, you can't blame me for being harsh. Shi Yin hopped into the center of the whirlpool, standing closely in front of Li Han, his blade-like fingers grabbing Li Han's throat. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking came from Li Han's neck as he died unwillingly. The quickly disappeared. The negative energy filled with the fear, desperation, and loathing from Li Han and Mo Chi all flowed into the meridians in Shi Yan's body. In a minute, both Li Han and Mo Chi became two dry corpses, their profound qi gone without a trace. Shi Yan took a deep breath. He let his mind calm down and closed his eyes to listen to his surroundings. There was not a single sound. One hand carrying Li Han and another with Mo Chi, Shi Yan ran swiftly along the alley. He sprinted through the alley like a ghost. 10 minutes later, Shi Yan arrived at the Moon Lake in an area where no one went to. He threw the corpses of Li Han and Mo Chi into the lake, watching the two corpses sinking to the bottom. The look on Li Han and Mo Chi's dead bodies was too obvious. To prevent anyone from noticing his secret, he had to properly take care of their corpses. At this sensitive time he couldn't reveal his identity. The Baiming family was still trying to find him. To look out for the Baiming family he had to continue hiding his true identity. He could only take care of business more conveniently while in the dark. Splash. As Shi Yan was standing there in a daze, a breathtakingly gorgeous face suddenly appeared in the middle of the Moon Lake. This was a startling beauty, her temperament was elegant, noble, and extraordinary, like a goddess of the Moon Lake that came down from the heavens. This woman was wearing a black crepe, the crepe now clung tightly to her perfect figure, revealing her most tempting curves. Now that stunning body rose slowly to the surface of the lake, like a beautiful bright moon. Her body surfaced from Moon Lake. Once that figure completely rose from the waters, she stepped on the lake water, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, she walked towards the shore with elegant grace. Shi Yin stared with wide eyes. This was the first time he was truly intoxicated by a woman's beauty. This woman, whether it be her body, temperament, or beauty, was completely on another level compared to Mu Dai. The mysterious woman. Just when the woman was about to walk up onto the shore, Shi Yan's heart shook, and he suddenly realized who this woman was. The unknown Sky Realm Master who appeared above the arena. Chapter 75, A Kiss. Chapter 75, A Kiss. Shi Yan's bright eyes were focused on the mysterious and graceful woman, who was walking on the lake towards the bank, step by step. Suddenly she coughed out blood and her body shivered, as a trace of hopelessness passed through her eyes. As Shi Yan watched, the woman's face grew pale and her eyes dimmed. Just as she was about to reach the bank, that mysterious woman suddenly trembled and fainted. Shi Yan quickly realized that she must have been severely injured by Baiming Shang. After realizing this, Shi Yan immediately rushed towards the lake and caught the mysterious woman before she could drown. The touch of that exquisite body intoxicated Shi Yan so much so that he was barely able to bring the woman up onto the bank. Shi Yan felt for breath under her nose and found her to be breathing steadily. There was a strange energy growing in her and nourishing her body bit by bit. As the bloodthirsty desire welled up in his mind, Shi Yan quickly realized he was in a precarious situation as the negative energy was on the verge of exploding. He had absorbed too much negative energy and as it was at the crucial period of purification, his meridians were emitting greater amounts of negative energy. Holding this mysterious woman in his arms, Shi Yan's expression shifted continuously. After a long while, Shi Yan finally came up with an idea. He tore a piece of cloth from his coat and covered the woman's gorgeous face, then directly ran to a brothel with the woman in his arms. The mysterious woman was a Sky Realm warrior and she had been injured by Baiming Shang. Therefore she would be considered to be an enemy of Baiming family. In the Merchant Union, the Baiming family was still the most influential power, as no other family could compete with them for now. This woman was so mysterious and her cultivation realm was high. Baiming Shang would be very unsettled as long as this woman was alive. Shi Yan was determined to let her live on. Tonight, Tianyun City would not be tranquil. Baiming Shang would certainly send out his experts to search for this woman, and Shi Yin would have to protect her until she woke up. As the negative energy in him grew stronger and stronger, and as he had such a beautiful woman in his arms, he was barely able to control his desires. However, he knew that he couldn't do anything to the woman, or the Shi family would be annihilated after she woke up. A quarter of an hour later. Carrying that mysterious woman with her face covered, Shi Yin directly walked into the Misty Rain House, in the south of the Tianyun city, and yelled, "Madam, get me 2 pretty girls. Quickly." Wah, wah, wah. Shining purple crystal coins rolled out of Shi Yan's pocket onto the counter of the first floor of the Misty Rain House. Coming? A 30-some-years-old sexy woman with heavy makeup and a professional smile on her face popped her head out from upstairs. After a quick glimpse at the purple crystal coins, she burst into loud laughter and replied happily, "Master, please come up the 3rd floor, I will arrange the girls for you right away." Good. Shi Yin nodded and followed the woman up to the 3rd floor with the unknown woman in his arms. "Yin Yun-ro, hurry up. Come to room number 3 and give this master your best." The brothel madam laughed seductively and showed Shi Yin into a room as she shouted to the girls. "Madam, we will be there right away." From the room at the upstairs corner came a sweet response. Before long, 2 pretty teenage girls with seductive eyes entered Shi Yan's room. "Master, you brought another girl with you? You think the girls in my Misty Rain House can't satisfy you?" The madam stood in the room and examined the mysterious woman with her sophisticated eyes and couldn't help but giggle. "You are very interesting. I've never seen anyone bring a girl by himself. I'm rather powerful at that, and have special tastes. It would be more fun to have one that I brought." Shi Yin glanced at the madam and said indifferently. The madam kept smiling and looked at the mysterious woman again, smiling knowingly to herself. Naturally, she guessed that the woman must have been grabbed by Shi Yin and he was going to take her virginity in the Misty Rain House. In case that woman couldn't endure it the first time, he got 2 girls to satisfy him. The madam had seen such occasions many times, so she could handle it easily. She nodded and said, "Yin Yun-ro, take care of this master. And try your best to satisfy him." "Don't worry, madam. We've been in this industry for so long, we know how to make our clients happy." That girl called Yin Yun looked at Shi Yin with a big smile and softly licked her lips. "Master, I will make you comfortable." "You disappear." Shi Yin couldn't suppress his desires anymore. After a deep breath, he yelled to the madam. "Great. Master, enjoy yourself. Call me whenever you need more girls." The madam seductively turned around and walked back to the door with a face full of smiles, and considerately closed the door. Shi Yin then put the woman onto the soft carpet. Putting one of his hands on the woman's back, Shi Yin found that the strange power in her had already flowed over her whole body, speeding up the circulation of her profound qi. Furrowing his brows, Shi Yin quickly figured out that this woman must have taken some rare pills, which were taking effect even while she was unconscious. The pills were recovering her injuries quickly and making her profound qi operate automatically, in order to wake her up as soon as possible. "You too, come with me." So many streams of negative energy were gushing out from his meridians and he couldn't stand it anymore. Quickly, he wrapped the 2 girls in his arms and pushed them onto the bed, which was covered with a red quilt. After an unknowingly long time. Slowly, Shi Yin woke up to find his eyes extremely clear, as he could now precisely feel the wisps of mysterious energy coming out from his meridians. Part of the mysterious energy had seeped in his blood, flesh, bones and veins, and the remainder had congregated in his dantian. This mysterious energy had made his profound qi become extremely dense and fresh. Under the control of his will, his profound qi was boiling in his body like a spring tide. Holding his breath, Shi Yin went into meditation, clearing his mind of any thoughts and letting his profound qi flow freely in his body. After a long time, Shi Yan's body shook, and he immediately woke up. His senses were different all of a sudden. Closing his eyes, Shi Yin could clearly sense the essence of the air between heaven and earth. The essence was everywhere in the air, though he couldn't sense it before. But at this moment he could clearly perceive its invisible movements. His profound qi had become extremely accurate as well, as it would fly out swiftly from the middle finger of his left hand at his will. With a thought, his profound qi skipped continuously. It came to life and turned into a blade of grass, a magic snake and then a flying worm. Feeling the essence in the air and refining everything in the world. This was human realm. Shi Yan's mouth formed a joyful smile. In delight, he slowly stepped off the bed. He took a look back at the bed and realized it had become a mess. Two naked, white bodies were spread upon it, with a satisfied smile on their faces. They were deep asleep. These two women were not warriors and seemed to be unable to bear his mysterious energy. As he ejaculated, that mysterious energy didn't come out, for it had already been absorbed by Shi Yan. With a little surprise, Shi Yan turned his head back and without hesitation walked over to the mysterious woman slowly. Bright moonlight was coming through the window. It was late at night. Shi Yan stretched out his hand and examined the woman's back, only to find that she was recovering at an unbelievable speed. At this speed she would wake up at dawn. Tonight Bai Mingxiang must be searching for her everywhere, however he would have never believed that she would be in a brothel. After tonight this unknown woman could recover up to 80%, and then she could go to anywhere in Tianyun City. How is Han Feng? Shi Yan suddenly remembered Han Feng. If he escaped from Bloody Hand he would be looking for Shi Yan everywhere. Once he couldn't find Shi Yan, he would assume that he was killed by Li Han and Mo Qi. After all, Han Feng didn't know Shi Yan's real ability, while Li Han was a human realm warrior. Shi Jian regarded Shi Yan as the treasure of the Shi family, therefore once he knew that Shi Yan was dead, he would do everything he could to get revenge. After a thought, Shi Yan decided to leave quickly and return home. As his hand stroked the woman's back, it finally came to the cloth that covered her pretty face. Lifting a corner of the cloth, Shi Yan revealed her cherry-like lips. He smiled unexpectedly, went up and pressed his lips on hers. An intoxicating fragrance was coming out from that woman's mouth. In just a short moment of inhaling it, Shi Yan felt rather refreshed and found a comfort he had never experienced before. He couldn't suppress his desire again. Moving his mouth away unwillingly, Shi Yan raised his head and gazed at her with emotional eyes and mumbled, "Well, I saved your life, this kiss is my reward." After that, Shi Yan opened the half-closed window and swiftly jumped out. His figure moved in the dark night for a moment, faded into the dim moonlight and finally disappeared. Chapter 76 Exquisite Figure. Chapter 76 Exquisite Figure. Our first sponsored chapter. This chapter was sponsored by N. Wagoner and N. Mina. Many thanks for their donations. This make 1/3 sponsored chapters for the week. The sky was dimly lit. In the main room of the 3rd floor in Misty Rain House, Xia Xanyan slowly woke up. A pair of eyes as clear as water were filled with confusion. She looked around the room and finally saw the bed draped in red duvet covers. Xia Xanyan's heart shook. She abruptly sat up on the carpet and looked at the bed in panic. On the bed, the two girls from the Misty Rain House, Yan Yun and Ro, were completely naked. The whole room was filled with a strange scent. Numerous thoughts flashed through Xia Xanyan's mind. She hurriedly checked her own body, and realizing she was still untainted, she finally sighed in relief. Her fight with Bai Mingxiang had injured her quite seriously. When falling into the Moon Lake, she only had the time to take a nutrition pill. It was due to the improper distribution of the medicinal powers of the nutrition pill that she had suddenly fainted and fell unconscious while walking up onto the bank. Her memories just before she fainted slowly became clear, and she remembered seeing Shi Yan standing at the bank of the lake. That was the last thing she could remember before she fainted. Xia Xanyan felt something on her face. She reached out to grab it and found the piece of cloth that Shi Yan used to cover her gorgeous face. Looking at the sweaty and stinky rag, Xia Xanyan furrowed her brows, and she became even more confused. What happened? Xia Xanyan stood up, gazing at the two sleeping girls on the bed and groaned. She then pulled out a white handkerchief from her sleeve to cover her face again. Finally, she walked to the door and pushing it open, shouting, "Is there anyone here?" "Coming right up." The voice of the madam rang out. In a short moment, the madam, who had previously led Shi Yan into this room, came up smiling. Once she arrived into the room, the madam nervously peeked at the bed, and suddenly shouted in surprise, "Hey, where's that young master?" "Young master?" Xia Xanyan furrowed her brows, and a strange light flashed across her eyes. "Where is this place? Who brought me here?" "Miss, you don't remember anything?" The madam was dazed, her makeup-caked face was filled with a strange expression. She scanned Xia Xanyan from head to toe, then suddenly laughed. "Miss, that young master couldn't have possibly just wiped his ass and left after violating you? Ha, I have no idea who that young master was, you better not give me shit for this." Xia Xanyan's expression froze, her slim hand smacked the table in the room. Boom! That solid wooden table was instantly crushed, wooden chips and sawdust spreading everywhere on the floor. The madam's face immediately changed and she almost cried on the spot. With a terrified voice she yelled, "It's not my fault. I didn't do anything. Miss, please let me go. I asked you what is this place? And who brought me here?" Xia Xanyan's eyes were filled with impatience. So what happened was... The madam sobbed and fearfully described the whole process in which the things happened. She kept shaking her head in denial. "Miss, I really had nothing to do with it. Please forgive me." She had only thought that Xia Xanyan was violated by Shi Yin, and worried that under the mask of rage on Xia Xanyan's face, something bad would be done to her. So the madam kept crying and begging. After hearing the madam, Xia Xanyan was shocked and her expression was very strange. "Who was that person? He took me to the brothel but totally ignored me and audaciously sought pleasure. He really is the most perverted bastard in the world." Xia Xanyan had 100% faith in her beauty. Growing up, she had seen too many different men who coveted her beauty. She knew exactly how fatally alluring she was to men. That was the reason why she always concealed her face, to prevent unnecessary complications. That person was obviously a very perverted guy. She could see it from the fact that he brought her to a brothel. But this extremely perverted guy only had sex with the two tacky makeup-caked prostitutes and didn't make a single move on herself. Why? While feeling very confused, Xia Xanyan also felt a slight bit of rage. "I'm not as good as these two prostitutes? Is he fucking blind? It's not my fault. It's really not my fault." The madam continued to beg. She kept yelling, but secretly kept observing Xia Xanyan's attitude at the same time. Then she hesitatingly asked, "Miss, what did that kid do to you?" Xia Xanyan's eyes turned cold as she glared at the madam. The madam felt a chill run down her body. She started shivering and didn't dare to ask anything more. Xia Xanyan thought for a while and finding the sky slowly turning bright, jumped off the same window from which Shi Yin had earlier exited. On the street, her figure flashed for a few seconds, then disappeared without a trace. The madam blankly stared at her disappearing silhouette, and secretly sighed in relief. After quite a while she murmured to herself, "I've been the madam here for this many years, but I've never seen a woman with such a beautiful figure. That young master sure had a lot of luck, being able to seek pleasure on such a high-class woman." The Shi family in the stone room. Shi Jian was furious as he roared in rage, "Find him! You all have to put in all your strength into finding him. Everyone put the Mo family to the side, you have to find Shi Yin first. Don't come back if you can't find Shi Yin." The Shi family masters Shi Tai, Shi Dang and Han Feng all lowered their heads, their expressions dejected. "Master, it's all my fault, I couldn't protect young Master Yen." Han Feng lowered his head, but his eyes looked sinister. "Xieshou's medicine could only last for 2 hours, now that it should have worn off, I will bring you Xieshou's head. Xieshou cannot walk out of Tianyun City alive." Shi Jin's eyes were blood red. With a murderous look he said, "But right now we don't have time to take care of Xieshou. Shi Yin is the most important issue. Everyone go to that place, and even if you have to dig up the whole Tianyun City, you have find Shi Yin. He has another martial spirit so he won't die that easily. You all have to search for him with all your efforts." Another martial spirit. The faces of Shi Tai and Shi Dang were full of surprise. At this moment they finally realized why Shi Jian was so furious. Warriors with twin martial spirits were 1 in 10,000. Each one of such warriors would all eventually become outstanding figures. This was why Baiming Shang arranged Yin Kuei and Jiu Shan to protect Baiming Su. A family descendant with twin martial spirits, if under normal circumstances, would definitely become the future leader of the family. They can bring a family to new heights. If such a figure suddenly died, it would become a painful strike to a family. "Big brother, I will go find him myself." Shi Tai also realized the seriousness of the situation. His face darkened, and was about to immediately leave the stone room. "Master, young Master Yen is back." Right at this moment Han Zhong appeared out of nowhere and said excitedly, "Young Master Yen is fine, he's going to arrive at the stone room soon." Ha ha ha. Shi Jian laughed into the sky, his expression turned from a thunderstorm to a sunny sky. "I knew that kid would be okay. Look, didn't he come back in one piece?" Shi Tai and the rest were all making weird faces, thinking, who was it that was drowned in anxiousness, and looking so panicked as if his parents had died or something? "You killed those two?" Shi Tai was shocked. He looked at Shi Yin with disbelief and said in surprise, "Li Han was a human realm warrior. You were able to kill him?" I suddenly broke through into the human realm during the fight, then everything became easy. Shi Yin smiled nonchalantly. After hearing that, many Shi family warriors in the room were all stunned, their jaws dropped, and stared at Shi Yin with strange expressions. Shi Jian dazed for a second, then he rushed toward Shi Yin and grabbed his arm. After detecting for a while, he suddenly laughed. The gods have not wronged the Shi family. I knew you little brat was some good stuff. Good. 17 years old and in the human realm. The nurturing we gave to you did not go in vain. You will definitely become an outstanding figure of this generation. What happened to Mo Tuo? Shi Jian furrowed his brows and asked. Heavily injured. He went back to the Mo family with his skill, but he won't be able to recover for 3 years. Now he's probably hiding in his shell in the Mo family. He wouldn't dare to leave the Mo family for a while. Shi Tai sneered and spoke indignantly. If it weren't for those 2 guys from the Misty Pavilion stopping their chase, Mo Tuo wouldn't have been able to escape. Too bad we couldn't kill Mo Tuo. It's good enough. This time Mo Tuo is heavily injured, Mo Zhan and Mo Qi are dead, and many warriors from the Mo family were also killed. From now on, the Mo family will never have what it takes to compete with our family again. Now is the time for us to take as much spoils from the battle as possible. Father, should we go all out? Shi Dang said. Pass my command, the masters from all the other surrounding cities. From now on they must immediately attack the strongholds of the Mo family. The ones from Tianyun City should also take action now. Other than the headquarters of the Mo family, you can mercilessly attack all the rest of the places. Shi Jian roared. The Zuo family. In the secret room, Qi Zhao's expression was a bit embarrassed, but his face showed a wry smile. Zuo Su was sipping his tea and he was also frustrated. He sighed and said, whatever, who could have known that girl was a Sky Realm warrior? Now we have to use other methods. That girl's actual combat ability should be around Disaster Realm, 3rd Sky. But her martial spirit is very strange. It's like she could borrow power from her past life, and temporarily step into the Sky Realm. It's very frightening. This martial spirit has never appeared before. It looks like the Endless Sea is truly an extraordinary place. Qi Xiao frowned and sighed in frustration. That girl could instantly raise her power to the Sky Realm. Probably no one in Tianyun City could easily take that fragment of the map from her. Although I'm not scared of her, I don't want our fight to be mutually destructive either. If that were the case, my identity would be revealed, and that old fox Baiming Shang would definitely notice something. Hopefully the Misty Pavilion doesn't know that we did this. Or else the situation could get really sticky. Zuo Su sighed. What's going on with the Shi family's side? Qi Xiao moaned and then suddenly asked. I will communicate with Shi Jian about this. Then, after the situation becomes less tense, I will send someone to the Misty Pavilion, and hopefully we'd be able to cooperate. Sai, that girl could instantly jump to the Sky Realm, so I guess this is all we could do. It's the only way. I hope that girl won't hold a grudge against me. Sai, I really feel a little guilty fighting a little girl. Chapter 77, Pounding Energy. Chapter 77, Pounding Energy. As the sun rose, Xia Xanyan returned to the Misty Pavilion. The 2 towering giant men were already waiting in the Misty Pavilion. Seeing that she had returned, they immediately rushed up, asking urgently, Mistress, are you hurt? Shaking her head, Xia Xanyan answered, I'm fine. The Yang family's nutrition pill is truly a unique elixir of the Endless Sea. I am all right now. The Misty Pavilion covered a large area, and there was around a dozen different towers. Although a few had collapsed this time, it still didn't affect the normal operations of the Misty Pavilion. Entering into the highest treasure tower, Xia Xianyan went to level 9 attic. Crow bent down and spoke while gritting his teeth. How dare that Baiming Shang hurt you? Mistress, what do you want to do with the Baiming family next? We don't have to take care of the Baiming family right now. Xia Xianyan looked indifferent. I came here this time for the treasure map to the Gate of Heaven. The Baiming family isn't my main motive. Baiming Shang is in the Sky Realm and I am only in the Disaster Realm. Even if I use my reincarnation martial spirit, I can barely put up a fight against him. After this, if Baiming Shang is sensible enough, he won't mess with the Misty Pavilion. If not, then once the Shura King Xiaohani gets here, I will make Baiming Shang pay for what he's done. Mistress, the Sky Realm warrior that came this time, shouldn't he be from the Mo family? If the Mo family had a Sky Realm master, they wouldn't have been bullied by the Shi family. Crow hesitated and said weakly. I know it's not someone from the Mo family. Unexpectedly, Xia Xanyen actually nodded, and agreed to Crow's judgment. Then mistress, why would you attack the Mo family? Crow asked, his face was full of confusion. If I didn't attack the Mo family, how would we be able to cooperate with the people that actually have the treasure map? Xia Xanyen lightly chuckled. We had to have a scapegoat, otherwise if the Misty Pavilion kept silent after such a big event, won't the others think that the Misty Pavilion is easy to bully? So mistress, you wanted to distract people's attention? Crow's eyes brightened, and he immediately knew her true motive. Yes, just let everyone keep their eyes on the Mo family, then we can easily work with the other side to secretly explore the Gate of Heaven. When Tianyun City becomes chaotic, we can get things done faster. Xiaoxen Yen nodded and said indifferently, that Sky Realm Master that came had a strange martial spirit that could form mysterious mists. Although he didn't really use his martial spirit, I was able to glimpse its traits. Do you know any Sky Realm Masters with a martial spirit like that? Qi Shao. Crow didn't hesitate for a moment and he immediately answered, Qi Shao is the Sky Realm Master of the Cloud Mountain, and he's close with the Zuo family. Could it have possibly been the Zuo family that got involved this time? Impossible. Unless that half of the fragment map is actually in the Zuo family's hands? It has to be. Xia Xen Yen groaned, then she suddenly said, there's no time to wait, I will make a visit to the Zuo family myself, so that we can get this done as soon as possible in case any mishaps occur. Mistress, should I go? No, it's alright, that Qi Shao knows he can't take me, the Zuo family won't cause me any trouble. Xia Xan Yen only stayed for a quarter of an hour. Once she was clear on who was the intruder, she immediately took off alone. The Zuo family. Zuo Su and Qi Shao were still discussing in the secret room. Knock knock. There was suddenly a light knocking sound that came from the walls of the secret room. Zuo Su froze, he leaned into one of the bamboo tubes on the wall and asked, what is it? There's a woman with a bamboo hat that came from the Misty Pavilion, she says she wants to see the head of the family. It's that girl? Qi Shao exclaimed. Zuo Su's expression shifted. He slowly paced in the secret room and after a long while he finally said with a frown, could it be that the Misty Pavilion already knows it was us? That can't be right. If they really knew it was us, why would they attack the Mo family? How strange. You should go out and meet her, I'll stay here. Qi Shao hesitated then said, let's see what she wants. All right. In the guest room of the Zuo family, Zuo Su sat there calmly. He looked at Xia Xen Yen who was wearing a bamboo hat and smiled, how may I address you, miss? Xia Xen Yen. Well, Miss Xia, may I ask for what reason did you come to our family? I don't think the Zuo family has had any affairs with the Misty Pavilion lately. Where's Qi Shao? Xia Xen Yen shook her head and casually said. Zuo Su's expression slightly changed, but he quickly returned to calmness. He asked in confusion, Miss Xia, for what reason did you ask? Qi Shao has always been cultivating in the Cloud Mountain, do you know him? Of course. We fought just yesterday, he left quite a deep impression. Xia Xen Yen sat there naturally and slowly sipped on her tea. Zuo Su's expression kept changing, his smile a little forced. Miss Xia, could you have been mistaken? The person that attacked the Misty Pavilion yesterday, wasn't he from the Mo family? Master Zuo, I didn't come here today to settle the accounts with you. Xia Xen Yan's eyes were a little impatient. On the contrary, I came to sincerely ask you to cooperate. Then Xia Xen Yen pulled out other half of the dark yellow treasure map, and directly placed it on the table between her and Zuo Su. She spoke lightly, half of the treasure map is right here. Head of the Zuo family, if you're straightforward enough, then let's just cut to the chase. We can immediately combine the two pieces of the map and once we know where the Gate of Heaven is at, we can start moving immediately. Master Zuo, don't waste everyone's time. Right now, everyone has their eyes on the Mo family. We can take the opportunity to explore the Gate of Heaven. How's that, Master Zuo? Xia Xen Yen was a little aggressive. She didn't give a damn about the head of the family, Zuo Su. Her motives were clear. She came for the other half of the treasure map. Zuo Su was a little unsure as to what Xia Xen Yan's motives were. He didn't know if she really wanted to cooperate, or if she was just trying to feel them out using her words, so that she could take steps to go against the Zuo family. But since Xia Xen Yen had the capability of a Sky Realm warrior, Zuo Su couldn't casually speak out. His mind flashed, racing in thought. Master Zuo, I don't like to linger on things and I also don't like putting in personal affairs when dealing with business. Qi Shao was sensible enough, he knew when to retreat after realizing that I was in the Sky Realm. None of us got hurt, so there's no grudges in this. I came only for the treasure map. I have no intention to cause trouble. Is that clear? Xiaoxan Yan's pretty brows furrowed, she stared at Zuo coldly, and became more and more impatient. Zuo's expression continuously changed as he thought for a long moment. He faintly had the idea that Xiaoxan Yan didn't come to interrogate them. Groaning, he gritted his teeth and said, "The other half of the map is not in my hands." "Then whose hands is it in?" Xiaoxan Yan's eyes brightened. "It's on Shijian." "Then I have nothing to discuss with you, I will go find Shijian." Xiaoxan Yan took the half piece of the map from the table. She stood up and said, "Master Zuo, sorry to bother you, I will be leaving now." "I will go with you." Zuo immediately stood up, thinking, such a materialistic girl. Changing your attitude right after hearing I don't have the map. You sure are the owner of the Misty Pavilion, a typical city merchant. Does it still have anything to do with you? Xiaoxan Yan was surprised. Zuo's expression was starting to darken. He snorted, then said, "Shijian and I are in this together. Our family has a part in exploring the Gate of Heaven too. Don't you think it still has something to do with me?" "Oh, then we can go together," Xiaoxan Yan said casually. "Wait up, let me call someone else along." Zuo forced a smile at Zuo and said awkwardly, "Qi Zhao's going too, you said you didn't mind, right?" "No, I don't mind. With Qi Zhao coming along it will be safer." The Shi family on the third level of Shi Yan's personal stone tower. Shi Yan sat on the floor with crossed legs. His expression was serious, he held in his breath and concentrated, he was able to clearly feel the natural energies scattered in the air. Calming his mind, Shi Yan shut his eyes tightly and started circulating the profound qi in his body. After 7 continuous cycles of circulation, the expression on his face suddenly froze. In his body, rich concentrated profound qi flowed down his left arm like a river rushing towards its banks. Like wild horses on the loose, the profound qi fiercely surged into his left arm. His left arm shook lightly and traces of sweat dripped down his face. "Roar!" Shi Yan suddenly shouted out. The masses of profound qi fiercely rushed into his left arm, and crazily gushed straight all the way to his ring finger. Bzz bzz bzz. The profound qi became like a sword aura, suddenly shooting out from his ring finger. The fierce profound qi blazed with a bright white light, and repeatedly slammed into the barrier in the blood vein ring. Shi Yan's expression was ferocious, his face was glowing in a strange red light, his mind intensely focused. Pooh! A crisp sound suddenly came from the blood vein ring. All of a sudden the blood vein ring shone with a bright red light. The strange radiance was like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire third floor of the stone tower. A strange pulse spread out everywhere from the center of the stone tower. Chapter 78 Inheritance of the War Devil. Chapter 78 Inheritance of the War Devil. Shi Yan suddenly entered a strange space. Endless gray clouds were floating in the dimly lit sky like an empty ocean, vast and boundless. It was a strange space, immeasurably vast. In this space, a hideous-looking giant was standing with his feet standing on the ground and his head reaching the sky. He was thousands of miles tall and seemed to have been standing there for thousands of billions of years. An ancient aura suddenly exploded out from this extremely huge giant. Immediately, countless bright flames exploded from the meridians all over his body. His meridians were like numerous stars in the sky that moved in their own orbits. Every single meridian possessed the power to ruin the world, and every meridian was a small world itself, from which came the cries of all sorts of creatures. In that boundless space, there were piles and piles of bones, and the ground had turned crimson due to all the blood. Some piles of bones were as high as a mountain. No one knew where they came from. Looking at the piles of bones, many of them were of some odd-looking creatures. Some looked to be having 3 heads and 6 arms, some looked like a divine dragon, some had 3 sockets for eyes, some looked like marine animals, and so forth. They were all prostrated on the ground as if bowing towards that giant, worshipping it as if it was the sole true god. All of a sudden, a peculiar light flashed across the hideous ancient god's pupils. His right pupil was shining brightly as the sun, as if bringing every creature light and life, giving this world hope. On the contrary, his left pupil was as dark as a black hole, containing endless darkness which symbolized negative actions like maiming, killing, death, insanity, and hatred. From his left pupil, one could see the darkest side of humanity. One eye looked alive while the other looked deadly. Standing between the sky and the earth, That ancient god seemed to be waiting for something. All of a sudden that pair of eyes noticed Shi Yan. A mysterious power immediately reached Shi Yan's mind and connected the two of them together. In that strange space, came the abrupt and terrifying howls of the ancient god. Numerous odd light symbols flew out from his eyes, and invaded into Shi Yan's spiritual body, making every one of his meridians shine as bright as a star. Severe pain exploded in each of his meridians, and as Shi Yan's head received a splitting pain, he suddenly woke up. He was still on the third floor of the stone house, the blood vein ring was on the ring finger of his left hand, and the odd red light was slowly becoming dimmer. He sat there with a numb head. If someone came at that time he would find that deep in his pupils, there were odd light spots which looked like small symbols dancing. Xia Xanyen, Qi Xiao and Zuo Shi were walking together in the backyard of the Shi family. The three were astonished at the same time, as they looked at the stone building 500 meters away with a shocked expression on their faces. There is some peculiar energy is rippling over there, which seems very old and coming from the times of great antiquity. Xia Xanyen said softly, and her eyes behind her veil were full of surprise. This ancient energy should not exist here right now. Qi Xiao also looked weird as he stared at that stone building with extreme focus. I don't know why, but I feel that my martial spirit was slightly triggered by that energy. Weird, it's really weird. What kind of energy is able to resonate with martial spirits? Xia Xanyen shook her head, thought for a while and asked, Zuo family head, Shi Jian lives in that stone building, right? Well, it seems I have underestimated him. He is unbelievable. No, absolutely no. Zuo Shi couldn't help but shake his head and said in a weird tone, that stone building is now used by Shi Jian's grandson, Shi Yan. He likes studying ancient relics. He is a rather extraordinary kid. Shi Yan, Xia Xanyen repeated that name in her mind secretly with some astonishment crossing her eyes, and she nodded. Let's visit the family head. Okay. Inside the secret room, Shi Jian and Shi Tai, who were busy discussing how to deal with the Mo family, noticed the strange energy fluctuations. Shi Jian's face changed slightly as he shouted in astonishment. That strange energy came from Shi Yan's building. The stir from Shi Yan's stone building was sensed by all the warriors who were at high realms. After a terrifying cry, Shi Jian pushed open the stone door of the secret room and rushed out. Shi Tai chased behind him in a hurry. They exited the secret room and dashed directly towards Shi Yan's stone building. However, before they got to Shi Yan's stone building, they saw Zuo Shi, Qi Xiao and Xia Xanyen. Shi Jian was a little astonished as his expression was rather unusual. He paused for a bit and asked from afar, Brother Zuo, why so early? He recognized Xia Xanyen at once and was a little nervous. Like Zuo Shi, he had a guilty conscience, guessing Xia Xanyen came to make a punitive expedition against him. Brother, let's find a quiet place and have a talk. Zuo Shi smiled bitterly and pointed at Xia Xanyen to introduce. This is the hidden master of the Misty Pavilion, Miss Xia Xanyen. She has something important to discuss with you. Shi Jian was a little surprised. After a short hesitation, he gave up the idea of visiting Shi Yan in his stone house and nodded, Follow me. Before long, Shi Jian and Shi Tai showed the three guests to the rock room. Having seated himself in the rock room, Zuo Shi coughed and spilled Xia Xanyen's intention. Cooperation. Shi Jian got relieved. After a short thought, he nodded with a smile. That is most welcome. The position of the Gate of Heaven would only be shown by a complete map, and we, the Shi family, never intended to take everything. Miss Xia, you are so generous. A great woman. Xanyen was straightforward as she took out the half map out and spread it on the stone ground, then said softly, Shi family head, take out your half. Shi Jian looked to Zuo Shi. After Zuo Shi nodded, he took out the other half of the map and put it on the ground to match the first half. A bunch of yellow lights suddenly blazed at the joining of the two halves. That yellow light seemed to have some stickiness, as it connected the two halves into a perfectly complete map. The bright yellow light glowed from the complete treasure map. On that yellow map, lines were twisting and changing like living earthworms, the pattern on it shifting completely. It slowly became clear. Soon there formed a vivid image of a valley. Strange yin qi covered that valley, out of which there were numerous green swamps, even the bubbles in them could be seen clearly. Shi Jian, Shi Tai, Zuo Shi and Qi Xiao were all taken by surprise. Only Xia Xanyen looked calm as she said naturally, Friends, I'm not familiar with this area. Although the map is clear, I don't know which place is which. Do you have any idea? The dead swamp. Yin Valley. Qi Zhao's expression changed quickly. After a long while he announced firmly, "That's it. It is absolutely Yin Valley, which is the most mysterious part of the Dead Swamp, where the Yin Qi is most dense and many Yin treasures are produced." "Good if you are sure about it." Xiaoxan nodded. "If it's certain, we can begin to prepare to travel to Yin Valley. It should not be delayed. I will arrange it back in the Misty Pavilion and set off soon." "Isn't the Yin Valley home to Nine-Headed Sky Snake?" Zuo Shi took a deep breath and asked Qi Xiao beside him. Shi Jian's expression changed. Qi Xiao nodded slowly. "Yes. The Nine-Headed Sky Snake lives in the Yin Valley. It seems that this journey won't go peacefully." "Nine-Headed Sky Snake?" Xiaoxan was quite calm. "By the sounds of it, is it a high-realm demon beast?" "A level 7 demon beast," Qi Xiao said. Xiaoxan furrowed her brows and nodded. "Well, it might be tough. But anyway, a level 7 demon beast equals a sky realm warrior. We can beat it together." The Nine-Headed Sky Snake is a level 7 demon beast. But it is the most powerful one among all level 7 demon beasts. It has 9 heads which can all think separately, and it is very aggressive. I'd rather fight with 3 normal level 7 demon beasts than him. I will go back to the Cloudy Mountain first and get some weapons in case something unusual happens. Qi Xiao sighed. "Keep the treasure map with you. Let's meet at the entrance of the Dead Swamp in a month." Xiaoxan was quite decisive as she stood up and said calmly, "I hope you will be on time. I don't have so much time to waste." Then Xiaoxan walked out with light steps. "Brother, what to do now?" Zuo Shi smiled bitterly. "Tianyun City is now in total chaos, plus the Shi and Mo families are going through a crucial phase. Will you still take some time to handle this?" "Hardly." Shi Jian shook his head and thought for a while. "Since Qi Xiao is going there, my presence is not that important. I will send some other guy." Shi Yin likes goofing around. Would you like him to go with you?" Shi Jian stared at Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao nodded softly. "I can't leave Tianyun City right now, or Bai Mingxiang would suspect me. I will send Shi Yin with you and 2 other warriors. We have to keep it a secret. Don't let too many people get involved." Zuo Shi deliberated for a while and agreed with Shi Jian. "Shi family head, I need to go back to Cloudy Mountain first. I will get to the Dead Swamp in a month's time. Your people don't need to go with me for now. Let them go with Shi Yin to the Dead Swamp. I can go there faster alone." Qi Xiao said. "Okay, I will send Han Feng to follow that bastard Shi Yin and Zuo Shi when they leave Tianyun City secretly. 1 month, that would be fine." Shi Jian nodded and handed that treasure map to Qi Xiao and said earnestly, "Qi Xiao, please do me a favor to take care of Shi Yin. I want him to be safe." "No worries." Qi Xiao didn't refuse and put that treasure map away naturally. On the 3rd floor of that stone building. The blood vein ring on his ring finger had returned to normal, but Shi Yin was still sitting in a trance. A sudden glimmer flashed through his eyes. A long time later, Shi Yin gradually came back to himself and his eyes sparkled. He lowered his head and mumbled, "Inheritance of the War Devil. The martial skill that operates my mysterious martial spirit. Too magical." Chapter 79, The Seal of Life and Death. Chapter 79, The Seal of Life and Death. In the Stone Tower. Shi Yan's expression was full of surprise. His mind clicked, and he continued to violently pour all of his profound qi into the blood vein ring. However, a short time later he encountered a new barrier in the ring. He was out of sorts for a second, and finally came to the conclusion that the blood vein ring was definitely a strange treasure. Inside were layers and layers of barriers, and behind every single barrier was new things to be found. The first time he pounded at the blood vein ring, he obtained the cultivation method for. This time he got the blood vein ring was like a patient mentor, who will set a barrier at every special stage, and you could only peek into its secrets if you can break that barrier. The complex ancient was clearly imprinted deep in his mind. Just like the skill, once he focused on the mnemonics would appear in his mind. Shi Yin couldn't immediately and completely understand the mnemonics of the, but just from a glance, he could understood that there was an extraordinary martial skill that could utilize his mysterious martial spirit. Using the circulation method of he was able to stir the negative energy in all of his meridians. Those negative energies would flow towards his left arm in a special pattern, forming a with extremely negative characteristics. He also had secret methods to stir the profound qi in the whole body, making it flow into the right arm, and form another extraordinary thing called the left hand is the and the right hand is the. When using this skill in battle, the two seals can be merged into one, forming the true. The power of the depended on the density of the negative energies in the body and the amount of profound chi. Its strongest power would be released when forming a total of 49 seals. 7 seals would be marked as the first sky. As the realm and martial skill of a warrior progressed, the number of seals forming would increase when using. Every time one broke through to another sky, the number and size of the seals formed would multiply. According to the mnemonics of the once you reaching the 7th sky, 49 seals would instantly form and release an earth-crushing power. And if these 49 seals were fused together, it would emit an invincible strength, easily able to crush the highest mountains. However, the mnemonics on the were quite hard to understand, and would take a while to completely digest. Before he could completely figure out the deep meanings of the ancient texts, Shi Yin didn't dare to rashly cultivate the. He knew from learning that any secret martial skills coming from the blood vein ring weren't to be underestimated. After thinking for a while, Shi Yin decided to spend his time trying to understand the mnemonics about the seal. Shi Yin slowly stood up. He furrowed his brows and moved to the window, gazing across at the Shi family's artificial lake. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared into his view. A strange light flashed in Shi Yan's eyes. There was a surprise on his face and he murmured quietly, "Why has she come to the Shi family?" Far away by the lake, Xia Xinyan was wearing a veil on her face, looking every bit the peerless beauty. She was being led by Han Feng to the back door of the secret room of the Shi family. Shi Yin had a strong impression of Xia Xinyan, the mysterious woman. Just by gazing from far away he immediately recognized her, and secretly he was surprised. Led by Han Feng, Xia Xinyan quickly went into the garden behind the lake, and disappeared into the secret room. Soon, Qi Xiao and Zuo Shi also quietly followed, and disappeared through the same door into the Shi family's secret room. After a while Shi Jian finally walked out of the stone room. His eyes swept to the Shi Yan stone tower, and immediately started walking towards it. Shi Yan's mind flicked. He silently closed the windows, and quietly sat down on the 3rd floor of the stone tower, as if he had been deeply immersed in cultivating. "Kid, what was that just a moment ago?" Shi Jian quickly appeared on the 3rd floor of Shi Yan's tower. As soon as he came in, he immediately glared at Shi Yan and asked, "What was what?" Shi Jian opened his eyes, looking confused. "Half an hour ago, there was a strange fluctuation coming from this place. Did you make that happen? You little brat, better explain to me." "I don't know, I was just quietly cultivating. I just reached the human realm, and I'm still trying to get familiar with the circulation pattern of the natural energies. Maybe I just accidentally tuned into the natural patterns, and caused a resonance of the natural energies." Shi Yin smiled, full of bullshit. Shi Jian furrowed his brows, stared at Shi Yin for a second, then finally sneered, "You little brat hiding a bunch of secrets, huh? Humph. I couldn't care less. Just don't act too recklessly and screw yourself over." As the head of the family, Shi Jian could immediately see he wasn't speaking the truth. But Shi Jian didn't want to intervene on everything. Seeing that Shi Yin was fine, Shi Jian just allowed him to keep bullshitting. After pondering for a second, Shi Jian told him about the issue that Xia Xinyan, Zuo Shi and Qi Xiao came to talk about. Then he finally said, "This time I am going to let you, Han Feng and Ku Long, go together. We are only investigating the location of the Gate of Heaven this time, to get to understand the situation. You only need to follow along and get some experience. Remember, don't act rashly. If anything happens, just let Qi Xiao and that Xia girl handle it. These two both have the Sky Realm combat abilities. Even if they can't take on the 9-headed Sky Snake, they could at least keep you guys safe." Shi Yin was surprised. He didn't expect Xia Xinyan to be so generous. Not only did she not blame Qi Xiao for the sneak attack, she also stepped on the Imo family in order to divert everyone's attention. In the end, she forgave what had happened and took the initiative to lend her hand. This woman was something. Shi Yan's eyes glimmered, secretly surprised. He frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I also care about my life a lot. I don't want to lose it. My role is just to fill up a spot in the exploration of Gate of Heaven. I won't put my life on the line for this." "Okay, prepare yourself. Tonight at midnight, you, Han Feng and Ku Long will secretly set off, and meet up with Zuo Shi at the north entrance of Tianyun City. Remember, you have to be careful. The Gate of Heaven is important, but you are more important to the Shi family. You have to come back safely." "Understood." The Baiming family. Baiming Shang sat at the 7th level of the ice pavilion, his body overflowing with freezing energy, there was even a layer of frost covering his body. Just looking at him, Baiming Shang looked like an ice sculpture, appearing very strange. Baiming Su Yin Kue and Jiao Shan were standing aside, their expressions serious. Other than them there was also Baiming Su's father, Baiming Chia. Baiming Chia was at Earth Realm, Third Sky. He always took care of affairs outside of Tianyun City, but after hearing about the chaos happening in Tianyun City, he rushed here from Beiluo City overnight. After Baiming Shang fought with Xiaoxan Yin, he immediately entered the ice pavilion and hadn't come out since. The masters in the Baiming family were worried about Baiming Shang. They strictly guarded the ice pavilion, and had been on the lookout from day to night, afraid that mishaps might happen in this crucial moment. After a very long time, the frost on Baiming Shang's body gradually seeped into his body. "Father! Grandpa!" Baiming Chia and Baiming Su both called out. Baiming Shang slowly opened his eyes, and breathed out a cloud of white frost. He said, "That girl's martial spirit is strange. She could actually use her power from her last life and instantly step into the sky realm. The Endless Sea is truly a holy place for thousands of warriors. And only from that place could such a frightening martial spirit exist." "Father, are you all right?" Baiming Chia asked worriedly. Shaking his head, Baiming Shang said, "Did you find that girl? She mysteriously disappeared last night. We searched all night but couldn't find any trace of her." Baiming Chia was slightly nervous. He hesitated and then said, "But early this morning she returned to the Misty Pavilion. Our spies say that she only stayed in the Misty Pavilion for a short moment, then she left alone. We don't know where she went. Last night her injuries were worse than mine. We couldn't find her last night and now we have missed the best chance." Baiming Shang sighed then said, "She dared to appear this morning, that means her injuries have almost recovered. We don't have a chance to take her anymore. Pass on my orders, don't move on the Misty Pavilion." "Understood." Baiming Chia nodded, but he also felt a little regretful. "Tianyun City is full of our spies. I wonder where the hell she hid last night. If we could have found her then we could have killed her. We missed our chance so we can't do anything about it, not everything's going to go our way." Baiming Shang got over the matter, he pondered and then said, "Keep an eye on all 4 city gates. Release all the Cloud Eagles in the family. If any major figures of the other 4 families are getting in or out of the city, inform me immediately." "Father, you're saying? Ding Yin is definitely dead. Someone must have gotten that half of the fragmented map, or else there's no reason why someone cannot wait to seize that other half of the fragmented map from the Misty Pavilion." Baiming Shang sneered and said, "The Mo family lost miserably this time. If they had a Sky Realm Master to back them up with Mo Tuo's temperament, he wouldn't have just let this slide. We only need to wait 2 days. If the Mo family doesn't make any major actions in 2 days, we can eliminate them from the possibilities." "Who could it be?" "Whichever family couldn't hold it in anymore and leaves the city first." Baiming Shang scowled and said, "That girl left the Misty Pavilion early in the morning. She definitely must have figured out something. Maybe the 2 map pieces have already been put together by now. Keep an eye on the Misty Pavilion too. We can ignore the fight between the Mo and Shi families for now. Spread out all our spies in 3 days. If any direct descendants of the 3 families leave the city, I need to receive the news immediately." "Understood." Chapter 80 Shadowing. Chapter 80 Shadowing. That night at the north gate of Tianyun City. Shi Yin, Han Feng and Ku Long secretly left the city from the gate. A 4-horses carriage was waiting in the deserted tombs outside the north gate. An old man was standing beside the carriage and staring at the starry sky in a daze. Whisperings could be heard from the carriage. The carriage was surrounded by many high and low tombs, and the green wildfire beside them was giving out a very gloomy atmosphere in the dark night. "It's the Zuo families." Ku Long got to one unmarked burial mounds and remarked after taking a glimpse from afar. Shi Yin nodded and said indifferently, "It seems we are late anyway." The old man overheard their talk, and as he withdrew his eyes and looked in their direction, he raised the whip in his hand. Receiving his signal, the 3 including Shi Yin walked over. "Miss, people from the Shi family have arrived." The old man reported to that carriage at a cautious low voice. "About time they got here." Zuo Shi's voice came from the carriage. An elegant and graceful woman came out of the carriage quietly, glanced at Shi Yin and said to Zuo Shi with a big smile, "That kid is here." "Aunt Lian." Zuo Shi cried with a sweet girlish and angry voice, "I told you there is nothing between us. Please stop teasing me." "Hee okay. That woman giggled and waved at Shi Yin standing beside the carriage. As Shi Yin came near, she said, "Young Master Yin, you three didn't take a carriage. It will be arranged for us when we get to the Shuelai city in the north." Shi Yin looked indifferent. He took a glimpse at the woman and complimented her secretly, then walked to the carriage at a leisurely pace and put a huge package into it. "Xiao Shi, this is your dragon turtle armor. My grandpa asked me to return it to you." "Okay." Zuo Shi replied and whispered, "You ungrateful guy. You wasted our goodwill." Shi Yin withdrew his smile. "You had told me that whoever uses the dragon turtle armor is a turtle. I don't want to be a turtle." Haha. Sitting in the carriage, Zuo Shi couldn't help but giggle. "You guys have really good memory, huh? I had said that to infuriate my grandpa so that you could take the armor. You helped me unlock the shell and get me the treasure. Of course you deserve the dragon turtle armor. The martial spirit of Shi family is more than enough for defending. I don't need that armor." Shi Yin shook his head. "Miss, shall we go now?" The warrior from the Zuo family got on the carriage, waved his whip and asked softly. "Yes, let's go. Wait. Please let me introduce first. This is Chu Ping, first sky of the Nirvana realm. I'm Wu Yunlian." That graceful woman elegantly smiled and said to Han Feng, "I know Brother Han, and this is?" She looked to Kulong. "Kulong, first sky of the Nirvana realm." Kulong introduced himself in a friendly manner as he scratched his head. "I have been staying out of the town and just came back for the martial competition. We haven't have a chance to meet." "So you are Brother Kulong." Wu Yunlian beamed and nodded. "It's an honor for me to work with Brother Han and Brother Kulong. Hope we can get to know each other well." "You are too modest," Han Feng and Kulong said together. This woman looked dignified and was at the first sky of the Nirvana realm. She was a warrior from the Cloud Mountain. Since she was once helped by Qi Xiao, she attached herself to the Zuo family at Qi Xiao's introduction, and was rather cared for by Zuo Su and became an intimate friend to Zuo Shi. Han Feng and Kulong knew she was someone of status, so they were both polite to her. "Then let's start our journey." Shi Yin looked up at the sky but suddenly furrowed his brows as he pointed at a dark spot in the sky. What's that?" Chu Ping, Han Feng, Kulong and Wu Yunlian raised their heads together. "A cloud eagle." Han Feng's expression changed as he yelled, "It's the Baiming families. A cloud eagle has perfect eyesight and can see people on the ground clearly." "The Baiming family is tailing us?" Kulong was a bit confused. "They knew we were getting out of the town?" "I'm not sure." Chu Ping was a little surprised as well. He gazed at the departing eagle and said, "Maybe it's on the way back, the Baiming family from somewhere else, and happened to be here. It may not be trailing us specially. We have to be cautious anyway." Wu Yunlian sighed softly. "We need to be quick. Even if the Baiming family is shadowing us, they can't find us easily if we are cautious enough." "Okay." Later that night, in the ice room of the Baiming family. "Father, news came that people from the Shi and Zuo families secretly left from the North Gate. The Shi family have sent Han Feng, Kulong and Shi Yin, and the Zuo family have sent Chu Ping, Wu Yunlian and one other in a carriage. It must be Miss Zuo Shi." Baiming Qi hurried back to the ice room and told the latest news after a bow. Baiming Su was in the ice room too. He was training with the aid of the freezing air in the ice room. Hearing upon the news, he opened his eyes and cried out, "It is the Shi family and the Zuo family." Baiming Shang looked gloomy as he sat there still, with cold air diffusing in his eyes. After a long time, Baiming Shang said, "The other half of the treasure map must be in their hands. It must be Qi Xiao who grabbed the map from the Misty Pavilion. That girl in the Misty Pavilion is too wicked and she used Mo Tua to distract us. We would have been cheated if we weren't cautious enough to let the Cloud Eagle shadow them. Father, what should we do now?" "I will go after them with Su to see where they are heading for." "Su is going too. It is not peaceful in the Tianyun city recently. I will take Yin Kuei and Jioshan with me this time. It's not safe to leave Su alone in the town." Baiming Shang ordered, "You stay at home and tell people that I'm cultivating in seclusion. Don't stir any suspicion." "Got it." Grandpa, the Zuo and Shi families must have come to a certain agreement with the Misty Pavilion. If Qi Xiao allied with that woman, will you be in danger when in a battle with them? Baiming Su took a breath and said indifferently, "I've made some preparations." His eyes sparkled. "The Dark Master from the Dark World sent a message days ago that he wants Mu Yu Dai. I haven't replied yet." Baiming Shang thought for a while and looked at Baiming Su. "He is at the Sky Realm, it would be fine with his help." Qi Xiao and that girl can hardly compete with us. They could only choose to cooperate with us to explore the gate of heaven. The Dark Master from the Dark World. Bai Mingsu was shocked but also sad. He whispered after a long while, "Grandpa, what on earth do you mean? Mu Yu Dai's martial spirit is great, but it's useless for us. Rather, that Di Yalan may be able to combine with our ice martial spirit." Staring at him, Bai Mingshang shouted, "Merely a woman. You can't even let it go?" Bai Mingsu frowned and shook his head. "No. It's just too unexpected. I will give up anything for the Bai Ming family." "Good. You are going to take over the whole family. Don't be so emotional." Bai Mingshang nodded with satisfaction and comforted, "Don't worry, child. That Dark Master only wants to use that girl to train his martial spirit. He won't care if she is a virgin or not. I will let you two be together for 3 days before I hand her to the Dark Master." "Thank you, Grandpa." Bai Mingsu beamed. "For this time, take Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan with you. Later, I will hand Mu Yu Dai over to the Dark Master without letting Di Yalan know." Bai Mingshang said. "Grandson understands." Bai Mingsu walked out of the ice room. Irrespective of the deep night, and he headed for the island in the lake directly. Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan weren't asleep, but kept training quietly. Seeing that Bai Mingsu had arrived, the two girls dressed to welcome him. Bai Mingsu beamed, "Get prepared, we need to be out of town before dawn." "What's up?" Mu Yu Dai was surprised. "The map to the Gate of Heaven is now complete. Someone has already set off for the exploration, so we are to follow them secretly." Bai Mingsu said earnestly to Mu Yu Dai, "Xiao Dai, there are many treasures in the Gate of Heaven, and my grandpa thinks you and Di Yalan should try your luck. Maybe you will harvest a lot from it. It's a once-in-a-100-year chance. Don't miss it." Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan's eyes lit up at the same moment. "Many thanks, young Master Su." Mu Yu Dai bowed, with dimple smile on her pretty small face. "I won't forget your favor if I harvest something from the Gate of Heaven." "What are you talking about?" Bai Mingsu pretended to be angry. "Do we need that?" "Well, I'm sorry. I will go get prepared." Mu Yu Dai said with a big smile. "Okay. I will wait for you outside. Be quick. Remember, don't expose yourselves. Let's go quietly." Bai Mingsu reminded and left the lake with a satisfied smile. "Xiao Dai, it came to me suddenly that..." Di Yalan's face dimmed. "The treasure map is complete, which means Ding Yin was found by them. According to their way of acting, I'm afraid he was already..." Upon hearing that, Mu Yu Dai realized it as well. Her expression changed with sorrow. However, she was very relieved when she came to the thought that she may get lots of treasure in the Gate of Heaven. "Don't worry, he will be fine. They only wanted the map, not his life. Sister Lan, we have to grab this opportunity. Maybe we can get a good fortune from it and our revenge." Mu Yu Dai said ambitiously, clenching her fists. "Sai, I hope he is fine." Di Yalan sighed with profound resignation. "Stop thinking about him. We have to have a good plan to take the most advantage from it." Mu Yu Dai was quite excited. She already pictured the dark world smashed by her in the near future, as her enemies fallen, covered in blood. She was rather very satisfied every time she came up with that scene. She was totally intoxicated by hatred. Chapter 81, Obsession. Chapter 81 Obsession. In the silence of the night, the two carriages slowly left Shualai City one after another. Shualai City was last city on the way to the Dead Swamp. Between the Dead Swamp and Shualai City was a forest of medium-sized trees, through which a narrow path had been cleared for use by mercenaries and traders. On the carriage in front, Chu Ping was waving his whip in a relaxed manner. Zhu Shi and Wu Yunlian's soft giggles could be heard from the carriage every now and then. They seemed to be happily chatting all the way. In the carriage behind them, Han Feng and Ku Long were sitting outside, occasionally uttering some words. Most of the time they were both on alert and kept an eye on the surroundings. Shi Yin was completely silent in his carriage. For the past dozens of days, apart from meals, Shi Yin hardly got out of the carriage. Every time he got out of the carriage, he wore a tired face with furrowed brows, seeming to be bothered about something. Late at night, the two carriages had stopped beside a brook in the forest. Zuo Shi and Wu Yunlian got off the carriage and walked to the brook, using the water to rinse their faces. Before long, the two came back with some water to find that it was completely silent inside the other carriage. "What is that guy doing?" Wu Yunlian looked at the carriage in confusion, her expression clearly showing bewilderment. "I have hardly seen him get of the carriage. Apart from those times when he got down and wolfed down his food, he has been staying in the carriage all day. And every time he comes out he is always deep in thought, showing such a miserable face. What a weird kid. He has always been a weirdo. Zuo Shi nodded in acknowledgement. He has such strange hobbies like studying historic relics and ancient languages. No one knows what happens in his brain. Wu Yunlian laughed alluringly. Xiao Shi, this guy is really different. Usually such boys would chase you around all day long, and wouldn't go away even when you tried to drive them off. But this one has never looked at you in these 10 days. He seems unwilling to come out of the carriage. Really strange. Leave him alone. He is a weirdo. Zuo Shi was really surprised by Wu Yunlian's opinion, and realized she was right. Shi Yin had never looked at her while they were on the road. Though not a self-centered girl, Zuo Shi knew that she was pretty, and the attitude Shi Yin showed towards her was very different from other boys' attitudes. Shi Yin was at his romantic age, but why was he so indifferent towards women? Every woman cared about such things, including Zuo Shi. Apart from some confusion, she was also a little angry. Get me some water. Shi Yan's indifferent voice came from the carriage. Ku Long was stunned as he looked to Han Feng and replied, Feng, do you still have some water? Han Feng shook his head and pointed at Wu Yunlian and Zuo Shi, who were slowly approaching them. They get the water these days. Ku Long stuck out his head and looked at Wu Yunlian with a big smile. Sister, please give me some water, my young master is thirsty. Tell him to come get it by himself. Zuo Shi pouted and grunted, staying in the carriage all day. He must stink. Weirdo. Ku Long smiled in embarrassment and leaned to the carriage. Young Master Yin, Miss Zuo requests you to come out for water. Shi Yin replied briefly, drew the curtain and walked out with a withered face. He looked dumb, his eyes puzzled, seemingly baffled by a certain problem. Without too much thought, he walked towards Zuo Shi slowly, grabbed the water bag from her hand and then drank up. After that, he casually handed the bag back to Zuo Shi, who was rather angry, and turned back for his own carriage while mumbling, that water was fragrant, so strange. Shi Yin. Zuo Shi blushed in anger. That water bag is mine. Not your Shi family's. Shi Yin was shocked by her scream, and finally woke up from his deep thought on the. He asked, so what? Xiao Shi just now drank from this water bag. Of course it would be fragrant. Wu Yunlian smiled and joked, haha, maybe there's still some of Xiao Shi's saliva in it. Aunt Lian. Zuo Shi blushed and stamped on the ground. What the hell are you talking about? Ku Long and Chu Ping were stunned, with their faces turning strange. Even Han Feng raised his head secretly to look in their direction. But soon, the three went on for their own business like nothing had happened, as if no one had heard Wu Yunlian's words or saw Zuo Shi's blushing face. Shi Yin realized it immediately, but he still pretended to know nothing and smiled. It's okay. I'm easygoing. I don't hate your saliva at all. Immediately, he turned back joyfully and got back into the carriage at once, not showing up again. Ah. Wu Yunlian laughed too hard to stand steady as her breasts trembled. She suddenly felt that Shi Yin was not boring at all. His casual words were really hilarious. Zuo Shi was dumbstruck for a while, then her eyes widened and she cursed, Shi Yin. You bastard. Uncle Han, let's go. Shi Yan's calm voice came from the carriage. Okay. Han Feng's mouth formed a strange smile and he urged Ku Long, let's go. Their carriage slowly started moving, and for the first time passed by the other carriage. Standing there with a red face, Zuo Shi first glanced over at Wu Yunlian, then at the silent Chu Ping and said angrily, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? It's not amusing at all. You all are so lame. Then she swiftly slipped into the carriage and yelled, Uncle Ping, be quick. Kick their carriage. Give that bastard a lesson. Chu Ping was stunned and looked to Wu Yunlian miserably. Wu Yunlian shook her head and jumped onto the carriage. She comforted Zuo Shi, come on Xiao Shi. Don't be angry. He didn't mean it. Too rude. He said. Zuo Shi grunted with indignation but was too shy to continue. Shi Yin never took it seriously at all. In the carriage, Shi Yin was leaning back and frowning, while odd texts flashed across his mind. The ancient method of the quickly flashed through his mind. Recently, he had wholeheartedly put all of his energy into learning the method. Even when he was having meals, his brain had never stopped thinking. He was trying so hard to understand the practice process of the seal that he was nearly going insane. He was that type of person. Once he was determined to do something, he would focus on it and use everything to realize it, never changing his mind. After so many years of practicing extreme sports, he came to the conclusion that only with obsession could one do things perfectly. At that time, there was only one thought in his mind: to understand the process of the as soon as possible. It was best if he could master the seal before he went into the dead swamp. Only by mastering the seal could he be able to protect himself in the dead swamp, and have more opportunities to gain beneficial things. Closing his eyes, Shi Yin tried to relax, and began to sort out his recent understandings of the method. After a long while, he willed his profound qi to slowly move from his belly to his right arm. The profound qi didn't move fast, but it was concentrated and was refined within his right arm. As the profound qi gathered in his right arm, the latter became transparent, and even the bone and veins in his hand could be seen clearly. Shi Yin didn't realize the strange changes in his arm. Eyes closed, he tried to execute the ideas that he came up with recently, and refined the profound qi in his arm many times. As his arm began to expand, Shi Yin made up his mind and pushed his profound qi toward his palm. Qi qi qi. Wisps of crystal profound qi flew out from his fingers like lightning. Those 5 streams of profound qi looked alive, as they lingered around his fingers but never flew out far. Still not correct. Shi Yin opened his eyes, and gazed at the profound qi on his fingertips. His face showed disappointment as he frowned and mumbled to himself, "There must be something wrong. It's not a sign of success. What on earth should I do?" His mumbles became softer as he withdrew the profound qi from his fingers little by little. Shi Yin sank deep into his thoughts again, obsessively trying to find the truth of the seal. Chapter 82, A Step Further. Chapter 82, A Step Further. In the following days, Shi Yin continued to remain in the carriage and no one knew what he was doing. Altogether, the 2 carriages traveled in the forest for 9 days. In these 9 days, both Zuo Shi and Wu Yunlian would come out time and time again to groom themselves on the riverside and collect water for everyone. Every time Shi Yin came out, he would bury himself in his food, and when he was done he would hurry back into the carriage without acknowledging the others. It was night again. The 2 carriages were parked under the dense foliage of the trees. The horses were released from their reins to graze nearby. After taking bath, both Zuo Shi and Wu Yunlian were leisurely lying in their carriage, teasing each other in whispers. Chu Ping, Han Feng and Ku Long were guarding the carriages and horses, exchanging their cultivation experiences at the same time. In the carriage of the Shi family. Shi Yan's face was full of seriousness, his expression never being so dignified. After 9 days of relentless study, he was finally able to gain some insights. High right arm was gleaming in light, and one could see some strange little white spots flowing through the veins in his arm. Strands of pure concentrated profound qi were repeatedly refined in his meridians. He kept using a special method to temper it. After the 7th time, Shi Yan's right arm, which was continuously expanding, soon grew a whole lot thicker. His muscles looked ferocious with veins popping out of them, looking very frightening. "Ha!" Shi Yin lightly shouted, his eyes grim. He kept his gaze on his right arm and a thought suddenly struck his mind. His right arm abruptly let out a strange popping sound. After the profound qi was refined 7 times, it actually separated into 7 different flows. The 7 flows of power were dispersed into his meridians, with a clear distinction between them. When he put his concentration into his profound qi, the 7 flows of profound qi suddenly converged onto his wrist. In an instant, those 7 flows turned into one, and a lively aura suddenly gushed out from his right palm. Shi Yan's eyes suddenly became as bright as the galaxy. He immediately tried to stimulate that light formed by the 7 flows of profound qi. Boom! The 7 flows of profound qi fiercely rushed into his palm. The center of Shi Yan's palm suddenly burst into bright rays. The mass of strange profound qi coagulation all of a sudden exploded in his palm. Countless light specks of profound qi instantly filled his palm. They flowed into the lines on his palm, making his hand shine with a strange light. Suddenly, the countless light specks fiercely shot out from the lines on his palm. The light specks were gleaming and unbelievably formed into a strange handprint. A glistening handprint took off and flew out. Shi Yan's palm continuously exploded 6 more times, and 6 identical handprints formed into shape. The 7 handprints were like unleashed horses, and randomly struck the carriage that Shi Yan was in. Boom 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 boom. The carriage broke into pieces. The solid wood planks became like sawdust and flew into the air. Shi Yin just sat there on the ground with a serious expression. He looked at the smashed carriage and the flying sawdust around him in surprise. He could clearly feel that 1/3 of his profound chi had been consumed from this single move. 7 burst out, and all the profound chi that had been gathered in his right arm was instantly sucked dry. When those 7 shot out, his right arm returned to normal, leaving only a slight tingly feeling. Zuo Shi and Wu Yunlian jumped out of the Zuo family's carriage in alarm. They gazed at this scene in shock. On the grass, Chu Ping, Han Feng and Ku Long were also astonished, their faces full of confusion. They had no idea what happened. Shi Yin sat on the ground in a daze. He looked for a second, then coughed and said heartlessly, "Uncle Han, I think we have to ride the horses now." Han Feng's expression was very strange. He slightly nodded and looked towards him perplexed. "Young Master Yen, what the hell are you doing?" Wu Yunlian's flirty little face was full of bewilderment. She stepped up along with Zuo Shi, and looked at Shi Yen weirdly. "Why did you suddenly destroy the carriage? Can you give us an explanation?" "I got carried away while practicing." Shi Yen shrugged and said casually, "This is normal. Don't worry about it, the carriage is gone, but the horses are still here, it won't slow you guys down." "All this time you were in the carriage and refused to come out, was just for practice?" Zuo Shi's pretty face was full of surprise. Silly." Zuo Shi shook her head and said in disdain, "Training is the most boring thing, your grandpa isn't forcing you or anything, why do you have to put in so much effort?" "Hobby. Pisich, I don't believe you." "Young Master Yin, what is the skill that you're practicing?" Wu Yunlian hesitated for a second, then her expression also slowly turned normal again. The power that was unleashed back in that moment was extremely violent and fierce. That instant explosive force shouldn't be something that an ordinary human realm warrior should have, Wu Yunlian said thoughtfully. "It's nothing." Shi Yin smiled. He didn't want to explain further. He stretched and said to Han Feng, "Uncle Han, my stomach is hungry, get me something to eat." "Okay." Seeing that Shi Yin didn't want to say anything more, Wu Yunlian didn't ask for more details. She smiled and took Zuo Shi away with her. After gorging down a bunch of food, Shi Yin said to Han Feng, "Uncle Han, I'm going to go wash myself. I'll come back in a bit, you don't need to come along." "Young master," Han Feng hesitated. "It's all right." Waving his hand, Shi Yin reassured him, "I won't walk very far, if there's anything I'll holler. Don't worry." "Be careful, young master." Shi Yin quickly arrived at the riverbank. He jumped into the river and joyfully took a bath and changed into a fresh set of clothes. After coming ashore, instead of rushing to return to the gathering point where Han Feng and the rest were, he moved further away from them. Under an old tree. Shi Yan's expression was solemn. He suddenly invoked the negative energies in his body. In the meridians all over his body, there hid the different negative energies of bloodlust, fear, slaughter, and desperation. They all emerged, and under his will the negative powers all flowed towards his left arm. The shriveled left arm was covered with white mist. The mist shifted unpredictably, like the faint shadows of ghosts. His mind flicked. Following to the circulation method of the right arm, Shi Yin started invoking the negative energies in his left arm. Under his control, the already shriveled left arm became even more shriveled and shrunken. Looking at that, it was like as if there was only a layer of skin pressing on his bones, which appeared very strange. However, as his left arm shriveled up, a mass of extremely evil power started slowly growing. The thick white mist on his left arm shortly turned pitch black. The arm was also frighteningly black, as if it was heavily toxic. A mass of maniacal, evil, destructive power quickly condensed in his left arm. After 7 full cycles, the power in his left arm flowed down into his left palm using the same technique as his right arm, and together they burst from his left palm. Boom 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 boom. Following the explosion, 7 pitch-black handprints flew out from his palms. The destructive power, along with the thick essence of death, all struck the old tree in front of him. The old tree was as thick as 2 people's waists and around a dozen meters tall. It suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The life force of the lush old tree was instantly cut off. Under the watchful eyes of Shi Yin, the old tree was surrounded by a swirling black energy. The leaves withered with visible speed. The lively old tree looked like it had instantly reached the end of its lifespan and turned into a withered husk of a tree that could not be deader. The leaves that fell from it promptly lost all traces of life. The leaves fell onto the ground and the surrounding leaves looked as if they were also affected and instantly died. The scene was extremely strange. The Shi Yan's eyes glinted with an odd light, and his mind was slightly startled. He knew that the would be very extraordinary, but what he did not know was that it would have such an astonishing destructive force. This kind of destructive power was not only astounding in strength, but more importantly, this additionally came with the power of death. It could actually cut off the life force in plants. The is already this frightening. If the and merged together, forming the true, what would happen? Shi Yan took a deep breath in, but he knew that this was not the time to continue experimenting. He heard the sound of footsteps. Shi Yan immediately knew that Han Feng and the rest had definitely rushed here. His expression shifted for a moment, then he hurriedly left and quickly took the same route back. As expected, Han Feng and Ku Long hastily arrived. They exclaimed from afar, "Young master, are you all right?" Wu Yunlian and Zuo Shi also poked their heads out from behind Han Feng. They looked at him surprisingly, like they came to figure out what happened. They all clearly heard that violent thundering sound back there. And in that sound there seemed to be a mass of evil power. This made Han Feng and the rest secretly frightened, their minds filled with confusion. "It's all right, let's go back." Shi Yan calmly walked towards them, seemingly unconcerned. "I got carried away again while I was practicing. I think it generated some bad phenomenons. But it's nothing, it won't happen next time." "Shi Yan, what martial skill are you practicing? Why do I think what you're practicing is not some ordinary martial skill?" Zuo Shi couldn't hold back anymore, her face was full of curiosity. "Who cares if it's ordinary or not? Any martial skill that can kill is a good one," Shi Yan said indifferently. "You little guy. Always acting so mysterious. God knows what you're really doing." Zuo Shi curled her lips, feeling a little discontent. She snorted and finally said, "Come on, hurry up. It's been almost a month. If we're late, that Xia girl won't necessarily wait for us." "Xia Xian Yen." Shi Yan murmured, and suddenly remembered the wonderful taste of that woman's lips. His heart could not help but skip a beat. A shady look appeared on his face, and after a long while he finally nodded and said, "Yeah, we should move faster. Don't worry, I won't slow you guys down anymore." "Shi Yan, you can't possibly be thinking of hitting on that woman?" Wu Yunlian's eyes were sharp. From his micro-expressions she saw some clues and then made a fuss. "I'd recommend you to back down. That woman is trouble. From what I see, no man in the Merchant Union would be qualified to make a move on her, not even Bai Mingshang." "Well, I had already tasted her," Shi Yan retorted in his mind. Shi Yan snorted, then said in disdain, "No matter how noble or how beautiful a woman is, in the end she's going to lay on a man's bed anyway. Xia Xian Yan is no exception." You are so vulgar." Zuo Shi's face flushed and she shot a glare at him. "How did I not realize this before? So this is your true nature. You are a perverted man too." "Bullshit." Wu Yunlian was also upset. "I've never laid on anyone's bed. You little punk, truly nothing decent can come out of that filthy mouth." "Ha, then poor you." Shi Yan was surprised. "Brat. Why are you getting on my nerves now?" Wu Yunlian clenched her teeth and said bitterly. She now missed the quiet days back when Shi Yan always hid in the carriage and never came out. 3 li away from Shi Yan and the group. The 2 towering giant men looked murderous and then said angrily, "Mistress, there is a bastard that's talking bad about you." Shi Yan's voice was quite loud. And although they were 3 li apart, the 3 people from the Misty Pavilion still clearly heard what he said. "No matter how noble or how beautiful a woman is, in the end she's going to lay on a man's bed anyway. Xia Xian Yan is no exception." Xia Xian Yan frowned as she silently repeated Shi Yan's words in her mind. Her bright eyes flashed with a cold look and she said indifferently, "Those people are from the Zuo and the Shi families. We don't need to care about them now, soon we will meet with them. Then, at that time I will see how arrogant that bastard is. He dares to gossip about me behind my back." Chapter 83 Meeting Face to Face. Chapter 83 Meeting Face to Face. The journey continued. Shi Yan lost his carriage, so he had to make do with a horse to mediate. But he still found a way to continue practicing the. Every night, whenever he had free time, he would make an excuse to leave and put into action the knowledge gained throughout the morning. However, every time he tried to join the result was always a failure. The merging of the was very difficult. Every time he formed the and, he was unable to project them simultaneously. Either that the was executed first or the suddenly lashed out. If one wanted to merge them to form the true, the very first step would be to execute both types of seals simultaneously. Only if this was achieved could the be formed. This required extreme control. It has to be mentioned that the condensing of his profound qi and the negative energies must be synergetic. Existence of any flaw was out of question. Shi Yin was aware of this. However, every time he tried to put his thoughts into action he found the process to be very difficult, and all his attempts ended in total failure. Noting that they were getting nearer to the dead swamp day by day, Shi Yin stopped his practice. After all, the simultaneous consumption of profound qi and negative energy was huge. Every time he practiced, his body would weaken for a while. Especially when forming the. It required using first, however there would always be some backlash. In order to be in top condition while in the dead swamp, Shi Yin reluctantly stopped his attempts. Determined that he wasn't going to stress out anymore, Shi Yin was more relaxed. As he no longer spent his time in meditation for the upcoming journey, he had plenty of time to interact with the two girls, Wu Yunlian and Zuo Shi. While traveling together for some time, Shi Yin gained some understanding of Wu Yunlian and Zuo Shi. They didn't especially get along very well, but they didn't have any conflicts either. On this day, Shi Yin was riding his horse alongside the carriage of Zuo Family. His expression was serene and he was still deep in thought about the young master. We're here. At this moment, Han Feng pointed forward and said quietly, the people from Misty Pavilion are already waiting. Shi Yin stared and gazed into the distance, spotting 3 black dots. Wu Yunlian also stuck her head out, looking into the distance. She then whispered, everyone be careful. Misty Pavilion is an outsider to us. That woman can reach the sky realm, so let's just watch out. Hearing that, everyone nodded. Shi Yin, however, furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know how Xia Xanyan would react after seeing him. On that day before Xia Xanyan fainted, she had clearly seen him. Xia Xanyan definitely knew now why she was at the Misty Rain House. During this meeting, who knows if Xia Xanyan would interrogate him or not. But Shi Yin wasn't particularly worried. At the Misty Rain House, the only time he really violated Xia Xanyan was when she was unconscious. Xia Xanyan should not know what he had done. Xia Xanyan never separated far from Shi Yin and the rest. Although she had nonchalantly tossed out the half part of the map, inwardly she was still cautious of them. She was constantly on guard towards the Shi and Zuo families in order to prevent them from taking any covert action without her knowledge. That day when Shi Yin had commented on her, she had heard it clearly. She was naturally agitated from inside. But when she saw Shi Yin, she recognized him as the one who had brought her to the brothel. This made her even angrier. What happened that day was deeply imprinted into her memory. Many times in the past several nights, whenever Xia Xanyan woke, she would still feel herself lying in the Misty Rain House. And whenever she thought about it, she would imagine herself lying unconscious on the ground while that guy enjoyed himself with the 2 prostitutes right in front of her. She felt unreasonably angry. Finally, Shi Yin was right in front of her. Xia Xanyan only glanced at Shi Yin once, then she pointed at him and said coldly, you follow me, I have some things to ask you. Wu Yunlian, Zuo Shi and Han Feng were all shocked. They looked at Xia Xanyan weirdly, not understanding why she would want to talk with Shi Yin alone, instead of asking for Qi Zhao's whereabouts. Shi Yin had already expected her to do that, so he nodded and said calmly, okay. Shi Yin's attitude made Wu Yunlian and the rest even more confused. Han Feng was stupefied for a second, slightly worried, young master. It's all right. Shi Yin waved his hand and left along with Xia Xanyan. Shortly the two arrived under an old tree. That day it was you, right? Xia Xanyan's bright eyes looked straight at him and asked indifferently. That day at the brothel while I was unconscious you did that with the 2 prostitutes? Xia Xanyan secretly clenched her teeth. You are the most perverted bastard. Shi Yin couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said calmly, I'm a man, this is my nature, there's nothing to be ashamed of. But I don't suppose I did anything to you? In fact, I saved your life. That night, if you weren't at the brothel, the Baiming family might have found you. On that note, you should thank me. Xia Xanyan was a bit stunned. It seemed she didn't expect Shi Yin to honestly admit his lechery in front of her. Xia Xanyan was in a fix and her expression was changing continuously. It was as if she very much wanted to scold Shi Yin, but didn't know where to start. To scold him that he's perverted? Well, he's already admitted that. He's already so shameless, what's the use in scolding him further? Xia Xanyan felt agitated for no apparent reason. After a long while she frustratingly shook her head and said, "You did save me, but I'm not grateful to you. What happened that night, I don't want anyone to know, do you understand?" Xia Xanyan's beautiful eyes were cold, her intention of a threat was clear. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Shi Yan's expression was indifferent. That night, did you do anything else to me?" Xia Xanyan's eyes suddenly showed a little panic. "Anything else?" Shi Yan was stunned, his face full of confusion. "Like what?" Listening to this, Xia Xanyan was raged from inside, and she was continuously repeating the word calm inside her mind. She took some deep breaths and finally said in a cold tone, "I'm saying, did you have any ill intentions of me?" "Of course, yeah." Shi Yan whispered in his mind, but on the surface he looked serious and shook his head. "No, I'm not a reckless person." "You are not a reckless person." Xia Xanyan was staring at Shi Yan. She suddenly realized that she was very easily getting angry when near this person. Clenching her teeth, she sneered and said again, "A perverted bastard who thought of seeking pleasure in a brothel while his family was in a death battle with their enemies. And you say you are not a reckless person? Isn't this really the funniest thing?" "It's just a normal physiological need," Shi Yan said indifferently. Xia Xanyan stared at him blankly, her eyes repeatedly showing feelings of disgust and anger. Xia Xanyan slightly waved her hand as if she wanted to say no more. Finally she said, "I wish you forget everything that happened that night. You saved my life once and I will remember that. During this exploration of the Gate of Heaven, I will make sure to do whatever I can to keep you safe. After that, we're even." Xia Xanyan could not bear to stay any longer. She turned around and left straight back along the path she came. She was still filled with anger, but there was nowhere for her to release it. "Then I will thank you in advance." Shi Yan shouted loudly towards her retreating figure. A smile still lingered on his lips, as if he had no idea how annoyed Xia Xanyan was. In the mass of dark clouds on the sky, a 10-meter-long level 5 demon beast, a wind eagle, floated in the clouds. Baiming Shang, Baiming Su, Yin Kuei, Jiao Shan, Muyu Dai and Di Yalan sat together on the wind eagle. Baiming Shang sat on the head of the wind eagle. He reached his head out to look down at Shi Yan and the rest, who looked as small as ants. Then with a deep voice he said, "They should be going to the dead swamp. Grandpa, when should we show up?" "Wait until they arrive at their destination." Baiming Shang furrowed his brows and said, "Qi Xiao should be appearing soon. Qi Xiao is a true Sky Realm warrior and he might discover us. Let's go, we should leave in advance." Muyu Dai clenched her fist, her bright eyes filled with hope. The wind eagle suddenly flew off, and quickly became a black dot as it swiftly flew towards the dead swamp, not leaving any trace of its passing. Chapter 84, The Dead Swamp. Chapter 84, The Dead Swamp. Qi Xiao arrived 2 days later, and thus the team to explore the Gate of Heaven was complete. The Dead Swamp was comprised of thousands of swamps of all different sizes. These had existed for centuries. Whoever stepped into these would most likely be unable to escape and eventually drown. It was hard to travel in the swamps, so the carriage and horses were left at the entrance, and the team started walking into the dead swamp. Once they stepped into it, Shi Yan was on alert so as to avoid any dangers. There were endless green swamps in the dead swamp, of which many of them were emitting a green-colored air. In some places, the air was so poisonous that people would rot to death as soon as they inhaled it. Apart from the swamps and poisonous air, there were also demon beasts. The demon beasts had adapted to the environment. They would usually hide in the swamps and jump out to attack whenever people passed by. Qi Xiao and Xia Xanyan were taking the lead and avoiding all the small-sized swamps. Qi Xiao was a Sky Realm warrior so he could avoid the swamp by flying in the air. Though he didn't feel fear, the others did. Even Xia Xanyan could only reach Sky Realm when she operated her incarnation martial spirit. Only then could she fly. However, every time Xia Xanyan used her incarnation martial spirit, her vitality would be damaged. Therefore Xia Xanyan rarely used it unless it was an emergency. She was quite cautious along the way, following Qi Xiao's lead. Shi Yan's realm was the lowest among them, and so was his knowledge about this world. Thus, after they entered the dead swamp, he kept mute, carefully observing the dangers in the swamp as well as Qi Xiao and other people's reactions. "There is a 3-mile-long swamp in front of us which we can't avoid." Qi Xiao paused, standing on a wet area, and frowned. "This swamp should be the safest one around this area. Be careful, we need to take the risk this time." Wearing a rigid face, Shi Yan observed the swamp in front of him with furrowed brows. The swamp was 3 miles long and filled with green mud, at the center of which there were pieces of dry land, enough for 2 or 3 people to stand on. Some of those dry lands were dozens of meters away while some were only 2 or 3 meters apart. It would only be safe to pass this swamp by walking on the dry areas. However, Qi Zhao's next statement crashed his plans. Don't even hope that the dry areas could hold people. It will sink even faster once you step on some of them. Many of those dry patches just float on the swamp and can't sustain any weight. Once you step on it, it will quickly sink. Shi Yin turned serious in surprise, not saying anything. Don't worry, I will test every dry area so that you can walk on the solid ones. Qi Zhao saw through their worries and smiled. You guys just need to follow me. It will be fine. But some of the dry areas are quite small, they may support my weight but not 3 or 4 people. So we still need to be careful. Everybody nodded with a rigid face. Even Zuo Shi, who was quite relaxed before, got a little nervous and observed the dry lands before her cautiously. Miss Ya, there may be a lot of danger. Could you help me with your sky realm energy? Qi Zhao hesitated and looked to Xia Xanyan. Xia Xanyan's crystal eyes showed hesitation behind her veil. After a thought, she said, Mr. Qi Zhao, if you can handle it by yourself, please do so. I will be quite weak for a while after using my sky realm energy. I want to save my energy for the 9-headed sky snake, but not these swamps. Hearing that, Zuo Shi and Wu Yunlian secretly frowned. They assumed she didn't want to help and regard them as her friends. Therefore they were a little disappointed, though they didn't show it. Qi Zhao didn't mind though, as he nodded. Well then, let me do it. But you have to be more careful since Miss Ya isn't able to help. Don't step anywhere randomly without my confirmation. It will be tough even for me to save you once you sink into the mud. The group nodded together seriously. Follow me. Qi Zhao took a light breath and flew over and landed on a dry patch. He placed one foot on it and it sank immediately into the mud. Shi Yan's expression changed slightly with solemnness crossing his eyes. He suddenly realized that this journey may not be as smooth as he had imagined, thus he had to be more focused. Qi Zhao was calm. Seeing the earth sink, he remarked, You see, this piece can't even hold one person. If you jump onto it, you will sink with it. While talking, he flew up again and landed on another piece of dry land. That piece was quite solid, not sinking at all. This is okay. But still be careful. It may be dangerous if more people land on it. Qi Zhao stamped as he reminded others. The land under him shook and slowly sank again. This can support 3 persons. No more than 3 people can stand on it when you pass through. Qi Zhao explained and flew out again. Using the same method, he tested more dry patches. Waiting until Qi Zhao flew 100 meters away, Xia Xanyan said calmly, Let's go. Then she moved her well-shaped body and lightly dropped on that dry area. After a second, she moved again to the next safe area and advanced after Qi Zhao swiftly. The 2 huge men who were following her didn't hesitate either, as they stepped one after another onto the dry areas to keep up with her. Zuo Shi, Wu Yunlian and Chu Ping followed up, lining along the road where Xia Xianyan had passed. Young master, after you. Han Feng bowed to Shi Yan, Be careful. Shi Yan nodded, skipped forward and slowly moved after Zuo Shi. There was a light acidic smell upon the swamp. After they advanced in the swamp for a mile, Shi Yan found some green bubbles rising out from it, and green gas appeared as the bubbles exploded. Be careful, that green gas is poisonous. Don't breathe in. Qi Zhao's voice came from ahead. We are all at high realm, so it wouldn't be a problem for us to hold our breath for a while. I will find the way as soon as possible, please follow up. Qi Zhao didn't stop advancing as he was talking. Hopping on and off the dry areas, he kept reporting, This is okay. But be careful, it can only contain 2 people. Shi Yan focused his eyes on Qi Zhao and remembered his steps by heart. At that time he quite admired the warriors at Sky Realm, for they could fly over this swamp without suffering so much trouble. His desire for more strength and to reach a higher realm became much stronger. With Qi Zhao ahead of them, the group found it much easier to advance. Everybody except Qi Zhao was rather relaxed. They were all safe in this dangerous swamp where numerous warriors had lost their lives. However, just as they were about to exit this swamp, Qi Zhao's expression changed as he screamed, Watch out! Something's in the mud. Pop, pop, pop. 3 demon beasts wrapped in mud suddenly rose up from the swamp, and jumped toward Shi Yan and Xia Xanyan. This type of demon beast looked like loaches with needle-like teeth and sharp bones on their back. 3 demon beasts jumped out of the mud, as 2 of them dashed toward Xiao Xanyan and the other one toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan looked calm. Just as the demon beast was about to touch him, he stretched out his right hand, which petrified immediately and operated his toward that beast. Chi! The demon beast bit Shi Yan's right arm but couldn't crush it. On the contrary, its head was pierced by Shi Yan's fingers. Green blood oozed out of its head before collapsing into the swamp. Boom boom. 2 huge booms came from Xia Xanyan's side. Shi Yan turned back to find that the 2 demon beasts had exploded before they could approach Xia Xanyan and fell into the swamp. A numb feeling came from his right palm, which was covered by green blood. Shi Yan frowned and took out a soft rag from his bag to wipe the blood away. One after another, odd demon beasts showed up from the green bubble-covered swamp, their numbers reaching about 100 by a rough count. Those demon beasts gazed at them with hatred as if they were about to pick someone to eat. Shi Yan, did you get any green blood from the green loach on your skin? Qi Xiao suddenly screamed from the front of the troop. Shi Yan wiped the green blood away casually and turned his eyes to Qi Xiao. What's wrong with it? The green loach has too much poisonous gas in its body, so their blood is poisonous too and will rot your skin. Qi Xiao was rather regretful. I had meant to tell you after we passed this swamp, for the green loach rarely appears in this area. Qi Xiao, what are you doing here again? A hairless ugly man covered in mud slowly stood up from the swamp. As half of his body appeared, he stared at Qi Xiao and scolded, "Last time you stole my green herb, now what do you want again?" Chapter 85, A Co-Master. Chapter 85, A Co-Master. This hideous-looking strange man could easily navigate through the mud, and the dark green scales on his body made him more frightening. As he shouted in anger, the poisonous miasma in the surroundings all began to gather at their location. The dense miasma concentrated around the group and continued to condense into a dense fog. Walala! Drops of green poisonous water clattered down all of a sudden. A poisonous rain fell upon this swamp. Qi Xiao's expression changed as he yelled, "Zhuo Qi! Don't you dare make a fuss." At the same time, Qi Xiao took out a small curtain and expanded it at once, covering the whole group. The poisonous rain fell on the silver curtain and trailed through the edges, immediately emitting poisonous fumes when falling in the swamp. Silver curtain. Face twisted, the ugly man shouted, "You took out your silver curtain. Qi Xiao, you must want to have a good fight with me this time." "Stop it." Seeing the ugly man Zhuo Qi about to act, Qi Xiao hurried to stop him. "Zhuo Qi, you are mistaken about me this time. I haven't come here to fight with you but the 9-headed sky snake. And I only took out my silver curtain to block the snake's poison, not to trap you." "I don't buy it." Zhuo Qi laughed coldly. "You want to fight the 9-headed sky snake alone? Who would even believe that? You have no grudge against the 9-headed sky snake. You must have come for me." After a grunt, Zhuo Qi immersed one hand into the swamp and soon, streams of odd green light shot into the mud. One after another, mud dragons jumped out of the swamp. They were as thick as a human waist and were about 10 meters tall, trying to bite their group. Zhuo Qi could not only control the miasma in the dead swamp, but could also control the mud. Shi Yan's expression changed slightly, as he didn't expect themselves facing such a tough enemy right at the beginning of their journey. He was immediately vigilant, circulating his profound qi and prepared to attack those mud dragons. Those mud dragons flew out from the swamps swiftly and moved towards the group from all directions. It was quite magnificent. The dry land on which the group was currently standing on was continuously sinking into the swamp under Zhuo Qi's control. Xia Xanyan's eyes turned icy as she decided to use her incarnation martial spirit. "Zhuo Qi, believe me, I haven't come for you." Qi Xiao yelled anxiously. Qi Xiao was fully assured that he could beat Zhuo Qi, but the consequence to their group would be dreadful. He firmly believed that once they entered into battle, only he and Xia Xanyan could withstand Zhuo Qi's attacks. "Shi Yan, come here. I will protect you." Xia Xanyan glanced over him and said without any emotion. Han Feng and Ku Long were surprised, and looked at Xia Xanyan in confusion. So were Wu Yunlian and Zuo Shi. It was unreasonable that Xia Xanyan would try to protect Shi Yan. Shi Yan dared not take the risk, so he hopped through the dry lands to Xia Xanyan's side. "Zhuo Qi." Qi Xiao was astounded. "The gate of heaven is in the Yin Valley. I came for the 9-headed sky snake. Stop now." "What?" Zhuo Qi was quite surprised as he screamed, "The gate of heaven?" "Yes, we got a treasure map. And the gate of heaven turned out to be located in the Yin Valley. Qi Xiao had to tell him the truth. Zuo Shi was stunned and then giggled cunningly. As he was giggling, the green miasma in the air began to float away from the group. As the green miasma dispersed, the poisonous rain stopped as well. The flying mud dragons turned back to mud and fell into the center of the swamp. Hundreds of green loaches which were rushing up also stopped as they saw the mud dragons disappear. Under Zuo Shi's order, they went back under the mud as well. Zuo Shi then stopped. Qi Xiao was relieved and stretched his hand up into the air and shrunk the curtain, finally falling into his palm. The swamp went back to serenity. Even the green bubbles gradually disappeared. The dangerous swamp suddenly became quiet. I know you want to beat the nine-headed sky snake too. Qi Xiao grunted and reproached in a rage. I bet you would have regretted it if you had stopped too late. As he was speaking, he looked at Xia Xianyan. Qi Xiao could compete with Zuo Shi alone, and with Xia Xianyan at the Sky Realm, Zuo Shi would have been in great trouble. Zuo Shi looked towards Xia Xianyan as he noticed Qi Xiao's gaze and frowned. He could feel a stream of forceful power subsiding in her body. Just from a glance, Zuo Shi noticed that this woman was unmanageable, and she was operating some tricks secretly. Shi Yin stood by Xia Xianyan with a gloomy face, still gazing at Zuo Shi vigilantly. Without taking a look at Shi Yin, Xia Xianyan said calmly, Mr. Qi Xiao, can you introduce this swamp master to us? He is just a co-master. Qi Xiao shook his head with disdain, glancing at Zuo Shi who was rather unhappy with him and said, Zuo Shi is active in the outer area of the dead swamp, where there are small swamps and miasma. However, at the center of the dead swamp, that is to say the Yin Field, the nine-headed sky snake takes control. There is no way he could take charge there. Qi Xiao, the Yin Field is mine. Zuo Shi suddenly cried out, my father practiced there. I will get it back sooner or later. Till you get it back. Qi Xiao smirked and nodded to Xia Xianyan. Miss Xia, walk to the bank now. Xia Xianyan nodded, glanced at Shi Yin with her brows furrowed and said indifferently, leave now. Okay. Shi Yin responded casually and hopped through the dry lands where Qi Xiao had tested, to a muddy area ahead, and soon he was ashore. Zuo Shi grunted, moved his muddy body swiftly in the swamp and also reached the shore. But half of his body was still in the swamp, for he was still a little suspicious of Qi Xiao. Shi Yin, how are you now? The blood of the green loach didn't hurt you? Do you need Zuo Shi's help you remove it? Qi Xiao asked as he suddenly recalled the incident. Standing there, Shi Yin looked down to his palm and shook his head, I'm fine. His immortal martial spirit had cleaned the poison before he knew it. Hearing that, Qi Xiao and Zuo Shi looked at him in surprise. Only these two knew that a human realm warrior would suffer fatigue for at least one day after touching the green loach's blood. Others didn't know about the blood, so they didn't care much and walked ahead. Soon Zuo Shi, Han Feng and others also got out of the swamp and landed ashore. Qi Xiao, you really came for the snake? Zuo Shi raised his head and asked, while half of his body was still in the mud. Behave yourself for the rest of our journey. Take the lead if you want to fight the snake. Qi Xiao nodded. Sure. Of course I will help if your goal is the snake. Zuo Shi was cooperative this time. I will send you to the Yin Field nice and safe. But I will go there too as my father once practiced there and I'm familiar with it. I can help. Apart from the snake, you also want to enter the gate of heaven. Qi Xiao grunted. Zuo Shi didn't deny it but giggled, you know the snake's power well. You can hardly beat it. Let me help you and in turn you let me into the gate of heaven. It's a win-win situation. Miss Xia, what do you think? Qi Xiao didn't reply Zuo Shi but looked to Xia Xianyan. Zuo Shi and the nine-headed sky snake are old enemies. The outer area of the dead swamp is his sphere of influence. We won't come across any trouble if he takes the lead for us, and we are more likely to beat the snake with his help. Okay. Xia Xianyan thought for a moment and nodded. Well then you are in. Qi Xiao then replied to him. Hee, you won't regret. Zuo Shi smiled cunningly, then he was a little stunned. Qi Xiao, is there anyone else? Nope. Qi Xiao was stunned, only us. Then why did a Sky Realm warrior enter the dead swamp with several experts 7 days ago? Zuo Shi asked. I killed some of his people and fought with him so I know that he is at Sky Realm. I never left my dead swamp so I don't know who he was. But he was really something. He must have reached the Yin Field by now. A Sky Realm expert. Qi Xiao's expression changed and he thought for a moment. The Fire Empire, the God-blessed empire, and the Merchant Union all rarely see a Sky Realm warrior. Who could that man be? What did he look like? Thin, tall, pale-faced, narrow eyes. He seemed to rarely expose himself to the sun, and trained in a gruesome martial skill. Zuo Shi thought for a while and depicted. I don't know who that is either. Qi Xian pondered for a while only to realize that he didn't know that man, so he shook his head. Never mind, maybe he just happened to pass the dead swamp and has already left by now. Anyway, we have to be on alert. Let's go. Let me show you to the Yin Field. Zuo Shi finally landed ashore. His legs were covered with green scales. He seemed not used to walking, for he swayed like a duck. However, they all had witnessed his ability. They didn't dare make fun of his hilarious walking posture. As the master of this area, wherever he went, the poisonous miasma dissipated quickly. There were many pieces of dry land ahead for them to advance smoothly. They found it much easier to walk after Zuo Shi took the lead. They finished the 1-month journey in only 8 days. 8 days later, the group finally entered the Yin Field. Chapter 86, The Yin Field. Chapter 86, The Yin Field. The Yin Field was a place in the center of the dead swamp. The dead swamp was surrounded by countless swamps. The muddy sludge could be seen everywhere. There was almost not a single dry spot. However, the Yin Field at the middle of the dead swamp was an exception. Here there were no swamps and no ooze. The ground was mostly flat, and although not especially dry, it was still not as humid as the outer area of the dead swamp. The Yin Field was an extraordinary place. The air above the field was covered with thick dark clouds all year around, such that not even the sun, moon, and the stars could be seen. Perhaps that was the reason why the Yin Qi in the Yin Field was especially heavy. Anyone who enters would feel very uncomfortable. The place didn't appear to be frigid, but the Yin energy all around made people chill to their bones. One would feel as if they had entered a supernatural space, surrounded by evil spirits. It felt very creepy. When Shi Yin just entered into the Yin Field, he frowned slightly. He took a deep breath and felt discomfort seep into his bones. Although it wasn't very chilly here, it still made people uncomfortable all over. Standing on the frigid earth, Shi Yin gazed around and found some strange exotic plants growing. These plants were not very tall, the tallest being only 5 to 6 meters, but they all grew in the weirdest pattern. There were various plants with very pale flowers, absolutely lacking any variance in color. Especially with some plants, their flowers looked like ghastly faces, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. Just standing in the middle of those bizarre plants made Shi Yin feel uncomfortable. When he looked at those plants, he always felt like they were going to leap towards him and bite him. The Yin Qi here is heavy, the plants that grew from it are very strange. Some plants could even suck in the Yin Qi and the corpse energies, while some others would attack as soon as they smell the breath of a human, and entangle onto that human until they die. Zuo Shi scowled as he looked at the different plants in the Yin Field and then continued, other than plants, you should also be careful of demon beasts. The demon beasts here especially hate strangers. If they see anyone coming, they will attack until you are dead. Usually when warriors go through the dead swamp, they would rather explore the outer perimeter than in here. Slither, slither, slither. Silvery white long snakes suddenly appeared from within the plants. These snakes were about 3 meters in length. Their heads were cone-shaped, and their tails kept making circular marks on the ground. Their soybean-sized eyes gave out a cold glare. Several dozens of snakes slithered out from the plants. They actually understood how to split up and came from all directions to surround Shi Yin and the rest. Level 2 Demon Beast, Corpse Worm Snake. Zuo Shi sneered and suddenly stomped on the ground. Strange ripples spread from his foot. With him as the center, the ripples formed in ring shapes, and attacked towards all directions. Pop 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 pop. Pop pop pop. Wherever the ripples went, those dozens of level 2 corpse worm snakes exploded, sprinkling brown blood everywhere. I hate snakes the most. Zuo Shi sneered, his face full of disgust. He turned back to Qi Xiao and said, before we come across the 9-headed sky snake, I'll take care of the obstacles on the way. I'll let this be the bargain in return for participating in the Gate of Heaven. Qi Xiao nodded and replied, you know this place well, so you can take the lead. Zuo Shi didn't refuse and walked straight to the front of the group. Traces of strange green poisonous fog quietly spread out into the air. When the plants in the Yin Field sensed the poisonous fog from him, they all contracted as if they were actually afraid. Many of the plants were originally 3 meters tall, but after Zuo Shi walked past, they shrunk to only 1 meter, clearly a whole lot smaller. Shi Yin was amazed. he watched with glinting eyes. Whenever he walked past those plants he would carefully observe them. He realized that wherever Zuo Shi went the plants were very docile and submissive. However, if he didn't follow behind Zuo Shi and chose to walk a few meters in another direction, those same species of plants would actually open themselves up and try to entangle him, looking as if they wouldn't give up till he was strangled to death. "Kid, if you don't want to die you better follow me." Zuo Shi suddenly turned his head and glared at Shi Yan. In his mouth he was quietly muttering, "I don't understand all of you. You knew that you were gonna enter the Yin Field but still brought two burdens along. Do they want to sacrifice them later at a key moment?" The burdens Zuo Shi was muttering about were obviously Shi Yan and Zuo Shi. They both were only at the human realm, the ones with the lowest strength. Shi Yan looked indifferent, he was unmoved by Zuo Shi's whispers. But Zuo Shi was not happy. She pouted and said, "What are you muttering about, big earthworm? Who are you calling burdens? If you don't want to come along with us then you can leave right now. It's not like we can't live without you." "Girl, who are you calling earthworm?" Zuo Shi's dark green scale-covered face slightly shook for a second. He murderously glared at Zuo Shi. "Say that again." "All right." Qi Xiao furrowed his brows and scolded Zuo Shi. "Zuo Shi is an elder, don't be so disrespectful. We wouldn't have been traveling so smoothly this whole way if it weren't for Zuo Shi." Qi Xiao then looked at Zuo Shi and said, "Why can't you stop being so foul-mouthed? If it weren't for your stupid foul mouth back in the day, I wouldn't have tried to fight to the death with you. Why are you doing it again?" Zuo Shi snorted and fiercely glared at Zuo Shi, the scales on his face shaking again, but he stopped mumbling. Zuo Shi, however, wanted to keep throwing a few more insults at him, but was stopped by Qi Xiao's glare. She pouted her lips and stopped talking. Xia Xian and the two giant men were on the left side of Qi Xiao and the rest of the group. She didn't talk, her expression was indifferent. She ignored Zuo Shi, but didn't have the intention to talk to Qi Xiao either. However, occasionally her eyes would drift towards Shi Yan. The expression in her eyes was quite complicated, and no one could figure out what she was really thinking. Since the day they came out from the swamp, she didn't speak a word to Shi Yan. Shi Yan was also sensible, he didn't make a move to get close to her either. This atmosphere between her and Shi Yan made Qi Xiao, Zuo Shi, and the rest dumbfounded. But everyone pretended they didn't realize, and nobody went to annoy and ask the two about it. "Just come on and follow me. If you want to live you all better know your place." Zuo Shi snorted and purposely looked towards Shi Yan. Shi Yan looked calm, he didn't bother with Zuo Shi. Just at this moment, Qi Xiao suddenly furrowed his brows, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What happened? Xia Xianyan's expression moved, she keenly sensed Qi Xiao's abnormality. "Nothing." Qi Xiao shook his head and said calmly, "I just suddenly sensed something strange but it was gone in a flash. I wonder if I'm just being delusional." After saying that, everyone got a little nervous. Zuo Shi said, "Could it be that Sky Realm Master?" "I don't know." Qi Xiao shook his head again. Qi Xiao's reaction cast a dark shadow over everyone's minds, and made everyone more cautious. In the Yin Field, where there was dense foliage filled with plants, a pale and tall middle-aged scholar silently stood there. By his side were 35 warriors with the same pale face and blank expression. One of the young men was only in his early 20s. With long hair to his waist, he appeared very handsome, but had a kind of evil temperament. "Master, what have you found?" the young man asked curiously. "The objective should have entered into the Yin Field and I just used my soul power to probe a little. Another soul power immediately sensed me," that pale middle-aged scholar said. "Is it someone from the Baiming family?" "No, Baiming Shang got here a long time ago." "Why hasn't he come to find us yet?" "The objective is already here, Baiming Shang would come very soon." One day later, in the area where that group of people had gathered, Baiming Shang arrived there alone, cold energy writhing around his body. "Lord of the Dark World?" After Baiming Shang arrived, he put together his fists for that middle-aged scholar and said, "How may I address you?" "Zuo Zihe." The Lord of the Dark World looked calm. "I've long heard the name of the head of the Baiming family. Now that I've met you today, you seem to deserve your reputation." Baiming Shang stretched his lips and said emotionlessly, "Brother Zuo, you should be one with the most widespread reputation. The Dark World has been dominant in the Fire Empire, and from that we can see that Brother Zuo is truly a great talent in the world. Working with Brother Zuo this time, hopefully everyone will be satisfied in the end." "Where's that girl from the Mu family?" The Lord of the Dark World furrowed his brows. After exploring the gate of heaven, I will bring her to you myself. Baiming Shang glanced at everyone from the Dark World and said, Brother Zuo, why have you brought so many? Aren't you scared of being discovered? We, the people from the Dark World, are good at hiding our trails, this you don't have to worry about, Brother Baiming. All right then. Baiming Shang nodded, then continued, the other side has appeared, their target should be the Yin Valley and the Yin Field. If any mishaps really happen at that time, I wish Brother Zuo would come out. But I don't want you to identify yourself too soon, or else Mui Dai's resentment will grow. She is merely a bereaved little girl, do you really need to care, Brother Baiming? I don't really care about Muyu Dai, but there's another girl by her side. The martial spirit that girl possesses could be of use to my Baiming family. I don't want that girl to know that we gave Muyu Dai to you, or else it would affect my plans in the future. Sure, the reason I didn't bring my mask this time is to cooperate with you. I stand as the Lord of the Dark World and I hardly show my true self to others. That Mu girl has never seen me, she will never know who I am. You can be reassured on this matter, Brother Baiming. Good, then we will meet again at the Yin Valley. By that time I will use my soul power to send messages to you, I hope you won't disappoint me, Brother Zuo. Then Baiming Shang slowly retreated. His body faded into a wisp of cold energy and dissipated into the air. Master Baiming Shang is cunning in his schemes. This exploration of the gate of heaven, we should be careful of him, he's definitely not the good kind. Don't worry, your mistress is here in the dark. If any great treasures really appear, they will surely belong to the Dark World. Mistress is here too? The demonic handsome young man exclaimed. Yes, she arrived at the Yin Valley a long time ago. With her attainments and concealment, no one in the Yin Field can ever detect her unless she shows herself. Then this exploration of the Gate of Heaven is in the bag. Chapter 87 Black Formula. Chapter 87 Black Formula. Following Zuo Shi and the others, Shi Yin headed for the Yin Valley without stopping. Zuo Shi proved his value along the way by removing those odd plants and brutal demon beasts. Zuo Shi turned out to be the co-master of the Dead Swamp, for he even knew this area, the Yin Field, far better than Qi Xiao. All along the way Zuo Shi removed all the obstacles easily. In doing so, Qi Xiao and Xia Xanyan could save their energy for the fight with the nine-headed sky snake. The nearer they got to the Yin Valley, the more they could feel the Yin Qi. Gradually, Shi Yin could feel his profound Qi flowing slower and slower. His ribs and bones were experiencing immense pressure from the Yin Qi. So did Zuo Shi. The nearer they came to the Yin Valley, the more pale her face became. Apparently, she wasn't able to adapt to the atmosphere there either. Let's have a rest here, Zuo Shi, Miss Xiao, we need to study the treasure map as well. Qi Xiao was being considerate of his students, so he stopped at one clean and flat area and took out the treasure map to study with Zuo Shi and Xia Xanyan. Zuo Shi didn't want to stop, but since Qi Xiao took out the map, he agreed with him instantly. He walked up to Qi Xiao quickly and giggled, I'm very familiar with the Yin Valley. Let me see the map and I can find the position of the Gate of Heaven. Xia Xanyan hesitated and she too walked up. Qi Xiao had learnt the map by heart, so he handed the map to Xia Xanyan and let her watch Zuo Shi, while he himself walked towards Zuo Shi and Shi Yin. How do you two feel? Can you endure it? Qi Xiao looked to Zuo Shi. Zuo Shi's pretty face had turned pale. Yes, I can endure it, but it's too uncomfortable. The Yin Qi has slowed my profound Qi and seems to be consuming it as well. The nearer we get to the Yin Valley, the faster it is consumed. That's natural. Qi Xiao nodded and explained, the heavy Yin Qi would affect your body so your profound Qi would try to adapt to it, thus it gets consumed. You two pay attention to it. It's just the beginning. The Yin Qi will be denser in the valley, so if you two can't bear it you will have to stop before you enter it. Teacher, this seems to be able to remove some Yin Qis, Zuo Shi suddenly said. Qi Xiao was surprised, finding it funny and annoying. Then why didn't you train it long ago? I just realized it. Zuo Shi protruded her tongue and grinned naughtily. Fine, I will train with it diligently from now on. I found that once I operate the Yin Qi can't enter my body. If you were hardworking long time ago, you might have finished training the already. Qi Xiao shook his head with regret and resignation. Stop it. It's not too late to start now. Zuo Shi pouted with a grunt. Qi Xiao sighed in his mind and turned to Shi Yin. How do you feel? I'm fine. I'm okay with it. Shi Yin replied calmly. Well, do your best. Qi Xiao nodded. You should stop when you can't bear it, then Han Feng will stay and protect you. while Kulong will enter the Yin Valley with us. We only need to find out what's inside the gate of heaven this time, then your Shi family will send more experts here. So don't worry too much if you can't enter the gate. Shi Yin nodded, not saying anything more. Qi Xiao comforted him and requested Zuo Shi to work hard, then walked back to Zhuo Qi and Xia Yen. Young master, the family head told us that it's most important that you are safe. Don't push yourself if you can't bear it. The family head said that we just need to find out the exact position of the gate and what's inside it. Kulong said in a low voice beside him. I got it. Shi Yin looked indifferent, but his brows were furrowed. A short distance away, Zhuo Qi, Xia Yen and Qi Xiao were still studying the treasure map. Although Zhuo Qi regarded himself as a know-it-all when it came to the Yin Valley, he couldn't figure out anything when he saw the map, as seen from his confused expression when whispering with Qi Xiao. Shi Yin glanced over them and sat down where he was, when a thought came across in his mind. He was curious about the gate of heaven and he wanted to go inside of it too. However, the Yin Qi here was really tough as it was omnipresent. At the same time, it was becoming more dense, which was affecting his body a lot. Before they got to the Yin Valley, he had to consume his profound Qi to defend from its influence. He couldn't imagine how powerful the Yin Qi would be in the valley. By then, his profound Qi would be totally consumed, and it would be very dangerous if anything came up. I must find a way to defend against the Yin Qi. After a short deliberation, Shi Yan's expression was determined. He sat cross-legged and tried to search in his memories. An idea flashed across his mind. His face lit up. He picked up his bag and took out a book on the mortal-level martial skill. It was only an elementary-level martial skill, which needed to collect Yin Qi while training. It was best to train with it where there was dense Yin Qi. Since he took the from Karu, he had given up training it as it was only a mortal-level martial skill and required a Yin Qi-filled environment. After he got to the Shi family and witnessed so many martial skills, he had forgotten about Therefore, that book was buried in oblivion in that bag. The Yin Field here was heavy with Yin Qi. It was the best place to train in Although there was only a mortal-level martial skill, since it required Yin Qi, once one was adapted to the environment, he could gather the Yin Qi and use it as a weapon. Shi Yin didn't care much about its power for as far as he was concerned, it was just a mortal-level martial skill which had limited power. Nonetheless, the could absorb Yin Qi and help him adapt to it, which solved his problem for now. Therefore he picked up that formula right away. While Qi Xiao, Zhuo Qi and Xia Yen were busy figuring out the position of the gate of heaven, Shi Yin devoted himself to its practice process. Sitting on the ground, Shi Yin flipped open the book with a solemn face. Before long, he had read through the first volume, and secretly put the book into his bag with his brows furrowed. Although there was merely a mortal-level martial skill, it appeared to be strange. To train with it, one must trigger the Yin Qi between the heaven and earth and form 3 Yin swirls around the 3 meridians in one's chest, Tian-Ke, Shin-Ke and Yin-Du. As long as the swirls are formed, one can trigger and absorb the Yin Qi around them easily. Once the 3 swirls absorbed enough Yin Qi, they would produce 3 Yin pearls, which would go down the 3 meridians. And after that, the Yin swirls could continue absorbing Yin Qi endlessly. As long as there was enough Yin Qi, the Yin swirls would produce more Yin pearls and submerge into the meridians. The more Yin pearls in the meridians, the more powerful they would be. The one who trained with could collect Yin Qi by merely triggering and absorbing it into the 3 Yin swirls. Although there was merely a mortal-level martial skill, no one knew how much Yin Qi it could absorb. It seemed that the 3 Yin swirls would devour Yin Qi ceaselessly once there was enough Yin Qi. Shi Yin had seen many martial skills in the martial spirit palace of the Shi family, but he had never seen anything as strange as this one. There was an end goal to train with every martial skill, but they could be trained endlessly. Sitting on the ground with a rigid face, Shi Yin sorted through the practice process he understood in order to train with and he found it literally extraordinary. However, he didn't hesitate at all. To enter the center of the Yin Valley, he memorized the practice process several times and began to train with it, while Qi Xiao and Zhuo Qi were still whispering. Shi Yin connected his eyes, nose and heart, operated his will to Tian-Ke, Shin-Ke and Yin-Du meridians and concentrated Yin Qi into them. During that process, his body was still under pressure, as his hadn't adapted to the Yin Qi yet. Gradually, the Yin Qi began to circle around the 3 meridians according to Shi Yan's will. He found that his body was having a strange attraction to Yin Qi as he began to operate While he was refining his Yin swirls, the Yin Qi around him began to gather and poured into his pores. At last, it arrived at the 3 meridians and started to spin slowly. Chapter 88 Strange Scene. Chapter 88 Strange Scene. 8 days later outside the Yin Valley. We won't enter the Yin Valley today. Everybody have a good rest. We will enter the valley tomorrow morning. Zuo Shi stopped at the entrance of the Yin Valley and said with a gloomy expression, "The nine-headed sky snake will notice us once we enter the Yin Valley. A fierce battle is unavoidable." Qi Xiao took out the map again and waved at Zuo Shi and Xia Xinyan. "Let's take this last night to study it again. It's best if we could find out the accurate position of the gate of heaven." Zuo Shi and Xia Xinyan walked up frowning and looked down at the map. As usual, Shi Yin found a quiet place far away from those three people, sat down and began to train with the. Every night during the past 8 days, Qi Xiao would ask the group to stop and have a good rest, in order to provide Zuo Shi plenty of time to train with the. Shi Yin wasn't idle either. As soon as the group stopped, he would find a quiet place and train with the under the protection of Han Feng and Ku Long. After 8 days' practice, he had accumulated lots of Yin Qi in the 3 meridians in his chest. He operated the Yin Qi every day according to his will and divided it into several wisps to spin around the meridians. As the Yin Qi accumulated, it spun faster and faster and was about to form into real Yin swirls. After taking a deep breath and holding it, Shi Yin began to concentrate on controlling the Yin Qi. Wisps of Yin Qi began to intertwine at the 3 meridians in his chest, and under his control, was quickly forming into circles. Every time he reached this state, he would reach out to sense the Yin Qi in his surroundings. It was as if the Yin Qi was gathering around him under some magical force. After 8 days training in the Shi Yin started getting hang of controlling the Yin Qi. At the same time, after several days of revolution in the front of his chest, the Yin Qi in his body seemed to have changed slightly. The Yin Qi had become denser since they arrived at the entrance of the Yin Valley. However, Shi Yin found it quite comfortable thanks to the 8 days of training. Moreover, the nearer he approached the Yin Valley, the easier he was able to train the. It was even rather refreshing to breathe the Yin Qi. Han Feng and Ku Long didn't exactly know what martial skill Shi Yin was training in, but they were still protecting him diligently. Time flew by. All of a sudden, Zuo Shi, who was guarded by Wu Yunlian and Chu Ping, jumped up joyfully with an odd light sparkling around her body. She shouted, "Ha! It's the third sky of the human realm." Qi Xiao, who was focusing on the treasure map, rushed over in ecstasy, and as he grabbed Zuo Shi's hand and began to test her, his old face showing satisfaction. "You little girl, you are." From the joyful reaction of Zuo Shi's profound qi, Qi Xiao could tell that she had reached the third sky of the human realm. Zuo Shi hadn't fully understood the after 8 days of training, but she turned out to have reached the third sky of the human realm. For such talent there were not enough words for Qi Xiao to say anything. The only word he could come up with was, genius. During their journey from the Cloud Mountain to Tianyun City, apart from fooling around, Zuo Shi hadn't trained hard for even a single day. It was out of his expectation that she entered that level so fast. "Mr. Qi Xiao, you've got a really great student." Surprise also crossed Xia Xinyan's eyes, as she too was shocked by Zuo Shi's talent. This girl is really talented though she is too lazy." Qi Xiao was delightful as he patted Zuo Shi's shoulder. "Work harder. Digest the as soon as possible. You little girl, you could have reached a much higher realm had you focused on practice." Then he walked to Xia Xinyan and Zuo Shi's side and said with a smile, "Leave that girl alone. Let's study the map." Another 2 hours passed. As Shi Yin was sitting there silently, suddenly his body shook heavily and then kept quivering slightly. More and more Yin Qi concentrated and combined in front of his chest as it spun faster and faster. Looking inside, he found the profound Qi around his 3 meridians becoming stronger and spinning faster. The profound Qi that he had absorbed rushed into the 3 meridians and then was refined and resolved into more gray strings. More and more gray strings gathered in the swirls inside the meridians, making the swirls spin faster and faster. Not knowing how much time had passed, a gloomy air was suddenly forced out from the swirls, which shocked Shi Yin. More and more Yin Qi gathered from all directions and gushed into his pores heading for the centers of the 3 swirls, while they were spinning faster and faster. Looking inside, Shi Yin was shocked to find that the 3 swirls had formed a shadow and that shadow was emitting a strong attraction force. He had succeeded. The strong attraction force meant that a Yin swirl had officially formed. Thus, the power of the Yin swirl to devour Yin Qi was triggered. All of a sudden, the Yin Qi inside the Yin Field seemed to find an exit and flooded towards Shi Yin. 10 meters above Shi Yan's head, 3 odd swirls as big as a human head gradually appeared. Those swirls were similar to the Yin swirls inside Shi Yin, and were apparently influenced by the Yin swirls in his chest. They spun in line with his Yin swirls and were attracting more Yin Qi to his location. Huge amounts of Yin Qi gushed into the 3 head-sized swirls above him, which were expanding quickly. In merely 10 minutes, those swirls had swollen to the size of a wash basin, and kept devouring Yin Qi from all directions. Qi Xiao, Zhuo Qi, and Xia Xanyan all stopped their discussion about the map and stood up, shocked by what they saw. The 3 swirls were still expanding. 1 hour later, the 3 swirls were like a tornado, extremely frightening. The swirls kept spinning crazily as they tried to devour all the Yin Qi in the Yin Valley. With a rigid face, Shi Yin sat there without moving, continuously operating the swirls inside him, seemingly not knowing about the phenomenon above his head. He could clearly feel that the 3 swirls in his chest had accelerated several times. Even his mind found it hard to catch up with the spinning. Han Feng and Ku Long were taken aback as they watched this strange scene without any idea as to what was occurring. The dense gray Yin Qi had hovered in the Yin Field for thousands of years, isolating it from the sky, blocking both sunlight and moonlight. However, today the Yin Qi between the sky and the Yin Field all went crazy as it endlessly gushed into the swirls above Shi Yin. Not knowing when, the 3 swirls above his head had turned as huge as 3 mountains, filled with odd light. They looked like 3 huge mouths ready to swallow all the Yin Qi between heaven and earth. This is... One huge man beside Xia Xanyan cried suddenly, remembering something. What? Xia Xanyan's eyes sparkled, and she turned to watch that huge man. Under Xia Xanyan's gaze, that huge man hesitated, and then walked away quietly. Zhuo Qi and Qi Zhao's expression changed as they watched the strange scene with incredible eyes. Noticing that the huge man had some new findings, they walked towards them. Xia Xanyan frowned, walked away with the huge man and let him explain, keeping a distance from Zhuo Qi and Qi Zhao. You sure? Xia Xanyan's voice was filled with uncertainty. That huge man kept nodding his head, showing lots of anxiety, then he looked at Shi Yin in fear. I'm very sure it must be. Xia Xanyan's face turned pale. She nodded and shouted to Qi Zhao and Zhuo Qi, get ready for the fight. The 9-headed sky snake will come out soon. It needs Yin Qi to train with, so it will chase us at all expense. We don't need to enter the Yin Valley now. Miss Xia, our young master, what the hell happened to him? Ku Long was rather anxious. Ask him when he wakes up. Xia Xanyan frowned with bright light in her eyes, but don't worry. That strange phenomenon will not affect him. On the contrary, it is an opportunity. He will suck the Yin Qi in the Yin Field clean if not disturbed. What? Qi Xiao, Zhuo Qi, Wu Yunlian and Zuo Shi all screamed in astonishment, with unbelievable faces. Yeah, this martial skill is this powerful. I don't know how he gained it. Xia Xanyan's expression was complex. The 9-headed sky snake will come soon, as it won't allow anyone to devour the Yin Qi. Maybe we don't even need to wait till tomorrow to fight it. How? From the Yin Valley, crazy hollows came with extraordinary rage. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Massive booms suddenly came from within the Yin Valley. Everybody shook with the earth, and they could feel that a huge monster was approaching them quickly. There it is. Zhuo Qi screamed. Chapter 89, Forming the Yin Pearls. Chapter 89, Forming the Yin Pearls. Sponsored by A. Alsadi T. Li and N. Markandai. The 3 swirls were floating above Shi Yan's head like giant clouds. Sparks flew inside the swirls and wisps of cold Yin Qi were repeatedly refined in the swirls, forming strange gray light spots. The air above the Yin Field was filled with natural Yin Qi and had remained as such for a long time. But the huge attraction from the 3 swirls was showing a pattern of rapid consumption, swallowing it to the last. Shi Yan's expression was serious, as if he had entered some enigmatic realm. The swirls above his head suddenly emitted some gray light spots, all of which entered Shi Yan's body. Because of that, Shi Yan's body started forming a vacuum which was felt by everyone present. His body was now like a black hole, sucking in all the gray light spots that came down from above. The gray light spots flickered and jumped and entered into Shi Yan's body. Shi Yan was now covered in a gray glow and a chilling atmosphere spread out from him in all directions. Whoever got near Shi Yan couldn't help but feel stiff. The circulation of their profound qi would slow down and they would have to use their qi for defense or else they would be affected by the dense Yin qi. It was like Shi Yan had transformed into a giant Yin qi swallowing monster. Shi Yan was sitting as still as a stone while the three swirls floating above his head were wildly swallowing and transforming the Yin Qi in the Yin Valley. He was continuously refining the Yin Qi, transforming it into purest form of Yin energy, which was in turn nurturing his cultivation. In Shi Yan's chest, the three meridians of Tian-Ke, Shin-Ke, and Yin-Du started rapidly gathering the gray light spots that had rushed into his body. These gray light spots all represented the purest form of profound Yin Qi. Huge amounts of light spots all entered the Yin swirls and were refined to the purest degree. This refined energy then started gathering at the center of the Yin swirls. Unknowingly, in the center of the three Yin swirls, there were three rice grain-sized pearls slowly starting to form. Once he detected the formation of the Yin pearls, Shi Yan's expression shook. He discreetly started to detect his surroundings. When he realized there was nothing abnormal, he went back and continued circulating the Yin swirls, ready to keep absorbing more of the natural Yin Qi. You don't need to stop. Xia Xanyen stood by Shi Yan's side, her beautiful eyes glinted. I know what you're doing and I know you can hear me too. The nine-headed sky snake will get here really soon, but we'll take care of that. You can keep swallowing the natural Yin Qi here. Indeed, Shi Yan could hear Xia Xanyen's voice, but he couldn't reply to her. Miss Xia, if Shi Yan doesn't stop here, the nine-headed sky snake will attack him first. Kulong said hurriedly. Zhuo Qi and Qi Xiao also looked at Xia Xanyen with a bit of surprise, not knowing what she meant by her proposal. The nine-headed sky snake has 9 heads, 3 of which can breathe fire, 3 can spit poison, and the remaining 3 can control the Yin Qi in the Yin Field to attack differently. Xia Xanyen's pretty eyes glinted and she explained in seriousness, the 3 heads that can control the natural Yin Qi are very troublesome and they will be hard for us to take care of. But now we have an advantage. If Shi Yan keeps sucking in the natural Yin Qi like this, that means once the nine-headed sky snake gets here, the Yin Qi attack will be swallowed by the swirls above Shi Yan's head. This way, 3 of the 9 heads will be greatly weakened. Upon hearing that, Zhuo Qi and Qi Xiao's eyes both glinted. Together they nodded and approved, not bad. Once those 3 heads become powerless, the 9-headed sky snake will be a lot easier to deal with. Zhuo Qi is not scared of the venom and you also brought the silver curtain. So now we only need to put our efforts into the 3 fire-breathing heads. Because of Shi Yan, this fight is going to be a lot easier for us. Xia Xanyen said calmly. Zhuo Qi and Qi Xiao nodded quietly, they both agreed upon Xia Xanyen's suggestion. Would my young master be okay? Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes and coldly stared at Xia Xanyen. Although we are very interested in the gate of heaven, the young master's life is more important. He's only bait, he can just keep up what he's doing now. Xia Xanyen frowned and continued, if he wants to wake up he could do so anytime. But he will need a whole lot more time to try to gather the Yin Qi like this another time. Boom boom boom. The thundering roar was getting closer. The earth was shaking and in the distance, a faint but frightening figure slowly started to appear. Get ready to fight. Qi Xiao shouted. At another entrance of the Yin Field, Baiming Shang's expression shook slightly. He looked far away into the distance at the smoke-like swirls that rose into the air. His cold eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Grandpa, have they started fighting? Baiming Su asked. Shaking his head, Baiming Shang said, no, it's just that the natural Yin Qi has become abnormal. It is our all gathering towards where Qi Xiao and his group are at. The nine-headed sky snake is out of the Yin Valley and is rushing towards them. I wonder what is going on over there. When should we get there? Let's wait. Wait until the fighting is almost over. On another side, the people from the dark world were gazing at the 3 floating swirls where Shi Yan was. They were also full of surprise and didn't know what was going on. Master? It's like the natural Yin Qi has changed and is all gathering towards that one spot? Could it be that the 9-headed sky snake has already started to attack? The demonic young man guessed. The 9-headed sky snake is able to use the natural Yin Qi to cultivate, but it shouldn't be this overbearing. To make all of that natural Yin Qi flow towards one spot, I think even the 9-headed sky snake would be unable to make such a grand gesture. Besides, the changes from outside the Yin Valley, it's obviously done by Qi Xiao's group. The Lord of the Dark World said with a deep tone. Should we go and see it? No, we will wait for Baiming Shang's news. If Baiming Shang doesn't give out the signal, we will stay put for now. Your mistress should already be there, so if the gate of heaven really appears, your mistress will send out a signal. We don't need to be in such a hurry. Understood. The 3 Yin pearls were slowly forming. With more natural Yin Qi flowing in, the three Yin pearls grew brighter and brighter. The Yin pearls were in the middle of the Yin swirls outside of Shi Yan's meridians. They were rolling in the air, and whenever a wisp of gray Yin Qi came in, the Yin pearls would immediately absorb the gray light spots. Only when the Yin pearls were truly formed would they finally sink into the three meridians by themselves. Shi Yan knew this deep in his heart. So when he clearly heard Xia Xanyan's words and knew that Han Feng and Ku Long were very worried about him, he still didn't stop the movement of the Yin swirls. He had a hunch that the Yin pearls were at their crucial moment, and perhaps they will soon be truly formed successfully and then enter into his meridians. When the three swirls showed up above his head, he was shocked too. When the three swirls started insanely swallowing the natural Yin Qi, Shi Yan was finally sure that that was only ranked as a mortal-level martial skill, was not something ordinary. What kind of mortal-level martial skill could cause such a big disturbance? He really couldn't think of any. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roaring sounds thundered from the distance and filled the whole Yin Field. The nine-headed sky snake was a demon beast which was at the pinnacle of level 7. Legend has it that it was an ancient mutant, a hybrid born from a dragon and a python. It has the ability to keep evolving, so when the nine-headed sky snake has swallowed enough Yin Qi, poisonous air and fire, it could evolve again and become a level 8 or level 9 demon beast. The reason why this nine-headed sky snake decided to take over the Yin Field was because it had seen that this place was rich in Yin Qi, and the outer perimeter of the dead swamp was covered by poisonous fog. It wanted to occupy this place so that it could use the poisonous air and the Yin Qi present for cultivation. Soon a mountain-like figure, the sky snake with 9 giant heads, finally came out of the Yin Valley. The nine-headed sky snake had a body like a mountain, covered with silver scales and sharp spines. All 9 of its heads were about 20-something meters long. Each head was like a giant python and had creepy white fangs. Each head was breathing out either poisonous fog, Yin Qi, or flames. Attack. Once Zuo Shi saw it, his face hardened and he charged ahead of others. Earth dragons abruptly broke out of the ground. Zuo Shi's body flickered and he possessed one of the earth dragon's bodies. When Zuo Shi possessed the earth dragon, its body covered itself in hard earth armor. The dragon head faintly looked like Zuo Shi's face and its body grew twice the size. Zuo Shi was born from a level 8 mud dragon and a human female warrior. The mud dragon was originally the true master of the dead swamp and was able to transform into human shape. It was also once the strongest demon beast in this area. Legend has it that back then, the mud dragon was the king of the demon beasts here and not a single warrior could offend his prestige. The mud dragon was a level 8 demon beast, comparable to a spirit realm warrior. But 1,000 years ago it suddenly died in the dead swamp. It was a baffling death. Many years after its death, the nine-headed snake finally appeared in the dead swamp, and drove Zuo Shi to the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. It forcibly occupied the Yin Valley to cultivate, which is why Zuo Shi has so much hatred for it. When Zuo Shi possessed the earth dragon and charged at the nine-headed sky snake, Qi Shao quietly told about the grudge between Zuo Shi and the nine-headed sky snake. Level 8 demon beast. Xia Xanyan's expression also shifted slightly. No wonder Zuo Shi can control the poisonous mist and also freely travel through the mud. So he's a hybrid between a mud dragon and a human. If he didn't know how to control the poisonous mist and the mud, he would have been killed by the nine-headed snake a long time ago. At the outer perimeter of the dead swamp, as long as Zuo Shi could hide in the swamps, nobody can do anything to him. That's the reason why it's so tough to handle Zuo Shi. You two. Can you start fighting now? On the other side, Zuo Shi was in the form of an earth dragon, and he yelled from inside the flames that were breathed out by the nine-headed snake. He sounded a little urgent. Chapter 90, The Sky Changes. Chapter 90, The Sky Changes. Outside the Yin Valley, thunderous roars rang out endlessly and huge amounts of power was surging and propagating across the sky like lightning. Qi Shao, Xia Xanyan and Zuo Shi all leapt into the air. They were all facing the nine-headed sky snake with all their strength. Qi Shao had turned into a giant and was wielding the silver curtain to guard against the venom while he held a giant sword in one hand. He was single-handedly facing the 3 fire-breathing heads of the nine-headed sky snake. Zuo Shi had possessed an earth dragon and was veering around the 3 venomous heads of the nine-headed sky snake. The sky snake seemed to know that its venom was ineffective against Zuo Shi, so it opened its enormous mouth and bit down on Zuo Shi's possessed earth dragon. Xia Xanyan was faring the best of the 3. She floated in the air like a goddess, forming strange seals with her hands. Huge claws would momentarily appear in the air, which would ruthlessly attack the rest of the heads of the nine-headed sky snake. These 3 heads of the sky snake could control the natural Yin Qi, but whenever it breathed out the Yin Qi, they would be immediately absorbed by the 3 hovering swirls above Shi Yan's head. After a few futile attempts, the sky snake became furious. It moved toward Shi Yan and repeatedly tried to clash with him. It was determined to kill Shi Yan first. Han Feng and Ku Long were observing everything gravely. Though being uneasy, they stood beside Shi Yan and were constantly on guard. Zuo Shi, Wu Yunlian and Chu Ping soon arrived at that stop. Now all the members from the Shi family and Zuo family had gathered together, and other than Shi Yan, all were watching the fight between the 9-headed sky snake and the 3 masters. Shi Yan was sitting still as a stone, his eyes closed and expression indifferent. However, he could clearly feel the striking waves of devastating power. The fight among the Sky Realm Masters destroyed all the vegetation around the Yin Valley. In one place, a deep crack had formed on the ground during the battle. Even Shi Yan, who was sitting with eyes closed, could feel the terrifying impacts. However, he still didn't stop the Yin swirls from taking in the natural Yin Qi. In his chest, the Yin swirls finally turned into Yin pearls. They emitted a dark glow and contained overwhelming Yin Qi. These pearls slowly sunk into the 3 meridians of Shin-Kei, Tian-Kei and Yin-Du. Once the 3 Yin pearls sunk into his meridians, Shi Yan's body trembled. Checking inside his body, Shi Yan realized that when the Yin pearls entered in the meridians, the negative energies already present in the meridians all rushed towards the Yin pearls, as if it was assimilating into the Yin pearls. Shi Yan was startled. He hurriedly concentrated his all in observing his 3 meridians. He suddenly remembered that all his meridians had some amount of negative energy. He really didn't expect that these negative energies would conflict with the emerging Yin pearls. Inside the 3 meridians, wisps of negative energy formed into ribbon-like shapes and slowly gathered together. Once the 3 Yin pearls entered his meridians, the negative energies immediately intertwined with them, as if they were actually trying to break down the Yin pearls. However, the Yin pearls had condensed massive amounts of natural Yin Qi and had formed after continuous and repeated refinement. Although the negative energies in his meridians were domineeringly wicked, they still lacked in quantity. Over the course of these days, Shi Yan had indeed absorbed a lot of negative energy, but the negative energies were spread throughout the meridians in his body. There were 720 meridians in total in his body, and of course the negative energy distributed to these 3 meridians was limited. However, it was as if the Yin pearls knew the lethality of the negative energy, and were determined to defend against it. It was like the Yin pearls were going all out till the end. Soon the negative energy and the Yin pearls in his body stopped blindly battling each other. With more and more Yin Qi pouring into the Yin swirls, 3 more new Yin pearls started forming in the center of the Yin swirls. This way, the previous 3 Yin pearls that had already sunk into his meridians gained strong support. The Yin pearls slowly gained dominance within Shi Yan's meridians. On the contrary, it was those domineering negative energies that had to shrink back into the corner of his meridians and stop causing trouble. They couldn't gain support. Over Shi Yan's head, the 3 mountainous Yin swirls continued to rapidly absorb the natural Yin Qi. The Yin Field that never sees the light all year round, was suddenly struck with its first beam of sunlight. Under the crazy suction of the 3 mountainous swirls above Shi Yan's head, the Yin Qi that had gathered for thousands of years and covered the air in the Yin Field, was on the verge of being totally dried up. The cold and gloomy Yin Field slowly became warmer because of the influx of sunlight. More sunlight shone from above, and the beams of sunlight shot onto the plants and demon beasts in the Yin Field. The strange bizarre plants soon became limp and shriveled up under the blazing sun. Many demon beasts were roaring in madness. They sprinted out of the Yin Field and unwittingly rushed towards the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. "Hey!" Zuo Shi exclaimed, "These plants and demon beasts are scared of sunlight. The plants in the Yin Field grow from the natural Yin Qi, they've already adapted to the environment here. But now that the natural Yin Qi is gone, these plants that have never been in contact with sunlight can't tolerate it. They are all going to wither and die." Wu Yunlian explained. "What about the demon beasts?" "They're the same. The demon beasts that live here cultivate by absorbing the Yin Qi. There is a heavy amount of Yin Qi in their bodies, they naturally like the cool shade. So once they realize that sunlight has appeared, they could only sprint away to escape into the swamps in the outer areas. At least there are poisonous fogs and the shade of old trees to cover them. It's better than being completely exposed to the sun like this." "Does that mean the 9-headed sky snake is affected too?" "Indeed." Wu Yunlian was dazed for a second, and she gazed at the nine-headed sky snake. Sure enough, under the blazing sun, the 3 heads of the nine-headed sky snake that breathed Yin Qi seemed to be getting weaker. Under Xia Xanyan's attacks with the giant hands, those 3 heads could only dodge, possessing no power to fight back. The 2 tall buff men who were worriedly watching Xia Xanyan at this moment, finally breathed out in relief. One of them looked back and gazed afar at Shi Yan. He frowned and quietly said, "Thanks to that guy, if it weren't for him absorbing all that natural Yin Qi like this and exposing sunlight in the Yin Field, the 9-headed sky snake would really be hard to handle. It surprised me that the wood spread to here. I wonder where he got such a thing." Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The 9-headed snake stumbled along the way and suddenly sprinted towards the Yin Valley. The sun had appeared and the 9-headed sky snake's body was heavily damaged. It actually started thinking about running for its life. "Chase it!" Zuo Shi cried out. He ran ahead first, staring at the 9-headed sky snake and pursued it vigorously. Qi Xiao and Xia Xanyan exchanged eye contact. They both knew that the gate of heaven was in the Yin Valley. If they gave the 9-headed sky snake enough time to rest, it would become more troublesome later on. Instead, they might as well destroy it as soon as possible. So, Qi Xiao and Xia Xanyan also followed. Thundering roars kept coming from inside the Yin Valley. Qi Xiao and the rest should still be batting the 9-headed sky snake in the valley. Outside the valley, the 3 giant swirls above Shi Yan's head slowly disappeared. All the natural Yin Qi that filled the enormous Yin Field had been emptied. In Shi Yan's chest, 3 new Yin pairs were successfully formed, and together they sank into his meridians. Feeling that the Yin swirls had stopped whirling, and not a single trace of Yin Qi was flowing into his body, he finally woke up. Shi Yan opened his eyes and stood up. He looked around at the surprised Han Feng, Wu Yunlian and the rest, then said, "Let's go look in the Yin Valley. It sounds like the 9-headed sky snake is almost finished." As expected, when everyone listened, they realized that the stirring in the Yin Valley had started to die out. "Young master, how are you doing?" Kulong couldn't help but ask. "I'm alright, I was cultivating a new skill. I just didn't expect this skill to be so strange." Shi Yan furrowed his brows. He suddenly thought of something, and tried to circulate the 3 Yin swirls at his chest. Wisps of strange Yin power suddenly flowed out from the 3 meridians of Shin-Kei Tian-Kei, and the Yin power poured into the Yin swirls, and the Yin swirls began to quickly whirl, releasing traces of pure Yin power. Yin power was different than profound Qi, but it went along his arm and flowed out. In his palm, a chilling glow shone, and a dark green light ball slowly covered his whole hand. As his Yin power stirred, the light ball became bigger and bigger, and eventually it became a head-sized green light ball. Lightly taking a breath in, Shi Yan's reversed the action. That green light ball started shrinking again, and all the Yin power returned through its original course and returned to the Yin swirls and was again absorbed by the 6 Yin pearls in his meridians. The Yin pearls were the source of power of the. They released power through the Yin swirls and then flew out of his meridians to attack. Secretly feeling around for a moment, Shi Yan soon realized the way to use the. It's not the same as swallowing an Yin Qi but the other way around. "Baiming Shang, what are you doing here?" Right at this moment, from the Yin Valley there suddenly came Qi Zhao's surprised shout. Everyone outside the valley suddenly felt something amiss. "Quickly, let's go and see." Wu Yunlian notified the rest, and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the Yin Valley. Shi Yan, Han Feng and Kulong couldn't treat this lightly either, so together they quickly sprinted out and ran towards the Yin Valley with great speed. Dash. Chapter 91, Dividing the Plunder. Chapter 91, Dividing the Plunder. In the Yin Valley. As Shi Yan had absorbed all the Yin Qi between the heaven and earth, there was no Yin Qi left in the Yin Valley. The dazzling sunlight fell in the valley. The massive body of the 9-headed sky snake fell at the center of the Yin Valley with blood dripping from wounds all over its body. Under the attacks of Qi Xiao, Zuo Shi and Xia Xanyan, and without any Yin Qi, the 9-headed sky snake finally died under the sun. However, apart from Qi Xiao, Zuo Shi and Xia Xanyan, there were other people who had also entered the Yin Valley. The group including Shi Yan and Zuo Shi had also arrived in the valley by then. As soon as Shi Yan saw the scene in the valley, his face turned gloomy. Baiming Su and Baiming Shang were standing there. Yin Kuei and Jiao Shan were naturally standing by Baiming Su. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan were excited to see the 9-headed sky snake lying in its own in blood. Beside the experts of the Baiming family, stood Zhou Zihe and a strange young man. All the people in the valley were focusing their eyes on the nine-headed sky snake in the center. Qi Xiao and Zhuo Qi appeared tired, with sweat all over their bodies. Xia Xianyan looked pale. Although she had taken a sky pill, her energy had not fully recovered. The three had tried everything and used up all their energy in killing the nine-headed sky snake, only to find that Baiming Shang and another sky realm expert had appeared in the Yin Valley secretly. It was easy to understand their frustration. After Shi Yan entered the valley, he stood beside Han Feng and Ku Long, calmly gazing at Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan, who were quite excited. Everyone can have the treasure from the nine-headed sky snake carcass. This sky snake has 9 demon crystals. How about we divide it among ourselves? Baiming Shang frowned and said calmly, "You three really suffered a lot, so I won't ask for much. I only need 2 demon crystals out of 9. One of the fire element and the other of Yin Qi. Why on earth should you have a share?" Zhuo Qi's face was twisted as he demanded with a hideous expression. "All the demon crystals of the nine-headed sky snake belong to us. We brought out our all to kill this snake and now you want us to share the booty with you? Why should we?" "Why?" Baiming Shang said coldly, "Because we are here. I want a cut also." The Dark Master of the Dark World said peacefully as he pointed to one of the snake heads which could emit Yin Qi. "The demon crystal in that head is mine. The rest are all yours." Hee hee. Zhuo Qi showed a grim smile. "You have to first make sure you are capable of getting it. Capable or not, you must know it better than me." The Dark Master looked at Zhuo Qi and said peacefully, "We tested each other at the perimeter of the dead swamp and you killed several of my people. However, that was in the outer area where you could use the swamp and poisonous air as your shield. What about here?" "Brother Zuo." Baiming Shang looked to the Dark Master and grinned. "There seem to be 3 Sky Realm warriors, but that's not the exact situation." "Really? Miss Xia's martial spirit is marvelous, but she is a mere Disaster Realm 3rd Sky Warrior." Baiming Shang pointed to Xia Xianyan. "She won't recover in a short time since she has used her martial spirit. We don't need to worry about her." Xia Xianyan's face turned pale after she heard that. Zhuo Qi's expression was also changed and he couldn't help but look to her. "Is that so?" As far as he was concerned, although he and Qi Xiao had consumed much energy, they could still make them give up the demon crystals as long as they received Xia Xianyan's help. However, if Xia Xianyan was only at the 3rd sky of the Disaster Realm, then they would definitely lose. Under Zhuo Qi's gaze, Xia Xianyan nodded in resignation. "Baiming Shang, why on earth are you here?" Qi Xia had some other concerns. He thought for a while and asked, "What do you think?" Baiming Shang asked with a grin. "I got it." Qi Xiao sighed and nodded. "You have come for the gate of heaven, haven't you? It seems you never let go of the treasure map. Our sources in the Tianyin city are far greater than you can imagine. Nothing would go unnoticed if I care to know." Baiming Shang walked over slowly to one of the snake heads and continued calmly, "Let's divide the demon crystals first, then we will have a discussion about the gate of heaven." Under the watchful eyes of the people present, Baiming Shang took out a demon crystal and said, "I want this one." The Dark Master from the Dark World didn't move, and he demanded casually, "Mu Hui, get the demon crystals." That exotic young man nodded with a smile and walked to the 2 snake heads, without minding Qi Xiao and the rest, knowing they dare not fight. Zhuo Qi was in a rage with his face as red as a tomato, but he stood there and clenched his teeth. "I will remember you too." Baiming Shang and Dark Master didn't respond. Zhuo Qi gouged the remaining 5 demon crystals. Qi Xiao sighed with resignation. Zhuo Qi also went up to the snake body. While searching for the demon crystal in the snake heads, Zhuo Qi seemed to try to release his indignation by acting in a rough manner, as blood and flesh flew out from those snake heads. Shi Yan was observing them coldly. Baiming Shang and Zhou Zihe apparently had planned all this and were waiting for the best opportunity. Baiming Shang showed up while Qi Xiao and his friends were about to kill the snake and took advantage of Xia Xianyan using her reincarnation martial spirit to ask for a share of the plunder. That was really malicious. He conserved his energy by not doing anything, and by forcing Qi Xiao and the other 2 to consume their energy he shared the plunder. Once the gate of heaven was opened, he would get more chances to gain treasures than them with his energy at its peak. Shi Yan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He didn't say anything but observed the new groups while they were dividing the plunder. Before long the plunder was divided. Of the 9 demon crystals, the Baiming family got a fire crystal, and a Yin Qi one, while Zhou Zihe got the other 2 Yin Qi demon crystals. Of the remaining 5, Zuo Shi got 2 poisonous ones and Qi Xiao got another poisonous crystal and a fire elementary one. Xia Xianyan also received a fire elementary one. The 9 demon crystals were thus divided among the experts present. Later, the tusks, skin and saliva from the snake was also harvested by the group. Since there were several Sky Realm warriors, those rare materials like tusks were soon collected and divided. This time, the Shi family got 5 poisonous tusks, a piece of skin from the back of the snake and 3 bottles of poison. This demon crystal of fire element is beneficial to your martial spirit. Bai Mingxiang threw his hand casually and a demon crystal flew slowly to Di Yalan. Di Yalan was rather surprised as she looked at Bai Mingxiang with uncertainty, and asked excitedly, Bai Ming family head, you mean this demon crystal is for me? The fire element demon crystal was indeed beneficial to Di Yalan's blue magic flame, and it was from a level 7 demon beast, which was very rare to her. Bai Mingxiang nodded with a beaming smile, come, train hard with the help of this demon crystal. I won't treat you unfairly as long as you are in my family. Di Yalan was hesitant as she thought that the demon crystal was too precious. She was too shy to take the crystal which was floating before her eyes. Here you are, Sister Lan. Put it away. Just then, Muyu Dai grabbed the demon crystal and handed it to Di Yalan. Thank you, Bai Ming family head. As soon as she touched the crystal, she could feel the strong flame power emitting from it. Di Yalan didn't hesitate anymore and paid her gratitude to Bai Mingxiang quickly. We are family. You don't need to say that. Bai Mingxiang said indifferently. Di Yalan was a little panicked as she understood the overtone of Bai Mingxiang. But still, she lowered her head and pretended she didn't get what he meant, holding the demon crystal tight. She couldn't resist the temptation of the demon crystal. Shi Yin saw the whole thing but he kept silent with a rigid face. Chapter 92, The Gate of Heaven Appears. Chapter 92, The Gate of Heaven Appears. Can we talk about the treasure map now? After the various masters divided all the valuable items on the 9-headed sky snake, the Lord of the Dark World, Zuo Shi suddenly spoke. The sky was slowly getting dark and soon night fell. In the valley, everyone was frowning, not a single person seemed relaxed. Bai Mingxiang and Zuo Shi both looked at Qi Xiao. Mr. Qi Xiao, you wouldn't refuse to allow us to participate, right? Bai Mingxiang said casually. Qi Xiao's expression changed. He was standing there and thinking deeply. He glanced first at Xia Xianyan, then at Zuo Shi and felt a bit hesitant. Xia Xianyan was slowly recovering after taking a nutrition pill. But she was still far away from being completely recovered. At this moment, the opposite side had 2 Sky Realm warriors. However, with Qi Xiao and Zuo Shi at only at 80% strength, it was predetermined that they would be at a disadvantage. Let's take it out and have a look together. We haven't been able to find the Gate of Heaven anyway. Xia Xianyan said in an indifferent and relaxed manner. Miss Xia Xianyan knows about onset and retreat. Truly you are someone who can achieve great things. Bai Mingxiang nodded and then told Xia Xianyan with a straight face. Miss Xia, the Bai Ming family has only come for the treasure map. We don't want to make enemies with the Misty Pavilion. After this, no matter what the outcome, the Bai Ming family will never bother the Misty Pavilion even a bit. Xia Xianyan was from the Endless Sea, and with just being at the 3rd sky of the Disaster Realm, she could utilize her martial spirit to immediately reach the Sky Realm. This little girl was already this powerful. How powerful would her background would be? Bai Mingxiang held a lot of fear towards warriors from the Endless Sea. If not as a last resort, he didn't want to have a hostile relationship with Xia Xianyan. I also came for the treasure map. Not a single trace of emotion could be seen on Xia Xianyan's eyes as she spoke. After the business with the treasure map is finished, we will return to the Endless Sea. As long as the Misty Pavilion is not provoked, we from the Endless Sea wouldn't bother to come to such a remote area. That would be for the best, Bai Mingxiang said. I'll warn you beforehand though, even if there may be incredible treasure in the Gate of Heaven, it will also be infested with unimaginable dangers. Xia Xianyan hesitated for a moment, then said, there hasn't been an appearance of the Gate of Heaven in your area, so your understanding of the gate is only limited to rumors. You may be aware of only one side of the coin and not the other. Any further details would be appreciated. Whether it be Bai Mingxiang or Zuo Shi from the Dark World, they both zoned out for a second, then looked at Xia Xianyan with serious expressions. Indeed, in the God-blessed Empire, the Fire Empire, and the Merchant Union, the legend of the Gate of Heaven had spread. However, there had never been an appearance of the Gate of Heaven in these 3 nations, which is why when this treasure map appeared, it attracted the attention of so many forces. Qi Xiao, Zhuo Shi and Han Feng also expectantly looked at Xia Xianyan. They were also full of curiosity about the secrets to the Gate of Heaven. In the Endless Sea, not only does the Gate of Heaven exist, but there's more than one. But every Gate of Heaven bears the greatest dangers. Xia Xianyan took a deep breath. There was a rare seriousness in her expression. She said with a deep voice, "The Gate of Heaven leads to the God Domain. The God Domain contains unimaginable mysteries, but every God Domain is also extremely frightening. Usually when a warrior enters, there's a very low chance of coming back alive. Whether it be the fourth demon area, the sevenfold underworld, or the abyss battlefield, none of them could be entered by ordinary people. Fourth demon area. Sevenfold underworld. Abyss battlefield." Coming from Xia Xianyan's mouth, the names related to the Gate of Heaven and the God Domain of the Endless Sea made everyone present in the valley astonished. They secretly felt stunned. "I came this time only to see what mysterious God Domain this Gate of Heaven leads to. Unknown domains could lead to terrifying and mysterious places that may devour everything. You better get prepared beforehand." Xia Xianyan looked around and said coldly, "Inside the God Domains that have appeared in the Endless Sea, there were powerful beings that were as powerful as the spirit realm. And there were more than one of them. If there are such beings in this God Domain too and you all want to rashly break in, don't expect to come out alive." Xia Xianyan's words raised a storm of shock in everyone's minds. Whether it be Baiming Shang, Zhou Zihi, Qi Xiao or Zhuo Shi, they were all suddenly stunned, their expressions aghast. Spirit realm beings? And more than one. What kind of concept was this? If the God Domain access from this Gate of Heaven also has a being of this level, who in this whole valley can say that they will get out alive? The entire valley was silent. "What, are you all afraid?" Xia Xianyan sneered. "No matter what, I still have to go in and take a look." Zhou Zihi's lips were a bit dry, but after a long silence he then said, "Or else how would we know what's inside? Miss Xia is only at the third sky of the disaster realm and still dares to come, what are we afraid of?" When Zhou Zihi put it that way, everyone finally realized. Xia Xianyan came this time obviously because she wanted to enter the God Domain too. She knew the dangers of the God Domain, but still dared to come. Was it that she really came to die? Thinking this way, everyone all felt that Xia Xianyan was only scaring them. Maybe the God Domain wasn't even that dangerous. "I have said what needed to be said, you guys can figure it out yourselves." Xia Xianyan nodded at Qi Xiao, "You can take out the treasure map now." Qi Xiao knew that it would be hard to avoid Baiming Shang and Zhou Zihi, so with frustration he could only take the treasure map out from his chest pocket. Baiming Shang and Zhou Zihi hurriedly moved closer, and gathered around the treasure map to examine it. The treasure map only marked one point in the Yin Valley, which is pointing to this place here, but there's nothing there. Zhuo Shi scowled and said coldly, "I've gone around many times in the valley before and even used my soul perception to scan the movements underground. But there's nothing at all. Is this treasure map fake?" "Can't be fake," Xia Xianyan said with certainty, but she did not explain. Everyone knew that she came from the Endless Sea and her understanding of the Gate of Heaven and the God Domain was above their own. Upon hearing her say that, everyone immediately stopped worrying, and they all stared intensely at that treasure map. Each one was in deep thoughts and paced around in the Yin Valley, as if trying to figure out the location of the Gate of Heaven. Shi Yin was standing with Han Feng and Ku Long. He didn't get mixed into the business. He just coldly observed these people's reactions, and occasionally glanced at Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan. Mu Yu Dai and Baiming Su stood together. Sometimes they would both chat and laugh quietly about something, and sometimes Mu Yu Dai would simply press her lips and smile. Di Yalan was still drowning in happiness, her hands tightly gripping the fire demon crystal and her face full of excitement. The look on her face was clearly showing her impatience to start absorbing the energy in the demon crystal then and there, so that she could nourish her martial spirit right away. Time passed quickly. All the Sky Realm masters in the valley looked worried. They frowned and pondered about the secrets of the treasure map, but no one could figure out the location of the Gate of Heaven. Soon the day passed and it was night time. Twinkling bright stars appeared in the darkness. Slowly more stars appeared in the night sky. And finally, an array of stars filled the entire night sky. Suddenly the treasure map clutched in Zhuo Shi's hand started to light up. Everyone's faces changed, and their eyes immediately went to the treasure map. The treasure map escaped Zhuo Shi's hold. It slowly rose in the sky higher and higher, and very soon it was floating in the sky above the Yin Valley. A mass of strange power suddenly rippled from inside the treasure map. The light of the stars seemed to have been drawn in by the power of the map. Like raindrops, the bright starlight suddenly poured down from the sky and onto the treasure map. Boom! The treasure map suddenly blew to pieces and a fist-sized clear demon crystal abruptly appeared out of thin air. A strange power filled the whole Yin Valley, and the demon crystal gleamed with light, clear and bright as a quartz. Inside the demon crystal was a sluggish-looking little person. His body glowed with light, and his expression extremely miserable. "Father!" Zuo Shi suddenly screamed. He unbelievably looked at the little person inside the demon crystal and roared, "Father! I am Zuo Shi, Father!" The demon crystal of the level 8 mud dragon. Qi Xiao also exclaimed, his expression in awe. In the valley, one by one the warriors raised their heads to look up at the sky. They all looked appalled, not knowing what happened. The little person inside the demon crystal didn't seem to hear Zuo Shi's voice, it stayed in the demon crystal looking dazed. The level 8 demon crystal became brighter and brighter, and a strange mass of power suddenly rippled out from it. "Ah!" Dialan exclaimed and sweetly shouted, "My demon crystal!" The 9-headed sky snake demon crystal that was tightly clenched in her hand suddenly flew up, and rose to the sky. At the same time the 8 newly acquired demon crystals held by Baiming Shang, Zhou Zihe, Qi Xiao, Zuo Qi and Xia Xanyan, all escaped from their grasp. One by one they soared into the sky, revolving around the level 8 demon crystal that contained the spirit of the mud dragon. Colorful strange lights shone from the 10 demon crystals in the sky, and brightened the whole Yin Valley. In the valley, the snake blood that bled from the 9-headed sky snake moved as if it was alive, forming into a river of blood that flowed inside the valley. The bloody river was like a mysterious paintbrush. With its metallic odor, the blood separated into different flows, and like a blood snake, it swiftly moved across the ground of the valley. Soon, with the blood of the 9-headed sky snake as the catalyst, a strange pattern drawn by blood magically appeared on the ground. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom. The 10 demon crystals in the sky exploded together, forming into 10 beams of light, and suddenly drew into the strange pattern on the ground. The galaxy-like strange pattern abruptly flashed strange lights. The starlight from the night sky came down from the sky, and also infused into the pattern. In the middle of the great galaxy-like pattern, strange lights quickly gathered together, thousands of light spots condensed together, and slowly formed into a blindingly bright door of light. The gate of heaven had appeared. Chapter 93 The God Search Skill. Chapter 93 The God Search Skill. Tianyun City. That night, black spots appeared in the sky above the city. Those black spots, as seen under the moonlight, gathered together and flew in the direction of the misty pavilion. Many skilled warriors looked up, only to find that these black dots were in actual some strange demon beasts. 50-odd black spots gradually flew toward the misty pavilion like a dark shadow. As soon as these black spots landed, many sharp-eyed warriors found them to be 50 black bats which were about 7 to 8 meters long with a completely dark body and long tusks. They looked as if they were creatures from hell. Each bat was emitting a black aura which felt gloomy and frightening. Seated on each of those huge bats was a warrior, his face rigid, stance like a reaper, emitting a bloody aura, as if one's life was totally in his control. At the front of the group was a huge bat, on which was sitting a scar-faced, middle-aged man. His scars were very hideous. The scars on his face were like earthworms extending from his face down his neck, looking as if there was a veil on his actual face. He was emitting a deep and bloody aura. Whoever approached him would want to throw up from the suffocating smell. 51 green-blooded magical bats landed before the misty pavilion. The master of the misty pavilion, Ku Luo, had waited for a long time with his people. As soon as he saw the guests, he kneeled down on one knee and greeted them respectfully. "Lord Xiao, this is Ku Luo from the misty pavilion." Xiao Hanyi, who got down from the huge bat at the front, walked over at a leisurely pace. The people from the misty pavilion all turned pale and averted their eyes as he approached and could barely control their desire to vomit. One after another, these Shura escorts from the Yang family of the Endless Sea dismounted from their rides and followed after Xiao Hanyi to enter the misty pavilion. All the bats remained in the square outside the misty pavilion, watching the many kneeling warriors expectantly with their cold green eyes, treating them as if they were fresh meat. Being stared at in such a manner by the bats, the warriors of the Misty Pavilion were completely horrified and panicked a lot. Xiao Hanyi sat on the head seat casually and glanced at Ku Luo. "What's the situation?" Miss Xia went to the dead swamp, since the gate of heaven was found there. The treasure map was completed. Ku Luo was anxious. "I'm not asking about that." Xiao Hanyi's face turned cold. An invisible power exploded outwards within the pavilion suddenly. That power constricted Ku Luo as if there was big hand on his neck, and lifted him to drop him in front of Xiao Hanyi. "Father! Lord!" Ku Luo's family members all were horrified and looked at Xiao Hanyi in anger, ready to fight for their lives. Some of the Shura escorts coldly glanced at them indifferently, when one of them asked, "Lord, do you need to finish Ku Luo's family?" "Lord Xiao." Ku Luo struggled, coughed and begged in fear, "Lord Xiao, we've tried our best. Give me some more time, we will find Yang Hai." "Keep your eyes open." Xiao Hanyi stared at Ku Luo and grunted. Bang! Ku Luo fell from midair and dropped to his knees on the ground. He nodded in fear and explained, "We took every man named Yang Hai to the Tianyun city, but none of them was the one we want. We are searching out of town now and will get news soon." "Give me the blood spirit crystal." Xiao Hanyi thought for a while and stretched out his hand. The blood spirit crystal left by Xia Xanyen on Ku Luo suddenly flew out from him and landed in Xiao Hanyi's hand. "Everybody except Ku Luo get out." After getting the blood spirit crystal, Xiao Hanyi ordered calmly. All dismissed. Ku Luo signaled to his people. Soon there were only Xiao Hanyi's people left in the room. "I don't have so much time." Xiao Hanyi grunted and said indifferently, "It turns out that the Xia family is really slow. So much time for a single person." Then Xiao Hanyi caressed the blood spirit crystal and closed his eyes. Centered on Xiao Hanyi, a strong will pervaded throughout Tianyun city in all directions. Inside that blood spirit crystal, a red light suddenly manifested and numerous faces, filled with all sorts of expressions, appeared on the surface of the crystal. Their faces flashed like ghosts inside the blood spirit crystal, and none of them stayed for more than 3 seconds. The God Search skill. Ku Luo was shocked. The God Search skill was a mysterious tracing skill. Once one had the target's blood, flesh, bone or even a hair, he could find the target with this skill. The better one can use his will, the larger the search area it could search. Xiao Hanyi closed his eyes, and his huge willpower covered the entirety of Tianyun city. In Tianyun city, all the Nirvana warriors who had formed a Wuxia could feel clearly a horrifying Wuxia lingering above Tianyun city. Many experts in Tianyun city were astounded. This Wu was more than 2 levels higher than Baiming Shang's, covering the entire Tianyun city, and kept moving further. At that time all the experts in the 5 big families felt threatened. At this crucial point, every minister of the 5 families exchanged messages and started guessing what the Misty Pavilion was going to do. The God Search skill was continuing. The horrifying Wuxia shook the whole Tianyun city like tornado, where every creature was tested. All of a sudden, blood exploded in the blood spirit crystal and odd light spots gathered, showing a fat face in it. The picture in the blood spirit crystal turned clear. That guy was sitting in a carriage in the west of Tianyun city, heading for the city. Xiao Hanyi suddenly opened his eyes. Who is he? Shi Jian's adopted son Yang Hai. Ku Luo's face changed in astonishment. It is him. Xiao Hanyi quickly stood up and vanished. The next moment, the sound of green blood magical bats filling the sky came from the Misty Pavilion. 1 hour later, Xiao Hanyi brought Yang Hai back, who had a blank expression on his face. Who are you? Has the Mo family invited you here? Yang Hai was kind of calm, but when he saw Ku Luo, he shouted in anger, Ku Luo, has your Misty Pavilion cooperated with the Mo family? What's going on? We 3 families work together to search for the treasure. What the hell do you want to do? Ku Luo smiled bitterly and made an apologizing bow, saying in embarrassment, different things. Different. It's good to see you, young Master Hai. I'm the leading Shura escort from the Yang family, Xiao Hanyi. Xiao Hanyi bowed. I will explain everything to you. Xiao Hanyi explained the story to Yang Hai politely. Young Master Hai, our family head is battling in the 4th demon area now, so I came to take you back. Since the family head threw you out of the 4th demon area, he has been worried about you. But he was badly injured and had to recover first. The Endless Sea? The Yang family? Yang Hai was shocked, confused and unable to think straight. Standing there, his expression continuously changed as different ideas popped up to his mind. Just then he remembered that test Shi Yan did on him in the gravity room. His arm was cut but quickly recovered in presence of Han Feng, which showed it was an amazing martial spirit. Hearing Xiao Hanyi say such, he was sure that he meant it. However, he was used to living in the merchant union and Shi Jian was good to him. Besides, his son Shi Yan was here and he was not a warrior himself. With all sorts of matters behind him, Yang Hai was so pressured that he didn't want to start a new life in the Endless Sea. After a long time Yang Hai shook his head. I'm not going to the Endless Sea. I never trained in martial arts. It's too late to begin training at this age. I'm used to the life here and don't want to live in the Endless Sea. I'm afraid you have to leave without me. Just think I'm dead. Young Master Hai. Xiao Hanyi yelled, as a descendant of the Yang family, you have to fight for the family. After a pause, Xiao Hanyi added, although young Master Hai is not young anymore, don't worry, the family head had expected it. He had long prepared an immortal pill, and this royal level pill will change you entirely. It will be easy for you to enter the disaster realm in 10 years. Immortal pill. Ku Luo cried out loud and tried to persuade Yang Hai. Young Master Hai, the immortal pill is one of the 7 magical medicines in the Endless Sea. One immortal pill can really change everything. Even your talent will change with it. Young Master Hai, seize this opportunity. Royal level pills. Though the 3 medicine kings in the Medicine Valley were soul-level alchemists, they couldn't ever refine royal-level pills. Till now, royal-level pills had never appeared in the Fire Empire, God-blessed Empire or the Merchant Union. It was said that one royal-level pill could change everything. Xiao Hanyi and Ku Luo's speech made Yang Hai rethink. His expressions changed in front of the temptation of the pill. I never trained martial arts since I was a kid, so I can't adapt even if I became a warrior right now. After a long silence, Yang Hai looked at Xiao Hanyi and said, my heart has died since my wife's death. I have no dream anymore. However, my son is in his prime age and possesses both the immortal martial spirit and the Shi family's petrification martial spirit. Although he hadn't trained in the first 17 years of his life, he advanced to the 3rd sky of the nascent realm. Maybe you could give the immortal pill to him. Shi Yan. Ku Luo cried out and said to Xiao Hanyi, Lord Xiao, Shi Yan is awesome. Young with potential, ambitious and strong-minded. 17 twin martial spirits in the 3rd sky of nascent realm. Xiao Hanyi mumbled to himself while his eyes lit up. Where is he? In the Yin Valley of the Dead Swamp. Ku Luo ingratiated. Young Master Hai, I will go see Shi Yan first. Excuse me. Xiao Hanyi bowed to Yang Hai, and disappeared in an instant, with his voice ringing outside the misty pavilion. Let's go to the Dead Swamp. Chapter 94, I'll go. Chapter 94, I'll go. Inside the Yin Valley. An enormous galaxy pattern emerged from the blood of the sky snake. In the middle of that galaxy pattern, thousands of lights gathered, forming into the blindingly bright gate of heaven. All the warriors gathered in the valley were looking at the gate of heaven, but none of them dared to enter first. On the other hand, Shi Yan was quite calmly standing beside Han Feng and Ku Long. He was secretly observing the gate of heaven, feeling joyful inside. He didn't get any of the 9 demon crystals that came from the carcass of the 9-headed sky snake. But seeing all those crystals getting destroyed made him immensely happy. But as he thought of the frightening power which could snatch away the demon crystals from the hands of Sky Realm warriors like Qi Xiao and Baiming Shang, he was very startled and thought of prudence. Zhuo Qi looked up into the sky, his expression was painful and he kept murmuring under his breath, Father, Father. One of the demon crystals that exploded came from a level 8 mud dragon. A level 8 demon crystal could sustain a piece of the demon beast's soul. So even if the body is destroyed, there is still a chance for resurrection because of the soul inside the demon crystal. However, the spirit inside the level 8 demon crystal was clearly lifeless and dull. Very obviously, it must have been refined by some mysterious technique, making it just a power source with no ability to think of its own. That level 8 demon crystal of the mud dragon had become a very important part in opening the gate of heaven. Although Zhuo Qi was vicious, he still had a deep love and admiration for the mud dragon. One can only imagine the despair he must have felt when seeing the last hope of resurrecting his father getting destroyed. Baiming Shang, Qi Xiao, and Zhou Zihe all quietly walked towards the gate of heaven. As they approached the gate of heaven, the more cautious were their steps. Mistress. The 2 giant men next to Xia Xanyen looked at the mysterious pattern in the valley and hesitated. These 2 seemed to know some secrets about the mysterious pattern. Xia Xanyen shook her head. She silently gazed at everything in a strange light, and looked at the far-standing Shi Yan. Shi Yan was also secretly watching everyone, and once he saw Xia Xanyan's looking towards him, he was dazed for a second, then lightly nodded to Xia Xanyan. A complex feeling flickered through Xia Xanyan's eyes. She also slowly nodded towards him, but no one knew what thoughts were going through her mind. The gate of heaven has now opened. If you all are really not scared of death, then you may enter now. Xia Xanyan didn't move from her place but saw Qi Xiao and Baiming Shang standing motionless before the gate. She couldn't resist the temptation to mock them. I'll go. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Qi, who was immersed in grief, suddenly roared, I'd like to see what exactly is inside. Then Zhuo Qi's body moved as fast as lightning, storming into the gate of heaven like a moth to a flame, and disappeared into the bright white light. Zhuo Qi's shadow quickly disappeared into the gate of heaven. The gate only warped for a second, and did not show any other change. It still maintained its bright shine, as if waiting for the entrance of another person. Brother Zuo, Baiming Shang looked at Zuo Zihe and pondered for a second, then said, What do you think? Zuo Zihe shook his head and said, We're already at this point. If I return empty-handed, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If you want the riches, you have to take the risks. All right. Baiming Shang nodded in agreement. He hesitated for a second, then turned to Baiming Su and said, Su, you stay outside. Inkue Jioshan, you guys take care of Su. Pausing, Baiming Shang then looked at Muyu Dai and Di Yalan, and furrowed his brows. What do you guys think? I want to go look inside. Muyu Dai knew that the gate of heaven would contain great danger, but she still didn't want to miss this chance of a lifetime. Okay, you may go in. Baiming Shang nodded. Follow me. Baiming Shang then followed after Zhuo Qi and entered the gate of heaven. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan exchanged a look. They both looked determined and followed Baiming Shang into the gate of heaven. Mr. Qi Xiao, how about you? Xia Xianyan said casually. Of course I will enter too. Qi Xiao smiled. He looked back at Zuo Shi and Shi Yan and said, Xiao Shi, you stay outside, I will go look inside alone. Master, I want to go inside it too. Zuo Shi pouted and said reluctantly. As a teacher, I'll go take a look at the situation first. If there are no problems, next time I will definitely take you along. Qi Xiao scolded her with a straight face, then said to Shi Yan and the rest, What about the Shi family? Would you send someone to go and take a look too? Young master, I'll go. Kulong stood up and said to Shi Yan. I'll go. Shi Yan's expression was cold. He shouted with a deep voice, as if he didn't care the dangers in the gate of heaven. Deep down he always had a daredevil factor and he liked to challenge unknown mysteries. The very reason why he came to this world was because of his exploration of the blue holes. Of course, he wouldn't want to sit out on the exploration of the gate of heaven. Young master, let Kulong go. Han Feng said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go. Shi Yan shook his head and insisted, I'm very curious as to what really is in the gate of heaven. If I don't go, I will regret it forever. Then, before Han Feng and Kulong could try to persuade him again, he immediately sprinted towards the gate of heaven. Young master. Kulong and Han Feng both screamed in fear, and they also ran towards the gate of heaven. By the time when they arrived at the gate, Shi Yan's body just so happened to disappear into the gate. The two exchanged glances and without further hesitation, leaped into the gate of heaven. You guys look after Xiao Shi. Qi Xiao told Wu Yinlian and Chu Ping, then he also flew out and disappeared into the gate of heaven. In the matter of a few minutes, all the masters in the valley leaped into the gate one after another. Truly, like the saying, people die in pursuit for money like birds die for food. In the Yin Valley, the only ones left were Baiming Su, Yin Kuei and Jioshan on one side, plus Zuo Shi, Chu Ping and Wu Yinlian on the other. Then there were also Xia Xianyan and the two towering giant men. Mistress, this is a false gate of heaven. One of the giant men whispered. Xia Xianyan's eyes flickered. She stared at the gate with the same expression. Right now the Sky Realm Masters were all in the gate of heaven, plus Xia Xianyan, and the two were at a distance from the other two sides, so no one could hear their quiet conversation. The false gate won't have the real God domain. This is only a small space created by a God Realm Master. It won't contain any unimaginable treasures, but it should contain the relics of the God Realm Master. Miss, why don't you go in? Maybe there's even the martial spirit inheritance of that person. One of the towering men said impatiently. Don't you all think that somewhere, there's an invisible hand that's manipulating this all? Xia Xianyan snorted. He already arranged everything on the chessboard, and we're all just chess pieces in his game plan. We are all together but still could not escape from his control. That old guy's been dead for thousands of years and still won't rest in peace. Mistress, you're saying? The Shi family's half of the fragmented map was probably obtained by Shi Yan. That half of the map was definitely together with the is only a mortal level martial skill, and only warriors with low capabilities would actually go and cultivate it. That guy purposely set the place in the Yin Valley, forcing the one who has the to cultivate it to defend against the natural Yin Qi. Once the is cultivated, it would naturally swallow the Yin Qi here to form the Yin Pearls. Once the Yin Pearls form, the objective is clear. If the Gate of Heaven really had the martial spirit imprint, then only the one with the Yin Pearls could obtain it. Now is there even a need for us to go in? Xia Xanyan said resentfully. That old guy, he already planned everything completely, he simply won't let anyone sabotage his plans. This time we came for nothing. If Shi Yan obtains the martial spirit imprint of that guy, then he will definitely become one of the godchildren of the Three God Sect. If he could go to the Endless Sea, the Three God Sect would treat him like a treasure. Miss, the Three God Sect is very powerful in the Endless Sea, and they're in opposition with us. If he really does obtain that person's martial spirit imprint, then he will definitely become the star god of the Three God Sect in the future. We better take him out now. I know what to do, Xia Xianyan said coldly. The two towering men nodded and became silent again. In a place with pitch-black darkness there came a woman's cold voice. All of you go to the Gate of Heaven. Catch Muyu Dai and assist the Lord to explore the mysteries of the gate. Yes, mistress. A group of pale-faced warriors from the dark world knelt down on one knee with blank expressions. Go. The voice in the dark came again. Dozens of warriors of the dark world moved one by one, and soon entered the Yin Valley. Without even looking at the people in the valley, they walked straight into the Gate of Heaven. The people from the dark world. Bai Mingsu shouted with a low voice, his expression slightly changed. The dark world should have been guarding on the outside, why would they suddenly enter into the Gate of Heaven? As Yin Kuei and Jiao Shan watched the flow of warriors from the dark world coming in, the look in their eyes became grim. It can't be. We have to go in too, or else Grandpa won't be able to handle it on his own. Bai Mingsu pondered, and disregarding Yin Kuei and Jiao Shan's opposition, he also rushed into the gate. When Yin Kuei and Jiao Shan saw that he went in, they could only follow along without hesitation. Chapter 95, Desperate Fight. Chapter 95, Desperate Fight. There was a huge star river in the sky, which was exactly like the pattern formed in the Yin Valley by the sky snake's blood. In that star river, every star was as big as a mountain, and the distance between the stars was like heaven and earth, hundreds of thousands of meters away. Under the star river were various numerous clouds, floating freely, and which were either formed of fire, Yin Qi, or poisonous air. Gray sky and gray earth. On the ground lay a huge statue with its back on the ground. The statue was of a muscular, handsome figure, and sculpted to be clothed with only a stone shorts. The heart area of the stone statue was shining with starry light. The starry light was attracting the power in the star river, and similarly to the light from the starry river was becoming concentrated in the heart of the stone statue. The statue was carved very expertly, such that even the hair and veins were shown in exquisite delicacy. If one looked carefully, one could even see thousands of black spots moving through the veins. On the right palm of the stone statue, a little ant was staring up at the sky with a surprised look. That was Shi Yan. After he arrived here, he was standing on the right palm of the statue, with oddly swaying plants all around him. Those plants, which swayed with the wind, were 10 meters high, and as thick as a human waist, looking like the statue's hair. Although he didn't know that the plants looked like hair from up in the air. In his eyes, the right palm of that statue was 10 times larger than the Godstone Square in Tianyun City. Standing on that palm, Shi Yan looked at the mysterious star river above him and was filled with amazement. He wasn't aware that he was on the palm of statue, nor did he know how huge the statue was. He had lost his sense of direction and was of the assumption that he was on a small hill. The Yin pearls in the Tiankei, Shinkei and Yin Du meridians suddenly started spinning, while a mysterious attraction force came from the heart of that stone statue. Shi Yan's body shook suddenly. The heart area which attracted the starlight was calling for the Yin pearls inside Shi Yan, and the Yin pearls spun, as if urging him to go to the heart area. Standing on the palm of the stone statue, Shi Yan looked quite serious, and after a little hesitance, he dashed to the heart area of the statue directly. Meanwhile, the small black men on the stone statue observed for a while, and realized the heart area was the most powerful place. Therefore, after being still for a while, those people gathered at the chest of the stone statue. Those people included the warriors from the Dark World, Mu Hui, Mu Yudai Dialan, and Bai Ming Su. All warriors under the Earth Realm were moving towards the heart area. Under the heels of the stone statue, Bai Ming Shang, Qi Shao, Zhua Qi, the Dark Master, Yin Kuei and Jiao Shan were suppressed by a huge power. Warriors above Earth Realm were all suppressed under its heels, unable to move even a bit. At that time, the group including Bai Ming Shang and Qi Shao were trying to defend against the power which restrained them. But, however hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that pressure or move an inch. The Yin pearls inside Shi Yan kept spinning, while Shi Yan held his breath and dashed toward the stone statue with a rigid face. Beside Shi Yan, the hairs of the stone statue were swaying like tall trees and blocking his sight. He felt like he was in a jungle instead of the palm of the statue. Not knowing how much time had passed, Shi Yan finally flew from the mountain-like palm to its right leg. Shi Yan's rushing body suddenly stopped as he looked ahead on alert. From a deep hole in front of him, one after another flaming stone men suddenly jumped out. These stone men were 3 meters tall and were wreathed in fire, giving off the smell of the 9-headed sky snake. If one looked down at it from upon the statue, he would find that that deep hole was actually the Yangqi meridian on its right arm. The 12 flaming stone men seemed to be disgusted by the smell of life. Once Shi Yan approached the hole, they appeared and jumped on him. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yan kept calm to operate his petrification martial spirit, and his skin turned dark brown in a short time. After he operated his petrification martial spirit, Shi Yan triggered the by moving his profound qi all over his body. As the was formed, Shi Yan dashed out like a missile. Dang dang dang. Among the flaming stone men, Shi Yan turned his fingers into spears and struck the stone men. They, which could pierce through an elementary realm warrior, emitted the sound of metal clashing while striking the stone bodies. The power of the fire went into Shi Yan's fingers when he touched the stone men, and felt pain in his fingers. No. His face changed. Shi Yan soon realized that the was inefficient when facing the stone men who were not made of flesh. Boom, boom, boom. 6 stone men made flaming fists and punched Shi Yan together. His couldn't bear the attacks and fell apart. Under those fists, Shi Yan was driven back in pain, his clothes were on fire. Thanks to his petrification martial spirit, his body was not hurt except for some pain. With a gloomy face, Shi Yan could figure out that every one of the 6 stone men was tougher than a human realm warrior. It was not working. He had to take another shot. As his will changed, Shi Yan's left hand gave out wisps of white smoke. Negative energy was triggered and combined with his profound qi. They flew out together and formed a huge. With his will, the moved swiftly and suddenly fell in the center of the stone men. A strong power of attraction gushed out of the field, making all the stone men to struggle painfully. It worked. Delighted, Shi Yan enhanced the power in the field and focused to twist it. Pah, pah, pah. As the field span, one stone man was shattered into pieces and was thrown out of the field. Shi Yan was a little relieved before his face changed again. However, after leaving the field, the scattered parts of the stone man began to reform together. In merely 3 seconds, it had recombined and jumped at Shi Yan again. It was not killed. Realizing that, Shi Yan's face turned gloomier, and he triggered the field again to change its position. That stone man was wrapped again and shredded to pieces another time. This time, Shi Yan didn't try to kill them, but crossed the field in an instant and continued to dash forward after all the stone men were entangled. Half an hour later, from the deep hole of the stone statue's Zhigo meridian, one after another Yin Sha danced out. Yin Sha was produced by warrior spirits which absorbed Yin Qi. It was a dead thing but could use part of the warrior's martial spirit. It was aggressive and in thirst of more spirits. Those Yin Sha waved their claws and flew toward Shi Yan from the deep hole. After a glance at the Yin Sha, Shi Yan's face turned cold. Inside the Yin pearl, wisps of Yin power pervaded and triggered the 3 Yin swirls to spin, and a strong power of attraction broke out. Those Yin Sha suddenly showed fear and escaped to the deep hole. You think you can escape? Shi Yan smiled coldly, and the Yin swirls span even faster. The Yin Sha struggled hard while being pulled by Shi Yan's Yin swirls, but still forced toward Shi Yan little by little. The more they approached Shi Yan, the more they were influenced by the Yin swirl. All of a sudden, one Yin Sha stopped struggling and turned into Yin Qi and went inside Shi Yan's chest. The Yin Sha dissolved in the Yin swirls and turned into pure energy which was attached to the center of the Yin swirls. The rest of the Yin Sha struggled in fear but couldn't get escape the Yin swirls. They were pulled in and turned into Yin Qi inside of it. Quickly all the Yin Sha were absorbed and Shi Yen continued advancing. At the same time the same thing was happening at every corner of the stone statue. Biming Su, Muyu Dai Di Yalan, Mu Hui and warriors from the Dark World also met danger when they headed for the heart. They were all trapped by the flaming stone men Yin Sha, poisonous demons and mud dragons which came from the meridians of the stone statue. Shi Yen continued to rush forward. On his way he came across more flaming stone men and Yin Sha, which were taken care of by the same means, and then he came to the right elbow slowly. Shi Yen stopped again. Ahead of him were 5 warriors from the Dark World, who all were around the first or second sky of the human realm. They had been separated from the others by the gate of heaven when they entering. And now all of them were heading for the heart but smelled like scorched flesh. The 5 warriors from the Dark World also spotted Shi Yen. They turned back, glanced at Shi Yen and came to an agreement silently. With cold eyes they walked toward Shi Yen slowly. Warriors from the Dark World. Shi Yen's eyes were like torches as he spotted the sign of the Dark World on the bare shoulder of one warrior. Kill? That guy yelled when the rest separated to encircle Shi Yen in an arc. You are seeking for death. With a cold face Shi Yen's eyes showed a bloodthirst. After a shout he dashed out like a sharp sword. Dash. Chapter 96, Kill All the Way. Chapter 96, Kill All the Way. With white smoke engulfing him, Shi Yan's thoughts were all about bloodthirst, brutality, insanity and terror while under the effect of the negative energy. There was only a single desire and that was to kill them all. Standing amid the 5 warriors from the Dark World, Shi Yan had a rigid face. One after another magic snakes made of negative energy tried to intertwine those warriors crazily. Bang! One Dark World warrior scratched Shi Yan's chest. Hee hee. Shi Yan chuckled cunningly as he kicked that warrior bluntly. His 10 fingers were like spears and left 10 bloody holes on the warrior's chest in an instant. With that guy's miserable screams, Shi Yan stepped back and blocked another attack from another warrior's green light to his head. 3 formed quietly on his 2 sides and his back. Standing amid the 3, Shi Yan looked at the 5 Dark World warriors coldly. Want to kill me? I want to kill you too. Kill? Those Dark World warriors yelled and rushed forward together. The warrior who got 5 blood holes in his chest suddenly sat down cross-legged. Green thorns were triggered by him and shot from his palms. Profound level martial skill. Dozens of icy needle-like thorns flashed through the air toward Shi Yan like lightning. Dang 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 dang. The crisp sound of metal on metal came from all over Shi Yan's body as the couldn't break Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit. The badly injured man's pale face changed as he ordered, "Strike together." The other 4 warriors went to the 4 corners while Shi Yan was at the center point. 4 blue curtains appeared from above their heads like clouds and formed together before they thrust toward Shi Yan. The blue curtains had so strong power that they bound Shi Yan in an instant. The 4 warriors were delighted as they jumped up and took out weapons to stab Shi Yan. Field, trigger. Shi Yan shouted. The 4 warriors were inside the invisible and were wrapped by them all of a sudden. Being greatly distorted, the 4 warriors turned stiff and couldn't even operate their profound chi. Deeply horrified, they didn't know what exactly had happened. Howl? Shi Yan shouted into the sky, his muscles trembling. At the same time, the white smoke became denser and all sorts of negative energies were triggered. In an instant, a vicious power broke out inside Shi Yan's body and flashed through his body like an electric current. In the howls, Shi Yan managed to break through the blue curtain. Boom! A huge roar came, and the big blue curtain made from the 4 smaller ones exploded into blue light spots. Shi Yan smiled cunningly and coldly, and rushed into one and thrust his into the warrior contained within. Pooh! Shi Yan's was thrust into the eyes of the warrior entangled in the field. His eyes turned into 2 blood holes and even his brain could be seen. He died instantly. Shi Yan moved swiftly, crossing into the other 2 fields. Pooh! 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 The other 3 warriors were also bleeding from their eyes and died in the same way in a very short time. The suddenly contracted. The last Dark World warrior sitting on the ground was terrified and hurriedly tried to escape. Do you really think you can run away? Shi Yan laughed coldly while he flashed to the warrior and stabbed him in the back. His arm went right through the man's heart. Right now all the 5 Dark World warriors were killed. Covered in blood, Shi Yin stood beside the 5 corpses, looking content. He was enjoying the negative energy flowing out from them. Soon, the 5 body dried up, while Shi Yan's meridians were filled with profound qi and his desire for blood surged. Without any attempt to suppress the effects, Shi Yin kept activated while his desire to kill was strengthened. He walked to the heart area. Half an hour later, another 2 warriors of the second sky of the nascent realm encountered him. Without uttering any word, Shi Yin dashed over with a hideous face. Under the bloodthirsty effects of, he killed the 2 warriors easily and continued his journey. 12 Yin Sha suddenly flew up from a deep hole ahead when they saw Shi Yin. Hee hee. Shi Yin chuckled coldly but in a happy mood. He shifted his Yin swirls and a huge attraction force came into being. The 12 Yin Sha were eventually swallowed by Shi Yan's Yin swirls and turned into Yin Qi. All sorts of negative energy was purifying and gushing out of Shi Yan's meridians. Ignoring the abnormal state of his body, Shi Yan kept advancing. All along the way, Shi Yan became a god of slaughter as he killed instantly as long as he saw a Dark World warrior. The Dark World warriors in this area were mostly at the 3rd sky of the nascent realm or the 1st or 2nd sky of the human realm. They couldn't compete with Shi Yan and were all killed by him. All along the way, Shi Yan killed 21 Dark World warriors, absorbed 65 Yin Sha and finally reached the right shoulder of the stone statue. Mu Hui's figure suddenly popped out from a deep hole ahead. Beside him stood 3 Dark World warriors of the 3rd sky of the human realm. Inside the deep hole, 3 destroyed mud dragons were wriggling, trying to reconstruct their bodies. Mu Hui frowned and a slight resignation flashed across his odd face. These things are too tough and can't be killed. There are hundreds of them in every deep hole which keeps consuming my profound qi. Young master, someone's there. A Dark World warrior pointed to Shi Yin. Shi Yin was surrounded by white smoke and a murderous air boiled around him. The blood on him turned into blood cocoons while he smiled a bloody smile. It's you? Mu Hui was surprised and recognized he was Shi Yin who always stood beside Han Feng and Kulong. While Mu Hui was in the Yin Valley, he had observed but didn't pay much attention to Shi Yin. Rather, he was more focused on the experts like Zhuo Qi and Xia Xian Yin. Since Shi Yin was only at the 1st sky of the human realm, Mu Hui never took him seriously. Seeing Shi Yin approaching with a murderous air, Mu Hui was perplexed, not knowing what happened to Shi Yin. Young master, we have to kill whoever we meet. That warrior wore a plain expression. The earlier we kill one, the earlier we have less adversaries. The mistress of the Dark World has ordered that we even have to kill Baiming Su if we met him. One of you stay and take care of him. The rest follow me. Mu Hui nodded and ordered, then turned to walk ahead. 2 warriors followed Mu Hui quietly and left at once. That talkative guy stayed there looking at Shi Yin coldly. You have bad luck. Bad luck. Shi Yin laughed wildly. Actually, I have rather good luck. Really good. You Dark World warriors fed me well. I have killed 21 Dark World warriors. And you will be my 22nd. Just then Shi Yin rushed towards him. 2 minutes later that talkative warrior turned into a dry dead body, his head and body separated. Shi Yin sucked up his negative energy and continued to run up. 10 minutes later Shi Yin saw Mu Hui and the other 2 warriors again. What? Li Tuo was killed by you? Mu Hui then took Shi Yin seriously and his face turned dignified. A 1st sky of the human realm killed Li Tuo who was at the 3rd sky. It seems you are something. Shi Yin didn't answer but smiled coldly. His desire for blood was increasing rapidly as he walked towards Mu Hui step by step. Mu Hui was at the 3rd sky of the human realm, but since he had a martial spirit and trained in high-class martial skills, he was more capable than the average warrior of his level. Shi Yin approached him step by step, but although he looked vicious and insane he was actually cool-minded. After 5 steps, he acutely perceived that Mu Hui was a formidable adversary. You are already dead. Mu Hui stared at him and yelled. You are already dead. The 4 words struck into Shi Yan's mind like some mysterious incantation. An astounding power suddenly exploded in Shi Yan's mind. The 4 words conquered his perception and stopped all his thoughts. Kill him. So bored. Mu Hui ordered indifferently and shook his head before he walked forward quickly. The 2 warriors walked towards Shi Yin with dull expressions and stabbed Shi Yin with the swords in their hands. Dang. Dang. The sound of metal clashing came from Shi Yan's chest again. The two warriors' faces changed and they started to trigger more profound chi in their swords, then raised them to stab Shi Yan's eyes. The strong strikes on his chest suddenly woke him up from his confused state. In his eyes, two tips of sharp swords were expanding slowly. Surprised, Shi Yan shifted his head and the sword slipped past his temple. He could feel the coldness on the swords clearly. Bang, bang. A boiling negative energy exploded from Shi Yan's shoulders. Two bunches of pale light delved into the two warriors' bodies in an instant. Struck by the negative energy, the two warriors felt like they were being dragged into an endless blood sea and were being eaten by thousands of ghosts. They were dumbstruck. Pooh. Pooh. 5 bloody holes appeared on their necks and blood came gushing out. Shi Yan looked on coldly as he tossed the blood on his fingers, absorbed the profound chi in them. He coldly glanced at Mu Hui who was moving and dashed forward. Chapter 97, Grind. Chapter 97, Grind. Shi Yan appeared again. This time, Mu Hui's expression became serious and his seductive eyes flickered with some coldness. He bitterly watched Shi Yan who was walking towards him step by step. 3 human realm warriors were individually killed by Shi Yan. Especially the last 2 who died after he used his soul martial spirit on Shi Yan. You're not bad. Mu Hui slowly took a deep breath. The result is still going to be the same though. You will still die in my hands. Shi Yan's expression was slightly ferocious. The negative energies in all of his meridians were churning like waves and wisps of pale white fog covered his whole body. The different negative emotions were rampaging throughout his body. These violent and murderous thoughts formed a dominating will around his body. The will was like an evil spirit that could destroy everything in its path. However, his mentality was clear and calm as ever. Under the conditions of, Shi Yan became very sensitive. He could feel the most minuscule details of the different essences in this bizarre world. He could even feel the circulation path of the profound chi in Mu Hui's body. The soul martial spirit. This was the most mysterious kind of martial spirit. Warriors with the soul martial spirit had the most formidable senses, with the power to delude people's minds with their speech. Their insight into the natural energies was also a lot broader than ordinary warriors. What Mu Hui had was precisely the soul martial spirit. Once he breaks into the nirvana realm and forms a sea of knowledge inside his mind, the soul martial spirit would become even stronger. One sentence would have the power to drive people to madness and put them into a situation beyond redemption. Previously, with one sentence from Mu Hui, Shi Yan was put into a suspended dream, in which his body became cold and stiff. If it weren't for the negligence of those 2 Dark World warriors, he could have already ended up dead back there. And because of that, this time when Shi Yan sprinted forward, the first thing he did was to securely guard his mind, as he didn't dare give another chance for Mu Hui to use the soul martial spirit to paralyze his mind again. The Shi family's petrification martial spirit sure is something. It looks like those 2 weren't able to kill you in one shot and that's what woke you up. Mu Hui looked at the sword gash on the clothes on Shi Yan's chest. His long, thin eyes slightly squinted, and a seductive light suddenly shone from his eyes. That beam of seductive light became brighter and brighter. Then slowly Mu Hui's eyes became like bright and dazzling gems under the sun. A flow of deluding mental power was released from those eyes. This mental power was like an invisible storm that suddenly covered the whole area. Lock! Mu Hui shouted. Shi Yan's whole body stiffened and his eyes became dazed again. The profound chi in his body behaved as if it was frozen and became hard to circulate. Mu Hui raised his right arm and green electric light shot from his 5 fingers which quickly condensed under his control. Soon, a long knife formed in his hand, shining with a strange green light. The long knife looked like it was real and gave off a dazzling and chilling bright light. Holding it, there was a confident smile on Mu Hui's lips. He slowly walked toward Shi Yan as if taking a casual stroll. Lubed up, lubed up. At Shi Yan's chest, the Yin pearls continuously pulsed. Summoned by the strange light spots at the stone statue's heart, the Yin pearls in his meridians became more and more restless. The traumatized Shi Yan suddenly felt a strange movement in the Yin pearls. His soul felt as if it was in an endless dark abyss. It was sinking quickly, like it was going to be swallowed by the abyss and could never have its own individual thought again. Suddenly, the negative energies fiercely burst from the meridians in his head. Feelings of bloodlust, madness and hate quickly flowed into the abyss, and entered the mind of Shi Yan as it was falling into the dark abyss. Boom! His head suddenly shook, and Shi Yan's degrading mind was forcibly cleared by the negative energies. What? Mu Hui immediately noticed the change. He exclaimed, and the in his hand swung down without hesitation. Bzz bzz bzz. The air exploded wherever the went. And in its glowing green light, the became thinner and thinner, almost as thin as an onion skin. After Shi Yan was wide awake, he saw the coming straight at him. His heart shook and without hesitation he dodged to the left. Pooh! A beam of electric light flashed, and a deep bloody gash appeared on Shi Yan's right arm. What sort of power was affixed to the knife that it was able to break his petrification martial spirit? Shi Yan's expression suddenly changed. Mu Hui's eyes were also full of surprise. His expression became more serious and said, "Not bad, this slash only left a gash and didn't chop your whole arm off. The petrification martial spirit from the Shi family indeed has astonishing defensive powers." Usually when Mu Hui pulled out the even disaster realm warriors would avoid it. Not many would go into close combat with Mu Hui when he's holding the. From Mu Hui's perspective, even though the Shi family's martial spirit was extraordinary, it was still flesh and blood in nature, and shouldn't be able to withstand the energy of the dead spirits in the. However, one slash didn't sever Shi Yan's arm and only left a mere bloody gash. He was even more surprised than Shi Yan was. Backing away quickly, Shi Yan took in a deep breath and secretly released three and tried to incite the at the same time. This was the first time he had used the in combat. The 6 Yin pearls combined their forces, releasing a surge of Yin power that followed along Shi Yan's arm and rushed straight towards the palm of his right hand. A head-sized green light ball quickly formed in his palm. Electric snakes intertwined inside the green light ball, and wisps of chilling evil powers flowed out from inside the ball. It was filled with a dark, cold ambience. Yin power continued to vigorously flow into the light ball. The green light ball became bigger and bigger. In a few seconds the light ball was already the size of a basin, shooting out green light like a green sun. Mu Hui's expression shook for the first time. "Friend, stop struggling." Mu Hui said. The soul martial spirit was like a shock wave, and it struck at Shi Yan's soul again. Blast! Before the soul martial spirit could unleash its effect, Shi Yan suddenly roared. The green light ball in his hand abruptly flew out, and smashed at Mu Hui like lightning. Boom! All of a sudden the green light ball burst out and wisps of pure Yin power, along with traces of Shi Yan's will, fell towards Mu Hui like raindrops. At the sound of the explosion, Shi Yan's restricted soul was finally pulled out from the dark abyss by the negative energies. Clarity returned to his eyes. On the other side, Mu Hui was doused by the rain-like shower of Yin power. His body suddenly became stiff, and the circulation speed of his profound qi slowed down. The shining clenched in his hand was also flickering. It was also affected by the Yin power formed after the explosion of the green light ball. Move! The three suddenly drifted away from Shi Yan's side, and silently moved towards Mu Hui. Before Mu Hui could react, Shi Yan flew out like a missile, his thin body swiftly fell into one of the, and stormed at Mu Hui with his fist. "You're dead meat." A bloody cold glare flickered across Mu Hui's eyes. Mu Hui raised his left hand and the veins in his hand popped up. His left hand instantly became twice as big and turned a frightening dark green color. An ambience of dead souls came from his hand. Mu Hui raised his hand to strike, and as if it could block the space, smashing towards Shi Yan's iron fist head-on. Boom! In the thundering rumble, Shi Yan's body was as solid as stone and balanced on the ground. But Mu Hui was completely in shock, his body was forcibly thrown back. The earth-shaking terrifying power that projected from Shi Yan's fist exploded onto Mu Hui's and forcefully knocked Mu Hui away. Shi Yan, who was at the first sky of the human realm, with his one punch, managed to make Mu Hui, who was at the third sky of the human realm, to lose ground. Under the effect of this punch, which was accompanied by the different negative energies, skyrocketed in power. It was definitely not something that a warrior of the same realm could handle. This was just the beginning of Mu Hui's suffering. Just when he finally managed to steady himself, he suddenly felt like he had sunk into a swamp, and his body rotated uncontrollably. He was directly sucked into a setup by Shi Yan. Mu Hui's face suddenly changed. Hee hee. Shi Yan grinned, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He fiercely flew out. Crush. Mu Hui roared inside and an enormous flow of spiritual energy suddenly poured into Shi Yan's mind. Shi Yan's flying body stopped midway and fell to the ground. Mu Hui's expression was grim, the in his hand drew a strange arc and wisps of dark, cold energy flowed from the and churned inside the gravitational field. The soul martial spirit was triggered again. Mu Hui kept secretly reminding himself to be calm. He put in all his concentration to feel the power change in the field, trying to figure out a way to escape from it. But there was a spirit-level martial skill after all. Plus it was also formed with both the negative energies and profound qi. Despite having the soul martial spirit, Mu Hui still couldn't figure out any pattern in a short period of time. The high-speed whirling of the not only slowed down the flow of his profound qi, it seemed to also weaken the sensitivity of his soul martial spirit. There were already traces of sweat on Mu Hui's forehead, his body kept rotating, but he couldn't figure out the pattern of the. On the other hand, Shi Yin only lay on the ground for a moment before the outburst of negative energies dragged him out of the dark abyss again. Shi Yin's eyes suddenly became clear again and he sneered. He stared coldly at the whirling Mu Hui in the. With just a change of his thoughts, he stirred up the yin power in his body, and poured it into the once again. With more power added, the gravitational force became stronger. Just by circulating the negative energies and profound qi, they could already forcibly stop a warrior of the same realm. Now that he added yin power to the field, the power of the surged once again. A flow of chaotic power suddenly burst from the circulation speed of the field doubled. Pooh! Mu Hui spurted out a mouthful of blood and he felt as if his soul martial spirit was in a meat grinder. A stabbing pain was assaulting his head and all the profound qi in his body was ground into a mess. His defense became significantly lower too. Shi Yin held in his breath to concentrate and his expression was cold and stern. He used all his will to manipulate the chaos of the was full-blown. The frantic grinding power violently tore Mu Hui's body. In the field, Mu Hui's whole body was splattered with blood, his flesh torn and exposed. The seductive light in his eyes also slowly dimmed. Chapter 98 Fattened Up. Chapter 98, Fattened Up. Mu Hui was shivering and the flesh on his body was slowly falling off. At this point, his soul martial spirit was completely useless, he couldn't even let out a roar anymore. And at this moment Shi Yin entered into his fingers were like a spear, stabbing straight towards Mu Hui's neck. Puchi. Blood sprayed out of Mu Hui's neck like a fountain. His spine broke and he died tragically in the field. All the profound qi in Mu Hui's body flowed into the 720 meridians in Shi Yan's body. Mu Hui was at the third sky of the human realm, but his profound qi was much richer than other warriors of the same realm. The time it took Shi Yan to absorb all the power in his body was also a few dozen seconds more than with other people. Soon, Mu Hui turned into a dry corpse and fell to the ground lifelessly. Shi Yan's expression was calm, he closed his eyes to feel the profound qi that came from Mu Hui's body. Feeling the changes in his meridians, he slowly sat down on the ground. There was a swelling pain coming from his meridians. The continuous intake of profound qi from many warriors made his meridians sting slightly. The different negative energies kept pounding in his body, agitating his soul. However, this time the backlash in his body was not that fierce and crazy and he didn't know why. As he calmed down and removed himself from the effects of, Shi Yin realized his whole body was sore. But the overflowing negative energies did not overpower his mentality, nor made him fall into a state of slaughter and chaos. Closing his eyes and calming himself down, he felt the purification of negative energies in his meridians. Shi Yin quietly tried to find the source. A change in his soul. After quite a while, Shi Yan's mind flickered and there was an answer in his mind. During the fight with Mu Hui, his soul martial spirit occasionally unleashed strange effects and repeatedly tried to pull Shi Yan's soul into an abyss of darkness, to become a captive under the power of his mind. Whenever that happened, the negative energies in Shi Yan's body would suddenly burst out. Those negative energies rushed to the depth of his soul like lightning and forcibly dragged his consciousness out of the dark abyss, letting him escape the shackles of Mu Hui's soul martial spirit instantly. Because of Mu Hui's soul martial spirit, the negative energies broke out again and again, using the dark, evil, negative powers to attack Mu Hui's soul martial spirit. During the clash, the negative energies that should have crumbled Shi Yan's soul were mostly used up fighting against Mu Hui's soul attacks. The violent negative energies should have caused Shi Yan to fall into a state beyond redemption. Yet because of the existence of Mu Hui's soul martial spirit, those negative energies became an aid to defeat Mu Hui's soul attacks. That means, the soul martial spirit used by Mu Hui counteracted the negative energies that could have destroyed Shi Yan's mind and helped him recover himself. These string of thoughts rapidly flashed through Shi Yan's mind, and he was correctly able to determine that the reason he didn't face the tremendous backlash from the negative energies was due to it acting as a constraint against Mu Hui's attacks from his soul martial spirit. Deep in his heart, there were hints of violent and murderous thoughts growing, but these thoughts were no longer that intense. Using his strong will, Shi Yan didn't fall into a state of frantic killing. Thinking through these things, he relaxedly sat on the ground and silently started to circulate his profound qi. After some time, the stinging in the meridians of his body suddenly started becoming intense. Under the tearing pain, wisps of pure strange power slowly flowed out of his meridians, forming streams of warm currents in his body. After transforming the profound qi of the many human realm warriors, the extraordinary power that resulted was quite impressive. Most of the power spread throughout Shi Yan's whole body and disappeared into his flesh, bones, meridians, and organs. Only a minority of the extraordinary power gathered in the profound qi in his dantian, making his profound qi much stronger and purer. Shi Yan's heart was calm. He didn't first go and explore the change in his profound qi, but instead he sank his mind into the flesh, bones, and meridians of his body. He could clearly feel that the wisps of mysterious power formed into what was like a magical nutrient. And in a way he couldn't understand, it was slowly nourishing his whole body. During this process, Shi Yan felt like he was bathing in a hot spring. Every pore on his body relaxed and were all taking in that miraculous nutrient. His body was slowly silently changing. Those mysterious powers moved around in his meridians, disappearing into his flesh and bones, taking root in his organs and resting in his skull. He digested the information deeply. It was not the petrification martial spirit. Shi Yan's mind was crystal clear. He immediately realized the mysterious power that was nourishing his body was definitely not the petrification martial spirit. It was the immortal martial spirit. A realization popped into his mind and Shi Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly looked at his right arm. The right arm that was slashed by the had a deep wound. But now, the flesh in the wound was slowly wiggling and healing at a visible speed. The flesh and the meridians seemed as if they had a life of their own. Under the watchful eyes of Shi Yan, the wound that was 2 centimeters deep gradually healed bit by bit, the flesh wreathed together and the cells reformed. The wound slowly closed up, forming into a scar, then finally disappeared altogether. 10 minutes. In a mere 10 minutes, the 2-centimeter deep wound had been completely healed and not even a single trace was left. The place at which his right arm was harmed was now as smooth as glass. There was not even a single line, nor a trace of blood. It was as if he was never hurt. Shi Yan moved his arm and realized there wasn't even a single bit of pain. His right arm had no abnormalities whatsoever and felt same as the left arm. Shi Yan's eyes were bright, his face was irrepressibly ecstatic. In a span of 10 minutes, such a deep wound was healed to its original state. There was no pain and no discomfort. When did his immortal martial spirit become so impressive? Shi Yan clearly remembered that his recovery speed back then was definitely not this fast. Back then, even if his wound had been healed, he would still feel some discomfort and some pain. He would need more than half a day for a wound that size to be completely healed. This time it was only 10 minutes. The immortal martial spirit has reached a new stage. After a short while, Shi Yan quickly and keenly grasped the key point. The magical upgrade of the petrification martial spirit reminded him, and made him realize that after consuming so much profound qi, those extraordinary powers activated the immortal martial spirit just like how it did with the petrification martial spirit. And now the immortal martial spirit had entered a new stage. No wonder all those extraordinary powers mostly flowed into his flesh, meridians, bones and organs. Turns out this time it was the nourishing his immortal martial spirit. Now everything was clear. Shi Yan's expression was full of joy. He seriously felt the changes in his body, then after a while he finally calmed down, and continued to sit there and circulate his profound qi. The profound qi in his dantian had also absorbed a part of that extraordinary power. Now, under the shifting of his thoughts, the pure profound qi slowly flowed along all the meridians in his body. Every time after completing a full cycle, the cluster of the most pristine profound qi in his dantian became more refined. Slowly, the refined body of profound qi turned into what was like a bright light ball. With every circulation cycle, the size of the light ball became smaller, but the power it contained grew even more. Shi Yan was delighted again. The change in the profound qi light ball was exactly a special sign of the breakthrough from the first sky of the human realm to the second or third sky. Starting from the first sky of the human realm, every time you reached a new sky, the size of the profound qi light ball in the dantian would become smaller. but the profound qi within would grow stronger in power. This was the process of refinement. Only when you refined over and over again, would the impurities in the profound qi light ball be completely cleared. And only then would the profound qi become more and more pure, followed by the strengthening of the power it contains. Realizing that this was the golden opportunity to break from the first sky to the second sky of the human realm, Shi Yin didn't dare to hesitate. He concentrated with all of his will to circulate his profound qi. He repeatedly circulated and refined his profound qi. The impurities in the profound qi lessened, making the profound qi become more and more pure. In that strange space there was no concept of time. After who knows how long, the profound qi light ball shrunk from the size of a fist to the size of a walnut. However, the concentration of the profound qi was 30% stronger than before. Not only that, the purer profound qi was circulating in his body at a speed twice as fast as before. Under his will, a wisp of profound qi flowed out of his fingertip. It was shining in dazzling white light, and there was a faint glistening tint in it, like some mysterious crystal. Shi Yin had a joyous look on his face. He looked at the wisp of glistening profound qi, and the smile on his lips slowly widened. Human realm, second sky. This time the warriors from the dark world really fattened him up. Not only did his immortal martial spirit enter into a new stage, he also reached a step further in his martial art realm, and straight up entered the second sky of the human realm. Lubed up, lubed up, lubed up. The Yin pearls from the 3 meridians of Shin-Ke, Tian-Ke, and Yin-Du suddenly started pulsing violently. The pulse rate of the Yin pearls this time was much faster than usual. The summoning power from the heart of the stone statue also grew stronger. Shi Yan's mind flicked, he couldn't help but gaze towards the place where the starlight gathered. He suddenly realized that the light from the starry sky seemed to become disordered. They wandered at that one area like fireflies, but didn't flow into the mysterious place anymore. There was a change. Shi Yan's brows furrowed. From the strange movements of the Yin pearls in his chest and the unusual phenomenon with the stars, he could sense something bad was happening. Lubed up, lubed up, lubed up, lubed up. The pulsing of the Yin pearls were becoming even more lively. As if they were urging him to quickly hurry to that area. There seemed to be something anxiously waiting for him. Boom, boom. A loud thundering sound, even when it was 1,000 li away, still reached here resiliently from that place. The 3 meridians of Shin-Ke, Tian-Ke, and Yin-Du suddenly stung in pain. He felt as if someone was attacking his meridians, his body was indescribably weird. Without hesitation, Shi Yin took in a deep breath, sprinted, and rushed to that place with his fastest speed. Chapter 99, But I Want to Kill You. Chapter 99, But I Want to Kill You. At the heart of the stone statue. In a huge deep hole, starlight was shining like fireworms. The deep hole was not made of stone, but it contained a red crystal with a black spot moving on its surface like a star. The heart-shaped red crystal was floating in the center of the hole and light from the edges of the hole was shooting into the crystal. The red crystal was so clear and beautiful and had a mysterious power buried inside it. It was like staring at the starry sky when one looked at that crystal. The heart-shaped crystal was as large as a fist, as if it was a big light spot in the hole, although it was sending out dazzling lights and overwhelming energy. On the wall of the hole, dense bunches of dazzling lights flashed into the red crystal and covered the glittering crystal like a natural shield. Off to the side of the deep hole, Bai Mingsu looked indifferent, and the 3 warriors were staring at the crystal in surprise. Up in the sky, the massive star river pattern projected its light onto the crystal and drifted by slowly. Every warrior could feel the mysterious energy from that crystal, as if it had the ability to concentrate all the power from the stars. It was attracting every warrior. No matter if it was Bai Mingsu or the 3 Dark World warriors, they all stared at the crystal greedily. Why hasn't the young master arrived? This mysterious crystal will be taken by Bai Mingsu. A Dark World warrior at the first sky of the disaster realm said coldly, his face looked weird in the light of the crystal. The other 2 warriors of the 3rd sky of the human realm were standing separately by his side, keeping watch for Mu Hui who could show up any second. Bai Mingsu stretched out his left hand again and blue flames flew out. The blue flames flew up into the sky and turned into a huge blue hand projecting onto the crystal. Boom! The light shield on the crystal produced a huge deafening sound and blocked Bai Mingsu's huge hand made from his polar ice flame martial spirit. The huge blue hand shattered as soon as it touched the light shield. Bunches of blue flames turned into small flames and shot above the light shield. Gradually, it turned back into a huge blue hand again. Bai Mingsu didn't give up as he triggered his polar ice flame martial spirit again. Boom! The light shield defended again, shattering Bai Mingsu's polar ice flame martial spirit and turning it back to blue flames. Under Bai Mingsu's consistent attacks, the light shield was twisted and squeezed like a balloon, causing it to withdraw into the crystal a bit. Bai Mingsu's polar ice flame martial spirit had an icy air which could freeze everything. Every time the huge hand touched the light shield, the icy air would permeate into it. After several times, the defensive power of the light shield became weaker. A secret delight flashed in Bai Mingsu's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Under the three warriors' eyes, Bai Mingsu operated his polar ice flame martial spirit again and again to seize that crystal, permeating the icy air into the light shield to decrease its defensive power. This is bad. The Disaster Realm warrior changed his expression as he said in a low voice, Bai Mingsu will get the crystal soon if he is not disturbed. Our young master will be too late. The Lord and Mistress of the Dark World would be angry if Bai Mingsu got this crystal. What should we do now? Stop Bai Mingsu. That guy ordered and operated his right away. Just as Bai Mingsu's blue hand tried to catch the crystal, that showed up and was thrust into the blue hand. Chi chi chi. As soon as it touched the blue hand, the claw slowed down and sent out dim blue light. It was suppressed by the polar ice flame. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the other two warriors took action as well. Flew toward Bai Mingsu. Bai Mingsu's face turned icy as he said coldly, "You finally can't wait." Immediately, Bai Mingsu vanished into the air. The next moment, Bai Mingsu appeared right beside them, and the polar ice flame turned into small bunches of flames and tried to wrap up the three warriors. The three were terrified and soon worked together to fight against Bai Mingsu. Bai Mingsu yelled and vanished again. Bang! A warrior of the third sky of the human realm fell to the ground on his back. Then Bai Mingsu showed a cold smile. You guys want to compete with me? Bunches of blue flames crossed by the frozen man who died quickly. Bai Mingsu yelled again and appeared behind another warrior and patted his head. Pa! That guy's head exploded and he died instantly. The last Disaster Realm warrior sat down in terror and tried to trigger more. Green needle-like thorns came out from his body and shot in all directions. You are a Disaster Realm warrior, but you are not favored by God for you don't have a martial spirit. Bai Mingsu smirked. An ice wall coagulated from polar ice flames appeared in front of him and the thorns were blocked. The Disaster Realm warrior shifted his face. Without hesitation he continued to trigger his thorns which shot in all directions. He knew that Bai Mingsu has the teleport martial spirit, so he couldn't shoot his thorns in only one direction, although it consumed much of his profound chi. He wanted to buy more time for Mu Hui to arrive. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Mu Hui had already been killed by Shi Yan. Standing behind the ice wall, Bai Mingsu was not in a hurry. He watched that warrior like a cat watching a mouse. I would like to see how long you can last. He couldn't endure for long. 3 minutes later his thorns became less and less. To trigger the cost a lot of profound chi. Although the thorns were powerful, it consumed much profound chi. Therefore he realized that his profound chi was about to run out. Why hadn't the young master arrived? That man looked around quickly and became more and more panicked. You won't meet him. Knowing he was waiting for Mu Hui, Bai Mingsu said indifferently, because you are going to die. Then Bai Mingsu teleported again. This time his body turned into hard ice and approached the warrior through the thorns. Under that guy's horrified eyes, the ice surrounding Bai Mingsu's body expanded and he was covered by the polar ice flame. Cack cack. His body froze quickly and became an ice corpse. His terrified expression was also frozen on his face. Bai Mingsu raised his leg and kicked the man with a disappointed face. Pa! The frozen warrior was smashed into several pieces blocks of ice. His body was shattered. Bai Mingsu walked at a leisure pace towards the deep hole, and frowned as he looked at the floating crystal. It's finally quiet. Ta. Just then light steps came from afar. Bai Mingsu frowned with an annoyed face. Too annoying. These people from the dark world. It's like they won't even disappear. Turning his head back, Bai Mingsu looked to the direction where the footsteps came from. Bai Mingsu wondered and a smirk climbed up his mouth. Well, how surprising that this boy is still alive. The Dark World warriors are all crap. Shi Yan stopped his steps and stared at Bai Mingsu who looked gloomy. Shi Yan, it's really lucky for you to live till now. Bai Mingsu beamed. We are both from the merchant union, the 5 big families, so we could be friends in the future. Therefore I don't want to kill you. Leave now and I can pretend that I've never seen you here. You don't want to kill me? Shi Yan beamed. No. Before I change my mind. Bai Mingsu nodded. But I want to kill you. With a smile in his corner of his mouth, Shi Yan's eyes still showed coldness as he replied, I have waited for too long. Bai Ming was surprised at first. Then he pulled himself together and said, so audacious. Never mind, it won't take much time to kill you. And the Shi family will lose hope if I kill you. My grandpa will like it. As he was talking, Bai Ming walked slowly toward him without using his teleport. Tada. Tada. Just then steps came from afar again. Before long, Muyu Dai and Di Yalan ran in this direction in worry. As they arrived, they didn't even look at Shi Yan, instead focusing on Bai Mingsu. Muyu Dai asked happily, Young Master Bai Ming, you've arrived. Bai Mingsu bowed a little and nodded to them with a smile. Yeah, I've been here for quite a while. Also I have cleaned some trash from the dark world to avoid troubles later. Well, you haven't cleaned up this trouble. Shi Yan stated indifferently, appearing somewhat bored. You? You are far from able to cause me trouble. Bai Mingsu scorned, it's no harder to kill you than it is to kill an ant. I'm waiting. Chapter 100 Endure. Chapter 100, Endure. The big Chapter 100. And as a big thank you to our readers, look out for 5 bonus chapters coming soon. After Muyu Dai and Di Yalan arrived, they said hello to Bai Mingsu first and then were attracted by the floating crystal in the deep hole. They looked excited at the sight of the shining crystal and could clearly sense the mysterious energy from it. Every warrior was able to tell that this crystal was extraordinary. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan had suffered a lot to get here. They fought against the Dark World warriors, Flaming Stone Men, Yin Sha and Mud Dragons for the big chance here. As for Shi Yan, they just glanced at him once and turned away. In arrogance, Bai Mingsu walked over to Shi Yan step by step without using his teleport martial spirit. Shi Yan stood still, seemingly waiting for Bai Mingsu to take action. He secretly activated his petrification martial spirit and his body turned dark brown. Silently, Shi Yan blended his Yin power and profound Qi, producing 3. Controlled by his will, the 3 fields gradually separated. He had seen Bai Mingsu's teleport martial spirit and he knew it was a fierce martial spirit through Han Zhong. The 3 were prepared as a counter for the teleport martial spirit. Don't blame me since you seek your death yourself. Bai Mingsu raised his left hand as he got within 10 meters of Shi Yan. Blue polar ice flame appeared in his palm. As he threw out his arm, the blue flame became an ice bird which flew in the sky and left a graceful blue trail. That ice bird was so vivid that even the feathers on its head could be clearly seen. It was breathing blue flames from its mouth on its ice-cold face. Bai Mingsu looked on coldly with contempt in his eyes. For him it wasn't too much effort to kill Shi Yan. Just as the ice bird flew near him, a cold light flashed across Shi Yan's eyes. A huge green light ball filled with dense Yin Qi suddenly shot out from his chest and it was intertwined with electricity and Yin power. Boom! The green light ball struck the ice bird and gave off thunder. Dazzling blue and green light exploded like fireworks while the green light ball and the ice bird cracked at the same time, turning into blue and green light spots. Bai Mingsu frowned in surprise and nodded slowly while gazing at Shi Yan. Good. You really are something to kill Mo Zhan. After saying that, Bai Mingsu's face turned rigid. More and more polar ice flame was produced by him. He looked like a bunch of ice flames, with blue flames gushing out of his body towards Shi Yan from all directions. A biting cold came from those ice thorns as they approached. Standing there, Shi Yan felt as if the space surrounding him was frozen solid. In the cold air, his profound Qi circulated slower. When the cold air came into contact with his skin, his bones and veins were nearly frozen. At that moment, a warm stream suddenly flew out from his blood and bones. His body was defending against the cold automatically. The immortal martial spirit. Shi Yan's eyes lit up as he was secretly delighted. The warm stream went through his whole body like lightning. The next moment he had gotten rid of the coldness. That happened in just a minute and the thousands of ice thorns were merely an inch away from him. Yin Wall. A green shield appeared beside him which was made of Yin power, dazzling and horrifying. The Yin Wall was like a huge upside-down bowl which protected him. The Yin Wall was so thin and transparent that Shi Yan could see things 10 meters away clearly. Although there was a mere mortal-level martial skill, it could absorb Yin Qi and turn it into Yin swirls and Yin pearls. There was a martial skill which utilized Yin Qi. With the help of the Yin swirls and Yin pearls, Shi Yan could make Yin Qi into all sorts of defensive weapons. Once the Yin pearls were alive, he would have endless Yin Qi. The Yin wall was refined from Yin Qi. Just as triggering the once getting hang of the Shi Yan found it could produce all sorts of defensive methods. This seemed to bring him endless surprises. Bo. Bo. The thorns thrust towards him and landed on the dazzling green Yin wall, and their power was absorbed in an instant. Baiming Su's polar ice flame martial spirit couldn't freeze the Yin wall, let alone damage Shi Yan who was under it. Shi Yan hadn't even triggered his negative energy. The Yin wall triggered by Yin pearls seemed to control the polar ice flame martial spirit. Nonetheless, he still felt that the Yin Qi light spots were decreasing quickly. The power of the could only be strengthened by Yin Qi. The Yin power used for his Yin wall could be consumed and not produced. Without Yin Qi, the Yin power from the Yin pearls wouldn't increase. But this time, Shi Yan had absorbed all the Yin Qi in the Yin Field and formed 6 Yin pearls inside himself, which would let him play with Baiming Su for a long time. Icy thorns thrust on the green wall and the cold air permeated into it, but this was soon digested by the Yin power within. Thus their battle was a deadlock from the very beginning. Baiming Su couldn't believe that Shi Yan's green wall could bear the coldness from his polar ice flame. To him, Shi Yan could only endure for a few seconds. He didn't know that Shi Yan had advanced to the second sky of the human realm. Thus, he kept producing more polar ice, forming ice thorns and shooting them towards Shi Yan's green shield. Shi Yan had absorbed so much Yin Qi which had formed 6 powerful Yin pearls. He was not afraid of Baiming Su at all, even though he was at the disaster realm. Furthermore, Shi Yan hadn't used his negative energy yet. Therefore, he was very willing to continue the battle with Baiming Su. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan watched the two curiously. The two girls knew how capable Baiming Su was. Disaster realm. Twin martial spirit. Training in the most precious martial skill of the Baiming family, Baiming Su was at the top of the world. Though at the first sky of the disaster realm, Baiming Su could even win against someone of the second sky. He would even have a shot against a third sky warrior. However, while battling with this boy from the Shi family, Baiming Su's polar ice flame martial spirit couldn't even break his barrier. That confused Muyu Dai and Di Yalan. Though Shi Yan had made great impression on the two girls in the martial competition in the Godstone Square, he was merely a warrior at the third sky of the nascent realm. It had only been 2 months after the martial competition, Shi Yan could reach the first sky of the human realm if he was talented. How could a human realm first sky warrior survive against Baiming Su? Seeing Shi Yan unmoved under Baiming Su's attacks, the two girls were quite surprised and looked at Shi Yan with confusion in their eyes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. After half an hour, the Yin wall which encircled Shi Yan still could not be broken. Shi Yan looked indifferent but patient, happy to continue the fight. Baiming Su couldn't stand it anymore. After pondering for a while, Baiming Su withdrew his polar ice flame and stopped his attack. He said coldly, "I can't be bothered wasting any more time with you." A strange red and blue sword was slowly taken out by Baiming Su. Sky-cracking sword. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan took a deep breath at the same time and looked at Shi Yan in pity, assuming that Shi Yan was about to die for sure. The sky-cracking sword was a spirit-level weapon which previously belonged to Baiming Shang. Baiming Shang entered the Earth's core where there were thousands of fire hills and refined it with earth fire and polar ice for 3 years. The sky-cracking sword had 2 colors on it. One half was red and the other half blue. With the help of the sky-cracking sword, Baiming Su made his name in Tianyun City and never had an adversary. The sky-cracking sword was sharp, unbreakable and had the power of earth fire and polar ice. Warriors who were touched by the sky-cracking sword would first freeze then burn. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan knew how vicious the sky-cracking sword was. Therefore, once the sky-cracking sword was taken out, the two girls assumed Shi Yan was going to die for sure. Baiming Su yelled and appeared in front of Shi Yan with the sky-cracking sword. He thrust it in the air and it gave out red and blue light. Chi. The Yin wall was cut into 2 pieces by the sky-cracking sword. Shi Yan was shocked. He immediately triggered his power and shuttled behind the. Meanwhile, the other 2 flew over suddenly, combining with the first one. The space Shi Yan around was twisted a little, seeming to be squeezed and about to collapse. Standing in the invisible house like Shi Yan calmed down, though his eyes grew more vicious while staring at Baiming Su. Shi Yan was waiting for Baiming Su to trigger his teleport martial spirit again, for him to enter the Biming Su turned out to not disappoint him, as he triggered his teleport martial spirit another time. Chapter 101, Identity Exposed. Chapter 101, Identity Exposed. Biming Su rushed into the field created by Yin power and profound Qi span naturally, and it could influence a warrior's body functions. As soon as Biming Su broke into the field, he felt it and his expression changed. Inside the field, Biming Su floated in the air and couldn't help but spin endlessly. The first few seconds his head was down, but the next moment his body curled into a ball. He couldn't even balance himself. As the creator, Shi Yin was not influenced by He first observed Biming Su indifferently and then began to take action at once. Boom boom. Bang bang. Shi Yin dashed toward Biming Su like a dragon. Spreading his arms, he caught Biming Su's waist and kicked him with his knees. Activating the Shi Yin shoved his fingers at Biming Su's waist. Ding, ding. Crisp cracking sounds came from Biming Su's waist. Under his gown, Biming Su wore an armor covered with scales which looked like crystal and sent out cold air. They couldn't break the crystal armor, it only left several holes on Biming Su's gown. As Biming Su span in the field, he was so astonished that he operated his polar ice flame martial spirit again. Suddenly, the crystal armor extended and covered his entire body. In an instant, Biming Su's cheeks were covered with that scaled crystal armor. This armor was a secret defensive weapon and matched Biming Su's polar ice flame martial spirit. Under the effects polar ice flame martial spirit, a massive amount cold air went into the armor and activated it, for there was an icy air pouring out from it. Shi Yan's could not break Biming Su's armor, but they were permeated by his cold air and became more and more stiff. Stuck in the Biming Su was still spinning swiftly. He couldn't stay still and was attacked by Shi Yan. However, under the protection of that crystal armor, Biming Su had no worries at all. He was waiting for a chance to fight back. No. Cold light sparkled in Shi Yan's eyes, as he took a deep breath and finally operated the negative energy to trigger. A brutal bloodthirsty emotion broke out in his body. Looking rigid, Shi Yan was now surrounded by white smoke. Dialan's body quivered a little as she looked at Shi Yan in surprise and screamed, "Ding Yan!" Muyu Dai's face shifted a little. As she cast her eyes on Shi Yan, her facial expression became complicated. Once Shi Yan activated, his negative energy spewed out and turned into a dense smoke, covering him with a bloodthirsty, brutal and crazy air. After a glance at this vicious scene, Dialan and Muyu Dai realized that this boy from the Shi family was exactly Ding Yan. How can it be? Muyu Dai shook her head heavily with a complicated face and mumbled, "That's impossible. Must be wrong. They look different, and that Ding Yan was a mere unknown warrior. How could he be the young master of the Shi family? It's impossible." Muyu Dai couldn't believe it, nor did she want to believe it. Shi Yan is Ding Yan. Dialan and Shi Yan were intimate before, so she intimately knew about Shi Yan's. No matter how Shi Yan's face changed, he was definitely the same person when he operated. Standing there dumbstruck, Muyu Dai gazed at Shi Yan and mixed feelings came to her mind. Dialan's eyes sparkled and her breasts were floating with her short breaths. Looking at Shi Yan, she suddenly began to worry about him as she said to Muyu Dai, "Xiao Dai, Biming Su is fighting with Ding Yan, how can it be like this? I don't want either of them to be hurt." Muyu Dai took a deep breath, calmed down and shook her head. "Do you think you can stop them?" Dialan was surprised, but she still said, "We need to try." "You don't know Biming Su." Muyu Dai sighed. "He would get anything he wants at any expense. And Ding Yan talked wildly, Biming Su won't spare him. Even if Ding Yan is the young master of the Shi family, he can't compete with Biming Su. The Biming family is more powerful than the Shi family. No. I'm going to stop them." Dialan looked determined and screamed, "Ding Yan, stop it. Young Master Biming. Stop." Shi Yan could hear Dialan scream clearly, though he didn't make a response. Wisps of negative energy were generated in his meridians and Shi Yan's power surged. He suddenly triggered the N7 marks appeared and struck Biming Su. Bang 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 bang. Biming Su was struck 7 times in succession and was knocked out of the by Shi Yan and flew 50 meters away. Po! Biming Su spewed out a mouthful of blood and the bones in his chest were broken. That crystal armor dimmed and couldn't defend against Shi Yan's. After falling to the ground, Biming Su stood up quickly with a pale face and blood on the corner of his mouth. "Ding Yan." Dialan suddenly screamed, "Stop it! You two stop it." Bai Mingsi stood up with a hideous face, and carried his sky-cracking sword. After wiping the blood on his face, he viciously stared at Shi Yan. "Shi Yan, I will kill you and smash your Shi family." "You?" Shi Yan scorned in a rage and licked his lips. "Who do you think you are?" "Ding Yan." Dialan screamed again. Muyu Dai began to worry as she remarked, "Ding Yan, you know the Bai Ming family's strength. There's no point making an enemy of Bai Mingsi." Shi Yan took a breath and turned to glance at the two girls indifferently. "I don't know you." Then he walked to Bai Mingsi step by step. Every step he made, the space around him twisted. As he was moving, there was radiating out a suppressing power. As long as he was within this, Shi Yan didn't need to worry about Bai Mingsi's teleport martial spirit, and he was confident that he could torture Bai Mingsi slowly in the field. Bai Mingsi finally learned something. Seeing Shi Yan coming near, Bai Mingsi's face turned cold. Instead of using his teleport martial spirit, he sat down where he stood. The sky-cracking sword rushed out. In the dazzling red and blue light, the sky-cracking sword fell right upon Shi Yan's head. Boom! The sword fell into the field and there came a strange sound. The red and blue sword shot out bluntly. Inside the field, the sword thorns were flying everywhere with its sharp murderous power. Z. Sword wounds appeared on Shi Yan's body. The sword thorns from the sky-cracking sword were extremely sharp and like Mu Hui's, they broke through Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit. Spirit-level weapon. Extraordinary. Shi Yan was shocked, then moved out from the field while covered in blood, feeling hot pain on his body. Dozens of sword wounds were left on Shi Yan by Bai Mingsi's sky-cracking sword, every one of which was an inch deep. Teleport. Bai Mingsi suddenly appeared beside Shi Yan as he injected his polar ice flame martial spirit into his fist and punched Shi Yan in the back. Boom! Shi Yan dashed forward about 10 meters and spewed out a mouthful blood. Before he managed to stabilize himself, Shi Yan operated his Yin power and swiftly created a new Yin wall. As soon as the Yin wall was formed, Shi Yan found that Bai Mingsi was already in front of him and was staring at him with the polar ice flame in his hand. If it had not been for Shi Yan refining the Yin wall at his fastest speed, Bai Mingsi would have frozen him using his polar ice flame and blasted him into pieces. Back! Bai Mingsi yelled, stretched out his hand, and watched as the sky-cracking sword flew back into his hand like lightning. Carrying the sky-cracking sword, Bai Mingsi smirked cunningly, "Let me see how you will fight back." Shi Yan looked gloomy, realizing that that was only effective on living things, but not on the sky-cracking sword. If he stayed in the, Bai Mingsi could control the sky-cracking sword and attack him. If he got out of the field, Bai Mingsi could approach and attack him using his teleport martial spirit. Troublesome. Bai Mingsi possessed twin martial spirits and many secret weapons. He had the sword to attack and the armor to defend. "Master Su, don't kill him. He is my friend." Dialan suddenly cried as she realized Shi Yan was in a bad situation. "Young master, could you spare him for my sake?" Muyu Dai hesitated and also tried to persuade him. Bai Mingsi was not moved by that as he shook his head and said calmly, "I would usually say yes to everything you ask for. And if Shi Yan hadn't showed his horrifying ability today, I would spare him. But now it's impossible. He is a human realm warrior, yet has so many secret martial skills which threatens my life. And with him, the Shi family will have the chance to surpass my family. So he has to die." After the speech, Bai Mingsi didn't hesitate anymore, and projected his sword toward Shi Yan's head directly. The sky-cracking sword flew like a shooting star with 10-meter sword thorns trailing it. The thorns exploded and fell in all directions, blocking the space. "Ding Yan!" Dialan cried in a miserable voice. "Humph!" Muyu Dai shook her head softly and pain crossed her eyes. Shi Yan uttered the 6 words. Among the sword thorns, Shi Yan looked determined without fear in his eyes. Under Muyu Dai and Dialan's eyes, Shi Yan's right hand kept expanding while his left hand became thinner and thinner. At the same time, 2 strings of different horrible energy exploded from both his arms. Chapter 102, Nothing to Do with Me. Chapter 102, Nothing to Do with Me. Life energy was circulating in his right arm and death energy was circulating in his left. The 2 utterly different powers of life and death projected out of his left and right arms. Facing the glaring sword light of the sky-cracking sword, Shi Yan, who was in the state, seemed to have incited all of the potential in his body. In the moment of life and death, his 5 senses became unprecedentedly sensitive. The circulation rate of the two powers in both his left and right arms was astonishingly high. The right arm swelled up and became twice as big as usual, while the left arm shriveled and shrunk twice as much as under mode. It was like a layer of skin wrapping around the bone, looking very eerie. The patterns on the two hands suddenly shot out bright beams of light. The two vast surging powers simultaneously shot out from his palms. The palms of his two hands separately formed 7 and 7. The N flew out at the same time. As soon as A and A were formed, they immediately merged into one. In a mere moment, the 7 and the 7 all merged together into each other. The was formed. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 suddenly expanded multiple times. Like 7 shining door panels, they fiercely flew at the oncoming sky-cracking sword. Frightening blasts suddenly exploded and the fiery red and icy blue luster on the sky-cracking sword abruptly dimmed. An unpredictable mysterious power suddenly rushed into the sky-cracking sword from the hum 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 hum. The sky-cracking sword rang in the air and was blown away by the force and kept tumbling in the sky. All of its luster was lost. Baiming Su, who was controlling the sky-cracking sword with his mind, suddenly became as pale as a sheet. Blood dripped out of his 7 apertures and he let out a shrill scream. The sky-cracking sword and his mind corresponded to each other. The heavy damage to the sky-cracking sword had an empathic effect on him, and together both he and the sky-cracking sword were badly injured. For those who control swords with their mind, once the sword itself gets damaged, the owner will also be heavily injured. Clink. After tumbling for a while, the sky-cracking sword finally fell to the ground 100 meters away. Its luster dimmed and it lost all its spirituality. Baiming Su stopped screaming. He kept using his mind to try and summon the sky-cracking sword, but he realized that the sword could not respond. Baiming Su was filled with horror and for the first time, his expression showed a trace of fear. After blasting out the power in Shi Yan's body was depleted by a third and he also felt quite weak. But when he saw that the sky-cracking sword lose its luster after this one hit, he felt delighted inside and his spirits rose. And when he saw that Baiming Su was bleeding out of his 7 apertures, he was even more thrilled. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan both blankly stared at Shi Yan. They could not hide the surprise on their faces. Muyu Dai even opened her mouth wide, her little hand covering her mouth, and stopped herself from letting out a scream. Shi Yan, who was only in the human realm, fought head-on, and was able to blow away the spirit-level weapon, sky-cracking sword, from the disaster realm Baiming Su. And he was even able to destroy the spiritual connection in the sky-cracking sword. What is this? Muyu Dai was appalled inside, she couldn't believe her eyes. Is this really the boy from the dark forest? Muyu Dai suddenly realized that she didn't know Shi Yan anymore. The currently arrogant Shi Yan became more and more unfamiliar in her eyes, such that she didn't even know how to handle her relationship with Shi Yan anymore. Ding Yan! Di Yalan exclaimed, she shouted, "What are you doing?" Muyu Dai jumped and also said anxiously, "Ding Yan! Don't act recklessly. Baiming Shang is here too. If you touch the son of the Baiming family, it won't be good for you nor for the Shi family." Shi Yan's expression was cold, he didn't say a thing and chose to ignore these two women. He bound Baiming Su using the Baiming Su just sat there unmoving as he couldn't sense the existence of the In his moment of carelessness he was trapped and he couldn't escape the gravitational force of the field. This time Shi Yan also added negative energy into the Now the field now had 3 completely different forces: Yin power, profound chi and negative energy. The 3 forces mixed together, increasing the power of the field by more than double. In the new Baiming Su was in an extremely helpless state. The muscles on his face trembled, and within the insane whirling of the field, all the profound chi in his body was bound. Only the polar ice flame's martial spirit remained unaffected by the It still persistently flowed into the crystal armor and firmly protected Baiming Su's body. Shi Yan swiftly flew into the field. He swung up his left arm and the formed from negative energy suddenly shot out and flew towards Baiming Su's head without hesitation. Crack crack. A crisp fracturing sound came from Baiming Su's skull. The devastating deadly energy in the poured into his head and cut off his life force. Wisps of pure vital energy quickly flowed out of Baiming Su's body. Soon Baiming Su was turned into a dried-up corpse and all of his profound chi was absorbed by Shi Yan. The field disappeared in a flash. Thump. Baiming Su's corpse fell to the ground, his eyes still wide open as if he had died with regrets. He didn't even have time to shout out threats. Once Baiming Su died, his body shrank and the crystal armor on his body was obviously a whole lot looser. Shi Yin took in a deep breath and coldly stripped the crystal armor off of Bai Mingsu's body, bluntly placing it in his backpack. Then he didn't even look at the dazed Muyu Dai and Di Yalan and quickly left, also picking up the dim sky-cracking sword along the way. On Bai Mingsu, these two things were the most powerful and left the most powerful impression in his mind. Whether it was the sky-cracking sword or the crystal armor, both were extraordinary treasures. Even if Shi Yin couldn't use them himself, he didn't want to let the two girls gain any advantages. "Dingyan, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy." Muyu Dai said in a traumatized daze. She murmured, "Bai Mingsu is like Bai Mingxiang's very own life. You killed Bai Mingsu. That means Bai Mingxiang will not only deal with you, he's going to destroy the whole Shi family. Dingyan, you made a mistake. You really made a mistake. You're digging your own grave." "Bitch." Shi Yin turned his head, he gave her a cold and stern glance and said ruthlessly, "If you keep blabbing, I'll kill you too." What did you say?" Muyu Dai's expression was filled with disbelief. She raised her hand and pointed at Shi Yin and shrieked, "Ding Yan! I've saved your life. And this is how you treat me." Shi Yan's face was full of impatience, his eyes were cold and he swiftly moved to Muyu Dai's side. Smack. Shi Yan's hand slapped across Muyu Dai's face and made her stumble back a few steps, leaving a bright red handprint on her face. "Bitch. Listen up, I don't owe you anything. If you keep rattling in my ear, I will make you shut up once and for all." Shi Yin coldly gazed at Muyu Dai, whose demeanor was a little insane. He said with a murderous look, "You know how I am, I never give mercy when it comes to killing, and that includes women." "Ding Yan!" Di Yalan screamed, "How could you hit Xiao Dai? You shut up too." Shi Yin sneered and gazed at her with a cold look in his eyes. "When we parted our ways in the stone woods we broke off all relations. You have no right to talk crap about me. Don't think for a moment that there's something between us just because I fucked you. You know exactly what you gained from me. I owe you nothing." Di Yalan's delicate body shook as she looked at the ruthless Shi Yin, and she could only feel as if she were in an ice cave. Both her heart and her body were frozen solid. Di Yalan tightly clenched her teeth and she tried hard not to let herself cry, but bright teardrops still appeared in the corner of her eyes. Her heart felt as if it was pierced by a sharp knife and the pain seeped into her heart. In this moment, Di Yalan finally realized how much she cared about this man. Looking at the cold expression on his face, Di Yalan finally knew what she had given up for the rest of her life. "Ding Yan. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this." Muyu Dai covered her face and screeched hysterically, "You will definitely regret this. You and the Shi family will all be destroyed by Bai Mingxiang." Smack. Shi Yin was just about to leave, but he turned around and gave another slap to Muyu Dai's face. His expression was dark and he said in scorn, "Bitch? You think that once you sought refuge in the Bai Ming family, Bai Mingxiang was going to take revenge for you? You're joking. Bai Mingxiang is a fierce and ambitious man. You think he was going to fight to the death with the Dark World for a woman? Do you know why the people of the Dark World are here? Do you know what fate you'll be facing once you walk out of here?" Muyu Dai's pretty face turned pale and her eyes were filled with desperation. Finally she made no more sound. She already guessed this possibility but refused to admit it. Now that Shi Yin mercilessly said it out loud, Muyu Dai finally couldn't ignore her speculation anymore. She felt cold from head to toe, and felt as if all the hard work she put in was just an illusion. "From now on, you both have nothing to do with me." Shi Yin heartlessly glanced at the two girls for the last time, and turned around to walk towards the pit. He said coldly with his back facing the girls, "Don't get in my way or else you'll share the same fate as Bai Mingsu." Then Shi Yin slowly walked towards the pit. Di Yalan's face was filled with tears and her limbs were frozen, as if the life force in her body was all taken out. Her heart felt as if it was ripped to pieces, the pain pierced through her heart. Muyu Dai's pretty face had a red handprint on it. Her face was full of desperation and it looked like her life force was also cut off. She stared aimlessly into the sky as if she didn't know where to go from here. She had lost her way. "Xiao Dai, we've really made a mistake." Di Yalan's voice choked as she covered her face and quietly sobbed. "Woo." Muyu Dai couldn't hold it in anymore. She finally covered her face and cried. She cried in the most heartbreaking of ways, as if she wanted to cry out all the sadness in her heart. Shi Yin stood at where the pit was, his expression cold as if he didn't hear the weeping of the two girls at all. He only furrowed his brows and looked forward. Lubed up. Lubed up. The Yin pearls in the Shin-K, Tian-K and Yin-Du meridians pulsed even more merrily. After coming here, the Yin pearls had been extremely active. Looking at the floating, glistening crystal, Shi Yin realized this was what was summoning the Yin pearls. The mysterious power coming out of the crystal must have been resonating with the Yin pearls at a distance. The two sides seemed to have some sort of mysterious connection. However, standing outside the pit, Shi Yin didn't know where to start. He had no idea how to get his hands on the crystal. He pondered for a moment, then tried to stir the Yin swirls, forming Yin Qi in his palm. The Yin Qi slowly gathered and flew out of Shi Yan's palm, forming into a giant hand made of dark green light which grabbed at that crystal from far away. Wisps of strange Yin power were released from the 6 Yin pearls. The Yin power was like invisible strands of thread that seemed to also flow into the crystal. The dark glowing green hand slowly pressed down and steadily landed on the light shield of the crystal. Pop! Suddenly a slit cracked open in the light shield. The barrier that kept defying Biming's polar ice flames now softened down by itself and opened up wide for Shi Yan's dark glowing hand. The crystal suddenly gave off a beautiful dazzling light and slowly floated towards that big dark glowing hand. Chapter 103, The Space Collapses. Chapter 103, The Space Collapses. The starlight pervaded the sky and fell like raindrops, gathering on the shiny crystal at the heart of the stone statue. At that time, the starlight in the crystal was flowing in its pathway, shiny and captivating. The crystal floated up into the sky, slowly moving towards the huge black hand made of Yin Qi. Shi Yin was rather happy, and immediately began to control the crystal with his will, making it approach him. Dragged by the Yin Qi hand, the crystal finally flew out of the deep hole and flew over near Shi Yin. Bang bang bang. Great thunder came out from the deep hole. After the crystal left the hole, the crystal wall exploded and broke into pieces, giving off a dazzling light. The starlight in the sky dimmed at once in comparison. As the deep hole collapsed, the mysterious star river pattern in the sky started moving slowly as it turned vague, while the Yin Qi poisonous gas and bunches of flame clouds began to diffuse. Looking down from the sky, one would find that the mountain-like stone statue had begun to crack and dissolve. At the same time, between the statue's heels, the group of Qi Shao and Baiming Shang could clearly feel the abnormalities occurring within the space, and the power that was constraining them began to decrease. Their expressions changed and they immediately tried to operate their energy to free themselves from their constraints. They were trapped for a long time and had failed to escape after many ties, so they finally quietened down. But seeing that the space was going to collapse and the restrictive power was decreasing, they had to try one more time. The two legs of the statue were cracking while the suppressive power in the heels was weakening. As the pressure from the stone statue was getting weaker and weaker, Qi Shao and Baiming Shang's struggle took effect as the stone on the heels began to crack. If it went on like this, they could get out from under the heels in a short time. At the heart of the stone statue, the deep hole collapsed and the crystal wall exploded, while the odd dazzling light from the crystal wall turned colorful and slowly disappeared. Both the crystal wall and the light existed to protect that crystal. So when the crystal flew out, their mission was complete. That huge black hand approached with the crystal and it glittered with a dazzling starry light above Shi Yan's head. That crystal was like the essence of shooting stars, containing mysterious powers from the stars. Looking up at the crystal, Shi Yin frowned and began to think. How to take that crystal? Frowning, Shi Yin thought for quite a while and guessed that the Yin pearl had some connection with the crystal, so he would be able to touch the crystal. Shi Yin couldn't help but stretch out his hand to catch the crystal floating above his head. Boom! The crystal suddenly broke and gave off numerous lights which burrowed into Shi Yan's body. Wisps of cool starlight filled with mysterious star power went into Shi Yan's pores and concentrated themselves at his heart. Bang bang, bang bang. Dull drum beats came from Shi Yan's heart. In the dazzling starlight, Shi Yan's heart strangely changed. The starlight rooted itself in Shi Yan's heart and became a part of it. In an instant, Shi Yan's heart changed as if it had turned into the crystal and began to sparkle. After a while, his heart went back to normal. The starlight integrated into Shi Yan's heart and gave off a cool air. Bang bang bang. Horrible blasts came from the heels. The group of Sky Realm warriors worked together and finally shattered the heels to escape. Those Sky Realm experts flew up into the sky one after another to see what was happening above. The odd space collapsed and the mysterious star river produced a light pillar. The light pillar fell from the sky and struck Shi Yin. Shi Yin, who was standing in the deep hole, disappeared at once. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. That odd space slowly cracked like a broken mirror. After the crystal left, that broad stone statue cracked piece by piece and turned into dust. Between the endless booms, the scenes shifted quickly. The group, including Qi Xiao, felt that they walked out from a broken mirror. From the cracks in the collapsed space they could see the Yin Valley. In the Yin Valley, one after another cracks appeared in the sky filled with colorful lightning. Some cracks looked like star rivers falling from the sky. Xiaoxan Yen looked indifferent and mumbled, "It's been 7 days. We finally get there." "Miss, do you think the original seal of the martial spirit was within? We will know when Shi Yen comes out." Xiaoxan Yen looked indifferent as she said, "But I don't think he will appear in the Yin Valley." "Why? That old guy planned everything. If that guy was still capable, maybe he could send him to the endless sea." However, looking at the collapsing space, that old guy must have used much of his energy creating all this. I guess he could only send Shi Yen to somewhere far off in the dead swamp to make him comfortable for a short time. "What should we do?" "Let's go. Leave the Yin Valley and head off into the dead swamp." "Miss, do we need to kill him when we find him?" "Find him first." The three, including Xia Xan Yen, had witnessed the changes in the Yin Valley and they had foreseen the result, so they left the Yin Valley quietly without informing Zuo Shi. Half an hour later, after Xia Xan Yen had left, some human figures suddenly showed up from one of the cracks in the sky. Bang bang bang. Warriors below the sky realm all fell from the sky and their heads were spinning. People at the lower realms, like Muyu Dai and Di Yalan, were bleeding heavily from their mouths and looked miserable. Looking bitter, Han Feng and Ku Long cried out immediately after they stood up, "Young master! Young master!" Baiming Shang, Qi Xiao, Zhua Qi and the Lord of the Dark World, who were at the sky realm, floated in the sky and gradually landed while looking around in confusion. "So," Baiming Shang roared and stared at Yin Kuei and Jioshan, "where is my Su?" Yin Kuei and Jioshan had also been trapped under the statue's heel, but not with Baiming Shang, so Baiming Shang didn't see them in that odd space. Young master entered too. I don't know where he is now. Yin Kuei looked gloomy and anxious. We were trapped by the stone statue as soon as we entered it and we found the chance to escape only when the odd space collapsed. So. Baiming Shang roared and asked in haste, "Where are you?" "Mu Hui." The Lord of the Dark World's face changed as he couldn't find Mu Hui, and began to shout along with Baiming Shang. Since their bellows echoed through the Yin Field, Baiming Shang and Mu Hui could hear them once they returned to the Yin Field. However, they received no response. "Su is still inside." Baiming Shang turned pale and looked up into the sky, to find that the cracks had mysteriously closed somehow. The space had entirely collapsed. In a glance, Baiming Shang realized this cruel reality. His face looked horrifying like an irritated demon beast, while polar ice flame came out from his eyes. "Xiao Dai, where is Su?" With polar ice flame in his eyes, Baiming Shang looked to Muyu Dai in a rage. I. Muyu Dai looked dumb under Baiming Shang's terrifying eyes, unable to speak. Baiming Shang was impatient and his eyes glittered. He stretched out his hand to Muyu Dai and a bunch of blue light flew into Muyu Dai's body. "Where is Su?" Baiming Shang asked again. As soon as Muyu Dai was struck by Baiming Shang's blue light, her face turned dumb and she lost consciousness as she whispered, "He was killed by Shi Yen." Di Yalan tried to scream, but as she saw Muyu Dai's abnormal look, she kept silent. "Shi Yen." Baiming Shang howled with all his veins protruding. He treasured Baiming Su, who had a twin martial spirit, as the heir of Baiming family and placed high hopes on him. Now that Baiming Su had been killed, Baiming Shang was furious. Bunches of polar ice flames flew out like clouds and tried to cover Han Feng and Ku Long. Ku Long was close to Baiming Shang, so he was immediately wrapped by the polar ice flame and turned into an ice statue before exploding. Han Feng's face changed and after a quiver he disappeared. "I will shatter your Shi family." Baiming Shang bellowed like a beast and dashed toward Han Feng. "Teacher." Zuo Shi cried in fear. Qi Xiao frowned and sighed. He fought back unwillingly by refining bunches of dense fog which wrapped Baiming Shang's polar ice flame. "Baiming Shang, live and let live." He knew it would be a long battle if he fought with Baiming Shang. After a little hesitation he wrapped Baiming Shang's polar ice flame martial spirit, and yelled, "Han Feng, let's go." Han Feng dashed toward the far shore of the Yin Field like a ghost without any hesitation. At that time he knew Baiming Shang wouldn't stop, so he had to leave as quickly as possible. He had to return to the Shi family alive and send them a message to avoid a massacre. Qi Xiao. How dare you stop me? Baiming Shang hollowed as if going crazy. I'm gonna kill whoever tries to stop me today. Hey, that girl named Mu, have you seen my disciple Mu Hui? The Lord of the Dark World asked Mu Yu Dai in a weird voice. He was killed by Shi Yan too. All were killed. All? Mu Yu Dai was still unconscious, not knowing what she was talking about. Zuo Zihi's face turned pale, and with the 9 angry flame in his eyes, he flew up into the sky and dashed out of the dead swamp. A strong will was suddenly released from his body, which expanded in all directions. He had kind of figured out where Shi Yan was. Meanwhile, in a secluded area in the Yin Valley, a black shadow was leaving swiftly. Chapter 104, Great Disaster. Chapter 104, Great Disaster. Sponsored by E. Espinoza. In the Yin Valley. Zuo Zihi flew into midair as he spread out his soul consciousness in all directions. He also slowly started moving away from the Yin Valley. Baiming Shang's expression was ferocious. He was just about to fight to the death with Qi Xiao, but suddenly realized that Zuo Zihi silently rose into the air. His mind clicked as he suddenly remembered what he saw in that strange space, and he also realized that Shi Yan might be somewhere nearby. Qi Xiao. I will deal with you sooner or later. Baiming Shang clenched his teeth and his expression was grim, but he didn't attack again. He withdrew his polar ice flame martial spirit, and flew into the sky, spreading out his soul consciousness to search for traces of Shi Yan. Yin Kuei Jioshan, you two spread out and search the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. Remember, if you see Shi Yan, don't kill him, I want him alive. Baiming Shang shouted with a bone-chilling voice while suspended in midair. Yin Kuei and Jioshan did not hesitate and immediately left the Yin Valley. Within a moment, only Qi Xiao, Zhua Qi, the people from the Zuo family plus the absent-minded Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan remained in the giant Yin Valley. Master. Zuo Shi glared at Qi Xiao. When we came, Grandpa Shi told you to take care of Shi Yan. You're not playing dumb now, are you? Qi Xiao's expression was full of frustration. He shook his head and sighed. I already tried to stop Baiming Shang, but now there are 2 Sky Realm Masters who want that boy dead. If I forcibly speak out, I will have to face 2 Sky Realm Masters. Especially when these 2 are in a very angry state. If I cut in now, I'm afraid that... Master, are you scared of them? Zuo Shi raised her head and grunted. Xiao Shi. Wu Yunlian suddenly spoke out and she sighed. Mr. Qi Xiao is doing this out of frustration. With his capability, even against 2 Sky Realm warriors, he could easily walk away unharmed. But he's worried for us. Don't you understand? Zuo Shi was dazed, then after quite a while she finally murmured, but what about Shi Yan? If he died, Grandpa Shi would become miserable. There's nothing we can do about it, he can only hope for the best. Wu Yunlian's dark brows were deeply furrowed. She shook her head and said in confusion, how could it be? How could that brat Shi Yan possibly have killed Baiming Su? Baiming Su had twin martial spirits and was in the disaster realm. What exactly happened? Qi Xiao looked perplexed as well, but in his mind he secretly guessed that it was because of that strange space. While inside, he clearly saw that a beam of light poured into Shi Yan's body as he was exiting. That light beam caused Shi Yan's body to disappear into thin air, and he suspected that everything was related to that change in the strange space. Hey! Qi Xiao exclaimed, suddenly realizing something. He said in surprise, if there was some sort of treasure inside, then that boy definitely got it. Baiming Shang and that Sky Realm warrior are hastily trying to find Shi Yan. This must be one of the reasons why. Qi Xiao, I gotta go. From now on, you and I are even. At this moment, Zhua Qi suddenly said goodbye to Qi Xiao, and without saying anything else, he quickly sprinted out of the Yin Field. Zhua Qi! Qi Xiao yelled. What? Zhua Qi turned back and said impatiently. I know what you're thinking. Qi Xiao frowned and said dismissively, if you really find Shi Yan, then it's fine if you get the thing. But I hope you would spare the boy, don't take his life. The outer perimeter of the dead swamp was filled by all different sorts of plants. The swamps and the poisonous fog were everywhere. Besides, there were many warriors who ventured into the swamp. Even if Baiming Shang and Zuo Zihi wanted to find Shi Yan, it would be no easy thing. But it's different for Zhua Qi. He was the master of the outer perimeters of the dead swamp. He could casually come and go in the swamps, control the poisonous fog, and all the demon beasts in the outer perimeter listened to him. If there is anyone who was most likely to find Shi Yan, then it would be Zhua Qi. If that boy does as he's told, then I won't make it hard on him. Zuo Shi sneered, but if he stays ignorant I will be merciless. Qi Xiao, this is none of your business now, you better not get involved. Hatred from two Sky Realm Masters is no joke. If you want your apprentice to live, then don't give a damn about that boy's life. Then Zuo Shi suddenly flew out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Later that night, stars filled the night sky and the moon was bright and clear. East of the dead swamp, in the branches of a towering old tree, Shi Yin scowled. He blankly gazed at the starry sky, strange lights flickering in his eyes, mysterious and unpredictable. Inside the strange space, the starlight beam came down from the sky and landed on his body, directly sending him out of that marvelous space into this place. Once he landed here, just by looking at the poisonous fog not too far away and the swamps that were everywhere, he immediately judged that this was the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. When he just got out, it was still daytime. Shi Yin repeatedly checked his chest, but realized that other than specks of starlight on his heart, there seemed to be nothing else unusual on his body. The only change he could feel was faint starlight drifting down from the sky and slowly gathering at his heart. That was only during the day. At night, when the stars all twinkled from the sky, Shi Yan's heart seemed to have 10 times his current vitality, but his pulse rate became slower instead. However, the power of the stars in the sparkling night sky flew down from the vast starry sky and secretly flowed into his body and into his head. The star power at night was much stronger than the morning. He could deeply feel it. He could very clearly feel that the stars in the sky let out bits of faint star power, but the star power couldn't be seen by the naked eye. The star power that did not form into starlight spots were 100 times weaker, so you couldn't see their light, but they truly did exist. He didn't need to do anything, not even focusing his mind. Whether it be day or night, his heart would endlessly absorb the star power without the need for him to focus on gathering it. So after being curious for a while, Shi Yin temporarily stopped paying attention to the change in his heart. The reason why he killed Bai Mingsu was because there was only one crystal. Bai Mingsu wanted it and he wanted it too. So when he showed his true strength, only one was going to live between him and Bai Mingsu. Shi Yin clearly understood that Bai Mingsu was the future head of the Bai Ming family. He was ruthless and had a lot of foresight. Seeing that Shi Yin was only in the human realm but with such power, Bai Mingsu wasn't going to let him live any longer. Even if he didn't make a move in the strange space after they got out, Bai Mingsu would use every method possible to try to kill him. Bai Mingshang would have definitely done the same thing. They will be doing it for the future of the Bai Ming family in order to clear any future threat to the 100 years of supremacy of the Bai Ming family. Regardless if he killed Bai Mingsu or not, Bai Mingsu will never let him go. In that situation, what was there to consider? After killing Bai Mingsu and absorbing all his negative energy into his meridians, deep down he could feel the bloodthirsty violent thoughts. However, when the starlight beam shone onto him, all the negative emotions that sprouted in his heart were instantly washed away, and it eased his fear of losing control. After his meridians had purified all of the profound qi from Bai Mingsu's body, in the afternoon of that day, some extraordinary powers flowed out. But those powers all flowed towards his heart and were deposited into the countless little starlight spots in his heart, making Shi Yin marvel in delight. Raising his head, he looked into the sky at the countless stars spread above. He could feel the faint star power flowing out from the stars. Shi Yin smiled wryly and shook his head. He closed his eyes to feel around. Realizing that no one else was around, he finally came down from the old tree and continued heading towards the east side of the dead swamp. The Merchant Union was at the south side of Tianyun City. If he wanted to go back to Tianyun City, he should have walked south, but now he was walking east. The east was the direction towards the Endless Sea. He never planned to return to the Merchant Union at all. Even if Bai Mingsu and Mu Hui hadn't died, but because he obtained the crystal, the Sky Realm Masters in the Yin Valley would not let him go. Shi Yin knew this in his heart. Although the Shi family was one of the great 5 families in the Merchant Union, it had no Sky Realm Master, so it will be hard for them to shield him. If he returned to the Shi family, he would have brought a great disaster onto them. And because of him, the Shi family might be killed off entirely. He knew deep in his heart that he was their true target. From Xia Xen Yen, he had heard about many of the mysteries in the Endless Sea, and he knew that the Endless Sea was the center in which many warriors gathered. It was many countless times bigger than the Merchant Union, the Fire Empire, and the God-blessed Empire. And within it there were countless strong figures. That was his true destination. While it was still dark out, he carefully released his soul consciousness and secretly scouted around. Determined, Shi Yan walked towards the east. Still nothing. South of the dead swamp, Bai Mingxiang's face was grim, and his expression was dark and scary. Not far away, the Lord of the Dark World, Zuo Zihe, was also murderous looking. These days we've already searched everywhere in this area. Any active warriors or mercenaries in this area were all identified with our soul consciousness, but we found nothing. Could it be that the kid didn't return to Tianyun City? Didn't return to Tianyun City? Bai Mingxiang frowned and said coldly, "It seems that we have to change directions. I'll go to the east, the rest is up to you." Then Bai Mingxiang suddenly flew out and went towards the east of the dead swamp. "Miss, if that guy were in the dead swamp, shouldn't he be in the south? If he doesn't go back to Tianyun City, then he will never get any protection." On the east side of the dead swamp, beside a waterhole, a giant man next to Xia Yen said confusedly. "Go back to Tianyun City?" Xia Yen stretched the corners of her lips. "What's the use of going back? The Shi family doesn't even have a Sky Realm master. Not only would he not get any protection, he will bring disaster to the Shi family. If I were him, I would never return to the Shi family before reaching the Sky Realm. Instead, it would be better to go as far away from the Shi family as possible." While saying this, Xia Yen knelt down and washed her face next in a stream, then she finally stood up and said, "Let's go to the east side. The east just happens to be the direction of the Endless Sea. If we really can't find him, then we can just directly return to the Endless Sea." Understood. The two giant men nodded together. Hum hum hum. At this moment, a strange humming sound came from Xia Yan's pocket. Her beautiful face changed slightly and she couldn't help but take out a windcheam from her pocket. She stared at the windcheam for a second and then said in surprise, "The Shura King Xiaohan Yi will be here soon." Why would the Shura King come to the dead swamp? Isn't he trying to find Yang Hai? I don't know either. Xia Yen shook her head and said casually, "But it's fine. Xiaohan Yi is at the second sky of the Sky Realm, and what he's cultivating is the evil blood path of the 5 Shura paths. If he stirs the evil in his blood, then he would have the power of a third Sky Realm warrior. These Sky Realm masters in the dead swamp are all still at the first sky. Once Xiaohan Yi gets here, those people will probably calm down. Or else with the Shura King's temper, I'm afraid those people would be in the worst of luck. The 3 Shura Kings of the Yang family are all lunatics. Miss, you should be careful and make sure you don't cross his line." "I know what I'm doing."